Chapter 430. The Tomb of the Drought God, Part 9. The head of the elderly Zheng was cleaved in two, her lifeless body collapsing. Yet her fractured visage continued to contort into a grotesque grin. A chilling sound of rocks splintering echoed as her entire form transformed into a puddle of black sludge, swiftly navigating through the fierce curse barrier. At that moment, Chen Zhi suddenly discerned that a patch of soil beneath her had inexplicably vanished, revealing a pinhole-sized crevice. The black sludge that was once Zheng hastened into the gap, escaping the barrier and immediately melding into the earth, vanishing entirely. This is bad. Just moments ago, the ground beneath her was a fade. As Chen Zhi silently lamented, he suddenly heard Zheng's voice emanating from above. "Bastard, allow me to sever your head. A penance for your ancestors." In an instant, a fierce gust of wind swept in, and Chen Zhi felt a pair of withered hands clutching his throat, nails embedding deeply into his flesh. Zheng lunged from the rocky ledge above, landing upon his neck, her face mere inches from his. "How does it feel?" "As I foretold. You shall remain here with me." Upon concluding her words, she exerted tremendous force, her hands gripping his cervical vertebrae, twisting with brutal intent. In this life or death moment, a flash of azure light sliced through the sky, and a figure descended from the cave's apex, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Zheng from behind. The icy gleam of the blade flickered menacingly in the darkness, and the hands that had ensnared Chen Zhi's throat relinquished their grip, causing Zheng to crash to the ground. Chen Zhi immediately felt an agonizing burn searing his neck, where Zheng's nails had pierced through his work attire, leaving several gaping wounds. The surrounding sweltering air rushed in. Scalding patches of skin, and a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the airflow to shield the gashes on his neck, then reached into his pouch to retrieve a pre-prepared metallic adhesive. This repair solution, provided by the madman prior to their departure, was intended for such unforeseen circumstances. It was a liquid metal gel, functionally akin to silicone sealant. When applied to small breaches in the fabric, it would solidify upon exposure to air, temporarily mending the work attire while also providing insulation. However, its pressure resistance was significantly lacking. With clenched teeth, Chen Zhi swiftly applied the adhesive to the wounds on his neck, alleviating the intensity of the pain. He then regulated his breathing, enduring the searing agony. Casting a furious glance at the dismembered Zheng on the ground, she had been utterly obliterated, devoid of any hope for revival. Turning his gaze back to the assailant, he recognized the figure wielding the blade. It was Gui Dao, clearly gravely injured. A strip of his work attire hung in tatters from his left arm, hastily patched with the repair solution. Gui Dao's complexion was pallid, his hair soaked with sweat, clinging to his forehead. The knife glinted as Chen Zhi, taken by surprise at the appearance of the ghost knife, eagerly inquired, "Where have you been? Did anything untoward happen?" "Nothing happened," replied the ghost knife, his demeanor remaining impassive as he approached, observing the twitching form of the elderly Zheng on the ground. "She dragged me into the rock strata and attempted to burn me to death by tearing my work uniform, but I shattered the surrounding rocks and escaped." As the ghost knife spoke, the burns on his face, visible through the oxygen mask, told a harrowing tale of his recent ordeal. A surge of fury flooded Chen Zhi's mind. Grasping the god-slaying knife, he advanced towards the dismembered Zheng, pointing the blade at the contorted visage before him. "You have lived long enough. I shall now send you on your way." On the ground, Zheng lay in tatters, her body convulsing uncontrollably, save for her face, which retained a semblance of humanity. Her form had become charred and blackened, resembling a burnt tree root struck by lightning. Yet, her face twisted into a malevolent grin, devoid of fear. "You lowly bastard, do you truly believe you can wield the ghostwood? You have broken the seal and entered the tomb. Soon, you shall be consumed by the divine flames of my god." The pitiful barrier of that little Jiangshang is on the verge of collapse. The human realm is about to be annihilated. All divine offspring, demigods, and you wretched humans will ultimately perish in the inferno. The great and sacred ancient deities created humanity, yet humanity dares to rebel against the gods. You cannot fathom the terror of divine wrath. "Nothing is beyond imagination," Chen Zhi replied coldly, fixing his gaze upon Zheng. "Moreover, the deities are not sacred. They have never loved humanity. Their supremacy is built upon the sacrifice of human lives, and they are not worthy of veneration. The gods wish for humanity to remain enslaved, yet humanity possesses its own soul and free will. Thousands of years have passed, your gods are dead. and humanity has become the new divinity. Blasphemy. Zheng trembled with indignation upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, struggling to rise and glaring at him with fury. You know nothing of the true deities. Do not presume that by winning that battle, you have altered fate. You are oblivious to what has transpired in the past. Zheng pointed angrily at the mural depicting a man ascending to the heavens and coupling with a goddess. Had that audacious human not ascended to the celestial throne to unite with my god, there would be no divine offspring, no demigods, and no force capable of resisting the deities in this world, nor would there be your filthy bloodline. Enough, Chen Zhi interrupted, unwilling to engage further with this ghostly matriarch. He placed the blade against her neck, but at that moment, Zheng unexpectedly pressed her head against the knife, her eyes locking onto Chen Zhi's with an eerie and inscrutable smile. Have you never pondered that your ancestor, Zheng Zhi, was merely a minor deity? No matter how formidable he might have been, how could he possess the power to slay divine beings? Have you never questioned the origins of his divine sealing incantation? After slaughtering so many deities, could his hands remain untainted? Let me tell you, after finishing her words, old lady Zheng cast her gaze downwards towards Chen Zhi. He is the true embodiment of malevolence. Chapter 431, The Tomb of the Drought God, Part 10. Old lady Zheng's words caused a violent upheaval in Chen Zhi's heart. In truth, he had doubted this matter countless times over an extended period. He had traced the intricate threads connecting everything, yet one point remained perpetually elusive. Although he was not well versed in the realm of deities, he had gleaned some understanding. The world of the divine is strictly hierarchical, valuing bloodlines above all. The more ancient and enigmatic the deity, the greater their power. The nine-tailed celestial fox, though a member of the Su clan, is fundamentally a beast. Yet its lineage is pure, allowing it to surpass even the ancient deity, Qingyi, in strength. Once upon a time, Zheng Zhi was merely a divine son, a progeny of gods and demigods, far from the antiquity of the nine tails. What then granted him the ability to restrain the divine? He wielded the sealing incantation and vanquished numerous deities, instilling fear in the hearts of the divine. This is exceedingly irregular for one of his status. Thus, from a rational standpoint, if Zheng Zhi could indeed slay the deities, it must have been with the aid of some formidable force, one powerful enough to lead the gods to defeat and capture the nine tails, transforming the very fabric of existence. What, then, is this force? From whence did this mysterious and potent sealing incantation originate? Furthermore, if Zheng Zhi is a divine son, to whom does he belong? Countless questions whirled in Chen Zhi's mind as he gazed at old lady Zheng's pale, lifeless visage. After a prolonged silence, he pressed the tip of his blade against her forehead, coldly inquiring, "Do you know Zheng Zhi? Do I know Zheng Zhi?" She echoed, suddenly erupting into laughter. Of course. I know him. I know that ambitious, determined young deity. It was I who brought him to the tomb of my god, a long time ago. He stood precisely where you are now, beseeching me to open the divine gates behind him. Young Zhang Shang was a fascinating little deity. He was filled with hope for this world. Before my god, he vowed to eradicate all evil and promised to uphold the heavenly principles, vowing to obliterate all forces that defied my deity. Thus, he acquired my god's divine powers, leading to his victory in that war. And what was the outcome? He deceived my god. Zhang Shang lied to my deity, the greatest lie in the world. Yet to this day, the legends among humans still recount the grand achievements of your ancestor, Zheng Zhi, in the campaign against Zhou. How ludicrous! Do you not feel any shame regarding these falsehoods? As the laughter of the elderly matriarch Zheng echoed, it was both raucous and grating, causing an excruciating pain to suddenly seize Chen Zhi's head. In that fleeting moment, his mind felt clouded, overtaken by an overwhelming force that ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. The sound of Zheng's laughter grew increasingly piercing, as if the entire world conspired to mock him, provoking a deep-seated indignation akin to a stinging insult. This rage flared like a wildfire, rendering Chen Zhi momentarily powerless. As an inner voice roared with fervor, "Silence! You are but a slave." With a swift motion of his right hand, an immensely powerful blast of energy surged forth, striking Zheng directly. Before Chen Zhi could fully comprehend the situation, Zheng had been obliterated into ashes. The colossal stone behind her bore the imprint of the attack. A gaping hole left in its wake, while dust lingered in the air for an extended period. Gradually, Chen Zhi regained clarity, yet the pain in his head persisted. He stared at the spot where Zheng had vanished, utterly bewildered by his actions and the source of the formidable power he had wielded. At that moment, the voice of Gui Dao resonated behind him. We must move this stone and enter quickly. Time is of the essence. Gui Dao gestured to the timer on his arm, urging Chen Zhi onward. Indeed, Chen Zhi vigorously shook his head, striving to maintain lucidity. Now was not the time for contemplation. They needed to enter the tomb post-haste. Regardless of the veracity of Zheng's earlier claims, the notion that the divine coffin could be fashioned from local materials seemed entirely plausible. Ultimately, the tomb represented their last hope of finding Gui Mu. With this thought occupying his mind, Chen Zhi set aside all distractions and, alongside Gui Dao, endeavored to push the immense stone before them. Despite having shattered half of it with his earlier force, it remained exceedingly heavy. Together, they exerted tremendous effort and gradually managed to shift the rock aside. Behind this massive stone lay the final panel of the mural. In this depiction, the throne amidst the clouds was empty, devoid of the goddess. The man who had ascended to the heavens to unite with her had returned to the ground, now crowned with a regal diadem. In his arms, he cradled a radiant child, surrounded by adoring worshippers kneeling in reverence. In the right corner of the mural, a magnificent tree dominated the scene, its trunk formed by two entwined branches that extended vertically downward. Above, celestial beings flitted among the branches, while below, the gnarled roots twisted and delved deep into the earth. At the very base of the roots, an empty space depicted the ancient goddess of drought. Still naked and shrouded in a black veil, a sword was etched into her abdomen, and her limbs lay rigidly sprawled on the ground, suggesting a violent end. In the center of the mural, a conspicuous trace of a spell caught Chen Zhi's attention, one he recognized all too well. These are the traces left by Jiang Shanglia's curse, creating an illusory protective layer. This mural once served as a door, which, after being sealed for an extended period, was violently shattered. Upon breaking in, the intruder, for reasons unknown, sealed the door tightly with a curse and disguised it to appear undamaged. This is likely what Madame Zheng referred to as the final seal. However, the seal of this curse is exceedingly fragile. As Chen Zhi recited the incantation, a slight fluctuation in the airflow caused the seal on the stone wall to begin to slowly open. At that moment, the great tree depicted in the mural began to emit a crimson glow, and with the sound of stones shifting, the seal dissipated into thin air. The stone chamber trembled, and the last mural revealed its original form, a stone door that had been ravaged by powerful spells, now cracked in the center, allowing just enough space for a person to enter. A searing wave of heat surged from the gap, filling the interior with a fiery hue, the temperature alarmingly high. As they approached, the alarms on Chen Zhi's work attire blared. Gui Dao glanced at the entrance, poised to step inside, but was abruptly halted by Chen Zhi's grip. Gui Dao, from this point onward, I shall enter alone. Chapter 432. The Drought Goddess Coffin. What do you mean? Gui Dao paused, momentarily taken aback by Chen Zhi's words, his normally indifferent expression betraying a flicker of emotion. What I mean is, we cannot take reckless chances, Chen Zhi replied earnestly, fixing his gaze on Gui Dao. When Madame Zheng vanished, I inexplicably caught a fleeting glimpse of the scene beyond that gap, a vast cliff, with raging flames below. The divine coffin engulfed in that inferno. The heat was overwhelming. I could almost feel the flames licking at me. Your work attire is extensively damaged. No one can act amidst such scorching flames. You would not survive it. Gui Dao, upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, silently glanced at his left forearm, where a long gash, more than 20 centimeters in length, was hastily covered with a repair liquid. The adhesive had bonded to his skin, and at that point, the wound felt intensely hot. Should he enter an area exceeding 120 degrees Celsius, his attire would rupture, exposing him to the searing heat, resulting in immediate incineration. Chen Zhi surveyed the gap ahead and continued, this should lead to the main burial chamber. Our work attire can only withstand temperatures up to 120 degrees, and the interior space of this gap is already perilously close to that limit. The temperature beneath the cliff will only be greater. Retrieving the Gui Mu before our attire completely fails is essentially a matter of time and speed, and given my pace, success is not guaranteed. Therefore, you must remain at the entrance and wait for me. If I successfully acquire the Gui Mu and return, we will regroup. But if I fail to emerge, you must swiftly return to the surface with the ring and maintain the barrier. Gui Dao furrowed his brow at Chen Zhi's words, yet quickly composed himself. lowering his voice to inquire further. Does the gem on that ring truly possess the element of fire? The old spirit slave has been lying all along. Indeed, Chen Zhi replied with certainty. That wretched old hag has uttered numerous falsehoods. Yet from the moment I acquired the gem, I sensed its substantial fire attribute. It should serve as a temporary substitute for the fire spirit stone. If I perish within, use this gem to sustain the barrier, and during this time, hasten to find alternative solutions. We must not allow the barrier to collapse. Very well. The ghost blade responded with unwavering calm. You remain here while I venture in to retrieve the ghost wood. My speed surpasses yours, and my chances of success are greater. I am confident I can deliver the ghost wood into your hands, and then you shall carry it out. Your survival holds greater significance than mine. No, Chen Zhi, unwilling to engage in further debate, spoke in an authoritative tone, grasping the ghost blade as shoulder, his voice trembling slightly. Blade, listen to me. Your speed exceeds mine. Should I fail, you can still retreat to the riverbank and bring the ring back to the organization. I, however, cannot. This is a straightforward choice. Your remaining here is the wisest decision. If I depart, the airflow will guide you. Upon finishing his words, Chen Zhi pressed the drought god ring into the palm of the ghost blade, then conjured a luminous stream of energy, wrapping it around the ghost blade's left arm. You must observe my movements. If any misfortune befalls me, do not hesitate. Return with the ring immediately. At that moment, the ghost blade's eyes flickered, his brow furrowed tightly. After scrutinizing Chen Zhi for a while, he ceased to argue, clutching the drought god ring firmly in his palm and nodding at Chen Zhi. Thus, the two approached the fissure in the wall. Chen Zhi extended an arm into the crevice, where the heat was indeed intense. The alarm on his work suit blared incessantly. Glancing at the thermometer on his arm, he noted the temperature in the fissure was 114 degrees Celsius, although it triggered the alarm. It was not enough to compromise the suit's integrity. Chen Zhi and the ghost blade wriggled through the gap. Upon entering, a magnificent scene unfolded before Chen Zhi's eyes. Just as he had envisioned in his mind, everything was laid bare under the glow of the flames. Beneath their feet lay a vast precipice, its walls adorned with flowing streams of molten lava, casting a fiery reflection below. Along the brink of the cliff, rows of control stone chains hung, their color remarkably pure, even more so than the content of Chen Zhi's pinky ring. Each chain boasted a diameter of several meters, glowing red beneath the searing lava, cascading downward like a colossal web, tethering a large object resembling a bamboo raft at the bottom. Chen Zhi scrutinized the large bamboo raft closely from its external structure. It appeared to be an extraordinarily primitive wooden coffin. The wooden coffin is exceptionally rare, having been unearthed in only a few locations around the globe, primarily within the ancient territories of the Eskimos in the Antarctic region. The dating of such coffins has become impossible due to their antiquity. Unlike the coffins used by later civilizations, these are remarkably crude and primal, devoid of ornamentation or varnish, merely constructed of natural wooden sticks bound together without a lid, resembling a bamboo raft. The deceased and offerings were placed directly upon it, reflecting a primitive burial practice. Numerous ancient Roman texts also reference these wooden coffins, depicting them as remnants of burial customs associated with ancient deities. In the epic of the Trojan War, there is a description of great warriors being laid upon wooden rafts, their armor placed atop, and their eyes covered with a pair of gold coins, awaiting divine guidance, a ritual of burial by the ancient gods. Below the precipice lies an object bound by chains, appearing to be an extraordinarily large wooden coffin, its craftsmanship seeming exceedingly simplistic. Formed entirely of dark wooden sticks intertwined in a manner reminiscent of black tree roots. This massive coffin is anchored to the cliff by an enormous iron spike, which bears an unusual shape, resembling a stick that is thick at one end and slender at the other, adorned with numerous carvings and colossal gemstones that shimmer under the reflection of molten lava. The dark tree roots comprising the wooden coffin might indeed be ghostly wood. But if this is truly the coffin of the drought deity, then the deity must be colossal. Chen Zhi once beheld the divine coffin of the nine-tailed celestial fox, which was exquisitely crafted and immense, leaving him awestruck. In stark contrast, the dark wooden raft below resembles a vast black lake, many times larger than that of the nine-tailed fox. The seething lava flows around the coffin as Chen Zhi and Gui Dao peer from the cliff at this astonishing scene, the glass of their oxygen masks glowing red from the heat. Chen Zhi extends his arm over the edge, causing his work attire to emit a plume of white smoke, triggering a loud alarm as the temperature of his arm reaches 120 degrees Celsius. Can you withstand this? Gui Dao inquires once more, his expression betraying a hint of excitement. Perhaps influenced by the molten glow. It's still not too late to retreat. You may very well perish here. Retreat? Chen Zhi responds with a resigned smile within his oxygen mask. I have long since run out of options. Kneeling partially, Chen Zhi gazes into the blistering heat towards the cliff's edge, where the raft-like coffin is ensnared by a multitude of chains, suspended in the molten center. He estimates the distance from his position to the coffin, calculating the optimal route and the least time-consuming approach to reach it. Should Chen Zhi wish to descend to the coffin with maximum swiftness, he must sprint along the chains, which sway perilously in the air above the scalding lava. A venture fraught with danger. The temperature of the chain's surface undoubtedly exceeds 200 degrees, with the heat intensifying as one descends. The air surrounding the divine coffin is severely distorted, shrouded in a fiery haze that obscures vision. The temperature in that vicinity may reach 1,000 degrees, or even surpass 2,000 degrees. The madman once remarked that during the creation of these work suits, the Indian craftsmen allowed for a blank recovery period to mitigate the damage from unforeseen incidents. This means that when the heat resistance of the suits reaches its limit, there will be a few minutes of self-repair time to cushion the impact, approximately around 9 minutes. Within this 9-minute window, even if the suit is subjected to extreme heat, it will not immediately crack or detach. Should one exit the high-temperature environment within this time frame, the suit can recover. However, exceeding this limit will result in deformation and rupture, causing the suit to fall away from the body. Thus, Chen Zhi's life and death hinge upon his ability to master this 9-minute interval. During this critical period, Chen Zhi must swiftly navigate along the iron chain to reach the divine coffin, with no room for error. Once he retrieves the ghostly wood, he will immediately return along the chain, racing back to the midpoint, where Gui Dao will use a rope to pull him up. Yet, if he surpasses the 9-minute mark, the suit will completely shed its protective layer, and Chen Zhi will instantly dissipate into wisps of smoke. The stakes are monumental. Yet the likelihood of failure far outweighs that of survival. This probability is acutely understood by Chen Zhi. He carefully gauged the distance from his feet to the abyss beneath, scrutinizing the deformation of every stone on the cliff's face, assessing the temperature at each location, and considering all obstacles and potential mishaps. Finally, Chen Zhi took a few steps back, adopting a running stance in preparation for his leap. He crouched down, concentrating all his strength in his legs, expelling the air within him, dispersing it to coalesce into armor-like gusts that enveloped his body completely. At last, he turned his head to glance at the ghostly figure beside him. Gui Dao's expression remained tranquil, his fists clenched tightly as he nodded at Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi then faced forward, adjusting his breath as he gazed at the precipice ahead. Below lay a searing inferno, perhaps the ultimate destination of his life. With a powerful push from his legs, he launched himself forward, muscles taut with exertion, racing to the edge of the cliff. He spread his arms wide like a great bird and leaped into the abyss, landing squarely on the foremost massive chain. The control stone chain immediately shook violently, and white smoke billowed from Chen Zhi's shoes. The chain creaked and groaned, swaying in all directions, making it difficult for him to maintain balance. Chen Zhi silently intoned the incantation of the blazing curse, channeling a fierce stream of energy that surged into the great chain, intertwining with the control stone chain, solidifying it into a rigid bridge. Meanwhile, the alarm on Chen Zhi's work suit blared loudly, stimulating his neural pathways. The metallic fibers of the suit began to expand with a crackling sound, and Chen Zhi's skin grew increasingly warm. At that moment, an indescribable will surged within him, overshadowing all other concerns. His gaze was solely fixed upon the divine coffin below. He dashed down the massive chain beneath his feet. Though the distance was not particularly great, it felt interminable to Chen Zhi. The suit continued to swell, instilling a profound fear akin to being engulfed by flames, penetrating every nerve in his body. His muscles trembled, and his mind echoed with warnings of impending danger as the temperature surrounding him escalated. 150 degrees Celsius, 200 degrees Celsius, 500 degrees Celsius. When he reached the midpoint of the chain, the air ahead had warped under the intense heat, and he knew the temperature there must have soared to 700 or 800 degrees Celsius. At that moment, he glimpsed beneath him the divine coffin. Ensnared by the stone chains, precariously suspended above the bubbling magma, devoid of any corpse, save for enormous stone artifacts resembling burial offerings. The bubbling magma pit below tested his courage amidst the raging flames. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Zhi leaped from the precipice, landing firmly atop the divine coffin. At this point, the alarm of his suit ceased, yet it began to rupture rapidly under the pressure of expansion. However, thanks to his reinforced incantations, the metallic threads of the suit remained mostly intact. A fierce burning sensation ignited around his waist, chest, and thighs. Chen Zhi understood that his suit was nearing its limit. He had 2 minutes to sever a piece of ghostly wood from the coffin and return immediately, or he would be consumed by the searing heat. Having calculated his movements with precision throughout this journey, Chen Zhi found himself still within the bounds of his plan. To save time, he had already unsheathed his blade, the god-slaying knife, before jumping onto the coffin. As his feet touched the surface, he struck forcefully at a black wooden rod. This rod was harder than iron, and the god-slaying knife, glimmering with a fiery brilliance in response to the magma's heat, cleaved through half of the thick root with a single stroke. Chen Zhi followed up with another powerful slash, severing the resilient ghostly wood cleanly. The cut piece of wood was about the width of a basin and over 2 meters long. He hoisted the ghostly wood upon his shoulder, preparing to ascend the stone chain for a swift escape. As soon as he reached the midpoint of the cliff, the rope of the ghost knife would be cast down to secure his ascent, ensuring the success of their mission. Yet, just as Chen Zhi was about to lift his leg, a resounding roar of boiling heat erupted behind him as magma splashed violently, unleashing a wave of scorching air. Emerging slowly from the depths of the magma pool below was a colossal head, as massive as a mountain. Chapter 434, The Drought Goddess Coffin, Part 3. In a fleeting moment that lasted less than a fraction of a second, Chen Zhi discovered for the first time that he could engage in such intricate contemplation within such a brief span of time. In that instant, everything he perceived seemed to slow down in his mind, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The dangers looming from all directions became vividly clear to him. He beheld a colossal head emerging from a torrent of molten lava, fiery red and splattering into the air. Chen Zhi discerned the unmistakable contours of a female visage upon that immense head. This woman, grand as a magnificent mountain, possessed a formidable presence capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. Before her, Chen Zhi felt an overwhelming sensation as if he might disintegrate into dust. The vast volcanic crater appeared minuscule in comparison to her form, akin to a mere puddle. The towering woman, as majestic as a mountain range, seemed devoid of any consciousness. Molten lava clung to her flowing hair, obscuring her eyes, leaving only her immense nose visible, towering above him like a skyscraper, resembling a small peak. In that moment, Chen Zhi profoundly grasped the essence of divinity. In the presence of such ancient deities, the world felt utterly insignificant. It is the drought god. Truly, it is the drought god. She is astonishingly immense. This was the first thought that surged through Chen Zhi's mind. In that brief instant, he became acutely aware of 2 critical realizations. First, the drought god existed. She had not been obliterated, yet she was entirely devoid of thought or awareness. If she could be considered alive, she resembled more a humanoid mountain, towering and formidable, an evil deity capable of annihilating everything. Second, the drought god was exceedingly enraged. Her mouth gaped wide, and a fierce flame erupted from within, its colors shifting from a yellowish green to a deep crimson, entirely distinct from ordinary fire. Even upon first sight, Chen Zhi was convinced that it was a flame capable of incinerating everything. Even the most resilient materials would turn to ash in its presence. Everything transpired with such rapidity that Chen Zhi scarcely had time to pivot his body. He witnessed the overwhelming blaze surge skyward before cascading down towards him, the fabric of his work attire beginning to melt, poised to disintegrate into ashes. In this critical moment, Chen Zhi's instincts reacted instinctively, as if to preserve his own life. Air swirled around him, and he hastily recited an incantation. A thick protective barrier enveloped him and his surroundings, resembling an impenetrable cocoon. The velocity of this ordeal was beyond even Chen Zhi's own expectations. Layers of fierce curses enveloped him, tightly constricting his body, while torrents of blazing flames descended upon him like a torrential rain. Everything around was engulfed in a sea of fire. The colossal coffin, reminiscent of a bamboo raft, was completely consumed, and the rocks beneath his feet vanished without a trace, leaving only ash in the wake of the inferno. Under the extreme temperatures soaring to tens of thousands of degrees outside, Chen Zhi's work attire began to crack and peel away. The fierce curses could not withstand the overwhelming flames, threatening to shatter at any moment. The power of the drought deity was indescribably formidable, a stark contrast akin to the vast ocean against a mere droplet of water, leaving one to ponder the existence of any force capable of standing against it. In this molten hell, Chen Zhi sensed the imminent end of his life. Within the confines of the barrier, the temperature surged, scorching Chen Zhi with unbearable agony. A torment so immense it shattered his mental fortitude, prompting him to howl in despair, just as his spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. The voice of the ghostly blade echoed above, urging him to grasp the rope. This command pierced through the searing heat of the flames, and simultaneously, an insulated rope was flung to the edge of the barrier. Chen Zhi glimpsed a final glimmer of hope, and, gritting his teeth, leaped upward with all his might. Seizing one end of the rope, an irresistible force lifted him, propelling him high above the inferno. Clutching the ghostly wood tightly, Chen Zhi was hoisted into the air. In that moment, he beheld the entire scene from the precipice. The drought deity, towering like a mountain, roared ferociously, slowly revealing her entire form from the magma, shaking the earth with her thunderous voice. In a courageous act to save him, the ghostly blade had leapt upon the chain controlling the stones. His work attire had been completely incinerated, leaving his skin charred and emitting wisps of smoke. With unimaginable determination, he gritted his teeth, his right hand firmly grasping the rope, pulling Chen Zhi closer. As the rope burned away in midair, the excruciating pain of its fierce combustion dulled Chen Zhi's senses. He realized that once lifted into the air, he landed upon the ghostly blade, even catching a whiff of the scorched scent emanating from his skin. Despite the pain, he clung tightly to the ghostly wood, summoning his last reserves of strength to bind it to his body with a flow of energy. Suddenly, another wave of flames surged towards them, yet the ghostly blade, carrying Chen Zhi upon his back, leaped up the cliff, darting through the crevice with astounding speed towards the tomb's exit. As Chen Zhi lay on the ghostly blade's back, he experienced an indescribable agony from the burns, remnants of his work attire still clinging to him. The excruciating pain consumed his will, rendering him immobile, as he felt his life slowly dissipate amidst the torment and searing heat. In the ensuing moments, the inferno devoured all. Yet the ghostly blade propelled Chen Zhi out of the volcano with unimaginable swiftness. As they leaped from the volcano's mouth, Chen Zhi seemed to glimpse the towering goddess of drought, her colossal form emerging naked from the molten depths. Her visage was grotesque, her body ablaze with flowing lava, exhaling flames that incinerated the entire volcano, reducing everything to ashes within the inferno. In the aftermath, Chen Zhi began to detect the acrid scent of his own charred flesh. He realized that his entire being was scorched, and his eyes were shrouded in darkness. It felt as if he were soaring on the wind, swiftly traversing the shoulders of the specter known as Ghost Blade. The speed of Ghost Blade transcended the limits of humanity, resembling a bullet as it soared across the realm of blackened ash. In the latter stages, Ghost Blade barely touched the ground, covering in mere hours a distance that would ordinarily take a human 20 or more hours to run. Just before the currents of air dissipated, it returned Chen Zhi to the banks of the subterranean river. When Ghost Blade tossed the charred and blackened Chen Zhi into the river, the icy waters began to alleviate the searing heat from his body, and his consciousness gradually returned. Chen Zhi knew he had survived. Chapter 435, The Coffin of the Drought Goddess, Part 4. The frigid waters of the underground river continued to cool Chen Zhi's scorched form, allowing his awareness to sharpen. After the arduous sprint, Ghost Blade had exhausted all its strength. Its left side was entirely charred, with a significant portion of flesh on its left arm completely incinerated, revealing stark, white bone beneath. It was unimaginable how a human could endure such excruciating pain while carrying Chen Zhi for such a distance, persisting until this moment. After depositing Chen Zhi by the riverbank, Ghost Blade cast a final glance at him, a faint smile flickering across its pallid face, and whispered softly, "I have finally saved you." With those words, Ghost Blade closed its eyes and fell into the river like a leaf devoid of gravity. The strikingly handsome, yet pale visage bobbed in the water, and as a torrent surged, Ghost Blade was swept into the river's heart, devoid of strength to struggle and utterly losing consciousness. "Blade, get up. You will drown." Chen Zhi shouted, his throat ablaze with pain. Desperately, he attempted to rise to rescue Ghost Blade, yet his severely burned body remained immobile, watching helplessly as Ghost Blade was drawn into the river. Chen Zhi suddenly recalled the stout Wei on the opposite bank. Silently invoking a spell, he released the binding incantation that ensnared Wei, summoning all his strength to cry out. Wei, have you damn well died yet? Come save me. Blade is being swept away in the river. Upon uttering this desperate plea, a tearing agony erupted in his throat, and the overwhelming pain from his grievous burns caused his body to convulse uncontrollably, froth escaping his mouth, rendering him unable to voice another sound. At that moment, a sudden splash was heard as a figure leapt into the river. Swiftly, he swam to the center, retrieved the unconscious spirit of the Ghost Blade from the water, and dragged him to the riverbank. Damn it, I knew something would happen without me around, he muttered. The rotund Wei emerged from the water, the lifeless form of the Ghost Blade floating beside him. Wei grasped the Ghost Blade by the shoulders, pulling him ashore, and turned him over to pat his back, urging him to expel the water. He then checked for a pulse. Rest assured, the blade still breathes, he proclaimed. Amidst the pain, Chen Zhi heard these words and finally exhaled the breath he had been holding. He realized they had successfully returned from the realm of the dead, none of them having lost their life in the process. You two were gone for so long. I was already preparing to burn paper offerings for you next year. Look at you two, covered in soot. Did that female drought deity have her way with you? Why do you look like you've been scorched? Wei chattered. Then noticing the nearby ghost wood, exclaimed in surprise. Well, this wooden stick must be ghost wood. We finally unearthed the tiger's tooth. This time, we can head to the underworld. Just as Wei spoke, a tremor shook the ground from the direction they had come. A crimson glow illuminated the horizon as the colossal female drought deity approached, her thunderous footsteps cracking the earth beneath her. The ground began to shake violently, fissures appearing as the surroundings quaked. Oh no, she's coming after us, Chen Zhi thought in terror, though he could not utter a sound. He fought against the excruciating pain, witnessing the rising flames drawing nearer. A massive female figure, as imposing as Mount Tai, charged forth from the inferno, her presence monumental, akin to Kwa Fu chasing the sun, shaking the heavens and the earth. Wei, seeing the drought deity for the first time, was utterly astonished. Goodness, I wondered how you two could take advantage and run off, leaving such a fiery maiden to chase after you. And look at that, she's not even wearing clothes, how brazen. Though his words were laced with humor, his actions were swift and composed. He quickly hoisted Chen Zhi and the Ghost Blade onto his back, placing them atop the ghost wood, and pushed it into the water. The quality of the ghost wood was remarkably unique, hard and dense, yet buoyant. Wei positioned Chen Zhi and the Ghost Blade to lie face down on it, binding them with ropes to prevent them from falling off, and then propelled the ghost wood toward the opposite bank. Meanwhile, a searing wave of flames began to engulf them from behind. The drought deity loomed large, her arms raised in fury, eyes spilling molten lava. She roared at the heavens, unleashing torrents of flames, igniting the sky and changing the landscape. The goddess, her alabaster figure stark against the flames, radiated a dazzling light, reminiscent of the vibrant murals, truly shining in brilliance akin to the sun itself. Though corpulent, Pang Wei possessed remarkable agility, gliding through the water like an agile loach, deftly propelling Guemu as he swiftly traversed the underground river, bringing Chen Zhi and Gui Dao to the opposite bank. At that moment, the terrifying drought deity had already reached the riverbank, opening her maw to unleash a torrent of searing flames towards them. Pang Wei strained with all his might to pull Chen Zhi and Gui Dao to safety, but time was against them. The inferno was about to breach the underground river and engulf them. Suddenly, the waters of the underground river surged skyward, and the temperature around the banks plummeted, piercingly cold. The rushing waters swiftly froze, transforming into an immense ice wall that held back the encroaching flames. In that instant, the drought deity's colossal form crashed against the ice wall, leaving a massive imprint in its wake. Soon after, a thunderous roar and a cacophony of strikes resonated from across the river. The enraged drought goddess unleashed her fiery wrath, incinerating the enormous stone statue of herself, reducing it to ashes. The transparent ice wall shimmered with the glow of the flames beyond, as the drought deity relentlessly pounded against it, her blows shaking the very earth, causing Chen Zhi and his companions' eardrums to shatter. Yet, despite the passage of time, no matter how fiercely the drought deity struck or roared, She could not break free from behind the ice wall, her fury unabated. This underground river is truly remarkable, Peng Wei exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment at the spectacle before him. I can scarcely fathom what enchantments have fortified this river. It seems even this colossal beast cannot shatter this ice wall. To hold such a formidable drought goddess at bay suggests this river possesses a profound origin. Indeed, in this world, every force encounters its match. Chen Zhi lay on the ground, drenched, equally awestruck by the scene unfolding before him. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary underground river concealed such immense power, the icy torrent capable of forcing the drought goddess to retreat. It seemed that this river was the true seal of the drought deity, who, thousands of years ago, had cast such a formidable binding upon these waters. Chapter 436, The Coffin of the Drought Goddess, Part 5. The sounds from beyond the ice wall persisted. The fiery glow illuminating the sky as the drought deity's strikes cracked the ice, yet it remained steadfast. The ground trembled incessantly, instilling a sense of dread akin to being ensnared in a perilous city. In the hall, the Ba women trapped by Chen Zhi's barrier remained ensnared in the center. Yet amidst the tremors, they neither cried out nor fled. It appeared they had realized that old Lady Zheng had not returned, their eyes fixated on the prostrate Chen Zhi, frozen in contemplation, as if pondering something profound. Chen Zhi had not released their binding. He was now utterly drained, incapable of summoning any further incantations. In a few hours, the seal confining the Ba women would likely dissolve of its own accord. The roar of the drought god behind the ice wall reverberated with a deafening intensity, threatening to shatter one's sanity. During this chaotic period, Peng Wei was exceedingly occupied, dashing up and down the stairwell of the castle thrice. He first carried the ghost blade to the fountain hall above, then descended to bring Chen Zhi up, only to return once more to retrieve Gui Mu. As Chen Zhi lay on the cold stone floor of the fountain hall, the drought god's roars echoed distinctly through the numerous brick walls below, causing the entire dark castle to tremble, at risk of imminent collapse. After a brief respite on the ground, Chen Zhi and the ghost blade remained unresponsive, the latter still unconscious. Peng Wei, previously gravely injured, had staunched his own bleeding with medicinal herbs during the waiting period and was now able to move about normally. He forced a quick-acting pill into the ghost blade's mouth, offering him water as well. Chen Zhi, too, consumed a quick-acting pill, yet this time, the organization's medicine failed to work its usual wonders. His entire body was still engulfed in searing pain. Chen Zhi's injuries were dire. Over 70% of his skin was burned, and his work attire lay in tatters, rendered utterly unusable. The immense agony dulled his senses, leading to hallucinations of the anguished wails of the Ba women, while his muscles slackened, leaving him utterly devoid of strength. His breathing became erratic, and his heart seemed poised to cease its rhythm at any moment. The ghost blade's condition was even more precarious. The reckless sprinting through the dead zone had left his muscles severely damaged. He was now weak, completely unconscious, with significant areas of his skin burned. Fortunately, his work attire had not disintegrated excessively, shielding most of his skin, though the flesh of his left arm had nearly been incinerated, revealing a ghastly sight of exposed bone. The circumstances were exceedingly grim. Both the gravely injured ghost blade and Chen Zhi were incapable of moving under their own power. Peng Wei, nursing his own injuries, realized that he could carry only one person at most, and the thought of bearing both of them was overwhelming. Lying quietly on the ground, Chen Zhi stared at the dark stone slabs above, enduring the torment coursing through his body. Orange, what do you think we should do now? Peng Wei lamented, seated beside Chen Zhi. Even if I risk everything, I can only carry one of you. Both of you are incapacitated, and with just a broken wooden stick, we cannot traverse that black desert. Peng Wei's words jolted Chen Zhi into clarity. He fought to suppress the pain with sheer willpower, striving to think clearly. He understood that beyond the black castle lay an inferno of scorching black sands, a treacherous path, not easily traversed. Yet, he could scarcely muster the strength to move. And the ghost blade situation was urgent. The excruciating burns made him forget the fear of death. As he lay there, he slowly closed his eyes and softly uttered, "You should carry the knife out first. Deliver his drought god ring to Lord Leopard, then return for me." "That is out of the question." Fat Wei immediately expressed his dissent, stating, "I cannot leave you here alone. Who knows how many vengeful spirits lurk in this cursed place? What if they emerge and devour you after I depart?" However, he paused at this point, his face betraying a deep sense of helplessness as he fell silent. Chen Zhi understood in his heart that the vengeful spirits rescued by old lady Zheng were concealed within the very stones of the castle. They were aware of their mother's demise, and perhaps, at this very moment, they were eavesdropping on their conversation from beneath the stone bricks. Their reluctance to emerge stemmed from their fear of Chen Zhi's sorcery. Yet, they would soon realize that Chen Zhi was gravely injured, and the ghost blade possessed no means of resistance. With only Fat Wei left to confront them, they would swiftly overpower him when they discerned his weakness. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to vacate the premises before the spirits grasped the situation. Otherwise, they would perish at the very brink of their escape. As Chen Zhi and Fat Wei wore expressions of despair, a familiar rustling sound echoed from beneath the stones beneath them. This is not a place for lingering. We must depart immediately. Chen Zhi dared not speak aloud, opting instead to convey his message to Fat Wei through lip movements. Fat Wei, perceptive as he was, quickly comprehended the gravity of their predicament upon observing Chen Zhi's gestures. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take drastic measures. He first approached the fountain and retrieved the bodies of several dark warriors, stripping them of their uniforms and draping them over Chen Zhi and the ghost blade. These uniforms were largely intact, and the oxygen masks remained functional, the only shortcoming being the absence of wireless communication. Subsequently, Fat Wei bound Chen Zhi and the ghost blade to a wooden beam with rope, dragging them out like dead weight, painstakingly lifting them step by step over the stairs. Initially, Chen Zhi deemed this method to be foolish, yet astonishingly, Fat Wei managed to pull them up the stairs, the rustling sounds of the spirits trailing closely behind. Chen Zhi continuously expelled faint currents of air to strike the walls, intimidating the spirits, who still recalled their prior entrapment and hesitated to attack. In this manner, Fat Wei, akin to an industrious ant, gradually transported them to the castle's grand entrance. By this point, he was drenched in sweat, his complexion ashen and ghastly. He took several deep breaths of cool air, donned the oxygen mask, and pushed open the castle doors, revealing the familiar expanse of black desert once more. Let us proceed. Fat Wei's expression bore an unprecedented seriousness as he continued. I must forewarn you, Orange, I may collapse halfway, but as long as I draw breath, I will not abandon either of you. If I truly cannot endure, and we three perish in the sands, do not hold it against me when we meet Yama. I swear I have done my utmost. After Fat Wei finished speaking, he took a deep breath, rubbed his hands together, and began to tug forcefully at the rope, straining every muscle as he trudged into the desert. Wait, Chen Zhi suddenly whispered. Fat Wei, try calling on the radio. Have someone come to the desert to assist us. The one who stealthily followed us and might hear our communication. Chapter 437. Another person. Chen Zhi's faint voice echoed. Fat Wei, try calling on the radio. Have someone come to the desert to assist us. The one who stealthily followed us and might hear our communication. Damn, I almost forgot about him. Chen Zhi's words jolted Fat Wei into a state of alarm. Right? How could I have forgotten? There was someone trailing us when we entered. That kid followed the same path as us and stopped at the entrance of the Black Desert. I mentioned that we should deal with him first, otherwise, we would face lingering concerns. And look at us now. The three of us are like lost dogs, reduced to this state, devoid of the strength to confront him. At this moment, we should be evading him, yet you still want to call him on the radio, hoping for his assistance? I foresee that he would only come to deliver our last rites. As Fat Wei spoke, he furrowed his brow, inadvertently intensifying the pressure. He tightly secured the rope around his waist, gazing ahead at the vast expanse of black desert, his expression marred by sorrow. Try calling him on the radio. Chen Zhi softly urged. Since he has traversed the same path as us and possesses the same map, he is likely utilizing the same radio network. Perhaps he can hear our words. Essentially, that person remains one of us. He will come to our aid. Just say that Ghost Blade is gravely injured and on the brink of collapse, urging him to hurry to the desert for assistance. Afterward, I will provide him with an explanation. You seem to know who that person is, Fat Wei remarked, bewildered by Chen Zhi's cryptic words. Yet he lacked the energy to inquire further. He followed Chen Zhi's instructions and called out several times into the radio, but received no response. At that moment, the sound of scuttling emerged from the wall behind them, as the female specters stirred restlessly. Fat Wei could no longer afford to delay. He donned his oxygen mask, gritted his teeth, and glanced at the boundless expanse of the Black Desert, resolutely pulling Chen Zhi and Ghost Blade through the door. For a while thereafter, Fat Wei fell into a profound silence. Chen Zhi, Ghostblade, and the cursed would added up to over 400 pounds. A burden that Fat Wei could scarcely bear even under normal circumstances. Fat Wei did not utter another word, clenching his jaw and exerting every ounce of strength as he trudged through the black desert. He meticulously regulated his breathing, maintaining a steady rhythm and conserving energy, drinking water every hour and resting briefly before continuing his arduous trek. Yet the desert's oppressive heat rendered the moisture consumed almost instantly evaporated. After a day and a night, Fat Wei's strength had been thoroughly exhausted. He persisted in maintaining his pace with unwavering determination, though his breath became increasingly labored, ultimately dwindling to a whisper. The scalding black sand and extensive burns inflicted upon Chen Zhi, dragged along the ground, caused him excruciating pain, leading him to the brink of unconsciousness, especially since his wireless device had been rendered inoperative within the tomb. Thus, prior to their departure, Fat Wei had affixed the Ghostblade's earpiece to Chen Zhi. Throughout their arduous journey, Chen Zhi endeavored to engage Fat Wei in conversation, guiding him to prevent his descent into despair amidst the desolate black sands. Additionally, he persistently called out on the wireless to the individual who had accompanied them, relaying their location and repeatedly stressing the severity of Ghostblade's injuries and Fat Wei's fatigue, urgently imploring for assistance. Yet, the wireless remained obstinately silent. "Do not waste your efforts." Fat Wei's voice crackled weakly over the wireless, his tone hoarse and trembling, betraying his nearing state of dehydration. The water they had drawn from the underground river had been largely consumed within the tomb, leaving only a meager supply in Fat Wei's canteen, which had dwindled further after their shared sips. The desert's furnace-like atmosphere had drained Fat Wei of moisture, and the canteen was now devoid of even a single drop. After several more hours, Fat Wei's pace began to falter. Chen Zhi recognized that Fat Wei had genuinely reached his limits. Previously bitten by the female demon in the underground, Fat Wei had already suffered substantial blood loss, and he had merely been enduring until now. However, the human spirit, too, has its limits. Fat Wei was nearing collapse, yet they had traversed only half of the desert's expanse. In the searing black sand, Chen Zhi was once again overwhelmed by a horrifying sensation of burning, while Ghostblade, bound to the ghostly tree, lay with eyes tightly shut, his visage resembling that of the deceased. Chen Zhi dared not ascertain whether he still drew breath. Amidst the agonizing ordeal of being dragged along, Chen Zhi gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. It was unclear how long he had been unconscious, but upon awakening, he found himself lying in the scorching black sand, with Fat Wei half kneeling before him, his body quivering gently within the sand, a physiological response to the limits of human endurance. Once Fat Wei managed to rise, he attempted to pull them along a few more paces, but ultimately collapsed, unable to move any further. Thus, the three lay in the black desert for an extended period, the passage of time growing increasingly chaotic as the black sand began to envelop their bodies. Just as they were on the verge of being consumed by the desert, a figure emerged slowly from the darkness ahead. The individual was hunched over, clad in identical work attire and oxygen mask, though his uniform appeared pristine and undamaged, with all equipment in impeccable condition. He first approached to assess Fat Wei's condition, pouring water from his supply into Fat Wei's canteen, then checking Ghostblade's pulse. Finally, he stood before Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi lay motionless within the confines of the oxygen mask, his eyes tightly shut. The figure before him withdrew a dagger, hesitating for a prolonged moment before ultimately relinquishing the blade. Instead, he reached for the oxygen tube beneath Chen Zhi's neck, intending to sever the supply of air from the mask. At that instant, Chen Zhi's eyes abruptly fluttered open, calmly fixating on the face of the individual before him, a visage he had anticipated. "I knew it was you." To elude the watchful eyes of the Bao family's associates and descend from the entrance of the cellar, possessing the prowess to ensure the above-ground gourd allowed your passage, and to procure individuals equipped similarly to us, there could only be one person of such esteemed reputation among the Baos, none other than you, Uncle Jean. You have finally arrived to avenge Sanzi, have you not? When you encountered Sanzi's spirit, did he not reveal that the last person he saw before his demise was indeed me? Chapter 438. The secret of Old Jindo. Behind the oxygen mask lay Old Jindo. Despite the glass barrier, the pallor of his face was unmistakable. His hair had turned completely white, deep wrinkles etched into his visage, and his eyes brimmed with despair. His gaze towards Chen Zhi was complex, transcending mere hatred. It was a frigid amalgamation of profound anguish and wrath. After an extended silence, old Jindo finally broke his stillness. Indeed, I have come to kill you. With those words, he slowly pressed the dagger against Chen Zhi's neck, his eyes glinting with a chilling malice in the darkness. You, the master of disguise. Everything you have portrayed is a facade. You have deceived our trust, leading to the demise of so many, and my Sanzi ultimately fell at your hands. The leopard was blinded by your subterfuge, refusing to believe my words even in death. Yet, I understand clearly that you were the one who killed Sanzi. His spirit spoke plainly before me, revealing that he opened the door that fateful day because he sought to rescue you. Did Sanzi's spirit indeed see me appear in the camera? Chen Zhi's voice, though faint, sought clarification from old Jindo. Uncle Jin, from the moment I learned that you had encountered Sanzi's spirit through Qin Yang's sorcery, I recognized that your peculiar demeanor was undoubtedly directed at me. I had longed to confront you, yet you vanished. Sanzi's declaration that he would venture out to save me does not necessarily indicate that he saw my physical form outside. In truth, that statement can be interpreted in myriad ways. Perhaps someone deceived him into believing I was in danger. Or perhaps they employed projection technology to fabricate an image of me in peril outside. However, this does not substantiate that I was indeed outside, nor does it prove that I am the traitor. Impossible, old Jindo interjected coldly, interrupting Chen Zhi. The Bao family is not naive. Sanzi and the others have undergone rigorous training, and he would not easily be misled. Illusion technology would not function within the confines of the warehouse entrance. Sanzi, who admired you most, could only have been deceived into opening the door by you. Uncle Jin, Chen Zhi's voice trembled with excitement. I understand that during this period, you have firmly convinced yourself that I am the traitor. However, if you reflect deeply on our history with the organization, how could I possibly betray it? The very essence of the organization flows through my veins. To betray, it would be to betray myself. You have followed the Bao family for many years, and Master Bao is like a foster father to you. I warned you that the knife was dangerous, yet you still appeared, which signifies your unwavering loyalty to Master Bao. He is a wise man who does not make hasty judgments. Since he trusts me, you should extend that trust to me as well. I am truly not the traitor. We are all devastated by Sanzi's death, but you must not lose your reason. I know you regarded him as your own son. Enough. Lao Jindo suddenly shouted in a frenzy, interrupting Chen Zhi. The one who died is my son, Sanzi, my biological son. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes as he continued. I have spent my life in the underworld, living a perilous existence, constantly aware that my life could end at any moment, and I have made many enemies. When I was young, I had Sanzi, and I took precautions, fearing that vengeful foes would seek him out, so I had my wife take him away to hide. After her death, I feigned adoption to bring him back. I have commanded respect in the Northeast alongside the Bao family. But I never allowed Sanzi to be involved in the core matters of the organization. I only wished for him to live a safe life, to eventually settle down and live peacefully. I never imagined he would die before me. The greatest regret of my life is that I never told my little Sanzi that I am his true father. Lao Jindo then broke into a fit of inconsolable sobs, allowing his tears to flow freely within the confines of his oxygen mask. After a time, he turned his gaze back to Chen Zhi, his eyes filled with a frenzied intent to kill, as he pressed a dagger to Chen Zhi's throat, trembling as he spoke. Do not attempt to justify yourself. You are the one who killed my son. I cannot harm you outside, but the ghost blade is always with you. I have been secretly observing you, wearing the same work uniform to infiltrate this place, feigning an emergency to gain access. The Bao family's associates dare not defy me and allowed me entry. My only intention was to find an opportunity to eliminate you and avenge my son. I have endured numerous missions with you, risking my life to save you. And Sanzi regarded you as a brother, idolizing you. Yet, you showed him no mercy. You are even worse than a beast. After pouring out his grief, Lao Jindo suddenly ceased his cries, pressing the dagger harder against Chen Zhi's oxygen tube, threatening to rupture it. Since you dealt such a cruel hand to Sanzi, I have no obligation to show you mercy. I truly did not, Chen Zhi exclaimed, his blood boiling as he shouted into the radio. I too am searching for Sanzi's killer. When I find him, I will tear him limb from limb. But Uncle Jin, where is your reason? Have you completely lost your mind? Upon reflection, I had long anticipated that Qin Yang would employ the art of divination. Had I truly revealed myself before the three, would I have granted Qin Yang the opportunity to speak? I would assuredly have eliminated her. This matter harbors deeper secrets. If you believe that killing me would allow you to reclaim the dagger, then by all means, proceed with my demise. Yet the true murderer of the three remains concealed, and he might yet turn his wrath upon Lord Bao. In the end, you shall only lead everyone to an obscure fate, and the perpetrator will forever elude you. Do not attempt to charm me with your words. Lao Jindo's eyes are now a crimson hue, seemingly devoid of reason. He grips Chen Zhi's oxygen tube, his hands trembling, as if caught in hesitation. At that moment, an individual rushed towards him from behind. How dare you, you old fool! Lao Jindo, what madness has possessed you? Peng Wei, having regained consciousness unbeknownst to anyone, forcefully tackled Lao Jindo to the ground. Typically strong, capable of besting Lao Jindo tenfold, he may have been weakened. Yet his tackle was formidable, sending Lao Jindo sprawling onto the sandy beach. Instead of rising to continue his assault on Chen Zhi, Lao Jindo lay on the ground, weeping inconsolably. My poor little Sanner, I lamented to his spirit. I am truly his father. He is not a child without a father. Yet he remained dazed, showing no reaction, incessantly murmuring his desire to rescue his dear brother Zhi. Alas, he died without ever knowing. Do not succumb to madness, you old fool. Peng Wei shouted vehemently. You Baos revel in wrongfully accusing others, each of you believing yourself to be Sherlock Holmes? Previously, Lord Bao unjustly accused me of being a traitor, sending me to the south to be beaten, and now you irrationally claim that Chen Zhi is the traitor. You even blackened my phone, erasing all the data within. What have you discovered in the end? Your assertions are nothing but nonsense. Having survived countless life and death situations alongside Chen Zhi, how could I not know who he is? He is a simpleton with an IQ of 187, fiercely loyal, incapable of such treachery. The words of spirits cannot be taken at face value. It is uncertain whether they are mere trickery to instill fear. Let us not waste time here. I am on the verge of collapse. Hurry and devise a plan to extricate us from this predicament. We shall address any issues once we are outside. Chapter 439. Return after a prolonged struggle in the sweltering black desert. Their voices hoarse and water rapidly depleting. Lao Jindo's emotions began to stabilize significantly. Perhaps from the moment he beheld Chen Zhi, he understood that everything he had witnessed prior was not the truth. However, he did not express a restoration of trust towards Chen Zhi, nor did he attempt to assault him again. Instead, he lay sprawled upon the sand, listening to Peng Wei's incessant persuasion. Following these events, Chen Zhi was unaware. The extent of his burns was too severe, and after the recent turmoil, he had utterly lost consciousness, unable to endure any longer. The condition of the ghost blade has grown increasingly dire. His appearance is alarmingly close to that of death. Only a faint pulse remains at his wrist, and his breathing is so weak that it is nearly imperceptible. In his unconscious state, he cannot be given water, and even if he were rescued now, the likelihood of saving his life seems bleak. After consuming the composite fluid provided by old Jindo, Peng Wei replenished some of his strength. He and old Jindo engaged in extensive conversation in the desert, and old Jindo consented to assist Peng Wei in rescuing both Chen Zhi and the ghost blade. Once Peng Wei regained some of his strength, the two devised a plan. Dragging the ghost blade and Chen Zhi through the black sand, as before, would incur too much strain on them. The ghost wood, being cylindrical, created significant friction as it rolled back and forth, had it not been for the protection of their work uniforms. Chen Zhi and the ghost blade would have suffered severe abrasions. After much deliberation, they decided to split the rope into two strands, concentrating their efforts on a single point of the ghost wood. Each took hold of a rope, and, akin to pulling a sled, they began to drag the ghost wood. They then reconfigured the ghost wood, first placing weapons and equipment atop it, followed by binding the ghost blade and Chen Zhi horizontally onto the ghost wood to increase the weight above. Finally, they flattened and secured Chen Zhi's tattered work uniforms beneath the ghost wood. These uniforms, made of metallic fibers with a smooth surface, significantly reduced friction against the sand, allowing the ghost wood to glide effortlessly across the desert, akin to riding on a sled. The journey thereafter became much easier. Within the expanse of the black desert, the ghost blade and Chen Zhi felt as though they were aboard a sand vessel, being towed forward by Peng Wei and old Jindo. With the additional strength provided by old Jindo, Peng Wei found the task less arduous this time. Most importantly, the swift movement of the ghost wood across the sand greatly alleviated their subsequent journey. They continued onward for a considerable distance until they finally reached the edge of the black desert. At the entrance of the sloping corridor, The firearms they had previously discarded lay stacked there, covered by a fine layer of sand placed by old Jindo. Peng Wei secured the weapons onto the ghost wood, and as they ascended, the ground transitioned from sand to stone. Together, Peng Wei and old Jindo struggled to drag the ghost blade and Chen Zhi up the inclined corridor. Upon returning to the stone chamber above, communication through the radio began to function normally. They had re-established contact with the gourd above. Overjoyed to hear of their survival, the gourd nearly wept, and a chorus of cheers erupted over the radio, urging them to ascend quickly. The sounds from the surface invigorated Peng Wei and his companions, and with renewed determination, they navigated through a maze of tree roots, finally reaching the stone path beneath the cellar. The gourd and several comrades had long been prepared at the cellar entrance, ready to hoist Peng Wei and the others up one by one with ropes. When they ascended, a chorus of cheers erupted, akin to a triumphant welcome for heroes returning from battle. This was especially true for the technicians of Professor Liao, who harbored a profound fear that Chen Zhi might perish within, thereby sealing their fate in that realm forever. Witnessing Chen Zhi emerge from the cellar, they erupted in joyous exclamations as if they had reclaimed a precious life. Professor Liao's niece, Liao Tingting, had been in tears for several days. Upon seeing Fat Wei and the others dragging Chen Zhi up, she joyfully embraced Fat Wei, bursting into loud sobs that nearly sent him into a state of panic. As he felt exhilarated beyond measure, Chen Zhi remained in a state of unconsciousness, and Fat Wei and the others desperately endeavored to rouse him, applying cool water to his forehead in hopes of restoring his consciousness just enough to break the surrounding seal. Otherwise, no one would be able to escape. Chen Zhi, in his stupor, regained consciousness several times, only to succumb to unconsciousness once more. During his final attempt, he exerted all his strength to utter the incantation, breaking the fiery curse's seal. In that instant, sunlight flooded in, and the barrier surrounding Zheng Zhi's home was shattered. Hulu's father, accompanied by a throng of onlookers, awaited at the entrance, overwhelmed with emotion as he beheld his son emerge. Later, he recounted that although he recognized this as Zheng Zhi's residence, he had wandered in circles for several days without locating the exit, a sensation that was difficult to articulate, as the fiery curse's confinement was exceedingly potent. Shortly thereafter, an ambulance arrived promptly, transporting the unconscious Chen Zhi and Gui Dao to the local hospital for urgent care. In truth, after the tumult of the past few days, Fat Wei was utterly exhausted, and his wounds were quite severe. Yet, he remained resolute, secretly retrieving the drought god ring from Gui Dao's grasp, clutching it tightly in anticipation of presenting it personally to Lord Leopard. Subsequent events unfolded with relative simplicity. Hulu, alongside his father, undertook the finishing touches in Shandong, addressing the occurrences that transpired in Zheng Zhi's courtyard. Due to the fiery curse's concealment, these events went unnoticed by others. However, the inexplicable disappearance of Zheng Zhi, his mother, and his wife was undeniably peculiar, necessitating some semblance of a fade. It was later reported that Hulu and his father devised a plan involving a local cement processing plant, commissioning the creation of an exceptionally thick cement slab infused with steel reinforcements. This slab, possessing formidable thickness and strength, would withstand even the might of a dinosaur attempting to breach it from below. They utilized this cement slab to seal the entrance of the cellar. Following Lord Leopard's directives, they organized the delivery of a large hide inscribed with densely packed incantations, crafted in blood by the organization's grand sorcerers and divine shamans, intended to restrain the subterranean female specters. This intricately inscribed hide was embedded within the cement slab, sealing the entrance to the cellar, thereby rendering it exceedingly difficult for the specters below to emerge. After several days in the local hospital, both Chen Zhi and Gui Dao were in critical condition, with the recovery efforts proving less than satisfactory for Gui Dao, who remained in a perilous state. Subsequently, the organization discreetly arranged for their transport back to the inner sanctum for treatment. Upon returning to the organization, under the collaboration of the elite medical personnel and sorcery within, Chen Zhi swiftly emerged from the perilous phase. During his comatose state, he often glimpsed the faces of the shaman and Zheng, who came to visit him. Yet he never encountered Lord Leopard. Throughout this period, Zheng frequently remained by his side, intermittently speaking to him during his semi-conscious moments. While some of her words were unclear, he managed to grasp a few significant ones. In Chapter 440, The Return of the Heroes, Zheng informed Chen Zhi that Fat Wei had handed over the Drought God Ring to the organization, which was now deployed in the barrier. The fire attribute of the Drought God was indeed formidable, and the entire barrier had temporarily stabilized. According to the Grand Sorcerer's calculations, the barrier could sustain itself for at least another 3 months. The aberrant phenomena occurring in the outside world had subsided entirely. Chen Zhi's efforts in bringing back the Drought God Ring to stabilize the barrier had become well known within the organization, silencing the previous doubts cast upon him. He was now regarded as a benefactor of the organization. However, urgent and exceptional circumstances had arisen outside, stemming from the instability of the human barrier, which had led to unusual changes that incited considerable panic within society. Lord Leopard had taken a team to address these issues. Though it was reported that the affected area was not extensive, yet the mutations were exceedingly severe. After recuperating for over half a month in the western King city, Chen Zhi had fully regained consciousness, yet the burns on his body remained challenging to heal. Even with the application of the most advanced medical technologies and sorcery, only the burns could be treated. His skin was covered with blood scabs, leaving deep scars. During this period, Chen Zhi endured significant suffering to heal these scalds. The flames that had burned him were not mere ordinary ionic energy flames. The fire emitted by the Drought God was complex, with temperatures hundreds of times higher than regular flames and infused with numerous radioactive elements. In treating the burns, these radioactive elements posed considerable difficulties. To eliminate them, Chen Zhi had to endure extensive sorcery treatments, which inflicted immense burning pain upon his body. After half a month, most of the radioactive elements had been entirely stripped away, though some remnants remained within him. Once Chen Zhi was able to walk independently, he was taken to the outer precinct of the library pavilion. Since no one could traverse the boundary of the pavilion, they had to wait for Chen Zhi's body to recover sufficiently for him to enter on his own. As Chen Zhi stepped into the barrier of the library pavilion, he saw the little Qi Yunzi waiting for him at the entrance, leaning against the door as usual. Upon seeing the weary Chen Zhi return, Qi Yunzi's face flushed with excitement, his eyes wide and nearly brimming with tears. However, upon catching sight of Chen Zhi's scarred visage, he restrained his emotions. With the assistance of Qi Yunzi, Chen Zhi entered the grand hall of the library and immersed his body in the healing waters. He immediately felt the profound restorative powers of the water. The energy within him began to rejuvenate rapidly, and his wounds gradually started to heal. Previously, Chen Zhi had suffered severe burns all over his body, resembling a grotesque figure of charred flesh, with his face marred by extensive burn scars, leading him to believe that his appearance was irrevocably disfigured. However, the miraculous properties of the healing waters began to soften his skin, allowing the scabs to shed and his flesh to mend. As some of the tainted blood was expelled, his skin gradually renewed itself, returning to its former state. Yet, the temperature of the water continued to rise, resembling boiling water as it bubbled incessantly. The remnants of radioactive elements clinging to Chen Zhi dissipated, causing the entire healing pool to feel as if it were at a rolling boil. Thus, he remained immersed in the waters for many days, without once leaving the library. Whenever there was a need, warriors would appear at the barrier outside the library. Yet this period was remarkably tranquil, akin to a brief calm before a storm. Qianzi was elated by Chen Zhi's extended stay in the library, frequently showcasing games on his mobile device and presenting intriguing ancient tales to amuse him. After more than half a month, Chen Zhi had fully recovered. Upon his departure from the library, his first destination was the grand ancestral hall of the Zheng clan to observe the human barrier. As he ascended to the rooftop, he beheld a dazzling light emanating from the pinnacle of the stone tower. All the shamans knelt outside to welcome him. Upon entering, Chen Zhi's gaze was immediately drawn to the glimmering drought deity ring resting upon the stone slab of the barrier. The ruby embedded in the ring shone with a blood-red hue, appearing to melt into a pool of crimson liquid, replacing the previous fiery spirit stone and radiating vibrant flames. The surrounding fire attribute auxiliary spirit stones activated under the influence of the ring, restoring stability to the barrier. The stone platform for the spirit stones ceased its trembling, and amidst the brilliance at the tower's apex, the cracks on the infant form created by the barrier had completely vanished, returning to its normal state as it continued to slumber in the light. The Grand Shaman Naya informed Chen Zhi that the ruby contained immense fire attributes, which were infused into the gem by the aura of its previous owner. This indicated the extraordinary power that the original possessor of the ring must have wielded. However, the ruby was not a spirit stone and could not generate energy on its own. Thus, its fire attributes would soon be depleted. After precise calculations, the Grand Shaman concluded that, excluding the days Chen Zhi had spent healing, the drought deity gem could sustain itself for 3 months and 7 days, which meant the barrier could endure for an additional 97 days. Therefore, within this time frame, Chen Zhi must locate a large fire spirit stone, or the barrier would inevitably collapse. After conversing with the great sorceress Naya, Chen Zhi recalled the black cat that his mother had left him. This black cat, sealed by a fierce curse, remained enshrined atop the altar of the Grand Temple. Chen Zhi instructed the shaman to retrieve the cat, attempting to unravel the seal that bound it. However, he soon realized that he had underestimated the complexity of the enchantment. The black cat was ensnared in a series of interlocking curses, resembling a formidable iron lock, indicating his mother's remarkable mastery of the arcane arts and her profound regard for the creature. As Chen Zhi meticulously peeled away the layers of the curse, he discovered that the gaseous chains binding the cat numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Merely unlocking these chains would require an extensive period, approximately 90 days. Consequently, Chen Zhi decided to return the black cat to its elevated perch, allowing it to gradually be freed from its bindings. He resolved to revisit it after the 90 days, hoping that if he returned, it would signify that he had found the fire spirit stone. A sudden jingling of bells heralded the arrival of Zheng at the entrance of the Grand Temple, accompanied by 2 warriors clad in red sashes. Chen Zhi stepped outside, marking his second encounter with these foreign warriors, whose demeanor had transformed from arrogance to deference. Upon his approach, they knelt respectfully, addressing him with utmost reverence. "We report to the clan leader that the chief has commanded us to escort you to the royal court, where important matters await discussion." Chapter 441. Beneath the throne. Following the red-sashed warriors to the royal court, Chen Zhi noted their profound respect towards him. They maintained a respectful distance, never daring to walk alongside him, but trailing behind instead. In their conversations, they referred to him as the clan leader, their tone imbued with directness and confidence, revealing a newfound admiration vastly different from their previous arrogance. Chen Zhi understood that their recent acquisition of the drought god's ring had swiftly established his authority within the organization. Though the barrier's stability was temporary, the pervasive sense of panic had dissipated. The people now harbored a belief that their new leader would guide them to the fire spirit stone, alleviating their concerns about the barrier's safety. Throughout the journey, Zheng remained closely positioned beside Chen Zhi, her soft hair brushing against his arm like freshly spun silk. She informed him that the situation regarding Gui Dao was dire. His internal injuries were severe. Renowned among the red-sashed warriors for his speed, Gui Dao's extraordinary swiftness could not be sustained indefinitely. In the Black Desert, he had run for 2 hours to save Chen Zhi, resulting in the complete exhaustion of his tendons. Additionally, his left arm suffered grave burns, having largely destroyed most of the fatty tissue. Upon the return of Gui Dao to the organization, the shaman and medical staff have exerted their utmost efforts. As of now, the perilous period has just passed, and his life has been preserved. However, Gui Dao remains in a state of unconsciousness. In the ensuing days, the organization must assign a new great warrior to Chen Zhi, as troublesome matters loom outside, which Lord Bao is urgently addressing, necessitating Chen Zhi's support. As Chen Zhi listened to Zheng's words, he advanced steadily, feeling an inexplicable sense that the roads within the West Qi royal city no longer appeared as narrow and dark as before. They had become considerably more navigable, and everything around him felt strangely familiar, instilling a sense of safety. They soon entered the royal hall, and as Chen Zhi approached the smoke-shrouded throne, the aged chieftain was already seated. He remained with one leg crossed, leaning back upon the throne, gazing at Chen Zhi through the shadows. Beneath the chieftain's throne stood Zheng, clad in armor, holding a long black blade with an air of proud dignity. Upon sighting Chen Zhi, Zheng's eyes flickered momentarily, then he knelt on one knee, solemnly paying his respects. The 3 crimson-belted warriors positioned themselves on either side of the throne, while the chieftain remained silent, enveloping the hall in a profound stillness, devoid of any sound for an extended duration. "You have saved us." This was the first utterance from the aged chieftain amidst the darkness. After a prolonged silence, he continued, "Indeed, you are a descendant of the Zheng clan. You have not disappointed me. We believed that this time, human life had reached its end. Perhaps, for me, this may be a blessing. I am weary. Well, your distant uncle has gone ahead. He was always luckier than I. For us, death is a form of liberation. The chieftain's voice resonated powerfully, and after a brief pause, he elaborated, "You have salvaged our barrier, granting us precious time. You have saved many lives. Yet, humanity remains oblivious to your deeds, continuing to dwell in foolishness and greed. Like fish ensnared in a net, human existence is fleeting, yet they commit various transgressions daily, failing to express gratitude for your efforts, even unaware of your existence. Do you care?" As the elder on the throne slowly articulated these words, the piercing question left Chen Zhi momentarily speechless. "I understand the significance of the barrier," he finally replied. "I will safeguard it at all costs. That is sufficient. As you have said, human life is too ephemeral. Some matters do not require knowledge, and knowing them bears no significance. Regarding humanity's transgressions, each individual is different. Humans are not divine, and some will inevitably stray. Yet, it bears little consequence." "Incorrect," the elder on the throne rasped, correcting him. "What constitutes sin? Both mortals and deities are capable of transgression. Deities have never claimed to be innocent. It is humanity that has overly glorified the divine. At times, do not be too unfeeling. You too share the bloodline of humanity, and must learn to forgive the sins of others, for others are essentially reflections of ourselves. One person is guilty, and thus all are guilty. One person is devoid of compassion, and consequently all are devoid of compassion. This phrase is one you must remember." At this moment, Chen Zhi felt a sense of perplexity regarding the leader's words, finding them somewhat enigmatic, uncertain of what intentions the elder harbored. Just then, he heard the elderly figure on the throne continue, "Jiangqing, have you ever pondered why, thousands of years ago, during the Zhou dynasty's era of feudal fragmentation, your ancestor Jiangxia, revered as a divine figure, chose to serve beneath the human monarch, thus safeguarding the Zhou lineage?" Chen Zhi was momentarily taken aback by this awkward topic. He could not fathom what had prompted the old leader to utter such peculiar remarks today. Although Chen Zhi held little interest in politics, he nonetheless grasped the intricate relationship between a sovereign and their loyal subjects. Regardless of the high status held by a minister, it could never eclipse that of the monarch. Even the head of the Zheng clan was ultimately subordinate to the commands of the Ji clan's elder leader. This matter, it seemed, was both profound and sensitive. Perhaps it was because at that time, King Wen of Zhou, Ji Chong, was indeed a wise ruler worthy of support. Legends spoke of King Wen, and as Chen Zhi politely recounted tales of the Zhou royal family, he glanced at the elder on the throne, suddenly struck by the thought that this old man seemed adept at concealing himself in shadows, his position so shrouded in darkness that it appeared to shun the light. "Ha ha! A wise monarch." The leader suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, his voice resonating within the court for a considerable time before he continued, "Do not listen to those meaningless myths. You have been blinded by humanity's deceptions for far too long. To my knowledge, King Wen Jichong was merely a martial man, and King Wu, GFA, was but a mere child. Jiang Zia, on the other hand, never submitted to anyone. He was devoted solely to his own convictions." As the elder spoke, he leaned slightly forward, and Chen Zhi caught a glimpse of the elder's eyes flickering in the darkness, a piercing deep amber hue that sent a shiver down his spine. "Chen Zhi, remember this. You are a descendant of the Zhang clan, and that will never change. Your ancestor, Jiang Shang, chose to pledge allegiance to the Ji royal family thousands of years ago. From that moment, he relinquished the pride of divinity and became a servant of humanity. Therefore, under any circumstance, the Zhang bloodline must obey the commands of the Ji royal family. Never defy me, otherwise your lineage will meet its end. I hope you engrave this in your heart." In a special segment regarding Shasha's character, I noticed many readers expressed their aversion towards her and struggled to understand Chen Zhi's actions at that time. Allow me to clarify the hidden narrative within Shasha's scene. It's certainly not as simple as it appears. To put it succinctly, it was a clever ruse, orchestrated by Lord Bao. As previously mentioned, the Hidden World Pavilion is rife with surveillance. How could Lord Bao remain oblivious to Shasha's attempt to seduce Chen Zhi in order to probe for the spirit stones? He is not blind, after all. The original plan was for Shasha to seduce Chen Zhi, exchanging her body for intelligence regarding the spirit stones. At that time, both Leopard and Old Jindo were aware of this scheme. After deliberation, Chen Zhi and Leopard resolved to turn the tables and draw Xia closer. Leveraging the peculiar relationship between Chen Zhi and Xia to extract information about Bing Si in the dark department from her. Otherwise, this information would remain unspoken by anyone else. Even if Bing Si were captured and interrogated, he would not divulge anything. It was certain that Xiao Tsunger was not someone to be handled lightly. The only vulnerability surrounding Bing Si was this woman. I must clarify that Xia is not a prostitute, but rather a fallen star seeking fame. Such women are inherently not astute. They long for support and are thus easily swayed by genuine emotion, falling into traps. As for Chen Zhi's feelings toward Xia, consider that he was quite young at the time, inevitably harboring some affections for the first woman he became intimate with, though it was not a profound love. During this period, Chen Zhi manipulated Xia, who genuinely believed in him, sacrificing her life for him without ever realizing she had been deceived. One can only imagine Chen Zhi's inner turmoil. He felt a deep sense of guilt toward Xia, regarding Xia's courage to sacrifice herself for Chen Zhi. Many such women appear disordered on the surface, but this does not imply intelligence. They are often moved by true feelings. Many seemingly innocent women are quite cunning and do not easily invest their emotions, illustrating the complexities of human nature. Through Xia's character and narrative, Chen Zhi subsequently faced no qualms about taking lives, which lends authenticity to his character. To begin as invincible, indiscriminately killing at will, would render him foolish. Yet my protagonist is not a fool, and my readers would not accept a fool. Thus concludes the explanation. Chapter 442, Beneath the Throne, Part 2, Leader. Are you concerned that I might usurp the throne? Upon hearing the leader's sharp words from the throne, Chen Zhi felt a twinge of discomfort, even amusement. He furrowed his brow and replied, I have no interest in the throne of Shiqi. Times have changed. My life lies in the world beyond. The elder on the throne retorted in a voice of piercing clarity, resonating with an almost celestial authority. We, the Ji clan, are merely brutes, unworthy of the throne. So there is nothing to usurp. The kings of humanity rise and fall through succession. Once loyal subjects become usurpers, and usurpers ascend as new rulers, demanding loyalty from their subjects. Humanity, through the ages, oscillates between betrayal and trust and betrayal. This is the most ordinary of occurrences. Life is fleeting. We must engage in something intriguing. However, if one day you abandon this place, it may not be for power. You might have something more precious that compels you to leave. At that moment, will you betray us? Are you willing to swear an oath? Chen Zhi listened to the leader's words, feeling somewhat enveloped in a haze of confusion. After a prolonged silence, he calmly declared, I shall never betray the organization. For the preservation of the barrier is of utmost importance. This is my conviction, not that of Jiang Zia, but my own. Upon finishing his statement, Chen Zhi knelt on one knee, resembling the warriors of old. Today, I vow here that I, Chen Zhi, shall safeguard the barrier under all circumstances, and I will never betray the royal family of Shiqi. Very well, the elder on the throne responded approvingly. I summoned you merely for a casual conversation. Do not take it too seriously. A great many events have unfolded outside lately, resulting in numerous deaths, and some have altered their hearts. Desire can drive humanity to madness. This reminds me of the chaotic times of the Five Nations, when we faced a similar crisis. Many from your Zheng family perished, yet you managed to restore order. Your Zheng family has always been a benefactor to humanity, though regrettably, humanity often fails to express gratitude. As the leader spoke, he coughed gently twice, his voice betraying the rasp of age. Pinger is currently addressing those matters outside. This child has faced many hardships over the years, yet his strength is limited. You must assist him. Ji Ling is gravely injured, and Ji Ying will take his place to protect you. She will heed all your commands and convey my directives. You can trust her completely. Remember your promise, and never betray me. Yes, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. This conversation left Chen Zhi with an inexplicable weight on his shoulders, and he hastily exited the royal court, bidding farewell to the leader as Ji Ying followed him out. Through their recent interactions, Chen Zhi had come to understand Ji Ying to some extent. Her inner self differed from her outward demeanor. She appeared less formidable, often exhibiting a softness that rendered her a figure of contradiction. Ji Ying spoke little, unlike other women who relished self-expression, nor did she flaunt her strength like other warriors. Instead, she preferred to listen, demonstrating great deference towards Chen Zhi and the leader. Yet, there was an unsettling aura about her that instilled a shiver from deep within. a sensation that Chen Zhi remained oblivious to. Once outside, Zheng informed Chen Zhi that he needed to visit the infirmary for a treatment of ointment. Though the burns on his body had mostly healed, from a physician's perspective, the priority now was to restore his bodily functions. As the toll from several missions had not been trivial, neglecting this could lead to his incapacitation in years to come. Each day, Chen Zhi was required to apply a particular green ointment, a concoction of seaweed and various herbs. This ointment was imbued with numerous spells, as shamans would chant lengthy incantations over it daily before spitting their saliva into the mixture, thereby transmitting their magic into it. This left Chen Zhi feeling quite repulsed by the green ointment. Nevertheless, he diligently applied it to himself each day, and today marked the final application. Within the walls of the Western Qi royal city, there existed a peculiar ambience, suffused with the essence of death that had lingered for millennia. The architecture itself bore witness to this, with numerous areas serving as the ruins where ancient corpses lay buried, untouched by any form of cleansing, rendering it akin to a desolate city. However, the facilities within the royal palace were remarkably comprehensive. Even some electrical devices typically found outdoors were present here, alongside medical personnel who seemed to belong to the outside world. The medical room within the palace was entirely modernized, boasting operating rooms and treatment areas equipped with the finest international apparatus. The sheets in the wards were pristine, and some walls even featured touch screens. Every provision was cutting edge, approaching a standard of unparalleled luxury. Yet, Chen Zhi seldom witnessed anyone receiving treatment in the medical room. He typically observed only a few doctors clad in white gowns and masked faces who communicated with one another scarcely, moving with an air of caution that led Chen Zhi to suspect they had been coerced into service by some organization. To this day, he remained reliant on the old lantern boy to navigate, for the vastness of the royal city rendered it a labyrinth from which escape seemed impossible. Wherever he ventured, he had to follow the lantern boy, should the day come when the old lantern boy abandoned him in some corner. Chen Zhi would surely lose his way in this dark realm. Chen Zhi and Zheng followed the old lantern boy toward the medical room. The lantern boy appeared tireless, ever polite, and floated ahead, guiding their path. They soon arrived at the medical room, where two doctors in white gowns awaited, their masks in place. Holding the canister of foul-smelling green ointment for Chen Zhi, he removed his coat and sat upon the bed, his body swathed in layers of bandages, anticipating the moment when the doctors would remove them and apply the noxious ointment. "Please leave. Let me take care of this," Zheng instructed softly, taking the green ointment from the doctor's hands. In the Western Qi royal city, the status of a great warrior was second only to that of the leader and chieftain, and none dared defy the commands of a red-banded warrior. The two doctors exchanged glances before exiting the room and closing the door. Chapter 443. The barbarization of humanity. Zheng approached Chen Zhi with the canister of green ointment, methodically peeling away the layers of bandages from his body and gently applying the ointment to his bare upper half. Chen Zhi found himself at a loss for words at Zheng's unexpected actions. Her hands were delicate yet steady, spreading the ointment evenly. Her silk-like hair cascaded down onto his upper body, brushing against his skin, igniting an unexplainable thrill within him. "Chieftain, I must share something with you." Zheng's tone remained succinct, yet her voice softened considerably. "The ghostly wood you brought back has been sent for processing. The timber is exceedingly hard, making it somewhat challenging to polish. However, with the design blueprints firmly in our possession and their clarity evident, the processing has proceeded remarkably smoothly. It is anticipated that the ferry for the departed will soon be hastily constructed for you." "Ah, very well." Chen Zhiwei closed his eyes, feeling Zheng's silken strands gliding across his shoulder, and softly responded, listening as Zheng continued. "However, during this time, there have been certain occurrences in Jilin. Mr. Bao went to address them last month, and we must also hasten there. What has transpired?" Chen Zhi inquired, lifting his gaze to Zheng's exquisite visage. "It is a situation of aberration caused by instability in the barrier," Zheng replied, her eyes gently lowering as she continued. "In fact, since last month, we have discovered that in some remote mountain villages within Jilin province, certain individuals have undergone mutations, becoming bloodthirsty, akin to beasts. They have savagely killed and devoured many around them, resembling the zombies often depicted in human tales. Are they similar to those zombies frequently portrayed in Western television? Do they turn others into zombies after biting them?" Chen Zhi furrowed his brow, taken aback by the nature of these so-called mutations. He had often indulged in thrilling and horrifying films like Resident Evil, finding the scenarios both exhilarating and at times ludicrous. But he had never imagined that such creatures could manifest in the real world. Not entirely the same, Zheng said softly while applying ointment to Chen Zhi's wounds, meticulously wrapping bandages around him. Some humans have exhibited bestial traits, developing a ravenous craving for human entrails. Initially, they began to lose recognition of those around them, but later, they became exceedingly bloodthirsty, preying upon those nearby, including their own parents and children. They frantically devour human innards, with most having lost their sanity, though a small fraction retains some semblance of reason. This phenomenon predominantly occurs in the remote mountain villages of Jilin, possibly due to geographical factors. These beastly mutants display extreme ferocity, and by the time we discovered them, the land was strewn with corpses. Mr. Bao has been managing the situation for quite some time, and many of the mutations in the villages have been contained. However, the situation in the mountain villages around Changbai Mountain remains dire. Many locals have already vanished, and we have deployed substantial manpower to secure the surrounding areas. Yet, Mr. Bao lost contact half a month ago. Mr. Bao is missing? Why did you not inform me sooner? Chen Zhi exclaimed, his voice rising. It was indeed as he had suspected. Amidst these seemingly tranquil days, the world outside was tumultuous. The royal city of Shichi concealed some upheaval, merely withheld from him. He had never anticipated that even Mr. Bao, a wise and formidable figure, could suddenly disappear under such circumstances. We have been searching for him as well. The leader, fearing it may impede your recovery, has strictly forbidden disclosing this news to you. To be candid, Mr. Bao is under our tracking spell. He will not vanish from it unless he has perished. He has now been missing for half a month, which serves as evidence of his fate. I hope, esteemed clan leader, that you can brace yourself mentally. It is possible that Mr. Bao is no longer among the living. What? Chen Zhi sprang to his feet upon hearing these words, his eyes fixed intently on Zheng as he inquired excitedly. Can you confirm this? Yes, Zheng replied, unwavering in her gaze, gently nodding her head. I urge you to confront this matter with reason, to temper your emotions. There are still many significant responsibilities awaiting your attention. After all, weakness is not a trait that belongs to those of our ilk. Chen Zhi sank back onto the bed, his mind buzzing. Yet he immediately strove to regain control over his emotions. At that moment, Zheng continued, the current state of the organization is exceedingly unstable. Each day brings with it considerable peril. The overall strength of the organization consists of the warriors of the Ji clan and the shamans of the Zheng clan. These two factions form the backbone of our establishment. However, the abilities of the Zheng shamans lie predominantly in sorcery, while the martial prowess rests with the warriors of the Ji royal lineage. The martial strength of the Ji royal family comprises the red belt warriors along with numerous blue and white belt warriors. The organization maintains strict discipline. With a robust system of punishment, no warrior would leave without explicit orders. Yet, just a few days prior, a significant number of blue and white belt warriors suddenly vanished without a trace. The reasons for their disappearance remain unclear, and there are no leads to pursue. This has never occurred in the history of our organization. The severity of the situation remains uncertain, but the leader's circumstances are precarious. We are at a critical juncture, as the barrier faces imminent collapse, and all hope now rests upon you. I implore you to swiftly locate the Fire Spirit Stone and prevent the organization from crumbling. Should the organization truly fall, this world, along with all of us, would be cast into hell, and humanity might be doomed to mutate into something unrecognizable. After Zheng finished speaking, she settled down beside Chen Zhi, resting her head gently upon his shoulder, seeking solace like an ordinary woman. Her hands grasped his arm. Trembling slightly, Chen Zhi understood that Zheng was genuinely terrified. She simply lacked the understanding of this emotion and would not shed tears. Were there any signs before the warriors disappeared? Did they vanish within the confines of the western Qi royal city? Were any bodies discovered? Chen Zhi continued to question Zheng beside him. I do not know, Zheng replied, leaning against Chen Zhi's shoulder, her gaze vacant. These warriors vanished suddenly within the royal city, and it was a collective disappearance. The specifics elude me. There are matters we, given our station, cannot inquire into. Our duty is to obey orders, to follow the commands of the leader and yourself. However, the situation in Jilin is rather dire. It may take a considerable amount of time for him to recover. Currently, only 4 red belt warriors and a handful of lower-tier warriors remain within the royal city. rendering it almost desolate. If I were to leave now, and an attack were to occur, my father might perish. Chapter 444. The crisis of the organization. As Zheng spoke, her hands suddenly gripped Chen Zhi's arm tightly. She continued, "The organization is presently in a state of emptiness. We face the threat of annihilation daily. The dark faction may soon reveal itself. And I cannot abandon my father at this critical juncture. Yet, my father, the leader, has still commanded me to escort you to Jiqing. His orders are to ensure your safety at all costs. He trusts you and believes you will undoubtedly locate the Fire Spirit Stone. For this, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life. For my father, the barrier is of utmost importance, more so than anything else in this world. He has never feared death. And thus, I do not fear either. Is it certain that the dark faction will attack the organization at this time? Are there any signs of their true intentions?" Upon hearing Zheng's words, Chen Zhi suddenly felt a weight on his shoulders. He now comprehended the significance of the leader's earlier peculiar behavior. The organization's situation had deteriorated to such an extent. Perhaps not. Yet, the dark faction will not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. "It is said that their newly trained warriors are formidable," she replied, uncertainty lingering in her voice. Zheng paused momentarily, then fell silent. Her body draped over Chen Zhi's shoulder like a lifeless fish, emitting a heavy aura of despair. "Let us not dwell on this. Since you are accompanying me to Jiqing, where zombies currently roam, are you not afraid?" Chen Zhi attempted to break the somber atmosphere, deliberately changing the subject with a smile. He. Zheng's expression shifted from worry to a smile. "You can completely trust me. I can protect you on the battlefield. I am somewhat different from the Ghost Blade." After that, Zheng ceased her discourse, and they sat together for a long while, with Zheng leaning on Chen Zhi's shoulder, enveloped in a melancholic anxiety, yet she refrained from shedding tears. When Chen Zhi and Zheng departed from the organization, the guide, Lang Tu, remained stationed at the entrance of the tunnel. The moment they exited the tunnel, Chen Zhi immediately sensed a distinct shift in the atmosphere at the entrance. Outside the tunnel lay a courtyard surrounded by mountains, perpetually shrouded in darkness. The courtyard was now filled with people dressed in black coats, armed with weapons. Most were warriors of the organization, while others were guides like Lang Tu, some familiar to Chen Zhi. Within the courtyard stood 2 rows of high-altitude artillery, and numerous snipers were positioned around the tunnel and courtyard, with some concealed in the shadows, all in a heightened state of alert. Before stepping into the blackouty, Chen Zhi quietly inquired of Lang Tu whether there had been any unusual occurrences at the organization's entrance lately. Lang Tu appeared somewhat different from before, though he remained courteous. His complexion was notably poor. He informed Chen Zhi that the current entrance was strictly off-limits to anyone, heavily fortified with armed guards, and its location was rather intricate, not easily discernible. However, should anyone indeed manage to locate this place and attempt to infiltrate the western Jiqing city, it would not be a simple endeavor. Unless all the armed personnel at the entrance were to perish, even if only one remained, they would fight until their last breath. As Lang Tu concluded his words, he audaciously grasped Chen Zhi's hand, his touch cool, yet he smiled and assured Chen Zhi that they all believed the new leader would help them navigate through this crisis. Thus they harbored no concerns. Once Chen Zhi boarded the vehicle, a heavy weight settled in his heart, akin to a stone pressing down upon him. As the car moved, he glanced back at Lang Tu, who stood watching him until his figure gradually melded into the encroaching darkness. Chen Zhi felt an unsettling distance growing between him and these people, a peculiar sensation. Nonetheless, the matters concerning the western Jiqing city were not his immediate concern. His priority was to hasten to Ji City to address the subsequent affairs related to Lord Bao. Once the Ming Zhou was crafted, they would swiftly venture into the underworld in search of the Fire Spirit Stone. At that juncture, all problems would be resolved with ease. Upon returning to the city after departing from the organization, Chen Zhi did not first return home. Instead, he proceeded directly to the secluded pavilion. He had previously established contact with Qin Yiyang, and since Lord Bao's departure to Ji City, the Bao family had been under the governance of Lao Jindo and Qin Yiyang. Following his recovery from injuries, Peng Wei had also been residing at the secluded pavilion, awaiting Chen Zhi's return to strategize their subsequent actions together. The vehicle soon arrived at the secluded pavilion, and from the moment Chen Zhi and Zheng stepped inside, he sensed that he was the bearer of grim tidings. Qin Yiyang and Lao Jindo were completely unaware of Lord Bao's current predicament, yet they had not been able to reach him for some time. The organization had never maintained direct contact with them, and during this period, both Qin Yiyang and Lao Jindo had developed a foreboding sense of unease. Upon seeing Chen Zhi enter, they immediately inquired about Lord Bao's condition. At this critical moment, Chen Zhi found no necessity to conceal the unfortunate news any longer. For many urgent matters demanded immediate attention, leaving no time for them to mourn. To prevent panic from spreading among the Bao family, the news of Lord Bao's disappearance must not be divulged. Chen Zhi instructed Zheng to guard the entrance while he summoned Qin Yiyang, Lao Jindo, and Pang Wei into the dimly lit chamber. He then candidly revealed the situation regarding Lord Bao's disappearance and openly discussed the matter of the locator, informing them that Lord Bao was likely no longer among the living. Upon hearing this news, Qin Yiyang immediately succumbed to her emotions, breaking into tears, prompting Pang Wei to comfort her, which led to a state of disarray in the room. In contrast, Lao Jindo exhibited a far more composed demeanor after a prolonged silence. His brow furrowed with concern and his eyes slightly reddened, yet he refrained from any overly agitated response, choosing instead to listen attentively to Chen Zhi's subsequent plans. Given the urgency of the situation, they had little time for extensive planning or preparation of equipment. They must hasten to Jiqing tomorrow morning to undertake a perilous operation aimed at controlling the local mutation situation. However, the organization is currently lacking in personnel. Aside from Zheng, no additional support can be allocated to Chen Zhi. When Lord Bao departed for Jiqing, he took with him all the blue ribbon warriors and personnel from the Bao family headquarters, leaving the headquarters with no manpower. Given the current circumstances, should reinforcements be required from the northeastern regions, it would necessitate old Jindo stepping in for Lord Bao, which would quickly reveal his absence, leading to dire consequences from such upheaval. As Chen Zhi furrowed his brow in worry, old Jindo exhibited the composure and sagacity expected of him. Despite some prior misunderstandings with Chen Zhi and unresolved matters regarding Sanzi, he refrained from mentioning these issues at this critical juncture and instead endeavored to strategize for Chen Zhi. He proposed an idea. Although Lord Bao was absent, the Bao family's influence in the northeast remained intact, and there were still allies in Jiqing. One such ally was Ning Bin, the son-in-law of the Tang family, who had allied with them during the Chao family's rebellion. Chapter 445. The Tang family. Several years ago, Ning Bin became a member of the Tang family and is now its head. Despite his typically unassuming demeanor, the Tang family's power should not be underestimated. As their business spans across northeastern China, with Jiqing hosting the region's largest breeding origin, the Tang family, originally from Jiqing, had long operated in the Changbai mountain area, dealing in various mountain goods, a venture that yielded modest profits. However, Ning Bin proved to be a man of great intellect. Upon taking over the Tang family business, he demonstrated remarkable acumen in commerce. The Changbai mountain region has historically been known for its abundant local specialties, such as ginseng, ganoderma, and deer antlers, which have consistently been in high demand nationwide. Yet, due to limitations in transportation and sales, the mountain goods business had merely been a laborious endeavor, yielding little profit despite the hard work throughout the year. In this changing world, with evolving market dynamics, Ning Bin transcended the traditional reliance on natural resources. He monopolized the deer antler breeding factories around Changbai Mountain, developed extensive ginseng and ganoderma cultivation bases, and standardized the mountain products. Subsequently, he packaged these local specialties into branded products, establishing franchise stores across the country. Thus, these traditional mountain goods swiftly transformed into a complete industrial chain, encompassing breeding to marketing, thriving in the national market, and even penetrating international territories. The economic benefits derived from this industrial chain were astounding. The Tang family rapidly amassed significant wealth, establishing numerous processing factories near Changbai Mountain, with hundreds of thousands of villagers joining the Tang brand to engage in the cultivation of local specialties, which were then uniformly marketed by the Tang family, culminating in a vast industrial scale. In the northeastern region, it is widely acknowledged that the area surrounding Changbai Mountain in Jiqing is predominantly the domain of the Tang family. The Tang family has ascended to become the second wealthiest family in the northeast, trailing only the Bao family. The relationship between the Tang and Bao families has always been amicable. During the purging of the Chao family's rebellion, the Tang family staunchly supported the Bao family, who subsequently provided numerous benefits to Ning Bin. Currently, the Bao family is in a precarious situation, lacking the leadership of the Bao patriarch. making it challenging to assemble a capable team. In such a moment of crisis, seeking assistance from the Tang family in Zhiqing may present the most prudent option. Old Jin Do's suggestion proved invaluable, perfectly addressing Chen Zhi's pressing dilemma. Chen Zhi promptly decided to send old Jin Do to contact Ning Bin of the Tang family. Having spent many years in the Northeast working on behalf of the Bao family, old Jin Do commands considerable respect, ensuring that many matters are likely to proceed smoothly with his involvement. At that moment, old Jin Do placed a call to Ning Bin in a discreet chamber. Upon receiving the call, Ning Bin responded with utmost courtesy, immediately agreeing to old Jin Do's request. He extended an invitation for Chen Zhi and his companions to come to Zhiqing, promising to manage all transportation, accommodations, and exert every effort to leverage his network to assist Chen Zhi. However, when old Jin Do mentioned the need to borrow an armed force, Ning Bin exhibited hesitation. Chen Zhi understood that individuals like Ning Bin would not easily acquiesce to the lending of armed forces. This matter was too sensitive to be finalized without a face-to-face meeting. Under the guidance of Pang Wei, Qin Yang eventually ceased her weeping. Essentially a resilient individual, Qin Yang recognized that her current predicament was not the direst. She had not lost all hope and continued to yearn for the possibility of finding the Bao patriarch in the mountainous villages of Zhiqing, even if it were merely his remains. After deliberating on all matters, Chen Zhi summoned Ji Ying to introduce her to everyone, subsequently asking Qin Yang to arrange a room for Ji Ying and procure some ordinary attire for her. Otherwise, a warrior maiden adorned as Ji Ying would undoubtedly attract excessive attention. They resolved to embark on their journey the following morning. Just before their departure, after much contemplation, Chen Zhi ultimately decided to return home to visit his father. As he made his way back, the night had fully descended, enveloping the entire neighborhood in silence. Upon arriving at the Destiny Hall, he observed that both floors were already shrouded in darkness. Just as he was about to enter, his phone rang. It was his father calling. "Hello, Dad. I'm downstairs and will be right in." Chen Zhi responded before proceeding towards the entrance. "Don't come in. I've seen you." His father's voice on the other end was notably hoarse. Chen Zhi glanced up to find his father standing on the second-floor balcony, his frail frame appearing even more hunched, as if he had aged considerably. With the phone pressed to his ear, his father gazed down at him. "Where are you off to this time? Is it far?" His father's voice trembled slightly, revealing an unmistakable hint of sorrow. "Oh, it's nothing serious. Just a business trip to Zhiqing, merely a minor matter." The proximity of Zhiqing was a comfort, as Chen Zhi's father remarked in a somewhat hoarse voice. "I have already retired for the night. There is no need for you to rise. Go about your business, but do take care and remember to return early. I will be waiting for you at home." After concluding the call, Chen Zhi's father did not retreat to his bedroom. Instead, he remained on the balcony, gazing down at his son. Chen Zhi felt a pang of sorrow, as his father had suggested. Perhaps it was indeed better not to meet. After enduring a tumultuous period, Chen Zhi had shed over 20 pounds, and his recovery from a significant injury had left him looking pallid and unwell. The thought of his father's reaction to his gaunt appearance weighed heavily on him, leading him to believe that a degree of distance between them was preferable. Ultimately, he departed from the fateful hall in silence. As his car exited the community, he was acutely aware that his father was still watching from the balcony, likely facing another sleepless night. Upon returning to the villa, the others had already retreated upstairs to rest, leaving only Pang Wei in the hall awaiting him. Pang Wei conveyed the conclusion of their discussions. Qin Yang would remain in the city to maintain the situation, while Lao Jindo would accompany them to Zhiqing. Lao Jindo had numerous old connections in Zhiqing and was unwilling to give up on locating the missing Bao Yi, hoping to find him in the remote mountains. Chen Zhi nodded in agreement, and after exchanging a few more words with Pang Wei, they parted ways for the night, unaware of the dire circumstances that awaited them in Zhiqing. Chapter 446. The journey to Zhiqing. The following morning, everyone awoke early. Chen Zhi had not slept well the previous night. With Bao Ye's departure, the secluded hall felt rather empty. Gui Dao was absent, and the new members of the Bao household appeared unfamiliar. Qin Yang had risen early, preparing transportation to the airport. Although Zhiqing was not far, the urgency of their schedule necessitated travel via the Bao family's private plane. The weapons and equipment they planned to use were already well established. But given that their primary adversaries were humans, they included a substantial quantity of ordinary ammunition alongside their usual stone bullets, in addition to their customary long knives and handguns. Each of them carried a submachine gun, securely packed in gun bags, which were discreetly transported to Zheng. Lao Jindo, a meticulous individual, had begun preparations for valuable gifts the previous evening, understanding that their visit to Zheng was one of supplication, and it was prudent to present an abundance of offerings. It was rumored that Ningbin's wife was the only daughter of the Tang family, known for her forthright nature and possessing a somewhat heroic spirit, commanding respect from Linbin. Consequently, Lao Jindo tasked his associates with selecting exquisite jewelry and cosmetics favored by women, intending to present these gifts to Ningbin's wife upon their meeting. Zheng descended from upstairs, adorned in the attire gifted to her by Qin Yang. As she descended the staircase, she captivated those present. The simple bright green dress, though ordinary in its selection, transformed into a strikingly beautiful sight when worn by Zheng. Zheng does not wear makeup, yet her lips are as crimson as freshly spilled blood, perfectly complementing her striking green dress. Fat Wei had long been captivated by Zheng's beauty, harboring suspicions about her connection to Chen Zhi. And now he is attempting to communicate his thoughts to Chen Zhi through furtive glances. Once everyone had prepared their equipment, they hastily consumed breakfast and boarded the vehicle outside, setting off towards the airport. Throughout the journey, Fat Wei made several attempts to engage Zheng in conversation, but she merely smiled in silence, remaining composed. Upon their arrival at the airport, the group swiftly boarded the plane with their weapons in tow. Qin Yang pulled Chen Zhi aside, producing a folded yellow paper from his pocket. He whispered to Chen Zhi, "This is the positioning talisman I drew last night. The organization's talisman lacks its sensitivity. This one is entirely inscribed with the blood of Lord Leopard, making it exceptionally responsive. Should Lord Leopard appear within 5 kilometers of this talisman, it will immediately emit light. Keep this talisman on you. It may prove useful. I still refuse to believe that Lord Leopard is dead. He is not one to be easily vanquished. You are my eyes, and I trust that you will aid me in finding him." Chen Zhi gazed up at Qin Yang, accepting the talisman and tucking it into his pocket. He continued, "You must confront reality more. The organization has clearly informed me that the hope of Lord Leopard's survival is exceedingly slim. Even if this talisman reacts, what I find may merely be. Even if you find his body, I must see it with my own eyes." Qin Yang bit his lip, looking at Chen Zhi with unwavering determination. "All right, rest assured." Chen Zhi nodded reluctantly, offering a few words of comfort before bidding farewell to Qin Yang and boarding the plane. The atmosphere during the flight was heavy, as Lord Leopard's fate remained uncertain, and both the organization and the Bao family were at their weakest. Everyone's spirits were low, particularly for old Jindo, for whom Lord Leopard was akin to a son. The two most significant figures in his life had vanished, leaving his emotional support in ruins. He was enduring this turmoil with extraordinary resilience. In light of this, Fat Wei refrained from jesting, occasionally attempting to speak with Zheng. Zheng remained seated beside Chen Zhi, exuding a gentle calmness devoid of hostility, resembling an enchanting movie star. Oblivious to the fact that she was known as the Red Belt Warrior, the female king of hell. Throughout the flight, conversation was sparse, and they sat in silence as the plane soared ahead, soon arriving in Zheng. As the aircraft descended over the renowned scenic area of Changbai Mountain, Chen Zhi peered out the window. Below lay the majestic snow-capped mountains, winding like a soaring dragon, an awe-inspiring sight. The Changbai Mountain scenic area is situated in the southeastern part of Zheng, adjacent to North Korea, covering an area of 5,242 square kilometers and recognized as a national-level tourist destination. Due to the myriad of white pumice stones and accumulated snow adorning the summit of Changbai Mountain, it perpetually presents a scene of pristine whiteness, thus earning its name. Renowned for its millennia of snow and age-old pines, it is celebrated as the loftiest peak in the realm. Changbai Mountain is also recognized as the birthplace of the Manchu people and held sacred during the Qing dynasty. However, it is, in fact, a dormant volcano, and its unique geographical structure and seasonal variations have bestowed upon it a breathtakingly enchanting landscape. Changbai Mountain is truly a treasure trove, abundant in resources, and home to a diverse array of flora and fauna, including the endangered northeast tiger, the golden leopard, and the spotted deer, alongside precious traditional Chinese herbs such as ginseng and rock ginseng. This abundance has led the villagers in the vicinity to dwell in harmony with the mountain, subsisting on its bounties since time immemorial. Changbai Mountain also boasts a world-renowned tourist attraction, drawing throngs of visitors each year, creating a vibrant atmosphere. According to organizational intelligence, the area surrounding Changbai Mountain is where mutations occur most frequently, particularly in the small villages nestled deep within the mountains. However, since the disappearance of Lord Leopard, news from that region has ceased, leaving the extent of the mutations unknown. As Pang Wei gazed out the airplane window at Changbai Mountain, a sense of loss enveloped him. He stared gloomily below for an extended period, unresponsive even to Lao Jindo's calls. Chen Zhi understood that Pang Wei's heart had long been burdened by the absence of his brother within Changbai Mountain. Upon disembarking at the airport near Changbai Mountain, they noticed a multitude of vehicles awaiting them outside. There stood the bespectacled Ning Bin, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon spotting them, he rushed over with youthful exuberance. His southern dialect heavy yet filled with warmth as he clasped Lao Jindo and Chen Zhi's hands, exclaiming, "Ah, Jingyi, brother Chen Zhi, what a delight to have you set foot in my Ji city. This is indeed a moment of celestial fortune. Welcome, welcome." Chapter 447, Journey to Ji City, Part 2. Ningbin epitomized the quintessential southern businessman, as slippery as a loach. Throughout the journey from the airport to Changbai Mountain, his chatter flowed ceaselessly, akin to a machine gun. A veritable cacophony that left Chen Zhi's mind buzzing like a swarm of flies. Although Ning Bin had meticulously arranged accommodations for Chen Zhi and the others, his attention shifted upon discovering Ji Ying's presence, necessitating the inclusion of various arrangements for the women, which he managed with great care. Yet, throughout the journey, despite Ning Bin's incessant chatter, he skillfully avoided steering the conversation towards Lord Leopard, leaving his true intentions shrouded in mystery. Ning Bin's family owned a collection of vibrantly colored BMWs, resembling a festive wedding procession, and their vehicles smoothly traversed into the mountainous region of Changbai. Ning Bin's residence was situated in a quaint town not far from the Changbai mountain range. Although the town was small, it boasted well-developed facilities due to the influence of the Tang family, who had constructed an impressive four-story villa. The villa was adorned with a grand fountain in front, and the expansive yard seamlessly connected to the rear mountain, exuding an air of grandeur. The headquarters of the Tang family is located here, where Ning Bin and his wife have resided for years, along with numerous associates of the Tang family. When Chen Zhi and his companions entered the villa, Ning Bin's wife was out attending to some matters and did not greet them. Only a few associates awaited them inside, and the place was immaculate, adorned with an abundance of flowers, clearly arranged to welcome Chen Zhi and his entourage. As they stepped into the grand hall, adorned with colorful marble, the decor exuded a distinctly European opulence, contrasting sharply with the austere elegance of the secluded pavilion. Here, lavish embellishments and feminine touches were prevalent. The floor-to-ceiling curtains, in shades of pink and gilded gold, draped elegantly, while the walls were adorned with overly sweet and kitschy oil paintings that could raise one's blood sugar at a glance. Various hues of marble formed the walls, glimmering like gemstones, indicating a substantial expense. In some corners, there were even life-sized, solid gold statues of male celebrities, glaringly ostentatious, embodying a vulgarity that was almost unbearable. Everything was excessively luxurious, reminiscent of a nouveau riche abode, and indeed, one could sense the influence of a female nouveau riche. "Oh, Boss Ning, it seems you are quite well off here. Earning a mere 100 million must be just a small goal for you, right?" The garish style of the house even made Fat Wei feel a bit overwhelmed. After a brief tour of the hall, he began to jest with Ning Bin. "Oh dear, forgive my humble abode. Brother Fat Wei, do not mock me. My home resembles a grocery store, and all these trinkets are purchases made by my wife. As for me, in your northeastern dialect, I am the quintessential tracheitis, and it is quite embarrassing to admit. I have no say in household matters. I am utterly powerless." Ning Bin laughed self-deprecatingly, ushering everyone into the dining room, where the Tang family had already prepared lunch. As they sat around the table, it was evident that Ning Bin was considerate. Having just disembarked from a flight, everyone was parched and weary, and he had opted for light, simple fare rather than greasy dishes, making the meal surprisingly enjoyable. "Everyone must have endured quite a journey," Ning Bin said with a warm smile. "Since you've just arrived, please have a little to eat. We will host a grand banquet tonight. I've arranged for a whole deer to be roasted outside, along with various local delicacies. I've even had 2 cases of famous raw grape wine from Changbai Mountain brought in. That wine is produced at our own winery and is not available for sale. It is reserved for state banquets. Tonight, we shall indulge to our heart's content." He chuckled, adjusting his glasses as he jovially discussed plans for the evening's festivities. However, Lao Jindo lacked appetite. After a couple of spoonfuls of thin porridge, he set down his chopsticks and addressed Ning Bin directly. Brother Ning, I shall be straightforward. I have come with a request. Tonight, we have no intention of revelry. The Bao family is currently facing some difficulties, and we find ourselves compelled to seek assistance. We need to venture into the mountains and require your support in providing us with some armed resources. Why the rush, coming all this way? Master Jean, you are always too hasty. At your age, it is essential to save her life. Ning Bin's words swiftly interrupted Lao Jindo, steering the conversation in another direction. Upon arriving in Jilin, esteemed guests of the Tang family, despite our relatively modest presence in northeast China, I implore you not to mock us. Though our family may be small, we are indeed well equipped. Within the Tang household, anything that exists in the heavens above or crawls upon the earth or swims through the waters is within our reach. Even the authentic Western cuisine enjoyed by the President of the United States and his wife can be replicated here without a hint of compromise. This afternoon, I shall first escort you to our Tang family factory for a tour to witness our modern processing facilities and online sales. Times have changed. We, the Tang family, are no longer the subject of ridicule. Ning Bin spoke with an unceasing flow of enthusiasm, evidently eager to divert attention from the topic Lao Jindo had broached. Chen Zhi glanced at Lao Jindo and subtly shook his head, signaling him to refrain from further mention of it. Thus, the group indeed followed Ning Bin to explore their processing plant. To speak candidly, Ning Bin's business acumen is truly impressive. Traditionally, deer antler processing was merely a rural farming endeavor, yet under his stewardship, it has been elevated to the international stage. The Tang family's breeding grounds for sika deer are astonishingly expansive, with sales and breeding personnel working within the same office building. Regardless of geographic location, any order can be fulfilled based on specific requirements, be it a certain quantity of venison from a particular age group, even accompanied by photographs. Here, images can be taken and sent directly to the United States, followed by precise harvesting and shipping according to demand. Such tangible services are remarkably competitive in the market, yielding considerable sales figures. As Pang Wei and Chen Zhi accompanied Ning Bin along the foot of Changbai Mountain, Pang Wei exhibited little interest in the Tang family processing plant. His gaze fixed upon the mountain's interior. They discerned something peculiar about this majestic range. For reasons unknown, it seemed eerily tranquil, devoid of bird life, an unsettling atmosphere enveloping them. Encircling the mountain's base were multiple layers of electric fencing, thick with thorny brambles, charged with high-voltage electricity, as if to ward off some unseen threat descending from the heights. Chapter 448, Journey to Jiqing, Part 4. As evening descended, Ning Bin's household indeed prepared a grand banquet, the table laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Neon lights were strung from the trees in the courtyard, with a large grill at the center, roasting a whole deer, alongside rabbit and pangolin, the aroma wafting enticingly. Ning Bin summoned some of the Tang family's longtime associates, along with eloquent friends adept at socializing and toasting, and enlisted a local folk band to perform in the courtyard. The atmosphere became lively, with guests entering and exiting, the sounds of music and revelry resounding throughout the Tang estate. By the time Chen Zhi and the others took their seats, the table was already brimming with guests. Ning Bin commenced a round of toasts, warmly encouraging the serving of steaming roasted meats, displaying an abundance of hospitality. The original raw grape wine produced by the Tang family winery indeed lives up to its reputation. This exquisite beverage boasts a uniquely sweet and refreshing taste, distinct from ordinary wines, with a pure and delightful flavor that does not lead to intoxication. Upon consumption, one experiences a sensation akin to that of pristine mountain spring water. During the banquet, Ning Bin engaged in lively conversation, revealing himself as a person deeply devoted to the Tang family. He took great pride in the achievements he had made during his years with them. His discourse was filled with tales of the Tang family's glory and the flourishing state of their business. Through his words, it was evident that Ning Bin was a remarkable individual, possessing depths of thought that surpassed those of ordinary people. He was exceptionally astute, articulate, and talented, embodying the qualities of a true scholar without being jaded. His insights into politics and economics reflected a blend of shrewdness and integrity, coupled with an admirable audacity that marked him as a rare talent. In contrast, Lao Jindo was visibly troubled due to matters concerning Lord Leopard, remaining reticent during the gathering. Out of respect for Chen Zhi's request, he refrained from discussing military mobilization with Ning Bin at the table. However, Peng Wei, known for his love of conviviality, was animated by the festivities, engaging enthusiastically in drinking games with Ning Bin's associates and playfully teasing Ning Bin. After several rounds of drinks, a gentle intoxication enveloped the guests, prompting Peng Wei, emboldened by the wine, to jest with Ning Bin, saying, "Well, Boss Ning, since I'm older, I shall call you Ning little brother. What an honor. Can you refrain from incessantly mentioning the Tang family? Your surname is Ning. Why must we, as gentlemen, constantly refer to your wife as family name? I see your business acumen is exceptional, rivaling that of certain renowned figures. Henceforth, the Tang family should adopt your surname, becoming the Northeast Ning family." Unexpectedly, Peng Wei's offhand jest left Ning Bin in a state of alarm. He quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Please, don't say such things. Brother, I implore you, do not utter this in front of my wife, or you may invoke her wrath, and I would be powerless to protect you. It could also lead to my own misfortune tonight. By the heavens, look at you cowering." Peng Wei scoffed at Ning Bin's apparent cowardice, refusing to relent. "Is your wife a fierce sea demon? How could she frighten you so? Moreover, you are a straightforward man. Why let a woman govern you in such a manner? With your talent, you are a dragon among men. Why fear an old lady? Where is your wife? Let me speak a word on your behalf." With a resigned sigh, Ning Bin rose to pour wine for Peng Wei, admitting, "I do not fear your ridicule, brother. You have not seen my wife. She is no ordinary woman. Although she possesses a kind heart, her temper is formidable. I must confess, whenever I see her, my legs begin to tremble. When she raises her voice, I feel as if my very soul could vanish." His words elicited a hearty laughter from the table. Even Lao Jindo shook his head with a faint smile. Ning Bin's remark struck a chord with Peng Wei's masculine pride, prompting him to bellow in response. "Where's my brother Ning's wife? Where could she possibly be? I mentioned that we traveled quite a distance, yet she hasn't come out to greet us. If she doesn't show up tonight, after our dinner, we brothers shall venture to the nearby spa, seeking some young and beautiful ladies to lift Ning's spirits and restore his vigor. By heavens, I refuse to believe that a grown man could be so intimidated by a woman." Alas, when Fat Wei shouted, Ning Bin was genuinely startled, his pale, sharp face on the brink of tears. He immediately clasped his hands over Fat Wei's mouth, pleading, "Brother, keep your voice down. You might just be the end of me. If my wife hears, I'm finished. I have a feeling she might be returning." Ning Bin's exaggerated demeanor was reminiscent of someone fearing an apparition, which sent the entire table into uproarious laughter, some even shedding tears from mirth. At that moment, a thunderous sound of footsteps echoed, shaking the very ground. As the courtyard of Ning Bin's home resonated with noise, people began to scatter swiftly, as if a colossal creature were approaching. Chen Zhi felt a jolt of alarm, instantly recalling the tightly secured fences down the hill. Could those mutated beings be attacking so soon? He pondered, noticing the Tang family servant, who seemed to sense the impending event, quickly placing down his cup and retreating. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound and finally beheld its origin. Parting the crowd was an extraordinarily corpulent woman, towering and weighing at least 200 pounds. Her face was heavily adorned with makeup, her hair meticulously piled high with an array of accessories. The potent scent of her perfume could be detected from miles away. She was draped in a tight, shocking pink mini-skirt, an appearance that transcended mere vulgarity and bordered on the grotesque. Standing amidst the crowd, she bellowed with her lips painted in vivid red, "Ning Bin, you wretched man, are you courting death? You didn't even inform me of the esteemed guests from the Bao family, leaving me to discover it so late. Is this the courtesy expected from our Tang family? Who was it that said you were heading to the spa tonight to find girls? Have you grown tired of living?" After her vehement outburst, she marched directly toward Ning Bin, the ground trembling beneath her weight. The disparity between her colossal frame and Ning Bin's slender figure was akin to that of a mighty titan confronting a diminutive monkey. "No, no, dear wife." Ning Bin, nearly bereft of his wits, trembled like a leaf, flailing his arms in futile explanation. "I truly tried calling you, but your phone has been off. Otherwise, how could I have dared to make such a decision? You know me well. Not even a glance at another woman. I wouldn't even dare look at a female dog. To me, you are the most beautiful in this world. With you around, I wouldn't have the courage to pursue anyone else." Ning Bin's earlier bravado had evaporated, leaving him stuttering and incoherent. The woman, disregarding any explanations, seized Ning Bin by the ear and bellowed at him. Incompetent. Did you not think to send someone to find me when the phone was unreachable? The Bao family has long been allies of the Tang family. How dare you commence the banquet in my absence? Your audacity knows no bounds. Just wait until tonight to see how I deal with you. Now step aside. After her outburst, she forcefully pushed Ning Bin aside and confidently took her seat at the center of the table. Ning Bin stood next to her, resembling a subservient wife, not daring to utter a word. The once boisterous Pang Wei, who had earlier vowed to restore Ning Bin's lost confidence, now shrank back, retreating to the background. The individuals at the table, including Chen Zhi, were left astonished and speechless. At that moment, Ning Bin's wife, Tang Mei Li, nodded at everyone and proclaimed, "Apologies, gentlemen. I am Tang Mei Li, the eldest daughter of the Tang family." Chapter 449, The Journey to Jiqing, Part 5. Tang Mei Li's presence was undeniably commanding. As she settled into her seat, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The Tang family's associates, including Ning Bin, were rendered speechless and dared not breathe. Having previously encountered members of the Bao family, Mei Li recognized the elder Jin Jiao, who was seated nearby. She smiled, dabbed the sweat from her ample face with a handkerchief, and addressed him warmly. "Uncle Jin, it's truly delightful to see you. Why didn't you give me a call when you traveled all this way to Julan? After my father's passing, I've distanced myself from external affairs of the Tang family, but I recognize my father's old friends. My little Ben has been rather reckless in his dealings. I hope he hasn't caused you any trouble. Are you satisfied with the arrangements he made for you tonight?" "Absolutely. Ning Bin is quite the hospitable host." Uncle Jin responded courteously, presenting a prepared gift for Tang Mei Li while continuing to extol her virtues. "Oh my, Mei Li, the last time I saw you, you were just a little girl. How many years have passed? I scarcely recognized how beautifully you've blossomed. Uncle Jin, you always tease me. Do you still see me as a child?" Tang Mei Li, flattered by Uncle Jin's compliments, beamed with a radiant smile. "Women change significantly as they mature. I've actually toned down my makeup. But my little Ben is always boasting about my beauty. In truth, I'm just an ordinary girl, appearing a tad more innocent." Pang Wei nearly choked on his laughter at her words, glancing at the others who were stifling their amusement, none daring to speak. He quickly swallowed his mirth, feeling deflated, resembling a punctured balloon. The bravado he had displayed in defending Ning Bin had vanished, and he sat in silence beside Chen Zhi, utterly defeated. "By the way, Uncle Jin, who are these gentlemen?" Tang Mei Li soon noticed Chen Zhi and the subdued Pang Wei, as well as the striking Ji Ying nestled in the corner. "Ah, they are all from the Bao family. This is Chen Zhi, and that is Pang Wei." Uncle Jin introduced them to Tang Mei Li. Tang Mei Li was exceedingly courteous to Chen Zhi and the others. After raising a toast to everyone, she exchanged a few casual remarks. But her laughter echoed alone in the courtyard while the others remained utterly silent, with Ning Bin even too timid to make a sound. During their conversation, Chen Zhi noticed that this young lady from the Tang family was completely unconcerned with the family's business affairs. After reminiscing with old Jindo, she engaged in light banter for a while before announcing her intention to ascend to her room for a facial mask. Before departing, Tang Mei Li instructed Ning Bin to graciously host the members of the Bao family, assuring old Jindo that the Tang and Bao families shared a long-standing friendship. She encouraged them to voice any requests, promising that the Tang family would do their utmost to accommodate them, displaying an air of generosity. Old Jindo gifted Tang Mei Li several exquisite pearl necklaces, which she adored, and she had someone take these treasures to her room for a trial fitting. With the reverence befitting a royal send-off, Ning Bin escorted his wife away before cautiously taking his seat once more. He waved his hand to signal the Tang family's servants, who returned to their places, and the music resumed, filling the air with laughter and chatter once again. "My goodness, Ning Bin, my dear brother, your life is not easy," exclaimed Pang Wei as he emerged from the shadows to sit beside Ning Bin, patting his shoulder with a sympathetic demeanor. Sighing deeply, Ning Bin raised a glass to his lips, his expression one of profound woe. "Ah, brother Pang Wei, you have no idea of the tribulations I have endured these past years. My wife is quite the handful. One wrong move and I receive a resounding slap. If things go awry tonight, I might well face a severe reprimand. When will this torment end? I suppose I must just endure day by day." Ning Bin, already slender, now appeared pitifully akin to a meek wife as he lamented to Pang Wei for an extended period. The two exchanged cups, consuming copious amounts of alcohol. their conversation a murmur of indistinct words. As the banquet progressed past midnight, the night had deepened, and the mountain winds, already harsh, grew chillier. The band had long since departed, and the Tang family's servants, inebriated, had scattered in various directions, leaving the courtyard gradually quiet. At this moment, only Ning Bin and a few others remained at the table, while Pang Wei, having indulged a bit too much, leaned on Ning Bin's shoulder, engaging in drunken camaraderie and insisting on taking him to a bathhouse. Noticing that the crowd had thinned, Chen Zhi dispatched the remaining guests, assigning Zheng to guard the entrance, before joining old Jindo to sit beside Ning Bin. Leaning in, Chen Zhi spoke softly, "Brother Bin, due to the pressing nature of our situation, let us get straight to the point. We have come to seek your assistance in gathering troops. We are in dire straits, and your help is indispensable." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Ning Bin rubbed his reddened eyes, as if awakening from a stupor. He shed his drunken demeanor, now alertly surveying the surroundings before glancing at Chen Zhi and the others. After a prolonged silence, he addressed old Jindo, saying, "Master Jin, I have always prided myself on my discernment. You are not one to act impulsively, yet your visit to Jilin surely lacks the authorization of Lord Bao, does it not? The Bao family has always boasted formidable strength. Why would they seek assistance from the Tang family? Furthermore, where is Lord Bao? Why did he not personally come to Jilin for such a significant matter of borrowing troops? Not even a phone call. Could it be that something has happened to the Bao family? What is the current situation with them? You must provide me with some concrete information." Upon hearing Ning Bin's words, Lao Jindo first glanced at Chen Zhi, then awkwardly chuckled. "Lord Bao has been rather occupied lately, thus he has gone missing." Chen Zhi interrupted Lao Jindo, directly addressing Ning Bin. "Since you were able to establish high-voltage electric fences at the foot of Changbai Mountain, it indicates that you are aware of the events transpiring within. You have consistently avoided discussing this matter throughout the day, diverting the conversation whenever it arises. Yet you have extended us warm hospitality. If I am not mistaken, you suspect that one among us might leak information, correct? I can assure you with confidence that we are all trustworthy. Our purpose in seeking your assistance with troops is to venture into Changbai Mountain and address those troubles. Lord Bao's fate remains uncertain. He has been missing for half a month." "I know." Ning Bin pushed up his small glasses, fixing a sharp gaze upon Chen Zhi. "Lord Bao visited me not long ago." "What?" Lao Jindo was taken aback by Ning Bin's revelation and immediately inquired. "You said you met with the leopard recently? When precisely was this?" "He has been missing for over half a month now. Despite our efforts to contact him through various means, we have been unable to reach him. We suspected he had encountered trouble in the mountains." Lao Jindo hesitated at this point, uncertain whether to continue. "I am aware of what transpired in the mountains," Ning Bin calmly stated, lighting a cigarette. "In fact, I was the first to discover the existence of mutated humans within Changbai Mountain." After uttering this statement, Ning Bin leaned back in his chair and recounted the recent occurrences within Changbai Mountain. It begins with a family secret of the Tang clan. For generations, the Tang family has thrived by exploiting the resources of the mountains, engaging in the trade of mountain goods, frequently interacting with the villagers to collect and distribute produce. This has also included some clandestine transactions. Changbai Mountain is renowned for its abundant ginseng. However, the quality of ginseng varies significantly. The price fluctuates dramatically based on age, particularly for those over 1,000 years, which are exceedingly rare. There are even tales suggesting that such ancient ginseng have become sentient beings, dwelling deep within the mountains, inaccessible to mere mortals. Yet, at the heart of Changbai Mountain lies an extraordinarily enigmatic village, which has maintained secretive trade relations with the Tang family. This village carries an air of mystery. Ning Bin has never seen it, only knowing that its inhabitants, men, women, and children, are all ginseng gatherers residing in the depths of Changbai Mountain, hidden from the world. It is said that they can scale mountains and traverse through bitter cold and snow, searching for ginseng that has matured over the years. And these prized ginseng are highly valuable, regarded as the finest among ginseng. The villagers of this hamlet seldom engage with the outside world. Their connection to the Tang family steeped in a time-worn legend passed down through generations. This tale recounts how an ancestor of the Tang family, whose name has long been forgotten, practiced as a barefoot doctor at the foot of Changbai Mountain during a tumultuous period of strife in the Central Plains. When widespread famine afflicted the land, the mountain folk thrived due to the abundance of wild game. The young ancestor, known affectionately as Tang Lao Zu, roamed the hills, treating the villagers in exchange for provisions. One stormy night, a woman clad in vibrant silk appeared at Tang Laozu's door, cradling a sickly infant. Upon entering, she implored him to save her child. As he examined the little one, Tang Laozu recognized the unmistakable signs of typhoid fever, a condition deemed incurable in ancient times. He candidly informed the woman that the child was beyond salvation. Overcome with grief, she revealed that the infant was her illegitimate child, scorned by her family. If the child's fate was sealed, she could not bear to return home with the lifeless body. She beseeched Tang Laozu to bury the child instead. Leaving behind a gold bracelet as payment for the burial, she departed, vanishing into the night before Tang Laozu could catch up. Turning back to the infant, who was barely a month old and racked with convulsions, Tang Laozu felt a surge of compassion. He decided to care for the child, nurturing him without regard for the passage of time. Thus began a journey where Tang Laozu traveled far and wide, practicing medicine with the child in tow. The kind-hearted villagers, moved by the child's plight, often offered milk and soup, while Tang Laozu scoured ancient texts and foraged for herbs to concoct remedies. To his astonishment, under Tang Laozu's diligent care, the child began to recover, eventually regaining his health. Overjoyed, the doctor, who had known only hardship and remained unmarried throughout his life, named the child Zheng, raising him as his own and dreaming of a tranquil life together. However, as Zheng grew to 3 or 4 years of age, Tang Laozu noticed peculiar behavior. The child would often venture into the mountains, despite his guardian's admonitions. It seemed as though some unseen force beckoned him. One day, Zheng returned from the hills with a massive ginseng root, aged over 500 years and exceedingly valuable, a rarity even among seasoned foragers. Tang Laozu was struck by fear and sought the counsel of a diviner to discern the cause of the child's strange inclinations and the mysterious pull of the mountains. A mystic once revealed to the venerable Tang that the origins of Changbai Mountain run deep, dating back to the primordial era of creation. Within its confines dwell numerous deities, who have persistently lured the boy, Zheng, into the mountain's embrace. If left unchecked, it was foretold that he would inevitably be drawn into the mountain and never return. To prevent such a fate, Tang was instructed to twist a red cord, keep it close to his heart for 49 days, and then stain it with his own blood before tying it atop Zheng's head. Thereafter, Zheng would no longer yearn to venture into the mountain. In compliance with the guidance, Tang fashioned a 3-foot-long cord, dyed a vibrant crimson with his lifeblood, and secured it to Zheng's little braid. Upon the adornment of the red thread, Zheng erupted into tears, thrashing desperately. However, after some time, he gradually abandoned his desire to enter the mountain. Thus, life continued peacefully until Zheng reached the age of 15. That year, Tang arranged a marriage for Zheng with a bride from a neighboring village, anticipating her arrival come spring. Before the wedding festivities commenced, Tang summoned Zheng and presented him with a golden bracelet, a keepsake from his late mother, disclosing the truth of his lineage. To Tang's astonishment, upon sighting the bracelet, Zheng became exceedingly agitated, weeping uncontrollably before dashing into the mountain, evading Tang's grasp. Despite Tang's relentless search within the mountain, Zheng was nowhere to be found, leaving him heartbroken, believing he had lost his son of over a decade. 6 months passed in sorrow, until one fateful night, Tang was abruptly awakened from slumber by a gentle shake. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Zheng standing before him, the red thread now removed from his head. Kneeling, Zheng bowed deeply and spoke through tears, "Father, you have bestowed upon me immense grace. I was destined to support you in your old age, yet I am not of this place. I must return, for I have found my birth mother. Henceforth, I shall live with her and my bride in the mountains, to flourish and propagate our lineage. I am unable to repay your kindness, but my descendants shall forever honor your lineage, offering the finest treasures from the mountain. Your life has been dedicated to healing and benevolence. Your blessings have now arrived. After my departure, I implore you to take a wife, and in due time, you shall be blessed with a son, ensuring the prosperity of your family for generations." With that, Zheng bowed once more and departed. Tang rushed to stop him, but found Zheng's movements too swift to be restrained. Peering beyond the courtyard, Tang beheld a resplendent woman he had encountered over a decade prior, accompanied by Zheng's betrothed, both beckoning to him with expressions of gratitude. From that moment on, Zheng never returned. Indeed, Tang married in that year, and soon after, he was blessed with a son, leading to a bustling lineage. True to his word, Jinhua's descendants annually supplied the Tang family with premium ginseng, solidifying their status as a prominent family at the base of Changbai Mountain, with the mysterious village serving as the home of Jinhua's progeny. This legendary tale, steeped in antiquity and passed down through generations of the Tang family, has grown increasingly enigmatic over the years. Consequently, few now concern themselves with its authenticity, and even fewer genuinely believe in its veracity. However, since Ningbin assumed control of the Tang family's business from the elder Tang, there indeed exists a mysterious village that, at fixed intervals each year, delivers exquisite ginseng to the Tang family for sale. The villagers are peculiar. They always shroud their faces in thick cotton garments and engage in direct transactions solely with the head of the Tang family, coming and going in haste, with little regard for price. These ginseng roots are of unparalleled quality, rare as gold, and some of the renowned superior ginseng from the Ming and Qing dynasties have originated from this village, including a few specimens aged over 10,000 years, which were purchased at great expense by the imperial court of the time. For an extended period, this ginseng trade had been the primary source of revenue for the Tang family. Yet, such a secret exchange, which had persisted for over a millennium, was abruptly interrupted not long ago. 2 months prior, during the scheduled time for the village to send representatives for clandestine transactions, Ningbin recalled that the villagers had always been trustworthy. Even amidst heavy snowfall and treacherous roads, they had never failed to appear. However, this time, they astonishingly did not show up. Ningbin waited at the ancestral home for an entire day and night, but the ginseng sellers never materialized. Initially, he assumed there might be an unforeseen circumstance, and that the villagers would soon arrive. He waited in silence for over a month, only to discover that the village had ceased to send anyone. At this point, Ningbin found himself at a loss. Although the Tang family had engaged in trade with the village for generations, they had never ventured to the village itself. The interruption of this solitary line of communication effectively meant that the village had vanished into the mountains. Over time, Ningbin's unease grew, prompting him to send several individuals into the mountains in search of the village, hoping to re-establish contact with this precious ginseng route. To his dismay, all 3 groups he dispatched subsequently disappeared within the mountains. Yet, this was not the most peculiar aspect. Soon, local villagers who frequently hunted in the mountains approached Ningbin with their grievances, lamenting that game had become increasingly elusive. Not only were large animals rarely encountered, but several hunters had also gone missing during their excursions. At this juncture, Ningbin sensed that something was amiss. In a typical response, he reported these matters to the local forestry management authorities, yet they found his concerns difficult to comprehend, deeming him overly sensitive. They dispatched a few individuals into the mountains on several occasions, but observed no extraordinary circumstances. To avoid jeopardizing local tourism with unfounded negative rumors, they decided to cease further investigation. Nonetheless, Ningbin remained troubled by the situation. In the following period, he assembled several elite teams, alongside seasoned hunters, to seek out the enigmatic village. Although the Tang family's expedition failed to locate the elusive ginseng village during their search, the hunters stumbled upon a wounded beast fleeing in distress, its mouth clenching a strange object. After the hunters removed the object, they were astonished to discover it was a severed human hand, adorned with ancient tattoos. When they presented the dismembered hand to Ningbin, he realized that something grave had occurred. Ningbin recognized the dark tattoos. The ginseng collectors from the enigmatic village always bore similar markings on the backs of their hands, despite their faces being concealed. At that moment, he understood the seriousness of the situation. After contemplating various scenarios, he ultimately decided to contact Master Bao. Ningbin distinctly recalled the tone with which Master Bao answered the phone, as he seemed to be embroiled in a particularly challenging matter and was exceedingly busy. Upon hearing the situation Ningbin described, Master Bao immediately advised him to keep the information confidential and to refrain from any rash actions. Shortly thereafter, Master Bao arrived at Changbai Mountain with a formidable entourage. The individuals accompanying Master Bao were exceptionally resilient. They lingered in Changbai Mountain for an extended period, but about 20 days prior, they had descended to seek supplies from Ningbin due to a scarcity of resources. Ningbin remembered their disheveled appearance as they emerged from the mountain. They bore severe injuries, their clothing torn to shreds, and their bodies smeared with blood and flesh, as if they had just clawed their way out of a grave. Master Bao informed Ningbin that complications had arisen within the mountain. Certain individuals had undergone mutations, preying upon the entrails of both humans and animals. In a bid for survival, the mountain's wildlife had retreated into hiding. After their recent interventions, most areas had been secured, and their next objective was to infiltrate the origin point of the mutations, a secluded village deep within Changbai Mountain. This village held a mysterious lineage, having survived for generations by harvesting ginseng, and it was likely the same village engaged in clandestine dealings with the Tang family. Before departing, Master Bao cautioned Ning Bin about the perilous conditions within the mountain, urging him to erect high-voltage barriers at the base and to remain vigilant regarding any movements within. He also emphasized the importance of maintaining communication. Thus, Master Bao departed, and from that moment on, Ning Bin lost all contact with him. In the 20 days following Master Bao's departure, the weather grew increasingly frigid, and communication from Changbai Mountain ceased. Ning Bin observed the mountain becoming increasingly peculiar. The nights were eerily silent, devoid of any animal presence, and even the birds had vanished. His anxiety deepened, yet, due to Master Bao's instructions, he could not reach out to government authorities, nor could he exhibit any signs of distress to others. In this state of uncertainty, Chen Zhi and others arrived at Changbai Mountain. Thus unfolded the events. After recounting these occurrences, Ning Bin lit a cigarette and sighed softly, stating that during this period, he had stationed personnel in the villages below to monitor any developments closely. He had also established numerous high-voltage electric fences and surveillance cameras along the paths leading into the deep mountains, diligently observing the situation within. The Tang family has long relied on the livestock industry in the mountains as our principal economic pillar. Numerous villages nestled within these hills serve as our breeding bases and supply routes. If word spreads about the existence of mutated individuals in the mountains, people will assume that the mountain products are tainted, leading to a drastic decline in interest towards the Tang family's livestock business. The breeding bases in the villages would sever their ties, and our enterprise would crumble. Thus, despite the imminent dangers I face from the mountains every day, I must ensure stability in this region. I cannot allow the industrial chain here to descend into chaos. The weight of this responsibility bears heavily upon me. However, I am uncertain how much longer I can sustain this, as the situation in the mountains grows increasingly precarious, and the fate of Lord Leopard remains uncertain. After Ning Bin voiced these concerns, a profound silence enveloped the room. Lao Jindo, who had briefly held on to hope for Lord Leopard's survival, found himself once again plunged into despair, his brow furrowed and his demeanor somber. I turned to Ning Bin, saying, "Brother Ning, Fat Wei has sobered up and, with a smile, questioned you. Why torment yourself unnecessarily? Given the peril that surrounds us, why linger in this cursed place? You are not lacking in wealth. Hasten to leave with your wife. Abandon the Tang family's enterprises in the mountains. Why wade through this murky water? With our resources and talents, why cling to this location? The world is vast. There are countless places to explore. That is out of the question," Ning Bin retorted, pushing his small eyes wide open in serious defiance. "The various routes in the mountains and this enterprise have been entrusted to me by my late father-in-law. I lost my father at a young age, and it was my father-in-law who supported my education. Otherwise, I would be lost, searching for coal balls. I achieved the top rank in the provincial college entrance examination. That detestable son of a village chief attempted to buy my admission certificate, taking advantage of my fatherless status, and even tore my registered letter. When I confronted him, I was ruthlessly beaten, and my mother perished from the stress that same day. I was filled with rage and desired vengeance against that scoundrel. It was my father-in-law, a man of integrity and kindness, who extended a hand to this orphan without any ties. He avenged my mother, despite the village chief's powerful connections, which led him to offend many and nearly cost him everything. Yet, he never uttered a word of complaint and ensured I completed my education. Otherwise, what would I be today? My father-in-law lived a life of honor, never competing with others. I could never repay his immense kindness. Changbai Mountain is the foundation of the Tang family, and he personally entrusted this legacy to me. I am determined to expand this inheritance and safeguard his legacy. Let me assure you, if necessary, I will send my wife away and devise a reason to evacuate the local populace. Even if I am left alone, I shall never relinquish control of the mountain routes. I cannot allow the Tang family's foundation to crumble under my watch." As Ning Bin spoke, a hint of excitement colored his tone, and the atmosphere was infectious, captivating everyone present. Chen Zhi had previously heard tales of Ning Bin's father-in-law, the venerable old Tang, who was the third among four brothers. Known for his unassuming nature and unwavering integrity, he was remarkably kind-hearted. Despite the Tang family's relatively modest territory compared to the others, he was always ready to lend a helping hand to anyone in distress. While Old Leopard was alive, he placed immense trust in him, and Old Tang was the only one among the four brothers to meet a peaceful end. Ningbin's words amused Fat Wei, who chuckled and remarked, "Little brother Ning, I do not mean to disparage you, but while you speak so grandiosely here, what can your slight frame truly accomplish? Have you ever witnessed a real monster? With those spindly arms and legs, I reckon that upon encountering a mutated human, you would hardly utter a sound before your life was forfeit." His jest elicited laughter from the group. At this moment, Chen Zhi leaned in and quietly asked Ningbin, "Brother Bin, have you ever seen the mutated humans in Changbai Mountain with your own eyes?" "Never," Ningbin promptly replied. Old Leopard wished to keep the matter confidential and instructed me that if anything unusual were to descend from the mountain, it must be dealt with promptly and without hesitation. However, he did not describe what the mutated humans looked like, and to this day, I have not encountered anything peculiar coming down from the mountain. I have gathered every villager I could find through job opportunities in the aquaculture sector. This town should be relatively safe, but I am unaware of the circumstances deeper within Changbai Mountain. Understood. Chen Zhi nodded at Ningbin. Then, as before, you shall remain here in this town, constantly monitoring the situation on the mountain. Tomorrow morning, we shall embark on our journey to Changbai Mountain to seek the truth. Very well, Ningbin agreed with a nod. While you were touring the factory today, I secretly assembled a team, our Tang family's elite. I will provide you with all the necessary equipment, and I have arranged for a guide to accompany you into the mountains. Ensure you rest well tonight, as sleep will be elusive once we venture into the mountains." After concluding his remarks, Ningbin raised a toast to everyone before summoning assistants to tidy up. He personally escorted Chen Zhi and the others to the villa. Chen Zhi and his companions were assigned to the second floor for rest. Given that the Tang residence primarily consisted of private quarters with few guest rooms, Jiying was allocated her own room, while Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, and Old Jindo shared a spacious guest room. Ningbin personally led them back to their rooms. Once everything was arranged, he gently tugged at Chen Zhi's arm, who understood the cue and followed Ningbin outside. Ningbin guided Chen Zhi to the end of the corridor, where a secluded room was located, soundproofed with panels affixed to every surface. Upon entering, Ningbin did not speak immediately. Instead, he pressed his ear to the door, listened intently, and cautiously locked it. He then turned to Chen Zhi and whispered, "Little brother Zhi, Old Leopard has a message for you that I must convey privately." Chapter 453. The Secret Record of the Tang Family upon entering. Ningbin did not immediately speak. Instead, he pressed his ear against the door to listen, then cautiously locked it. He turned to Chen Zhi and whispered, "Brother Zhi, Lord Bao has a message for you that I must convey privately." Chen Zhi had anticipated Ningbin's words. In fact, throughout Ningbin's account of recent events, he had identified numerous inconsistencies. Firstly, there was a discrepancy in the timeline. If, as Ningbin claimed, Lord Bao had descended over 20 days ago to provide supplies, then the matter itself held no need for secrecy. Ningbin could have disclosed it earlier without the necessity of an entire day of concealment. Furthermore, Chen Zhi was aware that Lord Bao's operational style was exceedingly meticulous. He would have prepared thoroughly prior to ascending the mountain, rendering a shortage of supplies unlikely. Even if complications arose, he would not opt to descend personally, as this would invite numerous latent dangers. All these factors suggested an abnormal situation. The only plausible explanation was that Ningbin had not revealed the complete truth. Perhaps Lord Bao's purpose for descending was not merely to deliver supplies, but rather to communicate something of great importance to Ningbin, who, for reasons unknown, could only relay this information to Chen Zhi alone. "Brother Bin, do you still suspect that one among us is a spy?" Chen Zhi's voice was barely above a whisper as he fixed his gaze upon Ningbin's eyes. Ningbin's small eyes darted alertly, scrutinizing Chen Zhi for a long moment before he replied softly, "It is not my suspicion. It is Lord Bao's certainty that there is indeed a spy among you." Ningbin then recounted the message from the Bao family over 20 days prior, which he was tasked to relay to Chen Zhi. Lord Bao had sent a close bodyguard down the mountain to deliver the message, and the state of that guard was indeed harrowing, covered in scratches and numerous knife wounds. Time was of the essence. He informed Ningbin in a brief period that the situation on the mountain was exceedingly complex and perilous. During Lord Bao's handling of the mutated humans, he had encountered a powerful adversarial force. This formidable group possessed armaments that far surpassed their own, having lain in ambush within the mountains even before Lord Bao's arrival. Their singular aim being to eliminate him. Lord Bao had faced them several times, suffering severe casualties. The disparity in strength was stark. Furthermore, this group exhibited peculiar capabilities, as they could locate Lord Bao's team with uncanny precision, as if they could detect his position. Presently, Lord Bao's team was gravely weakened, with many members injured or deceased, placing Lord Bao in a perilous predicament. After much deliberation, he decided to dismantle and destroy all communication devices and location markers, allowing everyone to believe he had perished, thus concealing his whereabouts and evading further attacks. At that moment, Lord Bao could no longer trust any communication devices. He could only dispatch a bodyguard to descend the mountain and meet Ning Bin in secrecy. During this period, the Leopard Master found himself ensnared within the confines of Changbai Mountain, evading the relentless pursuit of a certain faction. He surmised that Chen Zhi would soon arrive at Changbai Mountain, prompting him to send a message through Ning Bin. The Leopard Master instructed Ning Bin to convey to Chen Zhi that the true traitor had been closely shadowing him, privy to all the intelligence that Chen Zhi could acquire, including the Leopard Master's whereabouts. The situation within the mountains was perilous. Chen Zhi must seek the organization's assistance to swiftly penetrate the mountain and rescue the Leopard Master's team, for the latter was in grave danger. This information was to be kept confidential, as revealing it could jeopardize the Leopard Master's position and invite the wrath of that formidable faction. Upon hearing these words, Chen Zhi felt a disorienting buzz in his mind, for this was the very news he had dreaded most. After listening to Ning Bin's account, he confirmed 3 critical revelations. The first was that the formidable team in the mountains was likely the missing Blue Ribbon Warriors from the organization. When Zheng had informed him of the mass disappearance of the Blue Ribbon Warriors, Chen Zhi had made this prediction. No one could have slain so many warriors within the organization without cause. They would not simply vanish unless they had betrayed their allegiance. The mass defection of the Blue Ribbon Warriors could very well lead them to the Dark Division, which had remained shrouded in silence since the death of Bing Si. It seemed they were now emerging, their large-scale presence in Changbai Mountain indicating a thorough understanding of the organization's movements, intent on targeting both the Leopard Master and Chen Zhi. The second revelation pertained to Ning Bin. Chen Zhi had previously underestimated the depth of Ning Bin's connection to the Bao family. From the recent incident involving Old Chow, it became evident that the Leopard Master held a profound trust in Ning Bin, suggesting a significant bond between them. Ning Bin appeared to possess knowledge of many secrets regarding the Bao family, even those concerning the organization itself. The third and most glaring realization was that the traitor lurked among Chen Zhi's own team. This thought nearly drove him to despair. He had repeatedly attempted to deduce the identity of the traitor, yet each effort yielded naught. The traitors seemed to lack a tangible form, utterly transparent in their concealment. Every member of his team had been scrutinized. Even the loyal old Jindo faced intense suspicion, leading to an atmosphere of escalating tension. Yet the traitor remained adept at hiding, evading detection, which was profoundly disheartening. With Gui Dao injured and absent, the current team comprised only Fat Wei, Old Jindo, Chen Zhi, and Zheng, the latter a recent addition, entirely unacquainted with prior events and thus an outsider. The pool of suspects had now narrowed to just the 3. Chen Zhi had previously discerned that Fat Wei posed no threat and had complete faith in Old Jindo, leaving him to ponder who the traitor could be. Could it be himself? This unsettling thought provoked another bout of intense pain in Chen Zhi's head, a familiar affliction that struck whenever he earnestly analyzed this troubling matter. The agony was so severe that he feared he might succumb to a mental rupture if he dared to delve deeper. Brother Xiaozhi, Ning Bin gently called out to him, bringing Chen Zhi back to his senses. At that moment, he heard Ning Bin quietly say, "Do not overthink things at this moment. What you must do now is to hasten up the mountain to rescue Lord Bao. Each passing day poses a grave danger to him. I have been quite anxious these days, yet I dared not reach out to you, fearing that the mole among us might detect any discrepancies. You should have a solid plan this time. The woman you brought along must be quite formidable, right?" Chen Zhi nodded slightly in response. "That's good," Ning Bin continued. "It has been 23 days since Lord Bao last sent a message. His fate is truly uncertain now. That dreadful group has been roaming the mountains. You must do your utmost to avoid them. Tomorrow, as you ascend, feign complete ignorance of the path to locate that mysterious village. Lord Bao is waiting for you there." When Chen Zhi heard this, he was momentarily taken aback. The pain in his head had subsided from before. After a brief contemplation, he asked in astonishment, "Could it be that you?" "Indeed," Ningbin replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "I did not speak entirely truthfully earlier. Before my late father-in-law passed, he entrusted me with the secrets of the Tang family. I am aware of the location of that enigmatic village nestled deep within the mountains." Chapter 454, The Secret Records of the Tang Family, Part 2. Ningbin smiled softly and continued, "On the surface, our Tang family appears to be one of the black families in northeast China, yet our identity is quite unique. We have never engaged in any underworld dealings nor participated in gang conflicts. We stand apart from the leading families, such as the Bao family of northeast China, the Feng family of Heilongjiang, and the recently extinguished Chao family. Essentially, we are merchants of a special nature. Though our territory in northeast China is limited, our economic strength is formidable. In fact, we are the most economically powerful among the four families. The Bao family's rise in the northeast is largely due to the connections and financial backing we provide from our standing in higher institutions. For a long time, we have secretly supplied precious treasures from the mountains to the upper echelons of Chinese governance, including the renowned ginseng I previously mentioned. But there is an even rarer medicinal herb known as the legendary life-extending fungus, commonly referred to as tai sui. Tai sui, does such a thing truly exist? Chen Zhi could not help but ask, astonished by Ningbin's words. The tai sui mentioned by Ningbin is indeed a rare treasure. Tai sui, also known as the life-extending fungus, is recorded in Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica, stating that this herb is edible and medicinal, with effects that promote longevity, vitality, and immortality. It is said that emperors such as Yao, Shun, and Yu lived over 100 years due to their consumption of this miraculous herb. However, the existence, efficacy, and medicinal properties of tai sui remain a topic of contention within the biological community. Some scholars believe that tai sui is merely a conglomeration of various fungi, an exaggeration of its benefits by ancient people. News reports frequently feature farmers claiming to have unearthed tai sui, but these claims are generally regarded as unfounded. Certainly, the existence of the tai sui is undeniable, Ningbin replied with a gentle smile to Chen Zhi. This legendary herb, believed to bestow longevity, has indeed persisted from ancient times to the present. However, its rarity renders it nearly unattainable for the average person, thus elevating it to the realm of myth. Yet, there are certain unique herbalists capable of procuring the life-extending lingji, known as the descendants of the mountain gods, residing within the Changbai Mountains. The very individuals I refer to as the inhabitants of the mysterious village. Upon articulating this, Ningbin rose once more, standing at the doorway to listen intently to the outside, exhibiting a demeanor of utmost caution. He then returned to Chen Zhi's side and whispered, "The legend of our ancestor, Tang Laozu, is indeed authentic, although it is merely a tale passed down through generations of the Tang family. This enigmatic village does provide us with exquisite treasures from the mountains each year. In addition to ginseng, these treasures include the fabled tai sui. I once heard my late father-in-law recount that during the Republic of China era, a renowned general afflicted with a terminal illness sought out our Tang family, acquiring a lingji at a staggering price, which granted him nearly 2 decades of life and subsequently altered the course of Chinese history. At that time, the price for the lingji sold by the Tang family was astronomical, sufficient to purchase the entirety of Jiqing City. Thus, the true economic sustenance of the Tang family has, from our ancestors to the present, stemmed from this mysterious village in the mountains. Have you ever laid your eyes upon the tai sui? Chen Zhi inquired with curiosity. No. Ningbin gently shook his head in response. According to my late father-in-law, such divine entities manifest only once every century, and buyers have reserved them decades in advance. Whether one can behold the tai sui is a matter of fate. My father-in-law never encountered the legendary tai sui in his lifetime, and this year, coincidentally, is the day the village presents the tai sui. This precious tai sui was meant to be received by me, yet that night, I did not encounter anyone from the village. However, I have previously witnessed the villagers. They are indeed peculiar beings, rarely speaking, and when they do, their intonation is quite strange. It feels as though our mode of communication is something they learned, rather than their native tongue. They exude an unusual aura, always appearing suddenly before me in the dead of night whenever they visit the Tang family. You know well that our Tang family maintains stringent security at the entrance. Even the most skilled martial artists would find it challenging to breach our threshold. Yet these individuals glide in effortlessly, rendering our security measures utterly ineffective. With their capabilities, if they desired to infiltrate and take a life, it would be as simple as a breath. Nonetheless, they have always been exceedingly cordial towards me. I sense their trust is rooted in our shared bloodline. Our family genealogy records that these villagers were once intimately connected with our Tang ancestors, even engaging in marital alliances. Though such ties were severed long ago, as my father-in-law would say, the fate of the Tang family has long been intertwined with this mountain, transcending mere monetary concerns. Now, with the profound changes emerging from that village, the bond and lifeblood of our Tang family have been severed. If I remain indifferent at this juncture, I would face my late father-in-law in disgrace after my passing. This time, I have effectively placed the very fate of the Tang family upon your shoulders. You must locate that village, whether the villagers are alive or have transformed into something unrecognizable. I demand an explanation. Understood? After Chen Zhi nodded, he continued to inquire of Ningbin. Have you ever visited that village yourself? No, Ningbin replied, reaching into his bosom. Before my late father-in-law passed away, he entrusted me with a map left by our ancestors. He informed me that this map leads to that village, but it must remain strictly confidential. The ancestral teachings of the Tang family dictate that should that village encounter any peril, we must lend our assistance, even at the cost of our own lives. We cannot forget our gratitude, even if it means the obliteration of the Tang lineage. However, throughout history, that village has never faced a crisis. My father-in-law never laid eyes on that enigmatic village in his lifetime. Upon concluding his statement, Ningbin retrieved prepared paper and pen, meticulously crafting a complex map before handing it to Chen Zhi. Memorize this map, then burn it. It must never be divulged. Understood, Chen Zhi exclaimed. Quickly committing the entire layout to memory before, in front of Ningbin, he ignited the map, reducing it to ashes. Brother Bin, Chen Zhi suddenly inquired. Watching the ashes drift to the ground, only one question remains. From your perspective, among us, who seems like a traitor? Oh, hee, Ningbin paused, taken aback by Chen Zhi's question before responding with a chuckle. Lord Bao posed the same question to me. My answer was, could it be me? Chen Zhi lifted his gaze to Ningbin, who, upon hearing the question, laughed and scrutinized Chen Zhi with a knowing expression before nodding. Indeed. Among you, the one who resembles a ghost the most is you. Chapter 455, Suspicion hee, but after I relayed this to Lord Bao, you wouldn't believe how he responded. Ningbin continued, adjusting his spectacles and squinting in amusement at Chen Zhi. Lord Bao said that even if everyone in the world turned into a ghost, Chen Zhi would never be one, for after all is destroyed. You alone would remain in a state worse than death. That is the divine retribution for your kin, which is why your ancestors established the organization. For you fear the arrival of this day above all else. It seems you are aware of the organization's existence. Chen Zhi, upon hearing this, smiled at Ningbin. I know nothing at all. Ningbin immediately waved his hands with a grin. I merely spoke off the cuff. I have no knowledge of your specific identity or the deeds you have undertaken. I never pry into matters that do not concern me. This has been the guiding principle of the Tang family for generations. Ha, hee. It appears the late grandfather Tang truly possessed remarkable insight in choosing a person as astute as you to be the son-in-law of the Tang family. Chen Zhi chuckled at Ningbin's words, opting not to pursue the topic further. Thus, Ningbin and Chen Zhi engaged in conversation within the room for over an hour, meticulously reviewing their itinerary and arrangements for the following day. Ningbin, indeed, possessed a meticulous nature, one that even the most fastidious of women could not rival. He accounted for every eventuality upon their ascent, crafting an impeccably refined route for Chen Zhi and the others, even considering the resources expended at each stop along the way. Once their plans were thoroughly established, Chen Zhi returned to his own room. Peng Wei, having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol during the day, had succumbed to slumber soon after entering. However, Lao Jindo remained awake, patiently awaiting Chen Zhi's return after seeing him depart with Ningbin. Upon Chen Zhi's arrival, Lao Jindo refrained from inquiring further, merely advising him to rest promptly for the arduous journey ahead. Chen Zhi performed a brief ablution before lying down. At that moment, Peng Wei's snores reverberated, undulating through the quiet, yet Chen Zhi found himself unable to succumb to sleep. Attentively, he listened to Lao Jindo's breathing, sensing that he too was still awake, and thus he ventured to ask, Uncle Jean, are you still awake? His voice was a mere whisper, ensuring not to disturb the slumbering Pang Wei. Yes, not yet, Lao Jindo replied softly. Since Sanzi's departure, I've been plagued with insomnia. Perhaps it is a consequence of aging. You should rest without concern for me. Uncle Jean, may I pose a question? Chen Zhi pondered for a moment before continuing. When did you begin to harbor doubts about me? Was it when you witnessed Sanzi's spirit, or had you begun to suspect me prior? Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Lao Jindo found Chen Zhi's question peculiar, turning to face him. It is merely a matter of curiosity, Chen Zhi replied, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the ceiling. Had you not encountered Sanzi's spirit, would you still doubt me? Lao Jindo turned to Chen Zhi, momentarily taken aback before also directing his gaze toward the ceiling. The room boasted large windows typical of modern villas, through which bright moonlight streamed, illuminating the interior and casting a picturesque glow reminiscent of a painting against the enchanting mountain nightscape. In truth, I have long harbored suspicions regarding you, Lao Jindo confessed after a contemplative pause, his eyes fixed intently on the moon outside. With his head crowned in silver hair and deep-set wrinkles etched by the passage of time, he continued. From the moment our intelligence began to leak during our foray into the Fox Den in Heilongjiang, I found myself questioning your loyalty. Numerous confidential details had inexplicably surfaced, particularly our precise itinerary, which only those within our team should have known, yet it was readily acquired by the shadows. I had also considered Pang Wei. Finding his actions suspect, however, it became evident to me that he was not the mole. Among our ranks, Ghost Blade has always been an unwavering warrior of the organization. His betrayal is inconceivable. With no other plausible suspects, my suspicion naturally gravitated toward you. I even had a dispute with Leopard over my doubts. Suspecting you of having slain Sanzi before subsequently eliminating Leopard, questioning the very integrity of our organization, to the extent of advising Leopard to abandon our ranks and align with the shadows. In the realm of Black Desert, your observations are indeed astute. If the traitor were truly among us, there would have been no opportunity for Qin Yang to speak, nor for her to summon the three spirits without my detection. Moreover, your identity is exceedingly unique. Betraying the organization equates to betraying oneself. After uttering these words, Lao Jindo coughed gently, his gaze drifting toward the enchanting moonlit scenery outside. And he continued, thus, this traitor exists like a phantom, ever present yet invisible to our eyes. Perhaps we have consistently overlooked its presence. Or perhaps it is merely a figment of our imagination. However, upon encountering the three spirits and hearing their words, my mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. I was utterly convinced that you were the traitor. Following these remarks, Lao Jindo lapsed into silence. At that moment, Chen Zhi's voice softly broke through. Uncle Jean, do you know? At times, I even begin to doubt myself. After speaking, Chen Zhi stared vacantly at the ceiling. For an extended period, this traitor has become a source of torment for me, like a thorn embedded in my heart. I harbor distrust for everyone, having suspected each member of our team, even you and Pang Wei. I meticulously analyzed every individual, every moment, every detail, and every conceivable possibility, layering time and events in a process of elimination. The outcome was a conclusion I found hard to accept. If one were to align all these times and events, the only possible traitor could be myself. Others, whether you or Pang Wei, lacked the opportunity. At this juncture, Chen Zhi paused, his eyes still fixed on the ceiling, scrutinizing the encroaching darkness above. He continued, this conclusion has driven me to despair. I cannot comprehend why, but the mere thought of it inflicts a searing pain upon my head. Sometimes, I even question whether I am suffering from a split personality, divided into two selves. One aspect of my persona embodies the present Chen Zhi, while another engages in acts of betrayal. It was I who leaked information to the Dark Division. It was I who ended the life of the three spirits, thus explaining their claim of having seen me before their demise. Yet at other times, I perceive this traitor as a genuine specter, lurking beside me, perhaps standing just behind, hidden in the shadows of the wall or outside my door, forever following me, observing my actions, eavesdropping on my words, prying into my thoughts. This sensation is nearly driving me to madness. Cease these unfounded musings. They will lead you to ruin, Lao Jindo interjected, sitting up with a serious demeanor. Sometimes, you must learn from the Ghost Blade. Do not rely solely on evidence, but trust your instincts more. What your eyes perceive may not reflect the truth, and the conclusions drawn from facts may not represent reality. You could never be the traitor, as the leopard once told me. You are the sole individual who would never betray the organization, for the organization is, in essence, yourself. After pondering for a moment, Lao Jindo remarked that we had overlooked an individual who had always been part of our team, yet remained inconspicuous. She possessed an intimate understanding of the team's dynamics, as well as profound insights into the organization and the Bao family. Always seen in the company of Lord Bao, she was the first to acquire intelligence about the organization. Furthermore, she alone had the capability to fabricate messages left behind after the demise of Chen Zhi, even impersonating his spirit to create an illusion. Have you considered that this mole might indeed be her? Chen Zhi interjected, interrupting Lao Jindo, and after a brief silence, continued, I have harbored suspicions regarding this person. If she truly is the traitor, we will soon discover the truth. Chapter 456. Into the mountains at around 6 o'clock the following morning. Chen Zhi and a few others began to rise and prepare for their departure. Ningbin first accompanied them for a simple breakfast before rushing out to organize their ascent into the mountains. After their meal, Chen Zhi and his companions returned to the living room to await further instructions, tidying their gear. In addition to their essential long knives and handguns, several submachine guns had been transported from the city to Jiqing. However, aside from these weapons, Chen Zhi and his companions lacked any experience in climbing snow-capped mountains, necessitating Ningbin's assistance in procuring the requisite professional outdoor equipment. Changbai Mountain is unlike ordinary peaks. It is vast, with its summit perpetually blanketed in snow, rendering it exceptionally frigid. A significant portion of the mountain remains undeveloped, with some areas lying within North Korea. This is truly a land encased in ice. With winter now upon us, Changbai Mountain is adorned with a thick layer of snow, while the northern winds howl, posing a constant threat of avalanches. The environment is exceedingly harsh, devoid of any tourists, making it an unsuitable venue for climbing. And it is likely that finding a guide willing to brave the risks of the mountain would prove quite difficult. Ningbin soon returned, accompanied by over 20 large trucks filled with people. The truck beds were laden with equipment and supplies, all covered with tarpaulins for protection against the elements. Ningbin jumped down from the truck, followed by a robust young man in his early 20s, clad in tattered camouflage and a military cotton coat. His square face bore several scars, and his nose and jaw were flushed from the cold. Ningbin introduced this young man to the group. He was a veteran named Gua, affectionately nicknamed Flower-Faced Big Gua. Having served in the Changbai Mountain Military District as a sentry, he was well acquainted with the terrain. After his discharge, Big Gua found a position as a liaison in Tongjia, responsible for collecting mountain goods and interacting with local villagers, rendering him quite familiar with the region. His close relationship with Ningbin ensured that he would not risk his life to enter the mountains under such treacherous conditions without good reason. Big Gua informed Chen Zhi that in such weather, the snow-covered mountain paths are unpredictable. Due to the shifting winds and snowfall, the routes change daily. A path that is accessible one day may prove impassable the next, and some trails are merely deceptive, covered with newly fallen snow. A misstep could lead to a perilous fall into the abyss. In this season, no tour guide dares to ascend the mountain. Only those who have served in the military possess the courage to venture forth. However, the terrain above is exceedingly perilous and arduous, prompting Chen Zhi and his companions to prepare themselves mentally. Ningbin has brought an abundance of equipment for traversing the snowy peaks, all stored in the rear compartment of a large truck. Each of Chen Zhi's group is clad in their work uniforms, which shield them from the cold. Yet they all don heavy snow jackets, snow boots, and warm hats on top. Zheng, however, merely drapes herself in a thick overcoat, beneath which she wears the military trousers and outer shirt she had on when she set out, a long knife secured at her waist. In addition to clothing, Ningbin has meticulously prepared a substantial supply of food and water. Chen Zhi gazes into the truck's rear compartment, which houses tents, shovels, pickaxes, fire starters, a small generator, alcohol stoves, communication devices, and an array of other necessary items, resembling a well-equipped expedition into the mountains. Furthermore, there is an impressive cache of military weaponry. Chen Zhi observes that the Tang family's strength is indeed formidable, with an array of assault rifles and bladed weapons, complemented by military-grade ropes, grappling hooks, crossbows, and even rudimentary explosives and grenades, sources of which remain a mystery, as they seem to be armed like a professional unit. Of course, the vehicle is also laden with ample provisions, chocolate, medication, basins, toothbrushes, and other daily necessities, all prepared with exceptional thoroughness. The previous night, Chen Zhi and Ning Bin had meticulously discussed their journey into the mountains. This time, they would not directly seek the mysterious village, as that would entail a lengthy and exhausting trek. Their approach to the mountains would require a 12-hour drive, after which they would be unable to proceed by vehicle. Beyond this point, they would have to embark on a 4-day hike through the rugged terrain, ultimately reaching a small village known as Iceflow Gully. This location had once served as the Tang family's outpost in the Changbai Mountains, where members of the Tang family still remained, allowing Chen Zhi and his companions to regroup and resupply before continuing their journey. Beyond that lay the depths of the mountains, where the enigmatic village depicted on the map Ning Bin had drawn for Chen Zhi could be found. Having reached a consensus, the group wasted no time, organizing their equipment and setting out immediately. At the forefront of the convoy was a rugged pickup truck, the vehicle Ning Bin typically used for mountain excursions. With ample space and robust power, it was ideally suited for traversing the mountainous roads. However, Ning Bin, tasked with overseeing operations at the base, would not accompany Chen Zhi and the others this time. After ensuring all preparations were in place, he watched as Chen Zhi and his companions ventured into the mountains. Chen Zhi, along with the tour guide Guozi, piloted the large pickup truck, leading a convoy of over 20 trucks into the heart of the forest. The vehicles proceeded along the highway, heading straight for the foot of Changbai Mountain. The journey was unbroken, shrouded in a dim haze. And while automobiles lacked the convenience of trains, the confined space proved uncomfortable for the passengers. As the temperature plummeted, the air conditioning offered little respite. The wind seemed to infiltrate the cabin, while frost accumulated upon the windows. After an entire day of travel, Chen Zhi and his companions finally ventured into the mountains just before dusk. The vehicle could advance no further, for the surroundings were enveloped in a blanket of pristine white snow, and a sheer abyss lay just a few hundred meters ahead. Amidst the frost-laden trees, an abandoned resort stood, devoid of any heating, utterly frigid, yet the windows remained intact, offering some respite from the biting wind. The area showed no signs of human presence. It seemed this place had once been designated as a tourist spot, only to be abandoned due to its remoteness, resulting in the road being constructed only up to this point. Guozi, the guide who had journeyed with Chen Zhi and the others, was the first to leap from the vehicle. He traversed the snowy ground, testing the path before calling out loudly to the group behind him. "Brothers, come down. We shall spend the night here." Upon hearing Guozi's voice, everyone in the rear vehicle disembarked, a large number of people emerging from the vehicle, revealing that some had been seated in the truck bed as well, bringing their total to at least 100. Chen Zhi and his companions also stepped out, bundled tightly against the frigid winds as they surveyed the majestic snow-capped mountains surrounding them. The scenery of Changbai Mountain was indeed breathtaking, a vast expanse of white draped in silvery splendor. Gazing upward, the undulating peaks seemed to connect with the celestial dome, stirring one's soul. Guozi was a capable individual, quite loquacious, engaging in frequent conversation with Chen Zhi and his companions throughout the journey. However, he was not fully aware of their purpose for being there, though Ning Bin had already hinted at the presence of perilous elements in the mountains. Guozi informed Chen Zhi that the initial stretch they traversed was at the base of the mountain, where the terrain was relatively gentle, but as they ventured deeper, the ascent became increasingly steep, with the trees growing tall and rigid, making each step treacherous. Having driven all day, the group required a respite, and the abandoned resort would serve as their makeshift shelter for the night before they ascended the snow-capped peaks the following day. Chapter 457. A night stay. The night in Changbai Mountain was intensely cold, with ice and thick snow blanketing everything, casting the landscape in a crystalline sheen that evoked a sense of being detached from the world. As evening fell, the fierce northern winds, laden with snowflakes, howled mercilessly, battering against the windows of the resort. Although the establishment was not particularly old, it had long since lost water and electricity, with thick ice coating its surfaces. Some rooms still contained ragged beds and piles of timber, and the group prepared to haphazardly spend the night within. Prior to their ascent, Ning Bin had made thorough preparations, equipping each person with an automatic heating sleeping bag. This sleeping bag, crafted from thick windproof fabric and featuring ventilation holes, could mitigate the harsh winds and frigid temperatures outside, while providing internal warmth without the need for external power. With such sleeping bags, sleeping in the deep snow-covered mountains posed no issue. After heating their bags inside the resort, everyone gathered outside. As the number of people increased, the atmosphere became lively. Despite being in the depths of a snowy mountain, the young and spirited members of the Tang family stood in stark contrast to those of the Bao family. The Tang family, fundamentally composed of merchants, has never engaged in the dealings of the underworld, and thus these youthful members did not exhibit the demeanor associated with organized crime. Prior to their departure, they had been warned of the dangers that lay in the mountains, yet they lacked a concrete understanding of the mutated humans they were to encounter. Their enthusiasm for the expedition to Changbai Mountain remained high, as they perceived the adventure as exhilarating and a chance to earn merit, which would elevate their status within the Tang family. In comparison to these youthful companions, the leader, Guozi, exuded a maturity beyond his years. Having been with the Tang family for a considerable time, he had participated in numerous external affairs and had cultivated a wide network. He was astute and seasoned, and he shared a close personal relationship with Ningbin. Guozi was acutely aware of the dangers that awaited them in the mountains. Previously, Chen Zhi had taken several members of the Bao family into the Tianhu God tomb, where the most capable among them, such as Parrot and Four Eyes, met their demise. This incident had left Chen Zhi burdened with profound guilt, often haunting his dreams and causing significant mental strain. Now, leading the Tang family members into the mountains, the pressure was even more intense. After all, the Tang family was not the Bao family, and these young men were merely borrowed assets. This operation required meticulous planning and flawless execution, as any misstep could lead to the tragic loss of youthful lives in the mountains, an unbearable weight on Chen Zhi's conscience. Soon, it became evident that there was a distinct scarcity of game in Changbai Mountain. After traversing the area for quite some time, the group managed to catch only a handful of mountain rabbits from some burrows, while larger game, such as deer, seemed entirely absent, a stark contrast to the typically bountiful Changbai Mountain, which was indeed peculiar. Fortunately, Ningbin had prepared ample provisions for them, including an assortment of instant jerky and outdoor noodles. The frigid temperatures on the mountain, blanketed in ice and snow, prompted them to chop down frost-laden branches to build several bonfires. After much effort, they successfully ignited the fires and set a large pot atop to boil water. As steam billowed from the bubbling water, warmth enveloped them. They cooked the food they had brought in the pot, and soon the air was filled with delicious aromas. The scent of hot noodle soup mingled enticingly with that of roasted rabbit meat, and the flickering firelight painted rosy hues on their faces. Among their supplies was a warming white liquor, and after indulging a bit, the young men became spirited and playful, engaging in laughter and merriment. Some even played music, fostering a jovial atmosphere that momentarily dulled the sense of dread about the mountain, making the adventure feel particularly enjoyable. The cacophony of over 100 voices echoed throughout the mountain, creating a vibrant and boisterous scene. Chen Zhi, Pang Wei, Lao Jindo, Jiying, and Guozi sat separately by one of the bonfires, where they were treated to a roasted rabbit and bowls of steaming noodle soup. Truly, you Tang family members are well taken care of. During our initial endeavors, we subsisted solely on roots and wild vegetables, reflecting upon our previous dietary standards. It truly felt like an imposition on the employees. Fat Wei, cradling a bowl of noodle soup and blowing away the steam, cheerfully remarked to De Guo, "I say, De Guo, your Tang family associates possess quite the audacity. Do you think this is merely a winter excursion? They seem to frolic about with reckless abandon, akin to children. Have they ever fired a weapon? Our venture into the mountains is not for sport. It is a matter of life and death. Should these fellows encounter formidable adversaries, they might well soil their trousers." "Not at all," De Guo responded with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "You underestimate us Tang family folk. Though we may appear harmless at the moment, we are not to be trifled with. The Tang family engages in a vast array of dealings throughout the year. We've faced land grabbers and desperate rogues seeking to extort us. One must occasionally resort to underhanded tactics, many things you cannot even fathom. Do not be deceived by their seemingly innocent demeanor when confronted with adversity. They are quite adept at handling themselves. While we cannot compare to the old Bao family, these individuals are our elite. We frequently handle our standard-issue firearms, the Type 95 assault rifles. Rest assured, we shall not bring shame upon ourselves." "Indeed, De Guo," Fat Wei chuckled, casting a glance at De Guo. "Do you know what our purpose is for this expedition?" "Of course," De Guo replied, his countenance devoid of fear. "I've heard from Ben Gu about the general situation in the mountains. It's merely a few mutated beings, is it not? Regardless of their mutations, as long as they possess a form, they shall fear the weapon I carry. After declaring this, Dugwa confidently patted the long firearm strapped to his waist, a formidable German-made pistol armed with 7 bullets, capable of obliterating the head of a bear. In the mountains, possessing such a weapon was akin to wielding a small cannon, providing a sense of security. It seems the Tang family truly wields considerable influence to procure such armaments. Dugwa, tell us about the Ice Flow Gorge, Chen Zhi inquired, warming his hands by the fire. Before we set off, Ning Bin and I devised a plan. He suggested we first rest at Ice Flow Gorge, claiming it to be your Tang family's encampment, although we have yet to establish contact with the locals. To my knowledge, a communication network has been set up in the mountains, and telephones should be operational. Why not make a call beforehand? What good would that do? Dugwa exclaimed, taking a hearty sip of the noodle soup amidst the steam. In Changbai Mountain, 3 out of the 4 seasons are blanketed in snow. It snows incessantly, and that pathetic communication network fails 9 days out of 10. I did attempt to call Ice Flow Gorge before ascending the mountain, but the lines there were already down. Chapter 458. Progressing through the snow after savoring a hearty sip of noodle soup, Dugwa remarked, in our Changbai Mountain, nearly 3 out of the 4 seasons are characterized by incessant snowfall. The communication network is so unreliable that 9 out of 10 days it falters. Before ascending the mountain, I attempted to call the Ice Stream Valley, but the communications have already been severed. Upon hearing Dugwa's words, Chen Zhi fell silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the crackling firewood before him. He shifted his eyes towards Dugwa and said, Dugwa, I might be overthinking this, but could it be possible that the communication in Ice Stream Valley was not disrupted by the heavy snow, but rather intentionally cut off? The intent might be to prevent contact between Ice Stream Valley and the Tang family's headquarters. Dugwa furrowed his brow slightly at Chen Zhi's suggestion. After a moment of contemplation, he relaxed his brow and burst into laughter. That's implausible, my dear brother Xiao Zhi. You, like Brother Bin, tend to overcomplicate matters. The people here are straightforward mountain folk. I know Ice Stream Valley all too well. It is home to a community of simple villagers who, having previously earned a fair amount with the Tang family, now have even acquired smartphones. Yet, they are utterly clueless on how to use them, and many have ended up exploding from being placed too close to the fire. Smartphones exploding? Well, it appears the villagers of Ice Stream Valley are faring quite well if they can afford such luxuries. Fat Wei chimed in, eliciting laughter from everyone. Chen Zhi chuckled along, choosing not to elaborate further. After finishing their dinner, the group retreated into the abandoned villa. The doors and windows of the villa were relatively secure, shielding them from the harsh winds outside. The younger members were still lively, and Chen Zhi instructed everyone to set up the bonfire outside the villa, leaving 2 individuals to stand guard while he crawled into his sleeping bag. The Tang family's crew continued their revelry late into the night, only settling down after their raucous celebrations. Perhaps due to the mounting pressures since their ascent, Chen Zhi found himself restless, waking up around 5 in the morning as the first light of dawn began to break. During missions, sufficient rest is paramount, and as Chen Zhi surveyed his surroundings, he realized that everyone else remained in slumber. Jiying curled up in a corner with her knife cradled in her arms, resembling a kitten. Yet Dugwa's sleeping bag was conspicuously empty. Chen Zhi approached the window for a glance and observed Dugwa returning from the mountain. It turned out that since midnight, heavy snow had begun to fall, blanketing the already frigid Changbai mountain beneath a thick layer of white. The snowfall rendered the already treacherous mountain paths even more perilous, undoubtedly adding to Dugwa's sense of urgency, prompting him to rise early in search of a route. After about half an hour, everyone gradually awoke. Some of the younger crew members, having indulged excessively in drink the previous night, found themselves with throbbing heads and a disheveled appearance. After Dugwa ascended the stairs, he admonished them sharply, urging them to abandon their frivolous attitudes and to heed the perilous nature of their expedition into the mountains, where carelessness could cost them their lives. Despite Dugwa's reprimands, the youthful companions remained exuberant, displaying not an ounce of trepidation. With the advantage of numbers, they swiftly organized their supplies, packing the necessary equipment. While designated individuals carried the tents and larger utensils, the others shouldered only their sleeping bags and provisions, readying themselves for departure. Thus, the group formed 2 lines and commenced their ascent under Dugwa's guidance. Changbai Mountain, a volcanic massif, is home to numerous hot springs and small volcanic lakes. As they ventured toward the forested regions of the mountain, it took less than half a day for them to encounter a pristine lake, its surface glistening with ice, resembling a mirror. Continuing their ascent, they traversed a mountain and discovered several abandoned outposts nestled in the deep woods, their wooden structures frozen solid and secured with wire mesh. De Guo informed Chen Zhi that these were former military outposts in the snowy mountains, remnants of a time when the army maintained several sentries in the area, now long forsaken. The group persevered, climbing steadily despite the treacherous and slippery paths of Changbai Mountain, where the ascent grew increasingly perilous. Their bodies were numbed by the cold. However, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei had become quite resilient through previous training exercises, while the workers from the Tang family were accustomed to the rugged terrain. Only Lao Jindo struggled, his age weighing heavily upon him. His face was so frozen that he could scarcely breathe, and without the protection of his work attire, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to continue. As they ascended past the snow line, they finally beheld the layers of accumulated snow that had settled over the years. Initially sparse, the snow thickened with altitude, and the trees grew taller, their branches laden with the white blanket, creating a breathtaking spectacle. By midday, Chen Zhi found himself enveloped in a world of white, where both the sky and the trees sparkled with crystalline ice. The snow beneath his feet had become so deep that navigating was nearly impossible. At this juncture, Guizi showcased his adeptness at finding paths through the snow, leading the group safely across treacherous ice layers. The snow-covered trail was exceedingly arduous. The fierce mountain winds could shatter bones, and the surroundings were a vast expanse of white. Fortunately, they had brought windproof goggles prepared by Ning Bin, preventing them from succumbing to snow blindness. De Guo, being well acquainted with this route, led them through the elements, taking refuge from the blizzards whenever necessary. However, the night proved to be particularly grueling, with the relentless snowfall leaving them without shelter. Fortunately, De Guo knew of a few wind-sheltering caves, where they settled, igniting a campfire and resting within their sleeping bags. Throughout this journey, exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. The once lively companions, filled with laughter and chatter, gradually fell silent, succumbing to fatigue. On the fourth day, as the sun reached its zenith, a fierce wind suddenly swept through the mountain forest, sending snowflakes swirling into the air. At that moment, De Guo turned to Chen Zhi and suggested, "Let us take a moment to rest here. It appears a strong wind is brewing. There is no need for haste. Tomorrow, when the winds abate, we shall cross this mountain and reach the ice-flow gorge." Upon Chen Zhi's nod of agreement, De Guo gestured to the others, signaling the group to halt. They found shelter behind a mountain wall, where they casually consumed some provisions, while a few began to pitch tents in preparation for an overnight stay. After a short while, the winds above gradually subsided, and the snowflakes began to descend gently, clarifying the surroundings. As the group busied themselves with cooking over a fire, the sharp-eyed Pang Wei suddenly shouted, "Look everyone, there is a child over there." His exclamation captured everyone's attention, and all eyes turned towards the forest. Indeed, as Pang Wei had indicated, amidst the white expanse of trees, a young boy clad in a thick cotton jacket and wearing a warm hat approached, carrying a small bundle on his back. Startled by Pang Wei's shout, the boy noticed the group for the first time and turned to flee, but was halted by De Guo's commanding voice. "You there, what brings you here in the dead of winter? Do your parents know you are out here?" Upon hearing De Guo's voice, the boy spun around. At the sight of De Guo, he paused momentarily before dashing towards him, tears streaming down his face. "Uncle De Guo, you have come. Terrible things have happened in our village. A man-eating monster has devoured my parents," he wailed. Chapter 459, Lu Hua the child, still sobbing, reached De Guo and collapsed against his legs, overwhelmed with distress. "Uncle De Guo, why did you take so long to arrive? The monster has killed my parents," he cried. "Do not weep, dear Lu Hua. Please tell me what has transpired. Rest assured, I will help you." De Guo consoled him as he lifted the boy and seated him beside the warm fire. The child, clearly frozen, accepted the hot water De Guo offered, and after some comforting, his tears subsided. At that moment, Pang Wei and a few others gathered around, sitting beside the boy. Noticing that the child had calmed down, De Guo began to inquire about the monstrous events he had mentioned in his village. Although young, Lu Hua was accustomed to the rugged life of the mountains, and he was not easily intimidated by the presence of so many people. Moreover, his relationship with De Guo appeared to be remarkably intimate. After sipping some warm water, he settled beside the bonfire, feeling considerably warmer. Embracing the kettle, he held back tears and sniffled as he recounted the recent events in the village to De Guo. It turned out that the village, known as Binglu Go, had traditionally relied on hunting for sustenance, with its inhabitants being simple mountain folk, though the mountains were not particularly affluent. However, since Ningbin took over the Tang family's business, he has been keen on sourcing local manpower, employing a significant number of villagers from the Changbai mountain region. This approach not only harnessed the natural resources of the land, but also swiftly improved the villagers' livelihoods, proving to be a mutually beneficial strategy. Thus, for several years now, Binglugo has been annually providing the Tang family with game from the mountains and cultivating rare delicacies, which the Tang family purchases at fair prices, leading to a rapid increase in the villagers' incomes. Due to its unique geographical position, Binglugo also had an additional responsibility to monitor all movements within the depths of the mountains and keep track of any changes. The individual tasked with this surveillance was Lu Denong, the father of Lu Hua, a skilled hunter known for his generosity and integrity. Lu Denong quickly caught the attention of the Tang family and was employed as their representative in Binglugo. The villagers held him in high regard and placed their trust in him. He diligently managed transportation between the mountains and the village, liaising with the Tang family, and often led local hunters on expeditions to bring back game for sale in the town. Thanks to this position, Lu Denong's family prospered over the years, and he gained considerable respect among the villagers, developing a particularly close bond with Degua. Last year, they even swore brotherhood after a ritualistic bump of their heads. However, not long ago, the Lu family encountered a misfortune. One day, Lu Hua was gathering firewood near the village when he returned home to find a crowd gathered at their doorstep, villagers peering anxiously inside. The entrance was stained with blood and scattered entrails, and his younger brother, Lu Ergo, stood dumbfounded at the threshold, seemingly frozen in shock. Panic-stricken, Lu Hua attempted to rush inside, but the villagers intervened, pulling the brothers away to shield them from the horrific scene. In his confusion, Lu Hua wailed and thrashed about, only to catch a glimpse of his parents' lifeless bodies on the floor. His father clutched his trusty hunting rifle, one hand extended toward the door, blood soaking his abdomen, which had been brutally eviscerated. Overcome by terror, Lu Hua fainted, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself and his brother lying on the village chief's bed. The chief informed them that a monstrous creature had been terrorizing the village, preying on human entrails, and several individuals had already fallen victim, including even his formidable father, who had not had a chance to fire a single shot before being slain and devoured. The chief sternly instructed Lu Hua and his brother to remain in his home henceforth, forbidding them from venturing outside again. Thus, the village suddenly fell into a state of martial law. Rua and his younger brother wept and wailed for many days, their voices rendered hoarse from their lamentations. Yet, their village chief remained steadfast and unyielding, forbidding them from venturing outside or inquiring about the happenings beyond their borders. In the past, when De Guo visited Binglugo to collect goods, he often frequented the home of Ru Denong, forming a close bond with Rua. Following the unfortunate incident involving Ru Denong, Rua's first thought was of his uncle De Guo in the town. He began to cry out desperately, insisting on going to the town to summon De Guo to the village, determined to capture the monster and avenge his father. However, the village chief vehemently obstructed him. When Rua beseeched the chief to unlock the village's telephone box to call Uncle De Guo, the chief responded with chilling indifference, stating that the village's phone had long been broken and was utterly inoperable, urging Rua to abandon his hope. He asserted that he would take charge of the village matters, prohibiting Rua and his brother from wandering, promising to contact the Tang family on their behalf. Thus, Rua and his brother were confined within the chief's residence. Rua's younger brother, Ergo, who was still quite young, remained silent and terrified after witnessing the horrifying scene, offering no resistance while being held captive. Yet, Rua sensed that something was amiss. He could not believe that the telephone was truly broken, nor could he trust that the chief had sent someone to seek assistance from the town. He waited longingly, yet saw no sign of the Tang family's arrival. Instead, the village appeared increasingly desolate, and the chief's countenance grew more grim each passing day. Consequently, Rua sought an opportunity to escape. This morning, he finally seized the chance. While the chief and his wife were occupied with errands, he scaled the low wall of the courtyard, opting not to take his young brother with him. Instead, he carried a small bundle and ascended the snow-covered mountain, determined to find his uncle De Guo in the town. Although Rua hailed from the mountains, he had never traversed such a great distance. As he reached the mountain slope, he encountered a fierce wind that terrified him, causing him to stumble and quickly lose his way. Fortunately, he came across Chen Zhi's group, or he might have succumbed to the cold. Such were the events that transpired. "Damn it!" exclaimed Pang Wei upon hearing Rua's account. "This village chief must be hiding something. How could he neglect to contact the outside world in the face of such a calamity, allowing a man-eating monster to lurk within the village, poised to strike at any moment? Utterly foolish." After venting his frustration, Pang Wei produced a sizable chocolate bar from his belongings, placing it in Rua's hands while affectionately ruffling his hair. "Good lad, venturing over the mountains to seek help. Far braver than the adults in your village. You do not comprehend the situation in these mountains," De Guo interjected, shaking his head. "Though the villagers of Bing Lu Go are insular, they hold immense trust in the Tang family. In the face of such an incident, they should have sought out the Tang family immediately. It is inconceivable that they would suppress information unless—" De Guo paused, then continued, "Moreover, as far as I know, Rua's father, Ru Denong, is no ordinary man. He is an exceptional marksman and possesses great courage, having hunted bears alone in these mountains. Even the most terrifying of monsters could not intimidate his father." Silenced without the report of a gun, this was not typical of Lu Daji's character. Chapter 460, Into the Village. After listening to Lu Wa's account, the group was filled with skepticism. However, they recognized that it was merely the perspective of a child, often limited and not entirely reflective of the truth, thus not entirely credible. After some deliberation, they concluded that descending the mountain into the village at this hour would likely lead to darkness and danger. It was wiser to camp overnight and descend at dawn when visibility would be clearer. That night, they set up camp behind the mountain wall. Chen Zhi was particularly cautious, assigning extra personnel to stand guard outside the perimeter, rotating shifts twice throughout the night, and remaining vigilant of all surrounding movements. Yet the night passed with an eerie calm. Since their ascent, the profound silence of the mountains had become increasingly unnerving. In the dead of night, even the cries of wild beasts were absent, and the rabbits, once visible at the foot of the mountain, seemed to have vanished, as if all the creatures of the forest had been spirited away by some unseen force. Upon waking the next morning, everyone began to pack their gear. De Guo did not rush to depart. Instead, he sent a few individuals ahead to scout the path. After a while, Chen Zhi and De Guo were summoned outside to examine the terrain. They discovered several rows of tiny footprints a few dozen meters from the group. These tracks had lingered for a time before disappearing. Chen Zhi scrutinized the footprints, noting their peculiar nature. They resembled those of both human and animal. Each set consisted of 4 tracks, indicating a crawling creature, yet the footprints were exceedingly small. It appeared that the creature moved with remarkable speed, barely touching the ground, thus leaving no trace in the snow. However, the pattern of its movement was highly organized, suggesting an intelligent being rather than a mere animal. The group followed the tracks downhill, noting that they split into 2 distinct lines. One set was significantly shallower, likely made the previous day. It seemed probable that this entity had ascended from the village below. Clearly, when Lu Wa had ventured up the mountain yesterday, this being had been trailing him. Had he not fortuitously encountered them, the child's life would likely have been forfeit. De Guo's expression grew serious as he regarded the disappearing footprints, pondering aloud that indeed something amiss resided in the village, and it would be troublesome to confront. It was likely that the mutated humans spoken of by Bingu had long since infiltrated the settlement. As for why the villagers of Ice Flow Valley had consistently refrained from contacting those in town, that mystery would only be unraveled upon their arrival. After all, this village had been secluded in the mountains for ages, and anything could have transpired. "All right," Chen Zhi replied, nodding in agreement. Deep in thought as he gazed at the line of footprints, furrowing his brow without uttering another word, Chen Zhi and De Guo, along with their companions, returned to their campsite, instructing everyone to swiftly gather their belongings in preparation for their descent into the village. At that moment, Zheng approached and whispered a few words into Chen Zhi's ear. Their journey down the mountain was remarkably smooth, as the fierce winds that had howled throughout the night had ceased, leaving only a thick blanket of snow. Throughout their descent, they encountered no wildlife. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, creating a disquieting stillness. As they continued on their path, around midday, they caught sight of a small village nestled in a snow-covered hollow. Its whitewashed structures resembling a picturesque winter painting from afar, imbued with an enchanting aura. Upon reaching the village entrance, they observed that the settlement boasted a considerable number of dwellings, all exuding an air of rustic authenticity, devoid of any modern influence. Scattered throughout were dilapidated earthen houses, each accompanied by spacious yards stacked with bundles of firewood and towering corn stalks, the roofs burdened by heavy snow. As Chen Zhi's group ventured deeper into the village, they noticed that all the doors and windows of the houses were tightly secured with wooden planks, leaving not a single gap, as though they were safeguarding against an impending threat. The vast village was devoid of any human presence. Not even a solitary dog could be seen. What on earth is happening here? Fat Wei stood at the village entrance, bewildered by the scene before him. He called out to De Gua. Didn't you claim that your Tang family held significant sway in this ice stream gorge? You even suggested we come here to rest. Yet there isn't a soul in sight to greet us. It seems they are not welcoming at all. The doors and windows are barred, as if we were invaders. De Gua, equally perplexed, removed his frost-covered hat and took off his wind goggles, revealing his face. He stared ahead, pondering aloud. This is not right. The ice stream gorge is usually bustling with people of all ages, often seen wandering outside. I've visited this village numerous times and have never witnessed such barricading of doors and windows. Clearly, something significant has transpired here recently, and we have been oblivious to it all. While they were conversing, a sudden noise erupted from one of the courtyards at the village entrance. The wooden door creaking open, just a crack. A woman's face emerged from the shadows, hesitating momentarily before speaking in a tremulous voice. Is that you, Brother De Gua? Yes, it's me. Is that you, second sister-in-law? De Gua promptly replied, stepping closer to the courtyard. The woman, after a brief pause to confirm his identity, slowly opened the wooden door wider. The wooden door creaked open, and two children, around 7 or 8 years old, burst forth, as if released from a prolonged confinement. They frolicked and laughed joyously outside, but were swiftly reprimanded by a woman from behind the door. You little rascals, hurry back inside. Aren't you afraid of being snatched away by the ghoul? She scolded, her voice laden with urgency. With a swift motion, she seized the children like one would grasp a pair of chicks and pulled them back inside, turning her gaze towards De Gua. Then glancing at Chen Zhi and the others, her face bore an expression of palpable fear. She hesitantly stepped forward, beckoning to De Gua. Oh dear, Brother De Gua, why have you arrived only now? Our village is in grave peril. Come inside to speak. It would be disastrous should that creature emerge. Chapter 461. The misfortune of Ice Stream Gully. De Gua followed the woman into the dimly lit abode, with Chen Zhi, Pang Wei, and Lao Jindo trailing closely behind. The indoor space was limited, leaving the crowd of over 100 people to linger in the courtyard. Ji Ying remained steadfastly by Chen Zhi's side, never straying far. The courtyards of mountain dwellers are generally spacious, as land is liberally utilized, allowing for expansive yards, yet the earthen homes themselves are modest in size. Upon entering, they found the interior shrouded in darkness. All the windows had been sealed with wooden planks, leaving not a single crack for light to seep through, illuminated solely by a solitary oil lamp. The structure was reminiscent of typical village homes, with inner chambers connected to outer ones. The outer room featured a rudimentary clay stove for cooking, surrounded by a pile of firewood, while the inner room served as a bedroom. The door slightly ajar and adorned with a tattered floral curtain. A string of garlic hung near the stove, and although the furnishings were simple, the space was relatively tidy. The second sister-in-law pulled her two children into the house with a firm grip, sending Lu Hua in to join them in play. She then stepped out to serve hot water to everyone, saying, Brother De Gua, it has truly been a while since your last visit. These brothers must be your companions? Our village might finally have a chance at salvation. Chattering away, the second sister-in-law swiftly filled large bowls with hot water, sweetening it with brown sugar, and presented the steaming bowls to each person. In the mountains, customs differ from those in the city. Here, brown sugar is a rare treat, and a generous bowl of sweetened water is a significant gesture of hospitality. No need to fuss, sister-in-law. Please take a seat. We have some inquiries. De Gua replied graciously as he accepted the bowl of sweetened water, smiling as he asked, Auntie, I haven't visited in some time. What has caused such a transformation in the village? Why did I see no one upon entering? Where have all the villagers gone? Oh dear, you cannot fathom the calamity that has befallen our village. We have been living in a perpetual state of dread. I have been on edge day in and day out with these two little ones, fearing we wouldn't survive this ordeal, she exclaimed, her voice breaking into sobs. The women of the mountains often lack formal education, and her words were jumbled and unclear, becoming even more difficult to articulate as tears streamed down her face. Listen closely. As the woman referred to as saw, with tears streaming down her face, struggles to articulate her thoughts. It becomes evident that this woman, a widow whose husband perished several years ago while hunting on the treacherous mountains, has been fending for herself and her 2 children in the village. Without a primary breadwinner, she has relied on foraging for mountain delicacies to make a living. De Guo frequently visited the mountains to procure these natural goods, sympathizing with her plight as a mother of 2, often purchasing her wares at generous prices, fostering a commendable rapport between them. The village, nestled deep within the mountains, is a quiet and secluded place, rarely witnessing extraordinary events. However, the abundance of wild beasts has always posed a threat, with incidents of attacks becoming commonplace, including encounters with bears and other formidable creatures. About a month ago, however, a peculiar shift began to unfold within the village. Many villagers noticed a significant decline in the availability of game. Not only had larger beasts become elusive, but even smaller prey was scarce. Moreover, hunters began to stumble upon the gruesome remains of various animals, raising alarm among the populace. The men of the mountains speculated that a formidable predator had emerged, preying upon the local wildlife, thus accounting for the numerous carcasses. Yet, an unsettling discovery soon followed. The flesh of these animals remained untouched, their bellies grotesquely opened, with only the entrails consumed, behavior atypical of ordinary beasts. Gradually, villagers observed that this predator seemed to have lost interest in the flesh of its prey, leaving a trail of discarded innards across the mountains, creating a macabre scene. Experienced hunters noted that the signs surrounding these carcasses were decidedly abnormal. Typically, a large predator would leave behind a chaotic scene of pursuit and struggle, yet these remains were eerily pristine. The animals had been dispatched swiftly, their throats torn asunder, indicative of a hunting technique reminiscent of human precision. The villagers, generally simple-minded and unassuming, did not exhibit heightened sensitivity to these anomalies. However, a few perceptive individuals, including Lu Denong, the father of Ru Hua, recognized the gravity of the situation. Lu Denong, a man of considerable stature and reputation, was the village's finest hunter, often leading expeditions to capture large game and earning considerable respect among his peers. Upon discovering the bizarre animal remains, his instincts were immediately piqued. Drawing upon his extensive experience in the field, he surmised that a grave threat loomed over the vicinity. He urged the villagers to exercise caution, asserting that this hunter was no ordinary beast and that it had likely grown dissatisfied with the mountain's offerings. He warned that an assault on the villagers could be imminent. However, the villagers at that time did not take Lu Doning's warning seriously, deeming his words to be somewhat exaggerated. Yet, reality swiftly proved him correct. One fateful night, a villager returning home was ambushed on the outskirts of the village. When townsfolk discovered his lifeless body, it lay in a pool of blood, his abdomen gruesomely opened, and his innards devoured. Witnessing this horrific scene, the villagers were suddenly filled with dread, gathering to devise a strategy for their defense. Lu Danning suspected that the hunter was likely a man-eating monster, lurking not only around but also possibly within the village itself. Time was of the essence. They needed to venture into town to seek assistance from the Tang family and report the incident to the authorities. The villagers, uneducated mountain folk, looked to Lu Danning for guidance, and thus it was decided that he would lead a few individuals to traverse the mountains to summon help and capture the beast. However, a dreadful event unfolded that very night. The evening before Lu Danning was to depart for the town, his entire family fell victim to an attack. Both he and his wife were brutally eviscerated, their entrails completely consumed. At that moment, their eldest son, Lu Hua, was not home, and their young son, who was only 10, narrowly escaped the horror by being in the backyard. Faced with this bloody reality, panic ensued among the villagers. They immediately began to fortify their defenses. Yet from that day forth, the situation spiraled beyond control. In the ensuing days, several households suffered relentless assaults by the monster, which struck only under the cover of night, evading detection with remarkable cunning and speed, far surpassing that of any beast. The creature brazenly preyed upon the villagers, slaughtering entire families without leaving a single survivor. Rather than consuming flesh, it savagely feasted upon the victim's innards, leaving scenes of gruesome carnage, strewn with blood and remains. In less than half a month, nearly 100 souls had perished in the village. The men of the village banded together to hunt for the monster, yet they discovered that it was exceedingly clever. It had never left the village, managing to conceal itself flawlessly, leaving no trace. Whispers circulated that the fiend might even disguise itself as a human during the day, coexisting with the villagers, only to transform into a killer under the shroud of night. As the bloodshed continued, the villagers descended into madness, clamoring to seek aid from the town and urgently contacting the Tang family, pleading for assistance to save them from the terror that beset their lives. However, the village chief informed everyone that the communication devices in the village had malfunctioned, rendering it impossible to contact anyone outside. He had already dispatched individuals to the town in search of assistance and urged the villagers to remain patient, assuring them that news would arrive soon. Yet, in the following days, the chief revealed that those he had sent to the town had vanished upon entering the mountains, and with the communication network down, the villagers found themselves trapped within the confines of the village. They were left to devise their own means to confront the malevolent entity. The chief instructed everyone to secure their doors and windows and to refrain from venturing outside at night, promising to conduct nightly patrols. As the days passed, the villagers succumbed to despair, gripped by the fear that they might be the next victims of gruesome attacks. In response, the chief adopted a stern demeanor, gathering the villagers to announce a strict decree forbidding solitary actions and unauthorized attempts to flee the village. Those who attempted to escape would face penalties according to village regulations, thus managing to regain some semblance of order. The village chief, a man in his 50s with a volatile temperament, shared a familial connection with Lu Danning, who had gained considerable influence in the village. The chief harbored resentment towards Lu Danning, feeling overshadowed by his growing prominence. Following an incident at Lu Danning's home, the chief seized his two sons as a means of retribution. Although the villagers were rife with anxiety and suspicion, they felt compelled to remain silent in the face of the chief's authority. As the malevolent presence grew increasingly brazen, the villagers remained confined to their homes, fearful of venturing outside. There were even reports of attacks occurring in broad daylight, leading to a complete absence of movement outside. The village's livestock had long since been culled, and a profound silence enveloped the settlement, with inhabitants locked away in their homes, uncertain of their neighbors' fates. It felt as though they were living in a hellish nightmare. At this juncture, the second sister began to weep uncontrollably. "Brother Gua, thank goodness you have arrived. I recognized you when I saw you remove your hat through the crack in the door. Otherwise, I would have dared not open it. You have brought so many allies. It seems there may yet be hope for me and my children. Please, capture that man-eating demon. Our village has suffered greatly at its hands, and I do not even know if my neighbors are alive or dead." After expressing her distress, she broke down once more, her words becoming increasingly incoherent. "Enough, sister," I reassured her. "Do not weep any longer. Now that I am here, I assure you that I will take charge of this situation. As you can see, I have brought a considerable number of people and weapons. We will surely capture this demon, so rest easy. Soon, you shall guide me to the village chief. I wish to have a serious discussion with him." Degwa comforted his sister-in-law, rose to open the wooden door, and instructed the few workers standing outside. "You should form groups and inspect the network cables at the village edge. Determine whether the communication equipment was damaged by the weight of the snow or by human hands, and report back to me." "Understood." The workers replied promptly, rushing out. Degwa reassured his sister-in-law a few more times, then distributed the chocolates he had brought among the children, before finally calling Chen Zhi and the others outside. Behind the courtyard, there was a storage shed for miscellaneous items, devoid of connections and thus a safer place for conversation. They gathered there to discuss their subsequent plans. Having just heard the earlier discussions, Degwa directly posed the question, "What are your thoughts?" After a moment of contemplation, Fat Wei spoke up. "It seems that Lu Hua's words hold truth, aligning closely with what that woman said. If their claims are accurate, the village chief of Ice Flow Ditch has significant issues. In such circumstances, we should promptly seek assistance rather than confine ourselves and wait for the monster to come for us. Moreover, as the woman mentioned earlier, this man-eating demon may very well appear in human form during the day, making it difficult to discern. This seems to point towards the mutated humans we are searching for. Does it not?" "Quite possibly." Chen Zhi interjected. Before Leopard Yi went missing, he had left behind information regarding these mutated humans, stating that they were once human, but, after their transformation, some lost all reason while others retained their intellect, appearing even more cunning than before. That makes it all the more plausible," Fat Wei remarked as he lit a cigarette, distributing one to each of his companions. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a smoke ring and said, "I'm merely speculating here. Consider this possibility. What if the village chief is, in fact, a mutated human? He could have killed Lu Deneng and deceived everyone into believing he went to the town for help, when in reality, he sent no one. He might have even sabotaged the communication equipment himself. By keeping everyone confined in the village, he would have the perfect opportunity to prey on us at night. This is highly likely. Chen Zhi nodded in agreement. I suspect that the village chief's actions are not merely random. Rather, Zheng informed me that she discovered suddenly. A worker from the Tang family burst through the door, interrupting Chen Zhi, exclaiming loudly, "We found the damaged communication network." We located the box containing the communication equipment outside the village. The equipment was deliberately destroyed, and the power lines were severed with a knife. This unexpected revelation detonated like a bomb, further confirming their suspicions. Animals do not wield knives. Such tools are solely the domain of humankind. This implies that the so-called demons lurking in this village must be a mutated human, one possessing considerable intelligence. This aberrant individual understands the necessity of thwarting the villagers' attempts to seek external assistance, to prevent any information regarding the impending assault on Ice Flow Gorge from leaking. He severed the village's only line of communication with the outside world. Subsequently, he continued to conceal himself within the village, preying upon the inhabitants under the cover of night, consuming them one by one until the entire village lay desolate, completely devoured. De Guo was quite familiar with the village's communication apparatus. Upon hearing of its destruction, he immediately inquired of his associate, "Did you bring back the severed lines?" "Let me see them." "I did," the reporting colleague replied, producing a substantial bundle of cut wires. A colorful assortment of reds and greens numbering over a dozen. Such communication cables, designed for use in the mountains, are quite rare, as their installation in snowy terrains demands a high standard of quality. Each wire measures approximately 5 millimeters in thickness, with a remarkably flexible interior, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary kitchen knife or curved blade to sever them in one stroke. However, everyone observed that the ends of these severed cables were exceptionally smooth, devoid of any signs of secondary cutting, clearly indicating they had been sliced through with an exceptionally sharp blade in a single stroke. A knife capable of such precision must be extraordinarily sharp, akin to a military-grade knife. After examining one of the cables for some time, De Guo suddenly recalled something and raised his gaze to address the group. "I once possessed a German-made military knife, which I acquired during my service from an old soldier by chance. This knife could cut through iron like clay, and I held it in high regard. Later, when I visited Lu Danning for drinks, he expressed great admiration for the blade. Having just sworn brotherhood, I gifted it to him. It was truly a remarkable steel military knife, with a razor-sharp edge. Such a knife is not something one encounters in the mountains. For a cable of this thickness, a curved machete would require several strikes to sever it, and the cut would not be so uniform. The only knife in this village that could achieve such a clean cut is likely my military knife. That aligns perfectly." Fatway interjected loudly. "I suspect the individual wielding that knife is this village's man-eating monster. After slaughtering Lu Danning and his entire family, he seized the knife from Lu Danning and cut the village's communication lines, effectively sealing the villagers within, consuming them one by one as if they were mere ingredients in his kitchen." Fatway cursed vehemently, and at that moment, the usually silent Lao Jindo suddenly spoke up. "By the way, De Ji, you mentioned earlier that Zheng discovered something that led you to believe there were issues in the village chief's home. You only shared part of it." Lao Jindo's words brought everyone's attention back to Chen Zhi's earlier remarks, which held the crux of the matter. Indeed, there are certainly problems within the village chief's household. After Chen Zhi finished speaking, he turned to Zheng, signaling her to share what she had discovered yesterday. Since ascending the mountain, Zheng had steadfastly remained by Chen Zhi's side, exuding a resilience reminiscent of the ghost blade. Clutching a long knife, she spoke calmly. "Yesterday, I noticed that the child named Ru Hua carries an overwhelming stench of blood. This odor does not emanate from him, but has been absorbed from the place where he has resided for an extended period. This is not an ordinary scent. It is a thick, heavy aura, accumulated from prolonged exposure to a significant amount of blood. There must be something predatory lurking near this child." Ji Ying's words carried immense weight, and upon finishing her statement, a profound silence enveloped the room as everyone exchanged glances without uttering a word. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhi stepped out of the room, instructing his sister-in-law to summon Ru Hua. The child was joyfully playing with his two cousins, his face smeared with chocolate, and was reluctant to be called over. Once Ru Hua approached, Chen Zhi gently ruffled his hair, bending down to speak in a calm voice. Ruwa, you are a young man, and you must be brave like your father. I have some important questions to ask you. Do not be afraid. Take your time to think carefully before answering, but do tell me the truth. Okay, Ruwa replied, his large eyes wide with anticipation as he awaited Chen Zhi's inquiries. You witnessed your father's body on the day he was killed, did you not? At the mention of his father's murder, Ruwa's brow furrowed momentarily. However, being a child of the mountains, he was not coddled, and as the son of a hunter, he was accustomed to the sight of carcasses, possessing a fortitude beyond that of an average child. After a brief hesitation, he nodded. I saw it clearly. I witnessed my father's death. Good. Chen Zhi nodded in approval and continued. I recall you mentioning that your father was holding a gun at the time of his death, which implies he had the means to defend himself against that predatory creature. Yet, he did not fire a single shot before being killed. You know your father best and are familiar with his shooting habits. What do you believe was his state of mind? Was he too frightened to fire? Why did he not shoot? Upon hearing Chen Zhi's question, Ruwa became animated. Are you suggesting my father was a coward? Let me tell you. My father is the best hunter in the village. He once single-handedly took down a man-eating bear in the mountains. He fears nothing. His marksmanship is unparalleled. No one is quicker than him. At that moment, he was holding his gun upright. The safety was on. He had no intention of shooting. The person beside him must have been someone he knew. Chapter 464. The Misfortune of Ice Stream Valley, Part 4. Ruwa's statement was powerful, revealing the truth behind the lingering doubts of the others. The fact that Ruda had a gun in hand, yet did not fire it must have a reason. As Ruwa indicated, Ruda was not a timid or hesitant individual. Thus, the question remains, why did he refrain from shooting? There can only be one explanation. A person only relaxes their guard in the presence of those they are familiar with. The reason why Lu Danning, despite wielding a weapon, did not resist was that the demon before him was someone he recognized. After Lu Wazi responded to Chen Zhi's question, he became visibly agitated and began to sob uncontrollably. Dugwa hurried to console him and called in his second sister-in-law, urging her to take Lu Wazi out to play, unaware of the earlier events. The second sister-in-law found it perplexing that several grown men would provoke a child to the point of tears. She coaxed Lu Wazi outside, where he joined her two children in a game of hide-and-seek in the yard. Once the children were outside, Chen Zhi and the others commenced strategizing. The situation had become exceedingly clear. If the person Lu Danning saw before his demise was indeed someone he knew, then that person must be an acquaintance from the village. Since Lu Wazi had been residing in the village chief's home following his father's death, and given the strong scent of blood emanating from him, it indicated that the cannibalistic demon was lurking within the chief's abode. Coupled with the peculiar behavior of the village chief pointed out by the second sister-in-law, all signs suggested that this man could very well be the demon haunting Bingliagu. If the village had indeed succumbed to this infection, the village chief might have undergone a transformation some time ago, yet outwardly showed no signs of change, remaining undetected. After Lu Danning's death, he severed the communication lines, trapping the villagers within the village and consuming them one by one. Enough of this idle speculation. We cannot hesitate any longer. There is still a child in that village chief's home, said Pang Wei as he drew his pistol, checking the chamber. In my opinion, we should confront this village chief immediately. If he is indeed a transformed human, we must eliminate him without delay. Every minute he remains alive poses a threat. Pang Wei's words were indeed sound. They were on an urgent mission and had little time for trivial matters. However, given the gravity of the situation in the village, it was imperative to act decisively. While they deliberated inside, the second sister-in-law had already ignited the stove outside, preparing a meal for the group. De Guo instructed her to pause her efforts and instead lead them to the village chief's residence. Leaving the Tang family's workers to rest in the yard of the second sister-in-law's home, preparing for the night ahead. To err on the side of caution, everyone equipped themselves, ensuring their weapons were loaded, and followed the second sister-in-law toward the village chief's abode. The journey was eerily quiet, with not a soul in sight. Although Dagwa frequently traversed this village, his interactions had primarily been with Lu Danning, and he had little familiarity with the village chief. This was his first visit to the chief's home. Chen Zhi, Pang Wei, Lao Jindo, Dagwa, and Jiying followed the second sister-in-law towards the easternmost part of the village. After a short distance, they arrived at the front of the village chief's yard. This particular dwelling was slightly larger than the others, featuring a substantial stone millstone in front, scattered with unground beans. The dilapidated earthen house in the yard was heavily burdened by a thick layer of snow on the roof. A sturdy iron chain secured the front door, rendering it impossible to discern whether anyone resided within. The village chief and the Tang family from the town have come to see you. Do come out and take a look, bellowed Er's Saw, her voice resonating as she knocked on the door. However, after a considerable time had passed without any response, Fat Wei, growing impatient, strode over and began to rattle the door insistently. Is anyone there? Open the door quickly, or we shall force our way in. His voice boomed like thunder, echoing throughout the village. At that moment, a creaking sound emanated from behind the wooden door as someone unlatched it, and it slowly opened just enough to reveal the face of an elderly man. Though his features were obscured by darkness, an unmistakable air of hostility emanated from him. Upon seeing Fat Wei and the group outside, his brows furrowed in disapproval. Then, noticing Er Saw at the door, he exclaimed, I told you, Ernyo's wife, to stay inside. It's far too dangerous. And who are these outsiders you've brought here? We've come to offer assistance. Let us speak inside, Fat Wei retorted, unceremoniously pushing the door open and barging in. The old man, taken aback by the intrusion, stood frozen at the threshold, allowing everyone to finally glimpse his visage. He appeared to be in his 60s, though the harsh mountain life had aged him beyond his years. His deeply etched wrinkles and fiercely arched eyebrows framed bloodshot eyes that bore an intimidating glare, resembling a fearsome specter. Clad in a shiny, worn cotton coat and trousers, with hands tucked into his sleeves and a leather belt cinched around his waist from which hung a long whip, he confronted them. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon another's home? The old man demanded, reaching out to grasp Fat Wei, but failing to do so. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhi and a few others slipped inside as well. The modest room, thick with the scent of burning charcoal, was sealed tight, rendering the air stifling. It was in disarray and excessively damp. The inner room was devoid of a curtain, revealing a large earthen Kong where an elderly woman, seemingly in her 50s, sat peeling corn. She gasped in alarm at the sight of the unexpected guests. Get out at once, or I shall not be so gracious, the old man threatened, retrieving a knife from the wall and brandishing it menacingly at Chen Zhi and the others, his demeanor akin to that of a malevolent spirit. Village chief, please maintain your composure. They are from the Tang family in town, here to rescue us. You may not recognize the others, but surely you know Brother de Gua? Er Saw interjected urgently, attempting to defuse the tension as she pointed to De Gua standing nearby. Yet, de Gua's face was ashen, his brows furrowed in concern as his gaze fixated on the knife in the old man's hand. It was unmistakably a foreign blade, razor-sharp, the very German military knife he had gifted to Lu Danning. Chapter 465, The Misfortune of Ice Stream Valley, Part 5. Upon catching sight of the knife in the village chief's hand, De Gua's countenance turned exceedingly grim. His suspicions regarding the village chief solidified, and his brows furrowed ominously, his eyes wide with fury as he clutched his handgun at his waist, poised to spring into action at any moment. Where is Lu Danning's son, Ergoer? I have come to take him away. His father was my sworn brother. And now that he has passed, I must look after his son. De Gua's voice rang out with a formidable authority, instilling a sense of dread in those who heard it. The village chief, momentarily taken aback by De Gua's expression, felt his already dark and menacing visage contort into an even more grotesque form. In the dimly lit room, the old man's appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a specter. Drawing out Lu Danning's military knife, the village chief bellowed at De Gua. You dream of taking the child? What is it that you truly seek? The affairs of our village are none of your concern. Spare us your attempts to intimidate us mountain folk. I have seen far worse in my lifetime. Leave. The two stood locked in a standoff, while Zheng swiftly circled the room, glancing into the inner chamber and scrutinizing the earthen Kong where the elderly matron sat for a moment before turning back to nod at her companions. Zheng's signal conveyed a decisive message, and a palpable tension enveloped the group. Hey, old man, you wish to play rough with us, do you? Let me show you who is truly formidable. At that moment, Pang Wei brandished his weapon, positioning himself in front of the elder, and shouted at the village chief. Listen closely, if you know what is good for you, hand over the child at once. Otherwise, you can see for yourself that we are not to be trifled with. I could easily turn you into mincemeat. After delivering his threat, Pang Wei advanced a step, and the group encircled the village chief. In this precarious situation, the village chief exhibited remarkable composure, betraying no signs of panic or fear as he glared fiercely at De Gua. I have seen you before. You are one of the Tang family. I have already dispatched several individuals to the mountains seeking aid from the Tang family, yet I have received no word, he retorted. How curious, De Guo interjected smoothly. I have just come from the town and have heard nothing of your messengers. Moreover, we recently discovered that the telephone line has been severed, with the very knife in your hand, I presume. It appears your ruse has been executed rather well. The village chief paused, taken aback by De Guo's assertion. He glanced at the knife he held, and his face flushed crimson as if struck at his core. He erupted. You speak nonsense. What severing? That wretched telephone box was merely a trick. How could anyone here communicate with those across the mountains? Such sorcery belongs to city dwellers. And it is this very sorcery that has summoned calamity. Our village was peaceful until Lu Danning, that braggart, sought to emulate the city folk, running off to serve the Tang family as a broker. All these troubles have stemmed from his actions. He claimed he could confront demons, yet what has come of it? He perished at the hands of the demon, without even firing a shot. Truly, he is a pitiful coward. The village chief scolded loudly, his face a mask of dissatisfaction towards Lu Danning. It seems you truly harbor a strong bias against Lu Danning. So why did you still choose to adopt his child? Chen Zhi remarked with a faint smile, observing the chief's expression. At that moment, De Guo's emotions had escalated dramatically. He chambered around and took a few steps forward, aiming his gun at the chief's head, coldly stating, I do not wish to engage in idle chatter. I shall ask you once more, where is the child? The chief's countenance shifted entirely, his lips pressed down, and his face flushed red with fury. The old man's eyes appeared somewhat clouded, reminiscent of cataracts. He scanned the room, finally fixing his gaze upon Chen Zhi, seemingly perceiving him as slightly more refined than the others. With a grave tone, he addressed Chen Zhi. The child belongs to our village. Matters concerning our village do not require your external interference. Should you attempt to force your way in, I shall not be intimidated. Upon concluding his words, the chief swiftly drew a whip from his waist and, catching Pang Wei off guard, leaped into the courtyard. With a flick of his wrist, a sharp crack echoed through the air, reminiscent of thunder, reverberating throughout the courtyard. Instantly, every earthen door in the village swung open, and numerous men emerged, wielding shovels, picks, and clubs, gradually encircling the chief's courtyard. Trouble. Lao Jindo quickly moved behind Chen Zhi to caution him. The people of this mountain village are unlike those from elsewhere. Their thinking is simple and their unity formidable. They possess no concept of law and act without regard for consequences. If the chief were to declare that we are here to abduct the child, these villagers would rush at us with fury. In such a scenario, our reasoning would be futile. It is not that we cannot defeat them, but rather that conflict with these villagers could lead to casualties, leaving us in a very precarious position. Thus, we must resolve this matter swiftly and find a way to retrieve the child, while considering other strategies later. As Lao Jindo's words echoed in Chen Zhi's ears, he pondered briefly before stepping into the center of the courtyard, where the villagers had now gathered. The villagers had been engulfed in panic, their emotions volatile and anxious. They brandished shovels and picks, eager to confront Chen Zhi. Please, do not be agitated. We are the Tang family from the town, here to assist you. Chen Zhi began by invoking the name of the Tang family, aiming to soothe the villagers' unrest. We are already aware of the recent events in the village. Our purpose here is to capture the man-eating demon and ensure your safety, so you need not worry. After uttering these words, Chen Zhi noticed a marked softening in the villagers' expressions. Their implements were lowered. He continued, as you all know, Lu Danning has passed away, and his eldest son, Lu Hua, has gone out today to seek his father's sworn brother, De Guo. After Chen Zhi finished speaking, he gestured towards the tall figure of De Guo standing nearby and continued, the relationship between Lu Daneng and De Guo during his lifetime is well known among the villagers. Now that the child has lost his father, it is only natural that he wishes to be with his godfather. We will remain in the village for a while to address everyone's concerns, setting up camp near Heir Saozi's home. The child will be safe with us. And this arrangement is both reasonable and justifiable. However, the village chief does not approve. Let us do this. We will allow the child to choose for himself where he wishes to reside, based solely on his own wishes. What do you think, fellow villagers? Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, the villagers around them calmed down, no longer displaying the earlier agitation. They set aside their shovels and picks, and some women peered out from their courtyards, joining the crowd, whispering amongst themselves in agreement with Chen Zhi's rationale. Very well, since there seems to be no dissent. Let us summon Lu Deneng's child and allow him to decide for himself, Chen Zhi declared, turning to the village chief. The villagers are watching, and we have not bullied you. I have clarified the situation. Now, please bring out Lu Deneng's son, Go'er. We shall ask him directly whether he wishes to live with you or return with Degua. If the child expresses a desire to stay with you, we will leave without further debate. What do you think? Confronted with Chen Zhi's inquiry, the village chief's countenance darkened significantly. His eyes, clouded with cataracts, glared fiercely at Chen Zhi, darting from the villagers around him to Chen Zhi, his expression filled with venomous hostility as though he wished to devour him whole. Yet, the villagers were no longer as they had been moments ago. Their expressions revealed a shift in sentiment towards Chen Zhi and his companions. Their earlier doubts regarding the village chief's actions had solidified, and now they eagerly awaited his response. Standing motionless in the center of the courtyard, the village chief wore a grim expression, feigning ignorance to Chen Zhi's questions, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. At that moment, the village chief's wife emerged from the house. A stout woman with a head full of graying hair. She called out to Chen Zhi and his companions, "All right, let the child speak for himself. However, if he does not wish to go with you, you must return Lu Hua. After all, Lu Deneng was my husband's nephew. With his passing, it is reasonable for us to care for the child. Yet, if the child chooses to go with you, we shall not object. Caring for a child is quite exhausting for us old folk, so you may take him." After the elderly woman spoke, she dragged out a child of about 10 years old. The boy bore a striking resemblance to Lu Hua, his small face flushed from the cold, with large, frightened eyes that indicated he had endured a great shock. Trembling, he stood speechless, overwhelmed by fear. The village chief, upon witnessing the elderly woman's actions, erupted in a fit of rage, his voice a menacing growl as he exclaimed, "You wretched old hag, do you wish to die? Who permitted you to bring the child out? Return him inside at once. Otherwise, I shall strike you down tonight." Just then, Degua suddenly shouted, striding forward with purpose. He addressed the child, "Dog-ear, do you remember me? I am your uncle Degua, the one who often visits your father for drinks. Your brother is with me now. Come along with me, and I shall take you to the town in the future." As Degua spoke, he reached out to grasp Dog-ear's small hand, but the child recoiled, wide-eyed with trepidation, glancing back at the village chief as if he were paralyzed by fear. "Dog-ear, do you wish to accompany your uncle Degua? Speak up quickly." The second aunt was quick to respond, hurrying to kneel before Dog-ear. "Your brother and your 2 little brothers are waiting for you at my home. We even have the delicious brown sugar candies your uncle Degua brought from the city. Come now." As she spoke, she attempted to embrace Dog-ear, yet the child remained transfixed on the village chief, terror etched upon his face. He pointed at the chief, stammering, he is a ghost." Before he could finish, he burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably, his nose running and tears streaming down his face. "You little brat. What are you saying? How could I be a ghost? Have I wronged you in any way?" The village chief, incensed by Dog-ear's sudden display of fear and disrespect, seized the child's small arm, shouting, "You frightened this child, you outsiders," filling his head with nonsense. "Come with me into the house. Your 4th grandmother will steam you some big buns tonight." However, the moment the chief's hand touched Dog-ear's arm, the child screamed as if he had encountered a specter. With the child's cries echoing, every pair of eyes turned towards the village chief, their expressions laden with doubt, including those of the men who had previously wielded sticks. "It is now clear what the child wishes. He is afraid to stay in your home, particularly of you. So he shall accompany us." Chen Zhi spoke in a measured tone, casting a cautious glance at the village chief's dark, ominous dwelling. "What are you saying? The child has not expressed anything. Why should he accompany you? What good are your kneeling brothers? Who knows what you intend to do with him?" "I do not trust you with the child," the village chief retorted, forcefully tugging at Dog-ear's arm to drag him towards the small house. The child's face turned ashen, his flushed brows knitting together in distress, wailing as if he were on the verge of losing breath. Just as the village chief was about to forcibly pull Dog-ear into the house, he suddenly halted. A cold, unyielding gun barrel pressed against his temple. In terror, he turned to see Chen Zhi standing behind him, gun aimed at his head, speaking in a low, menacing tone, "I will take this child. But we shall meet again soon." The village chief, taken aback by Chen Zhi's unexpected display of authority, involuntarily released his grip on Dog-ear. Chen Zhi grasped the dog tightly, glancing back at the village chief's face before turning to lead the child away. The onlooking villagers witnessed the entire scene, yet none intervened. Over the years, The Tang family had frequently interacted with the village, and most villagers were familiar with Degua. Furthermore, the benefits brought by the Tang family were evident to all, leading to a favorable impression among the villagers towards both Degua and the Tang family. As the villagers observed the village chief standing there in a daze, they whispered amongst themselves, none daring to approach. Chen Zhi and his companions continued their journey back with the child, while Peng Wei and Degua, armed, brought up the rear, ready to respond to any potential threats from behind. At that moment, Ji Ying approached Chen Zhi, whispering in his ear, "Our suspicions were not unfounded. The house is permeated with a foul stench of blood. If my instincts are correct, there are bodies beneath that earthen bed." Chapter 467. The Misfortune of Ice Flow Ditch, Part 7. As Chen Zhi walked back, clutching the dog's paw, the village chief stood behind them, seething with rage. His face contorted in a way that was hard to describe. He seemed deeply concerned about Chen Zhi's taking of the dog, yet he refrained from any extreme actions or verbal assaults. Chen Zhi and his group made their way back to the home of the second sister-in-law, soon followed by the earlier onlookers. Having been well acquainted with Degua, the villagers were elated to see representatives from the Tang family, and many of the men rushed over to discuss village matters with Degua. The villagers recounted the recent incidents of cannibalism to Degua in meticulous detail, corroborating what the second sister-in-law had said. For some time, they had confined themselves indoors to evade the lurking terror, and many had not seen one another for ages. Some villagers noted that several households were now unaccounted for, with certain homes remaining ominously shut. In the afternoon, Chen Zhi instructed Ji Ying to keep watch near the village chief's residence, closely monitoring his movements to prevent any harm to the villagers. Meanwhile, Degua and Chen Zhi, equipped with firearms and weapons, along with several brave hunters from the village, set out to search each home. They discovered that many doors remained firmly shut, and after much effort, they pried one open, revealing a scene of horrific carnage inside. The sight was ghastly, with bodies strewn about, faces frozen in terror. Both adults and children alike, all disemboweled with their entrails devoured. Upon completing their search, it was confirmed that 5 households had been victimized, with no survivors left in any family. The rooftops had been breached, indicating that the monstrous entity had entered from above, leaving behind a scene too dreadful to behold. Since the arrival of Degua and Chen Zhi's team in the village, the villagers had gained courage. The men, being spirited hunters, were incensed upon seeing their fellow villagers so brutally ravaged. They rallied together, filled with fervor, determined to hunt down the cannibalistic monster. In order to avoid alarming the snake by striking the grass, Chen Zhi and his companions refrained from revealing their suspicions about the village chief to the villagers. They organized the villagers to carry the bodies from the house and place them all in another dwelling, awaiting further action. During this time, several swift-footed workers from the Tang family had successfully repaired the communication equipment. Thanks to their well-stocked supplies, which even included a small generator, the communication network was swiftly restored, allowing them to establish contact with the town across the mountains. Although the communication quality from the remote ice stream valley was poor, they could still clearly hear Ningbin's voice. Ningbin was overjoyed to learn that Chen Zhi and Degua had arrived in Ice Stream Valley and quickly inquired about the situation and the events that had transpired. Degua reported the assault by the mutated humans on Ice Stream Valley, informing Ningbin that over 20 people had already perished. The villagers were aware of the presence of monsters in their midst, but were still oblivious to the existence of mutated humans. Given the evolution of events, it was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal the truth, and they sought Ningbin's guidance on how to handle the bodies. Ningbin advised that, given the significant number of deaths in the village, the situation had surpassed the Tang family's capacity to manage privately. He would leverage the Tang family's connections to seek assistance from specialized departments, assuring them that news would arrive shortly. However, he emphasized that it was not Chen Zhi and his companions' responsibility to pacify Ice Stream Valley. They merely needed to continue with their original plan. Nonetheless, the mutated humans in the village needed to be apprehended immediately, lest the situation spiral out of control. Ningbin's sentiments echoed Chen Zhi's own thoughts. The deaths in the village were no trivial matter, necessitating government intervention. However, the search for the mysterious village must remain strictly confidential. If the mutated humans were not located, the events in the mountains would be exposed, creating complications for their subsequent endeavors. Thus, it was imperative to address the mutated humans in Ice Stream Valley that very night. After bringing the dog back to Ersaw's house, Degua set up camp near her yard, where a multitude of people began pitching tents and preparing food, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Hua was overjoyed to see her brother return, and the village children were released to play, filling Eerie's courtyard with their exuberant laughter and leaps. The villagers of Ice Stream Valley were exceedingly hospitable. A group of women volunteered to assist in the kitchen, as feeding over 100 people was a considerable task. Fortunately, Ice Stream Valley had stockpiled ample provisions, and they set about chopping firewood, washing rice, and preparing dinner. The courtyard soon became a cacophony of chattering women and playful children. Amidst the noise, the inner room of Eerie's house became vacant, providing Chen Zhi, De Gua, Peng Wei, and Lao Jindo the perfect opportunity to gather and devise their plan for the evening. The village chief undoubtedly harbors some secrets, began Peng Wei amidst a group of people. Just look at his appearance. He resembles a wretched creature, unmistakably untrustworthy. His relationship with Lu Danning seems fraught with tension. So why does he insist on clinging to the child? The reluctance he displayed when surrendering the child was telling. There must be something amiss. I suspect he is responsible for Lu Danning's demise and now seeks to harm the child. Just look at him. He resembles a twisted human being. How else could someone have such a fearsome visage? I propose we bind him tonight and see what transformations he undergoes. While Peng Wei spoke, Lao Jindo shook his head vigorously. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "While your words hold merit, we have yet to ascertain what a twisted human truly is. We cannot merely accuse the village chief of being a man-eater without evidence. If he denies our allegations, do we have the luxury of time to engage in a protracted confrontation? Let us not forget, the leopard's fate remains uncertain atop the mountain. What do you suggest we do? Shall we hire a lawyer and discuss legalities with him?" Peng Wei retorted, raising his voice. "Enough. Let us dispense with the pretense of civility. This is no courtroom. Who has time to entertain such trivialities? I say we should bind that old rascal first. Give him a thrashing and determine if he truly is twisted." "No, no," Big Gua interjected immediately. "You must understand, there are many surnamed Lu in this village. Ultimately, the village chief is an elder, a figure of respect among the villagers. In terms of hierarchy, Lu Danning would have to address him as uncle. If we were to unjustly bind and assault him, the villagers would surely not stand idly by. Such actions could incite conflict." Big was suddenly recalled something. "When we encountered Dog Ear today, didn't he have something to say? He claimed the village chief is a ghost, a statement that seems far from arbitrary. Let us inquire further and discover what he witnessed that led him to believe the village chief is a malevolent spirit." Chapter 468. The Misfortune of Ice Stream Gully, Part 8. Big Gua's words sparked a realization among the group. Dog Ear indeed exhibited peculiar behavior today. His fear of the village chief was palpable, and he publicly declared the chief to be a ghost. A child not yet 10 years old would not utter such words without cause, unless he had truly encountered something terrifying or experienced events that led him to perceive the village chief as an evil spirit. Big Gua stepped into the courtyard, observing Dog Ear and several other children engaged in a game of hide-and-seek. Initially, Dog Ear appeared frightened upon his arrival, refusing to speak despite coaxing. But after encountering Lu Hua, he grew noticeably more animated. Though he still hesitated to join the other children in their exuberance, he stood to the side, watching and smiling. Big Gua called out to Dog Ear, beckoning him to approach. Lu Hua promptly followed suit. "Dog Ear, I wish to ask you something. Come inside with me." De Gua, fearing that he might frighten the child, bent down with a smile and gently took the child's arm, encouraging him to follow into the house. The child, visibly still trembling with fear, kept sniffling and clung to Lu Hua's hand, reluctant to enter. Eventually, after Lu Hua offered continuous reassurances and promised to accompany him, the child reluctantly stepped inside. Once De Gua ushered the two children in, he first seated them on the warm kong. Lao Jindo handed them a handful of peanuts and spoke some soothing words. Then, De Gua sat beside the child and asked, "Good boy, may I ask you something? Please do not be afraid. Just tell me everything you know, but do not lie, all right?" The boy, not yet 10 years old, seemed to struggle with the gravity of De Gua's words, sniffled again, and nodded in a half-comprehending manner, stuffing peanuts into his mouth. "Very well. Let me ask you this. Why did you say in front of everyone that your village chief is a ghost? Did he do something frightening?" As soon as De Gua's words escaped his lips, an unexpected reaction took place. The child's face turned pale, his large eyes wide with panic as he trembled uncontrollably. With a sudden burst, he began to cry, as if he had encountered something truly terrifying, his wails piercing the stillness of the courtyard. Upon hearing the cries, the second sister-in-law rushed in first. Seeing the child's face red and tear-streaked, she was furious and immediately scooped him into her arms to comfort him. Raising her voice, she shouted at Degua, "What is wrong with you men? Why must you torment a child? Don't you have anything better to do? You just made one child cry, and now you're at it again. Dogger, stop crying. Come with your aunt," she said, her anger palpable as she pulled the boy's hand, attempting to lead him outside. Degua quickly moved to stop her, but she brushed him aside. "Wait, second sister-in-law. My dear second sister-in-law," Pang Wei, sensing the situation was turning, hurriedly approached with a grin and interjected, "Please don't take the child away just yet. We have important matters to discuss with him. Are we men really so cruel as to bully a child? We need to ask about the man-eating monster. Catching the monster is your business, not a child's. Do you really think a child can aid you in capturing that fiend?" The second sister-in-law was clearly irritated, engaging in a debate with Pang Wei. In the meantime, Luwa gently wiped the child's tear-streaked face and, with a tender voice, said, "Good brother, good dogger. We are our father's children, and we fear nothing. What have you seen? Just tell the uncles and big brothers. They will avenge our father. Otherwise, our parents will not find peace in the afterlife." Though Luwa was just a child, her words greatly reassured Dogger. After a moment of sobbing, he ceased his tears, fidgeting with his clothes, and, after a long hesitation, sniffled and spoke. "At the home of the village elder, I beheld a multitude of corpses." Upon hearing the dog's words, Chen Zhi immediately rose, advanced a few steps, and half-squatted before the dog, gently stroking its head while speaking in a calm tone. "Good child, please tell me. Where did you see the dead? Were there others around the corpses?" The dog's eyes widened in astonishment as it gazed at Chen Zhi, clutching Lua's arm tightly, and with trembling lips replied, I saw them beneath the earthen Kong at the village elder's house. I had crawled under to fetch firewood when I discovered many corpses hidden beneath. And the village elder, the dog's voice faltered with rising emotion, its little nose turning red as tears threatened to spill. The village elder dragged the bodies out from beneath the Kong and then cut open their bellies to devour their innards. There was blood everywhere. It was terrifying. The village elder is a monster, a monster. Unable to continue, the dog buried its face in Lua's embrace and began to weep. Oh my goodness. So the village elder is indeed that cannibal fiend. No wonder he clutched the children so tightly today. Had you not intervened, those poor children would have fallen victim to his malevolence. I must hasten to inform the villagers. Upon hearing this news, the second sister-in-law was utterly horrified. She raised her voice in alarm, eager to rush outside and relay the tale to others, but was fortunately restrained by Degua. "Sister-in-law, do not speak of this to anyone else. Otherwise, we risk alarming the serpent in the grass. We cannot accomplish anything tonight," Degua implored, persuading her to keep the secret, insisting that she take care of Lua and the dog, ensuring the latter would not be further frightened. After escorting the children outside, Degua and a few others reconvened within the confines of the house to deliberate on their subsequent strategy. The situation had become considerably more manageable. In a hushed tone, Chen Zhi addressed everyone. "Zheng informed me today that she sensed a foul odor of blood emanating from the village elder's home, particularly beneath their earthen Kong, where the stench was notably strong. I have tasked Zheng with monitoring the village elder and his wife. He cannot evade us. Given the current trajectory, the likelihood of the village elder's culpability is exceedingly high. Time is of the essence. We shall visit the village elder's home tonight to unearth that Kong. Should we discover the bodies, the village elder will have no means of denying his guilt." Chapter 469, The Misfortune of Ice Stream Gully, Part 9. Once the plans were finalized, preparations commenced for the evening's undertaking. As Degua had previously articulated, apprehending the village elder was no trifling matter, and their ignorance regarding the mutated beings necessitated utmost caution. They must wait until the cover of darkness to launch a sudden assault, ensuring a swift resolution. Before long, the yard of the second sister-in-law was suffused with the fragrant aroma of rice and dishes. The men from the mountains, accustomed to hunting, had stockpiled an ample supply of wild delicacies and jerky. The women, adept in their tasks, soon laid out an elaborate feast of mountain treasures, ready for the gathering. Due to the overwhelming number of villagers and the attendants from the Tang family, it was simply impossible for everyone to be seated comfortably. The courtyard was too cold, compelling everyone to relocate their long tables and benches from their homes and kindle a bonfire nearby. Once the warmth enveloped the area, they congregated in the courtyard to share a meal, and the increased company rendered the chill less biting. The villagers had been cooped up in their homes for far too long, and upon the arrival of Chen Zhi and his companions, a wave of relief washed over them. As if they had been granted a reprieve, their excitement was palpable. Gathered in the yard of the second sister-in-law's home, the atmosphere resembled a celebratory feast, akin to a wedding banquet. Outsiders were welcomed as guests of the entire village, a long-standing custom of Bingliagu. Additionally, there was a tradition of consuming strong liquor in the mountain villages, prompting the villagers to bring forth potent white spirits brewed locally. The merriment quickly escalated as they exchanged toasts, fully embracing the festive spirit. Chen Zhi and his companions, however, abstained from drinking due to pressing matters on their minds, merely partaking in a modest meal. De Gua had sternly instructed the Tang family's attendants to refrain from alcohol, under the threat of severe consequences, to prevent any drunken mishaps later that night. Thus, the gathering continued joyously, indulging in the mountain feast, where the liquor proved to be exceptionally potent. Before long, the villagers became inebriated, swaying and shouting boisterously, with some even engaging in playful scuffles on the tables, creating a raucous scene. By around 8 o'clock, the villagers at the tables were thoroughly intoxicated, their behavior exaggeratedly animated, raising questions about their usual revelry. The night sky, which darkens early in the mountains, was now enveloped in pitch black, with only the second sister-in-law's courtyard buzzing with life, while the rest of the village lay eerily silent. The moon shone brilliantly overhead, illuminating the night like a lantern. This group of mountain folk had promised to extend a warm welcome to them, yet they had succumbed to drunkenness. With their lack of tolerance, they resembled lambs waiting for slaughter, vulnerable should any malevolent beings emerge. Pang Wei observed the drunken villagers with a resigned shake of his head. Let them be. Their inebriation will spare us from complications. Let us depart, De Gua remarked, adjusting the gun at his waist and signaling to the attendants. The group then exited the courtyard together. Such a situation was not conducive to brawls. Having too many people could lead to misfortune. To be on the safe side, they left Lao Jindo and most of the Tang family's attendants behind at the second sister-in-law's place. Chen Zhi, Pang Wei, and De Gua, accompanied by over 20 attendants, proceeded toward the village chief's residence. The feast at the second sister-in-law's house had drawn every villager, and as they made their way, Chen Zhi and his companions encountered no one along the path. The village, shrouded in darkness, grew increasingly unsettling as they advanced. The surrounding houses and trees were obscured, rendering them indistinct. An eerie silence enveloped everything, as if the shadows concealed lurking spirits. Upon reaching the vicinity of the village chief's home, they found that the flickering firelight and silhouettes of people had completely vanished from view. The area around them was utterly silent, as though the world had shrunk to encompass only Chen Zhi and his companions. Chen Zhi and his companions approached the door of the village chief's residence. The courtyard's fence stood ajar, yet the main door remained firmly shut, devoid of any signs of life, resembling an abandoned dwelling. As Chen Zhi furrowed his brow in contemplation, Zheng descended from the rooftop like a whispering breeze, landing gracefully beside him. Have they ventured outside today? Chen Zhi inquired in a hushed tone. No. Zheng gently shook her head. They had remained indoors the entire day, with no visitors to disturb their solitude. Very well, Chen Zhi nodded slightly, then signaled to the burly Wei nearby. Wei, unable to contain his impatience, strode forward and kicked the wooden door with a resounding crash, shattering it to splinters. He bellowed into the darkness. Come out, you mutated old man. Stop playing dead and reveal your true capabilities. I'm eager to see what you aberrant beings are made of, and how you compare to those grotesque zombies. After his declaration, Wei charged into the house, followed closely by the others. The entrance hall was eerily empty, shrouded in darkness, yet the door to the inner chamber stood ajar. Wei forcefully kicked open the inner door and stepped inside, only to find the barrel of a gun pressed against his head. Startled, he turned to his right and beheld the menacing visage of the village chief emerging from the shadows, brandishing a double-barreled shotgun aimed directly at him. Don't move. Take another step forward, and I will blow your head off, he growled fiercely. By the heavens, it truly is a mutated human. Wei, undeterred by the sudden threat, swiftly dodged the gun's muzzle and pressed it downward. He retaliated with a powerful kick to the chief's abdomen, sending him stumbling to the ground. Wei pounced on him, pinning him down. Hey, old man, you've got some nerve to threaten me with a shotgun. I am the one who deals with your kind, and you are no match for the creatures in the graves. Although the chief was immobilized beneath Wei, he shouted desperately, "Bandits, you robbers! Someone help me! The bandits are here to plunder." Witnessing this scene, Chen Zhi was momentarily taken aback, his mind swirling in chaos. The elderly woman on the Kong, upon seeing the commotion, nearly fainted, frantically jumping to the ground to rescue the chief. Meanwhile, De Guo lunged toward the earthen Kong, swiftly uncovering its coverings, and raised a pickaxe to strike down upon it. The village's kangs, constructed from a mixture of clay and mortar, were not particularly sturdy. After just 2 forceful strikes, a large hole appeared, revealing numerous corpses beneath. Chapter 470. The Misfortune of Ice Stream Gully, Part 10. There lay an unsettling sight. Perhaps 5 or 6 corpses strewn haphazardly about, their skin a pallid gray, each met with a ghastly demise. Their abdomens had been brutally slashed open, revealing their innards, while several limbs intertwined grotesquely beneath the earthen bed, evoking a visceral horror. Upon witnessing these cadavers, Fat Wei was engulfed in a deeper fury, bellowing at the aged village chief pinned beneath him, "Old man, behold these corpses. What words can you utter now? You ravenous monster! Do you dare claim that these bodies crept beneath your bed of their own accord at night?" The village chief turned his gaze toward the remains, his expression one of greater astonishment than Fat Wei's. His mouth agape, he faltered for a moment, unable to articulate his thoughts, before shouting at the corpses. "What is the meaning of this? These individuals were dispatched from our village to seek aid in the town. I have waited in vain for news. How could they all perish here? Why do their bodies lie beneath my very home? This is an apparition beyond belief. What on earth is transpiring?" After uttering these words, the old chief struggled to rise, but Fat Wei held him down firmly, rendering him unable to stand despite his desperate writhing. At that moment, the chief's wife, witnessing the scene unfold, seemed to lose her senses in terror. She fervently pushed open a small window nearby, calling out for help. "Is anyone out there? Please, come to our aid. We have been robbed. There are spirits haunting my home." The elderly woman strained to lean out the window, her cries echoing in the stillness. Yet not a soul responded from the outside. It was then that Chen Zhi noticed a small, previously sealed window adjacent to the earthen bed in the inner room. This window, scarcely a meter wide, was inconspicuously aligned with the village path outside, likely barricaded with wooden slats to guard against external dangers. The wooden strips were meticulously fastened, so densely arranged that they could easily escape notice. As Chen Zhi observed the orderly array of slats, a realization struck him with the force of an explosion. He urgently called out to De Guo and Fat Wei, "We are in grave danger. It is a ruse to lead us away. Uncle Jean and the others are at risk. Hurry back with me." Without waiting for a response, Chen Zhi turned and dashed out the door, racing toward his sister-in-law's home, with Zheng closely trailing behind. As he ran, his mind raced with thoughts. Initially, he had underestimated the situation. It was far beyond a mere issue of mutated humans. This was a meticulously orchestrated predatory scheme. The wooden slats sealing the window had been expertly crafted and fastened with great care, an endeavor requiring considerable effort. If the village chief were indeed a mutated being, he would have no need to expend such energy fortifying his window to this extent, even for the sake of pretense. Such measures were excessive. Moreover, using a long gun to hold Fat Wei at bay was a defense fraught with vulnerabilities. Mutated beings would have no need to act so cautiously in the darkness, as they could simply strike directly from the shadows. The village chief is merely an ordinary human, misled from the very beginning, much like how they arrived at the foot of the mountain, presuming the presence of mutated beings within. Some entity in the depths of the forest is aware of their arrival and recognizes them as a formidable force. Thus, it has crafted an illusion to lead them astray. In truth, the mutated beings are represented by Chen Zhi, who is frantically sprinting ahead, with the out-of-breath Peng Wei and De Guo trailing closely behind. Peng Wei, gasping for breath, shouts to Chen Zhi, "Orange, what madness has overtaken you? We've already discovered the bodies. Are we still afraid that old man will deny it? Why are you suddenly running? Could it be that we might apprehend the wrong person?" Chen Zhi, in desperate haste, has no time to respond to Peng Wei's inquiries. He turns to Zheng beside him and commands, "Time is of the essence. You must guard the entrance to the ice flow valley. Should you see anyone entering the mountain to report, eliminate them without hesitation. Then return to assist us." "Yes," Zheng replies expressionlessly, vanishing like a shadow at Chen Zhi's side. At this moment, Chen Zhi addresses the panting Peng Wei and De Gua. From the very start, we have been misled. These mutated beings are incredibly astute. They have actively sought us out. We have been led around by the nose. Now, Uncle Jean and the villagers are in peril. We must run back quickly. There is still time. You claim the village chief is not a mutated being? Then who is the true mutated one? Which individual? Peng Wei, along with De Gua and more than 20 companions, run breathlessly alongside Chen Zhi, utterly confused by his words. It is not a question of who is a mutated being. Rather, they have all transformed. Their objective is the villagers of this hamlet, using us to lure them out. Do not question further. Run. If we delay, Uncle Jean and the villagers will be lost. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, the two cease their inquiries. The trio, already possessing commendable stamina, races back like a gust of wind, swiftly returning to the courtyard of Eerie's home. The courtyard remains brightly lit. Yet the people who had been gathered are now absent. The remnants of the banquet, cups, bowls, and plates, are still strewn about, as if the attendees had just departed. Fragments of shattered dishes litter the ground, alongside dragging marks, indicating that all the villagers have been forcefully taken away during the recent moments. The surroundings are eerily silent, imbued with an unsettling atmosphere as they traverse the courtyard towards Eerie's house. Suddenly, an odd rustling sound emanates from the rooftop ahead, an unfamiliar noise, unlike any other. If one were to describe it, it resembles the provocative sound emitted by insects agitatedly vibrating their wings. Chen Zhi, drawn by the sound, gazes forward and finds Eerie's house cloaked in darkness, the door firmly locked from within, devoid of any light, yet illuminated by the moonlight. Shadows of numerous individuals can be discerned inside, seemingly trembling in fear. On the rooftop, several shadowy figures emerged. Chen Zhi and his companions observed closely, and to their astonishment, they beheld the second sister-in-law, accompanied by Lu Hua and Go Air, crawling on the roof like animals, their tongues elongated. Grinning eerily with teeth gleaming white under the moonlight, a grotesque smile that was utterly beyond description. Chapter 471, The Misfortune of Ice Stream Gully, Part 11. The faces of the second sister-in-law and the two children appeared rigid and cold in the moonlight. De Gua and Peng Wei stood frozen in shock, particularly De Gua, who could hardly reconcile the sight of Lu Hua and Go Air, who had just moments ago been crying and laughing, calling him Uncle De Gua, with their current animalistic demeanor. Tongues protruding grotesquely, bloodied mouths, a sight too horrifying to endure. The scene before them was terrifyingly indescribable. Chen Zhi stood at the forefront of the group, his gaze fixed on the three aberrant beings atop the roof, gritting his teeth in silent fury. His mind was consumed with thoughts of rescuing Old Leopard from the depths of the mountains, having underestimated the perilous nature of this village. He should have recognized that a solitary widow living with two children would never easily admit strangers, even if they were well acquainted with De Gua, especially not in an era rife with monsters, unless she herself was one. The reason Lu Deneng had not fired a single shot before being slain was that his murderer was none other than his own son. After the monstrous assault, no one had survived, and Lu Deneng's family was no exception. A child under 10 could hardly hope to escape unless they were a monster themselves. After Lu Deneng's demise, Lu Hua and Go Air were placed under the care of the village chief, who sent a messenger into the mountains only to be murdered, their body interred in the chief's earthen bed. These aberrant beings hunted the villagers one by one, driven both by hunger and by a desire to transform the village into a breeding ground, sustaining a prolonged food chain. It appeared that the deep mountains were a gathering place for these aberrant beings. From the moment Chen Zhi's party entered the mountains, they had sensed this, as well as the strength of Chen Zhi's group. Thus, they sent Lu Hua to infiltrate and gain De Gua's trust under the guise of a child, only to have the second sister-in-law and Go Air collaborate to redirect Chen Zhi's focus towards the village chief. Their intentions became glaringly clear. They aimed to utilize Chen Zhi's group to enter the village, lulling the villagers into a false sense of security, drawing them all out. And then, when Chen Zhi's party moved to confront the chief, they would transport the entire village during the ensuing banquet. Although the means by which they intended to transport so many villagers remained elusive, they had indeed commenced their sinister operations. Fortunately, Chen Zhi and his companions returned in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Chen Zhi concentrated the air currents around his eyes, scrutinizing the aura behind Lu Hua and Go Air. It emanated an adult presence, rich in maturity, suggesting that although their bodies were small, Their minds were akin to those of individuals in their 40s or 50s, exhibiting remarkably advanced cognitive abilities. Damn you. You wretched widow, your disguise is far too convincing. Why hasn't the Oscar committee called you for an award? I remarked on the fervor with which you busied yourself, only to discover that you had drugged our people. Where have our comrades disappeared to? Fat Wei raised his machine gun, aiming it squarely at the face of the second sister-in-law, unleashing a torrent of furious curses. It was the first encounter for everyone with these mutated beings, leaving them uncertain of their capabilities. Seizing the moment, they leveraged Fat Wei's vocal assault to scrutinize their reactions. Under Fat Wei's command, all drew their weapons, directing them towards the ceiling. Upon hearing Fat Wei's voice, the second sister-in-law leaned down to glance at him, her face rigid, betraying no emotion or thought, as though she were incapable of comprehension. This reaction was most peculiar. She stared blankly at Fat Wei, then abruptly shifted her gaze to Chen Zhi. Her eyes flickered momentarily before she quickly lowered her head, joining Lu Hua and Go Air in a frantic attempt to peel back the tiles from the roof. As they clawed at the tiles, a shadow seemed to flit within the darkened windows of the house, yet no sound accompanied its movement. Damn it, you ghostly wretches. Seeking your demise. Fat Wei bellowed, raising his machine gun to unleash a spray of bullets upon the rooftop, but Chen Zhi swiftly pressed down on the barrel, restraining him. Chen Zhi cast a rapid glance at the second sister-in-law, who was desperately removing tiles, then turned towards the pitch-black window, calling out loudly, "Uncle Jean, are you in there? How are you? Who is with you?" At Chen Zhi's summons, an immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. Fat Wei and Dagu were bewildered as to why Chen Zhi was shouting into the darkened window, for from their vantage point, the house appeared empty, giving no indication that anyone was concealed within. To their astonishment, a moment later, the voice of old Jindo resonated from within the window. "Daji, I'm here. The Tang family's men are with me. We are not in danger." After I discovered that the wine had been drugged, I quietly gathered the Tang family's men inside. But then I saw that woman's face change, and thereafter we could not escape. The villagers are unaware of where they have taken them. Be careful, Daji. That woman is formidable. Old Jindo seemed to realize that further concealment was futile, shouting hoarsely from within. Upon hearing old Jindo's voice, a weight lifted from Chen Zhi's heart, and he called into the house, "Uncle Jean, do not come out." After speaking, Chen Zhi drew forth his small-caliber sniper pistol. Adept at long-range shots, he aimed at the left eye of the second sister-in-law on the rooftop and spoke in a calm, yet chilling tone, "Do not move." In the stillness of the night, Chen Zhi's voice, though not loud, was remarkably clear, carrying effortlessly to the rooftop. However, the second sister-in-law and the two children appeared entirely oblivious to his words, continuing their desperate efforts to scrape off the tiles. The tiles on the village house were not particularly thick, and soon they were torn away, revealing a yellow earthen surface beneath. At that moment, the second sister-in-law raised her arm and thrust it forcefully inward. With a sharp crack, the thick yellow clay was unexpectedly punctured, an intensity that would be unimaginable for an ordinary person, revealing the extraordinary strength of the mutated woman. Chen Zhi held his gun steadily, aiming at the second sister-in-law on the rooftop, just as she attempted to extend her arm into the room. Chen Zhi's fingers squeezed the trigger, and with a resounding bang, a bullet shot forth, striking her left eye with remarkable precision. Instantly, her left eye exploded, the socket shattering, and blood gushed forth. She froze in place, no longer moving. Despite her injury, the second sister-in-law did not scream. She crouched there for a prolonged moment, allowing the blood from her eye to flow slowly onto the roof tiles. Then, like a robot, she gradually turned her head to face Chen Zhi. A series of strange sounds emanated from her throat as her limbs pressed against the rooftop, adopting an aggressive posture reminiscent of a beast preparing to attack. At that moment, Chen Zhi comprehended that these mutated beings were fundamentally different from the monsters they had encountered before. Although they possessed intelligence, spoke human language, and appeared entirely human, they were no longer of humanity. They might engage in conversation, feign tears and laughter, and devise traps to ensnare you. Yet this did not signify a desire for genuine communication. Their sole purpose was predation. In a certain sense, these mutated individuals were quite savage, akin to a horde of intellectually advanced zombies. The second sister-in-law, with her left eye obliterated and blood streaming, felt no pain, nor did she display any signs of anger. Instead, she crouched on the rooftop, her body arched like a beast, poised for an attack. Chen Zhi hastily drew his god-slaying knife, stepping back to prepare for battle. Just then, after gazing at Chen Zhi for a moment, the second sister-in-law slowly diverted her gaze, her remaining right eye darting rapidly, searching among Chen Zhi's group, as if seeking the weakest link in a chain. Behind Chen Zhi stood a rather frail companion, trembling since the onset of the harrowing scene, desperately trying to confront the terror. Just as Chen Zhi sensed the imminent danger, with a swift motion, the second sister-in-law lunged towards the weak companion like an arrow, knocking him to the ground in an instant, leaving no chance for resistance, and biting into his neck. Simultaneously, Lua and Dogger also sprang forth with remarkable speed, resembling a fierce gust of wind, each taking down a companion and sinking their teeth into their necks. "Save him!" Chen Zhi shouted. Leaping beside the comrade who had been tackled by the second sister-in-law, he pressed the tip of the knife against her throat and forcefully pulled back. With a swift motion honed through recent trials, he sliced open the second sister-in-law's throat, and her jaw instantly dropped, releasing her grip on the comrade's mouth. She abruptly turned her bloodied face towards Chen Zhi, and in that close proximity, he saw her right pupil completely dilated, her eyes a dark void, resembling those of a corpse. Her hands, like iron hooks, clutched Chen Zhi's shoulders tightly, and with a tremendous force, she flung him several meters away. As Chen Zhi flew through the air, he quickly rolled upon landing and stood up, only to find the second sister-in-law had abandoned the comrade, who was now rendered silent by the bite of Ruwa. "Damn you! You think you can pick on the weak?" Fat Wei, who was nearest to the comrade bitten by Ruwa, leapt forward, using a large cleaver to hook Ruwa's neck, desperately pulling back to free the child from the comrade. But the child's strength was formidable. After much effort, he managed to pry her jaws apart, yet the comrade was already covered in blood, trembling violently. On the verge of death, the dog had also latched onto another comrade, who convulsed beneath it, blood spilling all around, situated near de Gua. This was Doug's first encounter with such a scene. He raised his gun towards the dog's head, steeling himself, gritting his teeth, and fired 7 consecutive rounds. The explosive bullets struck the dog's head, causing it to explode in a shower of blood and brain matter. Even after losing its head, the dog's body continued to crawl in a horrifying manner, but Doug's pistol was now empty. Just as the headless dog lunged towards him, Chen Zhi rushed in, swinging his knife to cleave the creature in half at the heart, its body finally collapsing onto the ground, lifeless. In that moment, the second sister-in-law and Ruwa seized the opportunity to leap back onto the rooftop. The sudden attack had terrified the comrades behind Chen Zhi. It was their first encounter with such brutality from mutated beings. Some hurried to help the injured comrades, applying pressure to their wounds, while others raised their pistols, nervously gathering behind Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, aiming at the second sister-in-law and Ruwa on the rooftop. The second sister-in-law and Ruwa stood atop the building, gazing down at them, the cold mountain wind tousling the second sister-in-law's hair. Her neck and mouth were lacerated by Chen Zhi's blade, bloodied and mangled. Her left eye a grotesque mess of flesh and blood, her hands curled like claws, her face devoid of any expression. Yet, as Ruwa stared at the lifeless body of the dog and its spilled entrails, a glimmer of greed flickered across her face, as if she longed to feast upon the remains. Sister-in-law ceased her assaults, her eyes darting rapidly, rigidly staring at everyone. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi felt an unsettling semblance of a smile lurking beneath the rigid countenance of this mutated woman, as if she had been waiting for something all along. "Are you awaiting the return of your 2 sons? Chen Zhi's gaze fixed intently upon her face as he suddenly inquired. "Since earlier, your children have been absent. Have they ventured into the mountains to deliver a message? Do you truly believe it would be that simple?" Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, sister-in-law's body abruptly stiffened, evidently stirred by his remarks. Meanwhile, beside her, Luwa's eyes greedily fixated on the corpse of the dog, before gradually shifting towards the hole in the roof that sister-in-law had opened. In a fleeting moment, Luwa leapt forth with remarkable speed, diving into the opening above. "This is bad. His small frame can slip inside the house. Uncle Jean and the others are in danger," Fat Wei shouted. At that instant, a vicious glint of a blade flashed through the air, and Luwa, halfway into the hole, suddenly froze. A long knife had pierced through his heart, pinning him firmly to the rooftop, a sensation akin to meat being struck upon a chopping board. Ji Ying emerged from the darkness, flinging 2 corpses to the ground before Chen Zhi, declaring, reporting to the clan leader, "The mutated beings sent to deliver the message have been captured." I have dealt with them. Upon hearing Ji Ying's words, everyone hurriedly turned their attention to the two corpses lying on the ground. There, the remains of sister-in-law's children lay mangled and bloodied, their bodies torn apart, yet their mutated fangs still glimmered ominously under the moonlight. Chapter 473, The Misfortune of Ice Stream Ravine, Part 13. The sight of the two mutilated bodies of the mutated children was horrifying. Sister-in-law, gazing upon these remains, finally reacted. A malevolent expression gradually emerged on her stiff face, her head shaking violently like a motor, her sharp teeth grinding together in a furious semblance, akin to rage or perhaps maniacal laughter. Are you still unwilling to speak? Chen Zhi bellowed from below. The messenger you sent to the mountains has been intercepted. No one will come to your rescue. Now, open your mouth and speak to me. How many mutated beings like you are there? What is the current situation in the mountains? Speak. Chen Zhi's voice resounded, causing a ripple of air to tremble. Yet, sister-in-law remained rigidly standing, disregarding Chen Zhi's words, showing no inclination to engage in dialogue. Her furious demeanor gradually subsided as she focused her good right eye upon Chen Zhi for an extended moment before suddenly releasing her hair, allowing it to cascade down. Subsequently, her hair began to extend slowly, growing longer and swaying gracefully in the moonlight. From her strands of hair, a substance resembling down began to drift away, imbued with a hint of luminescence, glistening in the darkness like myriad stars. It resembled the dispersal of dandelion seeds, gradually wafting towards the mountains. A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the down to vanish swiftly into the depths of the wilderness. This abrupt transformation was so rapid that many individuals found themselves pondering in confusion, quickly transitioning to exclamations of astonishment. By heavens, this wretched woman is signaling to the mountains. I truly underestimated her. This creature possesses far more capabilities than I imagined. Fat Wei was the first to react, cursing as he raised his firearm, aiming at the second sister-in-law's face, only to be restrained once again by Chen Zhi, who redirected the gun's muzzle. Chen Zhi turned aside to evade the second sister-in-law's gaze and communicated silently to Fat Wei, "Wait." Fat Wei was momentarily taken aback by Chen Zhi's intense gaze, ultimately lowering his weapon and falling silent. The night in the mountains remained frigid, with the second sister-in-law standing atop the roof, her expression inscrutable and her lips sealed, enveloped in a deathly stillness. This tranquility lasted less than 5 minutes before the entire mountain trembled, producing a sound reminiscent of countless creatures crawling from above, akin to a legion of colossal ants approaching. Yet, these were no mere ants. The ominous energy they exuded instilled profound dread. Xiaoji, hurry, shoot, urged the frail individual who had just been attacked, trembling uncontrollably into Guai's support, his voice quaking with fear. Calm down, do not exhibit fear. These entities can sense your terror, Chen Zhi instructed, his countenance remaining unperturbed as he observed the approaching swarm of rustling beings, which coalesced into a massive shadow, advancing with alarming swiftness, resembling an immense black monster poised to engulf the entire village. Panic gripped everyone, their legs trembling under the weight of such overwhelming pressure. The members of the Tang family huddled closely together, with Dagua repeatedly urging them to remain composed, ready to face their demise with valor. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei stood resolutely at the forefront, gazing steadily at the enormous shadow drawing nearer and nearer, swiftly infiltrating the village. These entities moved with astonishing speed, weaving between the houses, their numbers overwhelming as they rapidly encircled the courtyard, eventually halting just outside the courtyard walls. The onlookers stared in terror at the darkness beyond the walls, waiting anxiously for about half a minute. Suddenly, a grotesque figure emerged from the eastern wall of the courtyard. The man's appearance was utterly horrifying. His bones were grotesquely contorted, his eyes bulging, jaw missing, and his elongated tongue dangled grotesquely, rendering him more terrifying than any cinematic zombie. He wore the tattered clothing of a villager, unmistakably a mutated human. The mutated man stared intently at Chen Zhi's group for an extended moment, saliva dripping from his mouth in torrents. Ultimately, he emitted a horrific shriek and lunged wildly into the courtyard. With a sharp crack, the sound of an electric shock reverberated through the air. The mutant did not charge into the yard. Instead, it exploded at the boundary, splattering a copious amount of blood that lingered in the atmosphere. As more mutants leaped from beyond the wall, they too detonated upon reaching the yard's perimeter, showering the area with vivid crimson, Yet not a single drop crossed into the sanctuary of the yard, which seemed encased in a protective glass dome that kept them at bay. As the blood painted the sky a deep red, the observers finally discerned their surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, a transparent barrier had formed around the yard, resembling a vast glass tank, enveloping everyone inside and prohibiting entry. Following the demise of the numerous mutants against this barrier, silence fell outside the walls, only to be interrupted moments later by a rustling sound as a massive black shadow began to retreat. These entities moved with remarkable swiftness, their footsteps echoing through the village, but halted after a short distance. Suddenly, a series of electric crackles illuminated the night, casting the entire village into stark relief. It was then that the true form of the shadow was revealed. Countless mutants, grotesque and maimed, huddled together like decaying corpses amidst the flickering currents. The onlookers were astonished to witness a colossal barrier manifesting a mile away, sprawling across the sky, composed of millions of swirling air currents that encircled the village like chains, trapping the intruding mutants within. The mutants, ensnared in this barrier, writhed in a frenzy induced by the electric stimuli, their terrified howls echoing like wild beasts, filled with despair and dread. "Do you see? Never yield to fear. We are the hunters." Chen Zhi's voice sliced through the chaos, cold as steel. He extended his right hand, forming a fist in the air, and with a decisive squeeze, the external barrier erupted with violent winds and lightning. As currents surged like a multitude of dragons weaving through the barrier, instantaneously reducing the mutants within to mere pulp. Chapter 474. Conclusion. The once terrifying mutants that roamed the village had transformed into a sky filled with red mist, swirling like autumn leaves, giving the impression that the world had undergone an instantaneous cleansing, leaving everything astonishingly pristine. The immense barrier continued to pulse in the air, with thousands of lightning-like currents dancing through it, creating a magnificent spectacle. The members of the Tang family stood in stunned silence. One attendant, who had been leaning against De Gua, now gazed in awe at the grandeur of the scene, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Trembling, he asked De Gua, "What is this? Is this the Lushan Rising Dragon Strike?" At this moment, De Gua, with his mouth agape, gazed in astonishment at a scene he had never envisioned. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, the crimson droplets of blood slowly descended to the ground, transforming the earth into a vivid scarlet. Chen Zhi, manipulating the currents of air, retracted the barrier, and the village returned to its former state. In the face of this unexpected victory, Pang Wei beamed with pride, deliberately showcasing their team's prowess before the Tang family. He exclaimed to Chen Zhi, "I say, Orange, it seems you had a trick up your sleeve all along. You should have mentioned it sooner. Look at how terrified these brothers are. They nearly wet their pants. How will we explain this to Brother Ningbin? Honestly, with your abilities, dealing with a few mutated humans is a trivial matter. Why put the burden on Ji Ying to intercept those two children? It exhausted her unnecessarily. You could have simply sent those mutated fellows down the mountain and taken care of them directly. The mutated humans are quite intelligent. We must not raise their suspicions." Chen Zhi slightly shook his head, explaining, "They have been lurking in this village for so long, preying on its inhabitants. If those two children were to deliver a message, the mutated humans in the mountains would become cautious and refrain from descending en masse to hunt." After speaking, Chen Zhi withdrew all the currents, consolidating his power within himself. In truth, from the moment Chen Zhi stepped into this courtyard, he had begun crafting the dual-layer barrier, but the outer layer was immense and required time to complete. Through this period of contemplation on the fierce incantation, Chen Zhi gradually discerned the attributes of the spell. The fierce incantation is, in fact, an exceptionally intricate spell, with one incantation linked to another, a major incantation enveloping several minor ones, resembling a complex mathematical formula, an area in which Chen Zhi excelled. Now, he was capable of conjuring a substantial barrier to envelop an entire village, while simultaneously creating several minute barriers, akin to ants. Upon understanding the attributes of the fierce incantation, Chen Zhi integrated the superior spell of wind and thunder into it, enhancing its offensive capabilities. Thus, when the mutated humans encountered the barrier moments ago, it was as if they had been electrocuted, instantly resulting in their demise. Rather than an assault by the mutated humans, it was more accurate to say that Chen Zhi had been waiting for them to walk into his trap. The chilling mountain wind continued to blow, leaving only the solitary figure of the second sister-in-law atop the roof. After witnessing the events unfold, she exhibited no reaction. Her disheveled hair framed her face as she stared blankly outside the barrier, watching her kin vanish into thin air. Her countenance remained rigid and indifferent, resembling stone. Yet her body began to tremble involuntarily, a natural response to fear in animals. Speak. Relate all the information you possess regarding the mutated humans, and I may spare your life. Chen Zhi stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the second sister-in-law atop the roof. His voice was as cold as steel, and with a swift motion of his hand, several slender currents shot from his sleeve, binding her tightly before transporting her to stand before him. The second sister hung suspended in midair, resembling a lamb destined for slaughter, powerless to resist. At that moment, Chen Zhi spoke. I have just witnessed those mutated humans descending the mountain, imperfect in form, savage in thought, all of them inferior beings. Yet you are different. Your appearance mirrors that of humanity, your mind is sharp, and you possess numerous abilities. Clearly, you belong to the superior class of mutants. How many others like you reside on the mountain? The second sister, seemingly oblivious to Chen Zhi's inquiry, hung her bloodied chin, silent throughout. Speak, or I shall send you to hell, Chen Zhi declared, his brows furrowing as he manipulated the currents of air, swiftly binding the second sister's limbs. The sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. In the face of Chen Zhi's sudden ferocity, the Tang family's associates dared not utter another word, retreating a few steps, their eyes fixed on the man who had transformed into a figure of cruelty as he interrogated the mutated woman. The second sister's face, obscured by her long hair, appeared rigid. She gazed blankly at Chen Zhi, devoid of expression, utterly unwilling to respond. From the moment he had shot her in the eye, Chen Zhi realized that this mutated woman possessed the capacity for pain, yet her tolerance for suffering was remarkable. Ordinary injuries could not provoke her. To extract a confession through torture had become an arduous task. Chen Zhi conjured a spherical barrier around the second sister, infusing it with a tempestuous incantation. The furious winds and thunder crackled within the confines of the barrier, like serpents of lightning flickering around her, the violent currents singeing her flesh, leaving charred patches that emitted a burnt odor. Do you wish to be reduced to pulp? If not, tell me how many mutants like you are on the mountain and what the current situation is. The electric serpents coiled around her as her body became a canvas of wounds, yet the mutated woman remained expressionless, resembling a stone statue. Just as the electric serpents seemed poised to engulf her, her rigid face suddenly contorted in a grimace, and she spat out a few words to Chen Zhi. You cannot escape the punishment of fate. Upon uttering these words, the second sister let out a deafening shriek, baring her jagged teeth and lunging at Chen Zhi like a malevolent spirit. Faced with this sudden assault, Chen Zhi tightened the currents, and in an instant, the second sister's body was obliterated by the tempestuous incantation, transforming into a cloud of light crimson mist that rained down upon him. Chen Zhi found himself drenched in the unexpected downpour of blood, the warm liquid cascading down his cheeks and pooling in his neck, a searing warmth enveloping him. Amidst the blood rain, a wave of dizziness washed over him. For the first time, he felt a peculiar sensation, questioning when he had become so ruthless, so indifferent to life. Chapter 475. A small victory. As the blood rain fell upon him, Chen Zhi was enveloped in vibrant red, the warm liquid flowing over him, igniting a strange feeling of vertigo within. He pondered how he had come to embody such cruelty, such disregard for life. The final words of that mutated woman, uttered just before her demise, inexplicably bore a profound weight, unexpectedly descending upon Chen Zhi's thoughts. This sensation was distinctly unsettling, evoking within him a sense of guilt he had never before experienced. Yet the most terrifying aspect was his utter ignorance of the source of this guilt. Fat Wei pulled Chen Zhi back into reality. Hey, Orange, what is wrong with you? We won. A splendid victory. Why are you zoning out? Upon hearing Fat Wei's voice, Chen Zhi gradually regained his composure and, glancing at the blood covering his body, murmured, Fatty, did you hear what that woman said before she died? She claimed that I would ultimately face punishment. Nonsense. Fat Wei laughed heartily, finding Chen Zhi's demeanor amusing. Don't pay attention to her ramblings. She's devoured so many lives. If anyone deserves punishment, it's her. Just ignore her nonsense. Yet, Chen Zhi remained somewhat dazed, observing the blood dripping from him onto the ground. He slowly remarked, Fatty, did you notice? This mutated woman seemed to know our every move. Unlike those brutish mutated humans, I have this strange feeling that she possesses some form of foresight. Her words just now. Stop overthinking it. Fat Wei interjected, slightly irritated, as he emphatically pushed Chen Zhi. Why do you always do this? Damn it. What is the point of dwelling on such thoughts? These mutated fiends feast on the innards of our people, sparing not even the children. Are we to be punished by heaven for resisting? That is utter nonsense. If heaven truly punishes us for this, then it proves that heaven itself is blind. In my opinion, that wretched woman merely wanted to unsettle you with her parting words because she realized she couldn't overpower you. Just disregard her. You need to clean yourself up. You're drenched in filthy blood, looking like a blood gourd. Fat Wei's coarse yet candid words somehow instilled a sense of reassurance in Chen Zhi. Indeed, as Fat Wei had stated, Chen Zhi had witnessed the gruesome fate of the villagers, particularly the horrifying sight of young children being eviscerated by these mutated beings. The current fate of these aberrations was well-deserved. However, the fervor ignited by the death of his sister-in-law seemed excessively intense. Following their unexpected victory, the others finally came to their senses. De Gua, with a smile, patted Chen Zhi on the shoulder, offering praise. Those who had witnessed the fierce curse barrier found it hard to process the event, their gazes towards Chen Zhi now filled with reverence and admiration. As if beholding a deity, Fat Wei hurriedly ran to open the door of the room, and those who had been hiding inside, including old Jindo and the members of the Tang family, had already caught glimpses of the external battle. They surged out through the doorway, erupting in cheers and jubilation. The young men, having undergone this tumultuous transformation, felt as though they had been reborn. They finally regained their composure, loudly celebrating their victory in the courtyard, brimming with exhilaration. Amidst the laughter, Pang Wei suddenly recalled the unjustly accused old village chief. Their earlier actions had mirrored those of bandits, as they had recklessly stormed into the chief's home and assaulted the elderly man, leaving him in a state of distress. Now, he pondered how the unfortunate chief was faring and whether the mutated beings had wrought any harm upon him during their incursion into the village. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he spotted the old chief rushing towards him from the dirt path behind the village, clutching an antiquated long-barreled shotgun. Though his expression remained fearsome, a palpable joy radiated from him. Seeing the old chief's countenance struck Pang Wei as amusing, yet he felt a twinge of guilt, prompting him to approach with a sheepish grin. Ah, dear sir, your life is indeed resilient. Despite the multitude of monsters descending upon us, they did not whisk you away. By the way, I must apologize for inadvertently kicking you earlier. I am truly sorry. You are unscathed, I hope? You see, I, Pang Wei, hold great respect for the elderly and cherish the young, always aiming to protect women and children. However, I must say, your appearance is rather fearsome, more terrifying than the monsters themselves. You could ward off evil spirits simply by standing at your doorstep. Upon encountering Pang Wei, the old chief immediately hardened his expression, evidently still nursing a grudge from the earlier incident. With a scowl, he retorted, "You city youngsters with your flashy tricks are as soft as cotton. You think you could harm me? Let me tell you, I chose not to retaliate. Otherwise, even the lot of you combined would not stand a chance against me. Those monsters merely fled swiftly. Had they not, I would have dealt with them all. Now, enough chatter. Where are the villagers?" His reminder jolted everyone back to reality, as they had become so engrossed in their victory that they had neglected the whereabouts of the villagers. They hurriedly dispersed to search the surroundings, while the injured companions were taken away for treatment. As Chen Zhi had anticipated, the villagers were not in mortal danger. The companions soon discovered them behind the courtyard, sprawled in disarray and buried under a thick layer of snow. The villagers were in a deep stupor, frothing at the mouth, their bodies reeking of alcohol. The potent substance they had consumed previously had been heavily laced with a narcotic, rendering them severely intoxicated and unconscious, their nerves paralyzed. Equipped with a restorative elixir, the companions administered the remedy beneath the villagers' noses, rousing them from their slumber and assisting them to their feet. As the villagers regained consciousness, panic ensued. Upon realizing how close they had come to becoming prey for the monsters, they expressed profound gratitude to Chen Zhi and his comrades. Although the villagers were awake, the after effects of the poisoning were still grave. They continued to retch and stagger, while women and children wept in unison, filling the courtyard with cries. By now, it was already deep into the night, and any further matters would have to wait until dawn. Chen Zhi instructed the villagers to return to their homes to recuperate. while the others made their way back to the campsite to establish a temporary encampment. The servants of the Tang family remained in a state of heightened exhilaration. Some were genuinely frightened by the recent events, while others felt a thrilling rush. They animatedly discussed their recent victory, showing no inclination towards sleep. However, Chen Zhi gazed apprehensively towards the distant mountains, where the thick snow and enveloping darkness filled him with unease. He cautioned his companions to remain vigilant, insisting that additional patrols be organized throughout the village during the night. The courtyard was stained with large patches of blood, rendering second sister-in-law's residence uninhabitable. Chen Zhi and his companions initially considered spending the night in the vacant house of Lu Danning to discuss their plans for the following day. Yet, the village chief eagerly invited them to his home, stating there were important matters to deliberate. After some consultation, they decided to accept the chief's invitation. Following a tumultuous series of events, the villagers assisted one another in returning home. Ningbin had previously arranged for several medical personnel to accompany the group, and the 2 injured servants were stabilized after urgent care. They would be sent back to town for treatment at dawn. In this instance, they had achieved a flawless victory without casualties. The village chief hurriedly urged Chen Zhi and his companions to depart. When Fat Wei inquired with a smile about the urgency of the chief's demeanor, the chief glanced around and lowered his voice beside Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, stating, "Ever since you entered the village today, I have been eager to seek you out. Deep within our snowy mountains resides a deity. Several days ago, I received a dream from this celestial being, informing me of your arrival." Upon hearing the village chief's words, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei were momentarily taken aback. Then, Fat Wei burst into laughter, nearly spluttering in the chief's face. "Old man, I had no idea you possessed such a sense of humor. Surely, you cannot be serious? At your advanced age, dreaming of deities? Are the 7 fairies descending to spend their second spring with you? Please, do not jest." The village chief interjected, visibly alarmed, waving his hands in protest. "That is a venerable deity of the mountains, highly esteemed. Do not casually blaspheme the divine. This is not a place for such talk. Let us discuss this at my home." With that, the village chief led the way, urging them to follow. Chen Zhi and his companions had no choice but to accompany him to his residence. Before departing, De Guo expressed great concern for the remaining servants. He selected a few capable and reliable individuals to temporarily oversee the group, earnestly instructing them to maintain silence and retire early. If the weather permitted the following day, they would likely venture into the depths of the mountains. After conveying his instructions, the 3 followed the village chief back to his home. The chief's wife awaited his return at the entrance, her expression revealing the fright she had experienced. After all, Fat Wei and his companions had barged into her home like bandits, binding her husband before her eyes and unearthing numerous corpses beneath the calm. Such a shock would be intolerable for most. The pile of bodies remained concealed within the heated brick bed, and together everyone assisted in transporting the corpses to the haystack in the backyard, intending to address the situation the following day when more people would be present. Throughout this grim endeavor, the village chief's wife dared not look, standing at a distance as several men maneuvered the bodies under the cloak of night. The courtyard was rendered uninhabitable for the time being. However, several newly constructed tiled houses and a spacious courtyard lay behind the village chief's home. These houses, built a few years prior for his son's wedding, had since been vacated as his son had gone to work in the city and never returned. The entire courtyard was well-equipped and remarkably comfortable, making it a suitable temporary residence for them. After accommodating Chen Zhi and his companions in the new house, the village chief insisted that Chen Zhi take a bath, as he was covered in blood from being splattered by his sister-in-law. The bathing conditions in the mountains were rather poor, and the villagers were accustomed to bathing in wooden tubs. Fortunately, the village chief's son had a new wooden bathtub at his home. The chief instructed his wife to boil some hot water, ensuring Chen Zhi could clean himself properly. Once Chen Zhi had bathed, the village chief asked his wife to prepare some appetizers, while he set up a small table on the heated bed and brought over a jar of aged liquor. He invited Chen Zhi and the others to sit on the warm bed and engage in a meaningful conversation. The village chief's wife, still recalling the earlier intrusion by Fat Wei and his companions, was reluctant to cook for them, feeling quite displeased. Yet, as the household was dominated by men, she refrained from voicing her complaints, muttering under her breath as she prepared the dishes. The elderly woman's scolding left everyone feeling somewhat embarrassed, and they chose to feign ignorance rather than respond. Shortly thereafter, The village chief presented several small dishes, half a braised goose, a few stir-fried vegetables, and a plate of fried peanuts. The village chief, now visibly pleased, his dark complexion softening with a smile, retrieved a cherished set of small drinking vessels, a white porcelain wine pot, and 4 exquisite cups. He generously poured wine for Chen Zhi and his companions, courteously remarking, "There is little of value in our village, and I hope you city folk will not find it laughable. Though it may not compare to the sumptuous dishes of your city, it carries the flavor of our mountains. Please, drink heartily." After the village chief offered his toast, he drank first to show his respect, then refilled the cups. Fat Wei joined in, raising his cup as he laughed. "I say, old man, your liquor has me feeling a bit muddled. What pressing matter do you wish to discuss with us? You seem rather mysterious. Are you going to tell us that the 7 fairies have visited you in a dream?" The village chief's expression turned grave as he replied, "Indeed, I am not jesting." He gestured for silence towards Fat Wei, glanced out the window, and lowered his voice, confiding in Chen Zhi and the others, "I swear I am not lying. The day before Lu De passed away, I had a dream in which a radiant goddess came to visit me. She was a celestial being, resplendent with light, adorned with golden hairpins and jade ornaments, her entire being shimmering with jewels. Most notably, she bore a large red pearl on her forehead, as big as a bird's egg, gleaming brilliantly, resembling the enchanting fairies depicted in ancient paintings, a truly stunning vision. She told me that she resides within our mountain as a celestial being, and that her family has lived here since the inception of Changbai Mountain. Her father, the guardian spirit of the mountain, has existed for millennia and passed away 5 centuries ago. She warned me that great calamity was imminent in our ice stream valley. As the village's Lu Daneng was on the verge of death, she insisted that I must shelter Lu Daneng's 2 children, confining them within my yard to ensure their safety. She would then bestow some divine talisman in my home to deter malevolent spirits, thereby safeguarding the villagers. Furthermore, she advised that at least one of us should remain at home to watch over the children, for without this vigilance, the talisman would lose its efficacy, and the entire village would perish. In my dream, I dared to inquire why, if she was indeed a divine being, she did not emerge to vanquish the demons herself. Yet the goddess merely smiled, offering no response, and urged me to remember her instructions, assuring me that our salvation would come when you outsiders arrived. At that moment, Peng Wei, who had been stuffing peanuts into his mouth, could no longer contain himself after hearing the village elder's words. The peanuts became lodged in his nostrils, prompting a fit of coughing. "Goodness gracious!" I exclaimed. "Old man, you spin quite the tale without a script. Why hasn't anyone invited you to recite stories? And a goddess visiting in dreams? Did she happen to bring our photographs with her to show you what we look like? How else would you know us upon first encounter?" To my surprise, the village elder responded earnestly, "I did indeed inquire about your appearances." The goddess pointed into the air and conjured an image, and that figure was this young man. He gestured towards Chen Zhi, who sat nearby. Chapter 477. Source and Origin. Once the village elder spoke these words, Peng Wei's smile instantly faltered, and a solemnity enveloped the group. The situation had grown more complex. If the elder's claim of dreaming about a celestial being could be dismissed as mere superstition, then his assertion of having seen Chen Zhi's likeness in the dream transformed the matter into something far more profound. It suggested that some force was communicating with the elder, one that recognized Chen Zhi. Given the strange and even supernatural occurrences Chen Zhi had encountered thus far, he had always viewed such phenomena, whether exploring divine tombs or employing incantations, as tangible manifestations. The notions of prophetic dreams and omens seemed too far-fetched, akin to superstitions of folklore, and he had long regarded them as absurd. However, now, with the elder's unwavering declaration of having seen Chen Zhi in a dream, Chen Zhi's worldview teetered once more. If the notion of a divine visitation in dreams held any truth, it would imply the existence of a pure spiritual force capable of transcending vast distances, engaging in communication with human consciousness. This possibility was nothing short of astonishing. "Old man, you must think carefully before you speak. This is no trivial matter. Can you guarantee that what you just said is indeed true?" At that moment, a serious expression replaced any hint of amusement on Peng Wei's face as he scrutinized the village chief, questioning whether the old man had indulged in too much drink and was now spinning fanciful tales. "If what you claim is accurate, that you have dreamt of my brother and that a deity instructed you to wait for us, then you should have recognized us immediately. Why were you so fierce when we first met? Why did you not approach us right away to acknowledge us? Pang Wei's inquiry was entirely reasonable, prompting both De Guo and Chen Zhi to turn their gazes toward the old village chief, eagerly awaiting his response. I was never fierce with you. You city folk truly misunderstand the situation. Reflect carefully on that day. It was you who barged into my home with that widow, inexplicably directing your hostility toward me. How could I possibly be in good spirits? Moreover, I couldn't reveal my identity in front of that woman. I sensed something was amiss with her. After a sip of wine, the village chief's face flushed slightly, his reluctance evident as he fixed his gaze upon everyone, explaining, I mentioned that the goddess had instructed me in a dream that my household must not be left unguarded. Consequently, even after I brought back the 2 children of Lu Danning, I refused to let them go outside, regardless of their cries and protests. They were utterly powerless against me. However, that day, after I stepped out, my old companion was summoned by the widow, and with no one in the house. The little Lu boy managed to escape over the wall. Upon my return, I was frantic, blaming my partner for not following my repeated warnings to stay indoors. She felt quite wronged, claiming the widow had persistently called her to assist with sewing quilts, and eventually, she could no longer bear it and went out for a while. Who could have foreseen that the Lu boy would run away that day? I am not a fool. Reflecting on the goddess's words, I began to suspect the widow's intentions. Thus, when she brought you to me, I could say nothing in her presence. Afterward, you settled at her home, leaving me no opportunity to reach out to you. Furthermore, consider the events of that day. You were far more intimidating than any bandit. The village chief's reminder led everyone to revisit the events that had transpired, and indeed, they had been rather overbearing. This was a case of misaligned perspectives. When one harbors suspicion toward another, a preconceived notion often arises, labeling the other as malevolent, while neglecting their own unreasonable behavior. Is that so? Chen Zhi's mind suddenly raced. If everything the village chief said were true, if someone had indeed foreseen all that had transpired, foretelling Lu Danning's fate and even entering the village chief's dreams to warn him of the man-eating demons in the village, then such an ability could only belong to a deity. And this divine art was truly extraordinary. Who, then, was this goddess from his dreams? After the old village chief finished his lengthy discourse, he proceeded to drink several cups of strong liquor, his emotions stirred, and his eyes slightly reddened. With a sigh, he lamented, at that time, I merely sensed something amiss with that young widow, yet I never dreamed that Lu Danning's 2 children would also be demons. Alas, that strong man lived valiantly all his life, only to meet his end at the hands of his own sons, leaving no heirs behind. It is truly tragic. After he spoke, the old man wiped away a few tears and began pouring himself another drink. Observing the village chief in his sorrowful state, Fat Wei found it amusing and inquired, Old man, I've heard that Lu Danning once defied you while he was alive, and your relationship was not particularly cordial. Why do you care so much about him? Unexpectedly, upon hearing Fat Wei's words, the old village chief's eyes widened in annoyance, and he retorted, You city dwellers think so peculiarly. Regardless of Lu Danning's flaws, he is still my nephew by blood. Although we often clash, blood is thicker than water. Should his family become extinct, would I find joy in that? Enough of this talk for now, said De Guo, who also felt a twinge of sadness at the mention of Lu Danning. He lifted his neck and drank a cup of liquor, stating, Let the past remain in the past. There is no point in bringing it up now. We must seriously contemplate who this goddess in our dreams truly is and what her intentions are. Such an extraordinary occurrence cannot be trivialized. At this juncture, De Guo turned back to the old village chief and urged, Old man, think carefully. If, as the goddess in your dream claimed, she has existed in this mountain for over 10,000 years, she must have considerable origins. As you are the elder of the Ice Stream Valley, do you know of any legends about deities that have circulated in these mountains? Upon hearing De Guo's words, the old village chief closed his eyes for a moment in contemplation, then opened them and nodded, saying, There are indeed countless legends on Changbai Mountain, including one about the mountain-shaking god, though that is not a goddess. Furthermore, this deity is not a benevolent figure. Rather, she is a fearsome god. Chapter 478, The Esteemed Chao Hajan. Special thanks to the generous patron who contributed 100,000 rewards, the one who built the tower, and the newly appointed alliance leader. Tomorrow, I shall express my gratitude with 3 updates. I will sing a little tune for you in the author's note. As the village chief continued, He popped 2 peanuts into his mouth and tapped the table with his chopsticks, speaking mysteriously to Chen Zhi and the others. Speaking of this fearsome deity, she is actually a god revered by the Manchu people, little known to the Han. However, her name in Manchu is quite esteemed, and you may have heard of it. She is the revered Changbai Mountain's mountain-shaking elder god, Chao Hajan. The mention of this name was renowned, and Chen Zhi immediately recalled the familiar figure in his mind. Legend has it that the deity known as Chao Hajan is one of the most ancient and enigmatic spirits revered by the Manchu people. It is said that in ancient times he achieved great military feats, vanquishing numerous malevolent demons and evil gods, thereby ensuring the tranquility of the Changbai mountain region. Consequently, he was conferred by the heavenly emperor as the mountain god of Changbai mountain, honored by the Manchu as Taishan Yi. For reasons unknown, the Qing royal family held this deity in profound esteem, bordering on obsession. Several emperors of the Qing dynasty personally elevated him to the status of the mountain deity of Changbai mountain. Emperor Kangxi even journeyed to Changbai mountain to pay homage, extolling the deity's magnificent virtues. However, in the annals of Chinese history prior to the Qing dynasty, records of this deity remain quite vague, with scant mentions in the chronicles of Huaxia civilization. Some contemporary scholars posit that the origins of this deity are obscure, suggesting he was venerated by the Qing dynasty through folk legends, and that his characteristics starkly contrast with those of Han culture in the Central Plains. Other scholars speculate that he may indeed be a primitive deity worshipped in ancient shamanism, traceable as far back as prehistoric civilizations, representing the religious archetype of the nomadic peoples. Shamanism is an ancient and mysterious faith, predicated on the belief that humans can communicate with divine spirits, who possess the foresight to guide their people through darkness. These spirits maintain the natural order of growth and possess the ability to foresee the future, invoking the spirituality of all living things through sacred dances. Throughout history, shamans have donned masks, employing dance as a medium to commune with the divine. I have also heard of this Chao Hajan, remarked de Gua, who nodded thoughtfully. The people dwelling around Changbai mountain are well acquainted with this spirit, described as a benevolent elder with kind eyes, who blesses the land with abundant resources, allowing the populace to live in peace and prosperity. It is said that the treasures of Changbai mountain, including ginseng, venison, and reishi mushrooms, are a result of this elder's spiritual practices. Thus, generations have worshipped him, and how could one possibly label such a benevolent spirit as a malevolent deity? After de Gua spoke, he looked toward the village elder with a puzzled expression. This matter is indeed lengthy. The village elder sighed heavily, a flicker of fear crossing his face. After pouring himself a cup of liquor, he cleared his throat softly and said, "Our village was originally a Manchu settlement, predominantly inhabited by Manchus. However, during the Cultural Revolution, fearing repercussions, many altered their surnames, leading to a confusion of identity between Manchus and Hans. Yet, I have heard from my grandfather that our Liu family did not originally bear the surname Liu, but rather Liu Hanbali, a lineage of genuine Manchus who have resided here for generations. Since the establishment of the Qing dynasty, the court has annually dispatched officials to our family to study the rites of the mountain god." After the village elder finished speaking, he ceased drinking. He retrieved an old tobacco pipe from the Kong, tapping it on the edge before lighting it. In a hushed tone, he continued, "That was 60 years ago. I was still quite young then. Our Bingliagu, nestled deep in the mountains, has never interacted with outsiders. It was a novelty for an outsider to visit our village even once a year. In the year when I was merely 4 or 5, I encountered a group of peculiar strangers who arrived in our village. They engaged in a secretive discussion with my grandfather regarding the rites dedicated to the mountain deity. At that tender age, I was too young to grasp the gravity of their conversation, which the adults did not shy away from in my presence. I distinctly recall one of the men mentioning offerings of young boys and girls, asserting that with the founding of the nation, such sacrifices could no longer be performed. They ultimately resolved to visit the temple atop the mountain to pay their respects to the mountain god. The eloquence of these outsiders left a lasting impression on me, suggesting they were not of ordinary ilk. Eventually, my grandfather accompanied them, and driven by curiosity, I stealthily followed. However, I was caught midway, and my grandfather chastised me severely. He warned me that the temple housed the revered Chao Hajan, the ancestral deity of our Manchu lineage, and instructed me never to disclose this matter to anyone upon my return, lest I face dire consequences. As I matured, this incident faded from my thoughts. Until the onset of the Cultural Revolution, which coincided with my ascension to the role of village leader. During that tumultuous year, the brigade secretary from the town summoned me for a discussion, urging me to take the lead in dismantling the four olds and exemplifying the spirit of a young village cadre. In that moment, I pondered where to uncover such antiquities. Suddenly, the memory of the mountain temple my grandfather had mentioned resurfaced, vaguely recalling the mountain path. I gathered a few companions, and we embarked on a quest to locate it. We traversed the rugged terrain for an entire day, scouring the landscape. Remarkably, we discovered the ancient temple, though its remoteness was astonishing. Had it not been for my grandfather's tales, I would have never stumbled upon it in my lifetime. The temple's grandeur remains etched in my memory, resplendent and magnificent, akin to a royal palace, with golden drapes adorning its entrance, radiating an imperial aura. In our fervor to eradicate the four olds, we disregarded all else, armed with tools of destruction as we stormed inside. The sight that greeted us was unforgettable. The mountain deity, a terrifying golden effigy, bore a fierce countenance, baring its teeth and brandishing immense claws, appearing almost lifelike. Its glassy eyes fixated on us, instilling a palpable fear as if it were poised to leap forth and devour us whole. In our youthful audacity, we paid no heed to the deity's wrath. The leadership of the party took precedence. With our iron picks, we shattered the effigy. It was only then that we noticed a shrine beneath the mountain god, resembling a vast plate. As we wielded our picks, we inadvertently fractured the altar, revealing a substantial crack from which an indistinct presence emerged. With a torch in hand, I leaned closer to peer into the fissure, and to my horror, I nearly lost my composure. The shrine was filled with the skeletal remains of children. Chapter 479, Chao Hajan, Part 2. The former village leader's remarks regarding this mountain deity had not escaped Chen Zhi's ears. However, he had only encountered vague accounts of it before. Chen Zhi once encountered information in an overseas database that suggested, several years ago, some shamanic scholars residing in the United States had provided historical materials and evidence indicating the origins of the royal lineage of the Qing dynasty were, in fact, rather ambiguous, and their religious practices were steeped in mystery. It is well recognized that the ancestors of the Manchus were the Jurchens, who originated from the region around Changbai Mountain, often regarded as the homeland of the Manchus. A deity known as Chao Hajan, revered as an ancient mountain god of Changbai Mountain, holds a significant place in Manchu belief. However, the materials provided by these overseas scholars demonstrate that prior to the Han Dynasty, the area surrounding Changbai Mountain was inhabited by various ethnic minorities, and the legend of this mountain god had already gained widespread recognition, albeit without the esteemed status it holds today. On the contrary, this deity was depicted as cruel and violent, known for consuming humans and exhibiting a temperamental nature that frequently brought calamity upon the people. To the inhabitants of Changbai Mountain, he resembled more of a demonic presence. Records indicate that to appease the wrath of this mountain god, people would annually offer boys and girls as sacrifices in exchange for peace. However, following the Manchu conquest and the establishment of the Qing dynasty's rule over the Central Plains, the identity of this Changbai mountain deity underwent an inexplicable sanctification. Many disreputable legends concerning Chao Hajan were meticulously erased, leaving behind only laudatory accounts, a feat achievable solely by imperial authority. Yet, some invaluable ancient records have been preserved. A private collector in the United States possesses a woodblock print from the periods of the Jin dynasties, illustrating Chao Hajan with a fearsome visage, bearing a gaping maw as he devours a child, a chilling portrayal of cruelty. Recently, the complexities of events have prompted Chen Zhi to speak directly, bypassing circumlocution. He straightforwardly inquired of the village elder, "Elder, do you imply that those who sought your grandfather were, in fact, descendants of the Qing royal family? That for a considerable duration before the establishment of the nation, or throughout the entire Qing dynasty, individuals came to this village annually to conduct rituals honoring this mountain god, sacrificing boys and girls, and that this matter was kept entirely confidential, with your family having participated, but now, after the establishment of the nation, such rites have ceased, and the temple has fallen into disuse, leaving no one else aware of this, correct?" "Yes," the elder replied succinctly, nodding affirmatively at Chen Zhi. He then spoke solemnly. The site of that temple was indeed quite remote, and its appearance was peculiar. I have seen several temples, yet none resembled that one. The structure was resplendent, seemingly constructed of gold, gleaming against the surrounding expanse of white snow. That mountain god temple was extravagantly adorned. However, we were so frightened by the sight of those boys' bones that we did not examine it closely and fled back in haste. Years have passed, and the old brothers from back then are no longer with us. Reflecting on it now, that place holds an eerie significance. By the way, one of those brothers who accompanied me to the temple was none other than the father of Lu Danning, who passed away just last year. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi cast a surprised glance at the village chief, then composed himself, gently nodding as he inquired, "I understand now. May I ask you, if you were to seek that mountain deity temple again, would you be able to find it?" "Wait, what did you just say?" Fat Wei interrupted, sensing that Chen Zhi was veering off track. "I say, Chen Zhi, have you forgotten why we are here? Do we have time to waste on trivial matters? It's merely an old man's dream, the truth of which is still uncertain. You wish to seek justice for those innocent souls. Are you unaware of our current circumstances? Lord Leopard's fate remains uncertain on the mountain. Moreover, we must." Fat Wei paused, glancing at the drunken de Gua and the village chief, and continued, "Have you forgotten our ultimate goal? How many days remain for you to indulge in this?" "I am not wasting time. I am conserving it," Chen Zhi replied with conviction. "Though these matters appear unrelated, they are intricately connected. I suspect that the mountain deity temple harbors a secret that could greatly aid us. Therefore, I must ascend the mountain to investigate tomorrow. Otherwise, we will find ourselves in a precarious position." Chen Zhi's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. He turned to the village chief and asked, "After all these years, you must still remember the path, correct? How long would it take to reach the mountain deity temple from here?" "Of course I remember. I am not speaking nonsense," the village chief retorted, somewhat irked by Fat Wei's earlier comment about dreams. Proudly stroking his beard, he continued, "Though I am elderly, my memory is quite sharp. We searched the mountain for an entire day and night before we found that temple. I shall remember that path until my dying breath. If you send me there now, I assure you, we can depart in the morning and return by evening. A round trip in a day is no trouble at all." Upon hearing the village chief's assurance, Chen Zhi laid down his chopsticks and declared, "Then tomorrow, I shall trouble you, old sir. Our team will rest in the village for a day. A few of us will accompany you to the mountain to see what the mountain deity looks like." After this decision, Fat Wei and de Gua exchanged glances of confusion, but chose not to voice their thoughts. The village chief, however, was elated by Chen Zhi's trust in him. After sharing a few drinks, they all retired for the night. The new house had narrow Kong beds, but numerous rooms made it unnecessary for everyone to crowd together. Fat Wei and Chen Zhi shared a Kong, while de Gua and the village chief occupied the main room. The innermost chamber was shared by Ji Ying and the village chief's wife. The Kong was warm and comfortable, and after a long day of fatigue, they quickly succumbed to sleep. Chen Zhi lay on the bed, his mind burdened with heavy thoughts, unable to sleep. As he tangled together all the events swirling in his head, gradually untangling the threads of their connections. At that moment, he noticed that Pang Wei was inching closer, gently reaching out to touch Chen Zhi's face. "What are you doing?" Chen Zhi exclaimed, startled, as he forcefully shook off Pang Wei's hand. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you touching my face in the middle of the night? Are you sleepwalking or indulging in some romantic daydream?" No, I was just checking your breathing to see if you were asleep," Pang Wei whispered softly in Chen Zhi's ear. "I mentioned earlier during dinner that you didn't let me finish. What are you planning to see at the mountain god temple tomorrow? Don't you realize our current situation? We have barely 90 days left, and the barrier won't hold for much longer. We still need to descend into the underworld. Don't forget, we still lack any concrete evidence to confirm whether there are fire spirit stones in the underworld. It's possible that our trip could end up being a fruitless endeavor. Why are you still concerned about the mountain god?" "I am fully aware of our predicament," Chen Zhi replied in a hushed tone. "Precisely because of this, we must accompany the village chief to the mountain tomorrow to seek out that temple. Reflect carefully on everything that has transpired in Changbai Mountain. Do not consider them in isolation, but rather examine how all these events interweave. When the events overlap, subtle details emerge, and the narrative becomes clearer. When we first arrived at Changbai Mountain, Ningbin shared the legends of his Tang family ancestors, recounting how their forebear had adopted a mysterious child from the mountains. This child, adept at foraging for ginseng, was said to be the offspring of a woman clad in splendid garments, who claimed the child was her illegitimate offspring, cast away by her family, thus entrusted to the Tang family for nurturing. Later, upon reaching adulthood, the child returned to his mother. Does this evoke any thoughts? Additionally, the old village chief dreamed of a goddess who warned him of impending calamity in the village and foretold the fate of Lu Danning. This once again mentioned a woman adorned in finery. Have you considered that these two elegantly dressed women might be one and the same? Are you suggesting that this woman is, in fact, a goddess of the mountains who bore an illegitimate child, the very child adopted by the Tang family's ancestor, and thus the elusive ancestor of the mysterious village we seek? Pang Wei suddenly grasped the idea but pondered further, asking, if such a goddess truly exists, who is she? Is she alive or dead? Damn it, why can't we find any trace of her? I cannot ascertain whether she is alive or dead, Chen Zhi responded quietly. However, from the clues at hand, it appears that the lineage of this woman in splendid garments has resided in Changbai Mountain for an extensive period, steeped in antiquity. In contemplating the mythological history of the Manchu people, I cannot help but recall the elusive goddess within their legends. Ah, you know the deities of the Manchus, remarked Pang Wei, increasingly intrigued by Chen Zhi's words, as he sat up to inquire further. But wait, isn't that Kehajan a male deity? Has he somehow transformed into a female? I cannot ascertain that yet, Chen Zhi replied, shaking his head. These are merely my conjectures for now. It is too premature to draw conclusions. Once we locate the mountain god temple tomorrow, we shall uncover the truth. However, if my hypothesis holds merit, then we may have discovered the origins of shamanic practices. The Manchu people have reverently adhered to shamanism for generations, and the most vital of their abilities lies in the foresight of nature. Their shamans can communicate with the natural world through dance and foresee fortunes and misfortunes. Their deities possess unparalleled wisdom, comprehending all of life's mysteries. As you previously mentioned, our quest for the fire spirit stone has indeed been rather passive. Excavating divine tombs is an exceedingly perilous endeavor, often resulting in substantial losses, yet we currently lack any coherent plan. The underworld vessel will not be ready until next month, and without it, we cannot venture into the netherworld. Thus, urgency serves little purpose. Even if we reach the underworld, we cannot guarantee the presence of the fire spirit stone. Should it be absent, our efforts would be utterly in vain, and none of us could bear that burden. Therefore, we must obtain precise information to guide us and ascertain whether the fire spirit stone exists in the underworld. This demands genuine foresight. I understand now. You wish to locate that goddess so she may illuminate our path, correct? Pang Wei exclaimed, realization dawning upon him, his voice rising in volume. Shoo! Chen Zhi quickly hushed him, then continued, indeed, that is my intention, albeit a somewhat fanciful one at this stage. Do not forget, we are presently situated in Changbai Mountain, where the bronze door you have been so preoccupied with serves as the gateway to the underworld. All that transpires here is interconnected. We cannot flounder about aimlessly like headless flies. We must seek divine guidance. The mere mention of the bronze door unsettled Pang Wei, who lay back on the Kong and murmured, this truly sounds rather mystical, yet I find it quite plausible. We should retire for the night. Tomorrow we shall ascend the mountain to meet the old mountain god. Seemingly satisfied with Chen Zhi's response, Pang Wei quickly turned over and soon began to snore. Chen Zhi, accustomed to insomnia during this period, recited his sleep-inducing mantra and gradually drifted into slumber. The warmth of the fire Kong in the mountains provided Chen Zhi with a most comfortable night's rest. Upon awakening the next morning, he felt as if all his joints had been rejuvenated, his blood flowed freely, and his mind was remarkably clear. The villagers have long held the habit of rising early. As dawn broke, the village chief and his wife awoke, for she harbored a lingering grudge against Pang Wei. This morning, Pang Wei, with a playful demeanor, busied himself in the kitchen, striving earnestly to win her favor. Dugua, feeling uneasy about the encamped group at the village entrance, set out early to inspect the situation. Having conferred with Chen Zhi, it was decided that Dugua would not accompany them up the mountain this time, as the team below required oversight. Dugua, in agreement, aimed to organize the disarray that had befallen the village after yesterday's upheaval, subsequently reaching out to report the events of the previous night to Ningbin. While breakfast was still being prepared, Chen Zhi took a stroll around the yard, observing the ground, with Zheng closely following him. He recalled the village chief mentioning that a celestial being had cast a spell in his home to prevent malevolent entities from entering. Should this divine figure truly exist and have enacted magic here, there would undoubtedly be traces left behind. In the least conspicuous corner of the courtyard, Chen Zhi summoned a barrier by manipulating the air, creating a palm-sized shield. Drawing a knife, he pricked his palm, allowing a drop of blood to fall to the earth, while silently reciting an incantation and gently blowing upon it. Suddenly, the ground trembled ever so slightly, a sensation so faint it could easily be overlooked. In that moment, Chen Zhi beheld the land within the diminutive barrier transform into a vivid crimson hue, which swiftly spread outward, enveloping the chief's yard entirely. Upon this scarlet earth, a multitude of intricate runes arranged themselves into a pattern that tightly encased the entire courtyard, each rune etched deeply into the soil, over 3 inches in depth. These symbols bore no resemblance to divine script. Rather, they resembled the most primitive characters of the Jurchen language, the earth ablaze with a striking red. Once Chen Zhi rose and dispelled the barrier, the vibrant runes vanished with a gust of wind, restoring the yard to its previous state. It seems this goddess truly existed and once cast a spell to seal this place, aiming to protect the villagers here. This simplifies matters considerably, Chen Zhi mused silently. Dusting himself off as he stood. Together with Zheng, he returned to the new house. Breakfast was ready. The village chief's wife had prepared steaming bowls of millet porridge, accompanied by coarse bread and tea eggs, which everyone relished with delight. After partaking in the modest morning meal at the chief's home, the villagers donned their heavy winter coats, preparing for the ascent up the mountain, to withstand the biting cold and to present a semblance of normalcy. Both Chen Zhi and Pang Wei wore thick overcoats over their work attire, topped with warm hats. Zheng was still clad in the short cotton jacket she had worn upon her arrival, with a blade secured at her back, exuding an air of efficiency. In stark contrast, the old village chief resembled a formidable mountain hawk, a testament to his youth spent hunting formidable beasts, which had gifted him with a plethora of fine furs. He was adorned in a thick, hand-stitched fur coat, his head crowned with a fur-lined ear-flap hat that obscured most of his face. In his hands, he wielded a double-barreled hunting rifle, while at his waist hung Lu Doning's military knife and a long whip, projecting an imposing presence. Years had passed since the old village chief had ventured into the snowy mountains. In recent years, the hunters, perceiving his advanced age, had refrained from inviting him on hunting excursions, concerned for his mobility. This exclusion had left him feeling quite despondent. However, Chen Zhi's request for his guidance rekindled his sense of purpose, filling him with pride that his skills were still of use. Thus, with the 4 companions well prepared, they commenced their ascent into the mountains. Following the old chief, they traversed a seldom-used path from the back of the village, encountering no one along the way. After scaling a small hill, they entered the back mountains and soon found themselves enveloped in a vast expanse of white, where the horizon was dominated by endless snow and glaciers. The snowy landscape of Changbai Mountain was no trifling matter. It was a region of intricate terrain, characterized by ancient glacial features. The continuity of the mountains was poor, with each area possessing its own distinct characteristics, fraught with peril. Sinkholes, ice pits, and bottomless ice wells were commonplace, and one could easily stumble upon sheer cliffs, rendering orientation nearly impossible without a knowledgeable guide. Despite his advanced years, the old village chief moved with surprising agility, a testament to his years of living in the great snowy mountains. He led the way effortlessly, scarcely breathing heavily, and soon delved deep into the heart of the mountains. Yet, as they advanced, the path grew increasingly treacherous, with snow accumulating to thigh height, making progress arduous. The mountains were eerily silent, the only sound being the wind, devoid of even the chirping of birds. It felt as though the world had narrowed down to just the 4 of them, breathing heavily. After approximately 3 hours of strenuous trekking, the old chief guided them to a vast snow slope, where they traversed for quite some time before he finally halted. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei exchanged puzzled glances at the chief's demeanor, noting his incessant head shaking and visibly downcast expression, indicating he had lost his way. By the heavens, this is peculiar. I distinctly recall that beyond this snow slope lies the mountain god temple. Why is it not visible now? Alas, I fear I am indeed growing old. The old village chief, having ascended the mountain for so long, was beginning to feel the strain of his age. Weariness marked his aged visage as he sighed heavily, settling onto the snow and gesturing for Chen Zhi and the others to take a moment to rest. Observing the chief's low spirits, Pang Wei felt a pang of guilt and promptly offered him a flask filled with white liquor, cheerfully exclaiming, "I must say, old sir, you are not old at all." Just look at how swiftly you have traversed this journey. We are nearly unable to keep pace with you. I must say, your constitution appears remarkably robust, even more so than that of young men in their 20s. Upon hearing Fat Wei's words, the village chief indeed felt a surge of joy. He proudly lifted the wine jug, took a sip of the liquor, and declared, "What does that signify? Let me tell you, in my youth, I was the village's foremost hunter. That rascal Lu Denung pales in comparison to my youthful prowess. After a brief respite, I shall undoubtedly locate that temple. I remember it vividly, nestled nearby, its brilliance dazzling against the snowy backdrop back then." As Fat Wei conversed with the elderly village chief amidst the snow, Chen Zhi ascended the hillside, retrieving a folding telescope from his treasure pouch to gaze into the distance. This snowy slope encompassed a vast expanse, an endless white, where even the demarcation lines were indistinct. Without the village chief's guidance, they would have certainly struggled to find this place. The terrain appeared nondescript, devoid of any notable landmarks. With a pristine layer of snow blanketing the entire slope, only a few black rocks protruding, their peculiar forms frosted with ice, as the endless white scenery stretched before them. Chen Zhi scanned the horizon with his telescope, but discerned nothing resembling a structure. It seemed they had indeed taken a wrong path. And just as disappointment began to settle in, a beam of sunlight broke through. In the distant valley, a pale yellow mist began to rise, shrouded in ethereal beauty, evoking the sensation of an otherworldly realm. "If you were to tell me that a celestial being resided there, I would surely believe it," he mused. Unbeknownst to him, Fat Wei had approached Chen Zhi, also peering through the telescope, and remarked with awe, how breathtaking this great snowy mountain is. The northern landscape. 1,000 miles encased in ice, 10,000 miles of drifting snow, truly magnificent." Suddenly, Fat Wei's voice trailed off as he fixated through the telescope for a considerable time, then nudged Chen Zhi, exclaiming, "Orange, do you see what lies over there? Could that be the fabled mountain god temple?" "Where?" Chen Zhi responded, immediately raising the telescope to scrutinize the direction Fat Wei indicated. Before him, within a snow-covered hollow, a dazzling structure emerged, illuminated by the sun, its golden facade blindingly radiant. Chapter 482. The Mountain God Temple through the telescope. Only the roof of the building was visible, appearing almost translucent, devoid of color, yet suffused with a golden reflection. This edifice was genuinely captivating. The glaring golden light cast a brilliant hue across the surrounding snowy expanse, resembling a shard of golden glass nestled within the white snow, utterly dazzling. Upon discovering this hidden gem beneath the snow, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei promptly beckoned the village chief over, offering him the telescope to observe the sight ahead. As soon as the village chief beheld the scene, he was instantly filled with excitement, his hands trembling as he held the telescope, exclaiming, Yes, that is indeed the mountain god temple. That is the very structure I had seen. Yet, how curious it is that such a glaring object eluded our sight just moments ago. Suddenly, it emerged, resplendent and golden, as if it had leapt forth from the snowy expanse. Such a peculiar occurrence. I wondered aloud, could it be that within lie countless corpses of innocent youths? Might this temple be haunted? Regardless of any spectral presence, let us seize the moment before it vanishes. The specter of ghosts holds no terror for Fat Wei. He called out for everyone to follow him. Then, armed with a telescope, he leapt into the snow-laden hollow, heading towards the mountain god temple. The snow-laden path in the hollow was arduous, the white blanket reaching nearly a meter in depth, rendering the ground slippery and treacherous. Everyone struggled along, perspiration beading on their brows, until at last, they arrived before the temple. Yet, before locating the entrance, they were momentarily blinded by the dazzling light emanating from within. Goodness, this was no mere mountain god temple. It resembled a royal palace. What opulence! Amidst Fat Wei's exclamations of admiration, Chen Zhi gazed ahead. Before them stood an exquisitely crafted temple, modest in size, yet lavishly adorned. The structure was rectangular, its corners crowned with yellow glazed tiles tapering to a point, featuring intricate carvings of dragons and mythical beasts upon the eaves. The entrance was framed with wooden panels inlaid with gold, the shimmering scales arranged in a mesmerizing pattern. Flanking the temple's entrance were 2 rows of white jade railings, atop which rested intricately carved jade beast columns, exuding a regal air. Though merely a small temple, the level of craftsmanship suggested that, were it not nestled deep within the mountains, One might mistake it for a miniature royal palace or the ancestral shrine of a noble family. As they looked upwards, they beheld the temple's apex, adorned with 9 soaring dragons, crafted from Han white, jade, and silver, their hues strikingly translucent. How astonishing! No wonder this temple had remained concealed beneath the snow. Its roof mirrored the color of the white blanket. Had it not been for the golden reflections we spotted through the telescope, we might never have discovered its presence. The designer's cunning was truly remarkable. As Fat Wei approached the temple's grand entrance, he seemed indifferent to the jade railings and golden embellishments surrounding him, prompting the others to follow suit. The old village chief, however, seemed somewhat apprehensive of the mountain god temple, trailing at the rear of the group. Upon entering the temple, a blend of fragrant incense and a musty odor assailed their senses. Years of exposure to the elements had left some wooden joints of the entrance rotting, yet the gold inlays continued to gleam brightly. Beyond the entrance lay rows of golden draperies cascading from the ceiling, obscuring their view. These golden curtains were adorned with exquisite embroidery of flying dragons and phoenixes, interwoven with strings of red musk beads. At the center of the ceiling, a gilded plate bore intricate carvings, embodying the quintessential style of the ancient Qing palace. The decorations and furnishings within the temple are rather peculiar. Fierce beasts are carved onto the floor tiles and pillars, while large inscriptions in ancient Jurchen script adorn the walls. Various altars display masks and ritual implements of shamanism, enveloping the entire temple in an intense aura of this ancient faith. As they traversed a series of drapes, they entered the inner sanctum, where they were greeted by the clay statue of the old mountain deity, as described by the village elder. Indeed, it was a fearsome figure, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, its body gilded, revealing a reddish-blue visage, with bared fangs and a ferocious glare, claws poised as if to pounce. The craftsmanship was extraordinary, the carving so lifelike that it evoked more of a monstrous presence than a divine one. However, what was perplexing was that the statue of the mountain deity stood intact, contrary to the elder's claims of having shattered it. "Old man, are you not exaggerating?" I quipped. "Did you not say you demolished the mountain temple? Yet here stands the deity, unscathed, without missing limbs." Fat Wei, hands on his hips, scrutinized the statue before turning back to the elder, his face alight with amusement. Yet, the elder, confronted with the statue's pristine condition, appeared bewildered. "No, this cannot be. I distinctly recall that when we 3 entered the temple, we shattered this statue first. At that time, Lu Doning's father even knocked off its head. We also tore down the yellow drapes surrounding it. How is it that they are restored?" As the elder spoke, a flicker of fear crossed his face. He suddenly knelt before the statue, clasping his hands together in prayer, silently murmuring, "I understand now. It must be the mountain deity manifesting. O great spirit, forgive my youthful impetuosity. I was wrong. We did not comprehend the offense we committed against you. Come now. Old man, rise. The mountain deity hardly has the leisure to entertain your self-reproach." Fat Wei exclaimed, pulling the elder up. He then fiddled with the golden vessels on the altar, saying, "Even if the deity were to manifest, do you think it could clean up this mess itself? You underestimate the mountain deity. If it truly manifested, it would come to settle accounts with you, rather than allow you to live in peace until now." "What could this mean?" the elder asked, staring dumbfounded at the statue. "Could it be that after we destroyed the temple, someone else came here and restored it?" "I doubt it," Fat Wei replied, examining a golden incense burner in his hands. After a moment, he sniffed dismissively and said, "In such a remote place, only tomb raiders would venture here. Let me tell you, in the eyes of those who seek buried treasures, this temple is merely a sham, a fade. Look around. It may appear resplendent, but all these items are merely gilded, easily seen through by those who are adept at discerning the real from the counterfeit. This counterfeit oil lamp is a favored trick of the Manchu royal family. These scoundrels have realized that even items crafted from genuine gold and silver ultimately fall prey to grave robbers, thereby endangering the treasures within the temple. It would be far better to utilize entirely false objects. The grave robbers traverse mountains and valleys solely in pursuit of wealth. Who would desire such fakes? Thus, the counterfeit oil lamps have remarkably endured. Moreover, even if an oblivious thief were to arrive here, they would hardly engage in any cleaning. Do you presume that grave robbers are altruistic souls? It is indeed possible that someone has cleaned this place." Chen Zhi brushed his fingers against the dust on the incense altar and, after a brief inspection, declared, "This area has certainly been tidied at least a year ago. and the incense burner and candles bear signs of prior use. Chapter 483, The Mountain God Temple, Part 2. Could it be? In these desolate mountains, who besides spirits could possibly roam? How could anyone venture here? Pang Wei was somewhat skeptical as he carefully sifted through the ash in the incense burner, discovering remnants of fragrant incense, remarkably intact and not aged. This location has likely been a site of worship and maintenance, unbeknownst to you. After you shattered the idol years ago, those who regularly came to pay their respects restored the mountain deity's statue. These individuals are not outsiders. They likely dwell deep within the mountains, perhaps even still residing here. Chen Zhi quietly remarked. Having observed that the location of this mountain god temple perfectly aligned with the map given to him by He Ningbin, if they continued onward, they would reach that enigmatic village in a few days. However, the old village chief failed to comprehend Chen Zhi's words, his face clouded with confusion. These details are trivial. Where is the altar filled with corpses that you mentioned? Chen Zhi surveyed his surroundings before inquiring of the old village chief. This question sparked a memory in the old village chief, prompting him to hastily scan the temple for recollections from decades past. Finally, he pointed behind the mountain deity's statue and said, I recall that after we smashed this idol, a room was revealed behind it, with a circular altar on the floor, featuring a large crack. The bodies of the children were piled within that altar. Upon hearing the old village chief's words, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei scrutinized the statue closely. The idol stood resolutely in their path, devoid of any hidden doors. They began to explore the statue's periphery, hoping to uncover an entrance leading inside. Ultimately, they discovered a fissure beneath the garment of the mountain deity, approximately a meter long and shrouded in darkness. Pang Wei, igniting his lighter, peered within and discerned a seemingly spacious interior, prompting him to sidle through the opening first. Come in. It's quite spacious inside, Pang Wei called out after illuminating the area with his lighter. Thus, Chen Zhi, Zheng, and the village chief entered one by one through the narrow gap. Upon entry, they found themselves in a substantial inner chamber, enveloped in darkness, entirely devoid of ventilation or light. The spotlight on their work uniforms was now put to good use. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei removed their coats and illuminated the inner chamber with the spotlights from their headsets. The sight of such advanced technology left the old village chief in a state of astonishment. He trailed behind the group, hesitant to move or speak. The inner chamber, though not large, was adorned with ancient Jurchen inscriptions on the walls, and large shamanic masks and artifacts hung around. Unlike the exterior, the relics within bore considerable antiquity, imbued with the essence of shamanic mysticism, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread and pressure. The room lacked any trace of gold or silver embellishments, casting a dim and subdued atmosphere. Indeed, at the center lay a circular altar, but it was burdened by a hefty rectangular stone, obscuring the altar's surface. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei struggled to lift one end of the stone, exerting considerable effort to remove it from the altar. Once the stone was displaced, a substantial fissure was revealed on the altar's surface, measuring over a meter in length, with its edges darkened and the depths concealed in shadow. Leaning over the fissure, Chen Zhi shone the spotlight inside, and his heart sank as he discerned what lay within. Beneath the gap, darkness obscured the depth, resembling a naturally formed rock crevice. Yet on either side, numerous small skeletal remains were meticulously arranged, all clad in traditional Jurchen garments, suggesting they belonged to children no older than 3 or 4 years. It appeared that within this mountain shrine, the practice of sacrificing young boys and girls to the deities was indeed a grim reality. Pang Wei, peering down beside Chen Zhi, turned to the old village chief and remarked, Old man, your ancestors, alongside the Qing dynasty rulers, surely committed their share of heinous acts. Sacrificing to the gods is one thing, but using such young children as living sacrifices? Isn't that a bit egregious? Our lives, no matter how devalued, shouldn't be treated so callously. Alas, I am unaware of what my ancestors did in those times. I cannot concern myself with such matters. The old village chief averted his gaze, unable to look down any longer. Chen Zhi continued to shine the spotlight below and soon noticed what appeared to be several rows of stone steps in the depths, suggesting signs of human excavation. It seems there may be a passage down there, possibly leading to another location, Chen Zhi declared. Is that so? Pang Wei, intrigued by Chen Zhi's observation, directed his spotlight downward, and after a prolonged examination, he remarked, It seems there is indeed an underground chamber below, a feature commonly found in the homes of the Manchus. They would construct an additional level beneath their houses to store valuable items or treasures. Yet, to discard the remains of these children in such a place is truly incomprehensible. Let us descend and explore. Perhaps there are wonders hidden below. After Chen Zhi spoke, he leaned down, the crevice just wide enough for a person to pass through. The village chief, resolutely unwilling to descend, remained above, while Chen Zhi, fearing unforeseen events might arise, left Zheng to keep watch and, together with Peng Wei, secured ropes around themselves before slipping through the narrow gap. Although Chen Zhi had grown accustomed to the sight of the deceased, the numerous child corpses surrounding him still filled him with discomfort. He and Peng Wei carefully navigated around the children's white bones and reached the depths of darkness, where they indeed discovered a set of man-made steps leading downward into a pitch-black underground cavern. With their searchlights illuminating the path, Chen Zhi and Peng Wei cautiously descended the stone stairs, and upon reaching the bottom, they encountered a stone chamber. However, it was shrouded in profound darkness. The air thick with a rich incense mingled with an unusual aromatic scent. Sweeping their flashlights across the walls and floor tiles, they noted that compared to the temple above, this subterranean stone chamber resembled a primordial sanctuary, enveloped in an ancient, mysterious atmosphere. The peculiar aroma lingered in the air, while the floor and walls were uniformly carved from old white jade, inscribed densely with Jurchen incantations, pristine and translucent, suggesting an inviolable sacred space. As they ventured a few steps inward, a sudden glimmer caught their attention. A vague, white figure appeared to sway in the beam of their light, reminiscent of a human silhouette. After enduring so many harrowing experiences, both Chen Zhi and Peng Wei found themselves devoid of fear. They gripped their weapons tightly and directed their searchlights toward the shadow. Yet the sight that met their eyes still startled them. In the darkness ahead sat a woman, her complexion as pale as death, adorned in the splendid attire typical of the Jurchen, complete with an ornate headdress embellished with golden hairpins, jade ornaments, and precious gems, exquisite in its beauty. Yet, her garments had clearly dulled over time. Had it not been for the thick, preservative fragrance in the air, the fabric would likely have disintegrated into dust long ago. The woman's expression was serene, her eyes gently closed, as if in slumber, poised to awaken at any moment. Upon seeing this pale-faced figure, Chen Zhi and Peng Wei shivered involuntarily, both realizing that they had just earlier displaced the stone blocking the entrance. The cracks at the rocky threshold were blackened, indicating it had been ages since anyone had ventured here. The only entities that could inhabit the depths of this remote mountain temple were either a corpse or a specter. Without hesitation, Chen Zhi and Peng Wei drew their blades, bracing themselves for an imminent attack. However, after a moment's wait, they observed that while the woman appeared unnaturally white under the searchlight, she remained utterly motionless, resembling a human specimen. Slowly, they approached the woman, and as they drew nearer, they discerned that although she seemed vividly alive, she was undeniably devoid of life. Fat Wei has always possessed considerable audacity. He approached the woman, scrutinizing her closely for a moment, before seemingly discerning something. He gently touched her face with his hand. "Goodness! Why is this girl so extraordinarily pale?" he exclaimed. "It turns out she is carved from white jade. Yet the craftsmanship is remarkably lifelike. One could hardly discern it from a real person." Upon hearing Fat Wei's remarks, Chen Zhi also stepped forward to touch the statue, and indeed, it felt cool to the touch, reminiscent of jade. He was immediately awestruck by the exquisite artistry, for this was a white jade statue, astonishingly vivid and lifelike. Chen Zhi had previously heard tales of a mysterious royal craftsman among the Jurchen nobility, renowned for their innate skill and exceptional craftsmanship. They excelled in the delicate art of carving, rendering animals and figures with such realism that they appeared almost alive. Utilizing immensely valuable jade, they immortalized notable figures, such as emperors and empresses, in stone, capturing even the finest details like facial hair, creating lifelike replicas that could easily deceive the eye. These statues were enshrined in ancestral halls, receiving veneration from descendants. It was said that Emperor Kangxi had commissioned a lifelike statue of his grandmother, Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang, to reminisce about her daily, only for it to be lost during a rebellion when the palace was besieged. However, it was rumored that due to the limited number of these skilled artisans, this extraordinary craft eventually faded into obscurity. Chen Zhi had always considered such tales to be somewhat exaggerated, convinced that no level of artistry could render stone into a perfect likeness of a living being. Yet, now witnessing it firsthand, he realized that such unparalleled craftsmanship truly existed, capable of transforming a mere block of stone into an exact replica of a person. Not only were the pores on the face meticulously detailed, but even the wrinkles on the skin were rendered with astonishing fidelity, a feat unattainable by modern sculptural techniques, leaving one utterly astounded. While Chen Zhi was engrossed in observing the lifelike statue, Fat Wei had already ventured further back with a flashlight, where he discovered numerous ancient scrolls and some small, weathered mountain deity figurines. Judging by their craftsmanship and pigments, these artifacts likely dated back to the Zhou dynasty or perhaps even earlier. Chen Zhi approached cautiously and began to unroll the ancient scrolls. Though the scrolls were exceedingly old, they remained remarkably well preserved. Many depicted the mountain deity of Changbai Mountain, Chao Hajianyi. Yet curiously, these scrolls did not portray him as a divine figure. Instead, he appeared more fearsome and grotesque, adorned with the severed heads of children at his waist, with a green face and sharp fangs, blood dripping from his mouth, clutching the corpses of children, and trampling on humans, an image so horrific it was difficult to behold, resembling more a mountain demon than a god. As Chen Zhi continued to examine the other scrolls, he discovered numerous depictions of three goddesses. In stark contrast to Chao Hajianyi, these three goddesses were depicted with exquisite beauty, their expressions benevolent and kind, their gazes enchanting, providing a vivid juxtaposition to the fearsome mountain deity. The three goddesses were always portrayed together, their flowing skirts billowing as if they were celestial beings dancing among the peaks, gathering wild fruits, frolicking in the morning dew, and even bathing in the lake. As Fat Wei observed Chen Zhi incessantly scrutinizing the ancient paintings, he approached and illuminated the depiction of the three goddesses with a spotlight, inquiring, "Who are these three maidens? They are quite lovely. Why are they alongside this grotesque mountain deity?" "These may well be the three goddesses of Changbai Mountain, daughters of the mountain god, Chao Hajian," Chen Zhi replied, his eyes meticulously scanning the artwork in hopes of uncovering definitive inscriptions or names to validate their identities. "Who? That mountain deity has daughters? They look nothing like their father. Far more beautiful," Fat Wei remarked casually, retrieving the folding bag he always carried and advancing towards the lifelike stone statue, reaching out to pluck the jewels from it. What are you planning to do?" Chen Zhi exclaimed in surprise at Fat Wei's actions, immediately interjecting, "What else? I intend to touch the ceremonial vessel. I am a bona fide tomb raider. To encounter such a vessel and not examine it would be a disservice to my professional integrity. Besides, it's just the two of us here. Why pretend?" Upon finishing his statement, Fat Wei seized the resplendent jeweled hairpin from the statue. "Do not touch that. It is the property of a goddess. She may still be alive. If you disturb her belongings, we shall face dire consequences." Chen Zhi urgently halted Fat Wei, swiftly reclaiming the hairpin from his hands and returning the jewels to their rightful place atop the statue. "A goddess? Are you suggesting that this statue represents a deity? The same goddess who appeared in the village chief's dream? Truly divine." Fat Wei, upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, began to inspect the statue with newfound seriousness. With the spotlight revealing more details, he noticed that the goddess statue was seated elegantly upon a shrine, the dark hues of which rendered it easily overlooked. However, beneath her feet lay intricately carved silver clouds, adorned with minuscule pearls and white gemstones, indicating the woman's remarkable nobility. Chen Zhi directed the spotlight beneath the shrine, where indeed, he discovered a spirit tablet. He carefully retrieved the tablet, which was exquisitely crafted from gilded hardwood, embellished with a traditional Manchu treasure, the Great Eastern Pearl. Inscribed upon the tablet were ancient Jurchen characters, intricate and challenging to decipher. Under the illumination of the spotlight, Chen Zhi diligently examined the inscriptions, and at last, he discerned the name he had anticipated. "It is indeed her." Chen Zhi raised the spirit tablet, addressing Fat Wei. "She is the true ancestor of the Manchu royal family, the Aizenjoro clan, Fakulin." The ancient Jurchen characters on the spirit tablet were coated in gold lacquer, the script embodying an ancient elegance, proclaiming, "Daughter of the mountain god, Fakulin." "My heavens!" Fat Wei exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the spirit tablet. "I must say, this information you've uncovered is quite astounding. Are you suggesting that the emperors of the Qing dynasty, like Kangxi and Qianlong, were all descendants of this goddess? Isn't that a bit far-fetched?" "There is nothing enigmatic about it. This is merely a deified fact. After solemnly placing the spirit tablet back on the altar, Chen Zhi remarked to Fat Wei that the Zheng royal family of the Qing dynasty has, from the very beginning, proclaimed themselves as descendants of deities. However, this legend is so ancient that there are no records to substantiate it, leading few to take it seriously. In truth, many historians are aware that the Jurchen people were predominantly gathered around the Changbai mountain region, their origins being quite intricate, with a myriad of surnames intermingled among them, representing a minority that thrived through hunting. The civilization of the Jurchens was not advanced. Their tribes were disorganized and lacked unity, plagued by internal strife throughout history. Yet, with the emergence of the Zheng lineage, the Jurchens underwent a remarkable transformation, as the surname Zheng gradually established authority among them, ultimately unifying all Jurchens, a truly remarkable feat in the annals of the Zheng clan. This myth has been recorded as part of the Manchu's official history. Long ago, in the northeastern part of Changbai Mountain, there was a lake called Bur, now known as Tianqi. The lake's azure waters, cool and clear, were surrounded by undulating mountains, with the blue sky and white clouds reflected beautifully within. This enchanting scenery attracted 3 goddesses from the Changbai Mountains, who descended from the heavens. They were the daughters of the celestial deity, and the 3 sisters were named Engulin, Zengulin, and Fukulon, with Fukulon being the youngest among them. As the 3 sisters frolicked and laughed by the lake, a divine eagle flew in from the east, carrying a bright red fruit in its beak and placing it upon Fukulon's garment. Fukulon, enchanted by the vibrant fruit, could not resist and ate it. Unexpectedly, it caused her to become pregnant. Despite her attempts to chant spells, she could no longer ascend to the heavens, leading the other 2 goddesses to leave her behind as they ascended. Fukulon remained by the lake and eventually gave birth to a robust and handsome boy, whom she named Bukuliangshan, bestowing upon him the surname Zheng. This Bukuliangshan is recognized as the ancestor of the Zheng clan. Fukulon possessed prophetic powers and told her son, "Heaven has willed your birth. You are destined to be a sovereign who brings peace to the realm and unifies the world. Go forth." After imparting her words, Fukulon soared into the sky, returning to her heavenly abode. This narrative is a recorded myth in the official history of the Manchu people. Yet myths are often embellished. We understand that consuming a fruit cannot lead to pregnancy. Therefore, if we consider the reality, it is likely that this goddess fell in love with a human from the Changbai Mountains and bore a child, who was not accepted by her divine family and thus sent to the mortal realm. If one were to meticulously explore the history of the Manchu people, they would find that this myth has been consistently documented with clarity. However, as time passed, belief in it waned, leaving this history known and celebrated by the Manchu people, yet ultimately untrusted. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Pang Wei seemed to recall that he had indeed encountered this legend before. However, such tales are abundant, largely stemming from the self-aggrandizement of emperors, and thus few took them seriously. Chen Zhi continued, explaining that this enigmatic history, lacking concrete evidence, has grown increasingly fantastical in popular discourse. As descendants of the Zheng clan proliferated, the narrative evolved into a public myth, with many within the clan themselves doubting the authenticity of this history. Nevertheless, contemporary scholars specializing in the Zheng lineage have discerned that the clan's rise was remarkably abrupt. They are, in fact, the youngest faction of the Jurchen tribes of Changbai Mountain. Their progenitor, Bukuliangshan, was an outsider who married a local maiden, thus ensuring the continuation of their lineage. Additionally, ancient genealogical records reveal that the myth surrounding the goddess's conception was initially kept secret, confined within the family's archives, accessible only to the clan leader, indicating a stringent confidentiality regarding this historical account. Furthermore, they intentionally obscured the notion that Bukurin was the daughter of the deity Chauhajan, severing any blood ties between them. The rationale for such actions is straightforward. Should the world learn that goddess Bukurin is indeed the daughter of the fearsome Chauhajan, a deity renowned for his bloody and terrifying nature, it would imply that he is their grandfather and the source of their bloodline. Consequently, the Zheng lineage would lose its luster, and the clan's image in the public eye would transform into something terrifying. Eventually, as the Zheng clan seized power, their influence grew immensely, allowing them to alter history and divine narratives at will. Thus, they clandestinely revised the past of the mountain deity Chauhajan, erasing his gruesome history while endeavoring to extol him, transforming him into a benevolent figure, albeit without acknowledging this bloodline. A shrewd maneuver indeed. For a prolonged period, the direct descendants of the Zheng clan continued to venerate the deity Chao, constructing temples that rivaled palatial grandeur and annually offering young boys and girls. As Chao was, after all, their ancestor, the true forefather of the Qing dynasty. My goodness, Pang Wei appeared unable to fathom the facts just imparted to him. He scrutinized the lifelike statue of the goddess before him, then inquired, if this is indeed the case, then this spans generations. Is it possible that this goddess, Bukurin, is still alive? Did she enter the dreams of the village chief to warn him of the mutant humans? Whether this goddess still lives, I cannot ascertain at this moment. However, it is undoubtedly she who sent the dream to caution the village chief, and she is aware of our identities. Chen Zhi turned, casting a profound glance at the vividly rendered goddess statue, and remarked, I sense that this goddess is exceedingly kind and compassionate. She is close to humanity and wishes to protect us, for such is her nature. Moreover, the bloodline she has left behind extends far beyond just the Zheng clan. If I am not mistaken, the adopted son taken in by the ancestors of the Tang family was likely her child. Thus, despite the prolonged abandonment of this mountain shrine, it remains tended to. The villagers of the mysterious hamlet, as revealed by Ning Bin, are indeed descendants of this goddess. They have long been honoring the mountain deity and maintaining their ancestral temple. Chapter 486. Preparations for Departure by the Heavens. How astonishing! This truly is quite remarkable. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Pang Wei was initially taken aback, but soon his excitement surged. If the group from Beijing's Lilikang, who claimed to be descendants of the Eight Banners, were to uncover this matter, it would surely cause an uproar. It is no wonder that the Zheng clan ruled our central plains for so many years. They are indeed the legitimate descendants of deities. Although this mountain god may not possess the highest divine rank, their divine mother is undeniably beautiful. I used to wonder how we Han people allowed the Manchus to invade so seamlessly. How could those of the Zheng surname be so valiant in battle? It turns out their lineage is indeed impeccable. The current Zheng bloodline has undergone numerous amalgamations and is no longer pure, intermingled with various political factors, and their original essence has been significantly diluted. Chen Zhi shook his head and then turned back to gaze at the lifelike stone statue, intently observing its vivid countenance. The glory of the Zheng clan has faded, yet this goddess, the Bukurin, still remains. She is a true deity, possessing the most primal shamanistic foresight abilities, making her crucial to our forthcoming endeavors. If the information left by Lord Bao is accurate, the mysterious village in the mountains is another branch of this goddess's bloodline. It is likely that this enigmatic village has already suffered severe mutations. Thus, the goddess appearing in the old village chief's dreams is, in essence, a plea for our assistance. However, I find myself perplexed. If this goddess truly cares for her descendants and wields such power, why does she not manifest herself? The answer is quite simple, Pang Wei remarked, glancing at the statue with a sardonic smile. We have always heard of deities manifesting, but never of them sending dreams. Only spirits possess that ability. Let us not idealize her too much. This goddess could very well be a specter, sending dreams to the old village chief and conjuring your likeness within them. Who knows her true intentions? Moreover, the layer above her statue is filled with the corpses of young boys and girls. That is exceedingly sinister. I believe this goddess has long since perished, and what the old village chief saw in his dream was merely a female ghost. Hush, Chen Zhi interrupted Pang Wei, frowning as he furtively glanced at the lifelike goddess statue, its seemingly closed eyes appearing ready to open at any moment. Enough of this speculation. Let us ascend swiftly. Otherwise, the village chief up there may think something has befallen us, and the old man could end up in a panic. Fat Wei averted his gaze from the statue and gently patted Chen Zhi's shoulder, indicating the exit. All right, just a moment. Chen Zhi nodded and began to sift through the scrolls in the inner chamber. Among them, some ancient shamanic artifacts appeared rather sinister, but Chen Zhi refrained from disturbing them. After a moment of deliberation, he ultimately selected a scroll inscribed with archaic Jurchen script, tucking it securely into his clothing. Ever since he learned that the goddess Bukulin was an ancestor of the Zheng clan, Fat Wei had lost all interest in the jewels adorning the statue, and he no longer wished to cast another glance at the idol. The two men retraced their steps, circumventing the scattered bodies of children, and emerged through a crevice in the rocks. As they peeked out, the elderly village chief was anxiously tending a fire above, and upon seeing them emerge, he was filled with joy. It was the first time the chief had encountered such a supernatural event, and he had been anxious for a long while, fearing that Chen Zhi and Fat Wei might have met with misfortune below. Fortunately, Zheng had remained steadfastly by their side, never straying an inch. After exiting the mountain god temple, they followed the village chief back along the original mountain path, during which he repeatedly inquired about the entities lurking beneath the crevice. Fat Wei playfully frightened him by claiming that it was filled with the vengeful spirits of deceased children, who had to overcome numerous trials to escape. Yet those mischievous spirits were still trailing behind them, potentially poised to spring forth at any moment. This frightened the village chief into hastening his pace. The journey back was remarkably smooth, yet Chen Zhi remained silent throughout, his mind occupied with meticulous plans concerning their ascent, as well as the visage of the goddess, which lingered vividly in his thoughts. Everything had transpired with alarming urgency, and Chen Zhi felt as though he had been led by the nose through these unforeseen events. However, the current circumstances were pressing, with limited time and a heavy burden of responsibility that permitted no errors. Thus, it was imperative for Chen Zhi to locate the goddess and seek her aid, whether she was alive or departed. When they returned to the village, twilight had already set in, as nightfall descends swiftly in the mountains. Many homes in the village had begun to illuminate with lights. Iceflow Valley had reverted to its former appearance, with villagers bustling about. The bloodstains left by the mutated beings from the previous day had been thoroughly cleaned. A number of women had gathered at the village chief's home, assisting in the preparation of dinner to honor the benefactors of the village. De Gua and his companions had been exceedingly busy throughout the day, first restoring the village's facilities and then establishing contact with Ningbin from the town. The situation in Iceflow Valley had escalated significantly, prompting higher authorities to dispatch personnel for covert resolution. Ningbin would soon accompany members of a secret department to Iceflow Valley to avoid any inconvenient encounters with government officials. Ningbin advised Chen Zhi and his companions to set off promptly, entrusting all subsequent matters regarding Iceflow Valley to his capable hands. During the time that Chen Zhi and his companions ascended the mountain, the bodies at the village chief's home had been meticulously taken care of, and the heated Kong was reconstructed. The Iceflow Valley had witnessed an overwhelming number of fatalities recently, leaving the villagers in a state of heightened anxiety. However, a flicker of surviving exhilaration remained among them, as no one wished to return home, choosing instead to congregate together. Dinner was as lively as the previous evening, with the village chief erecting a grand canopy outside his yard, where the Tang family's workers and villagers dined together, while Chen Zhi and De Gua shared their meal inside the chief's home. The villagers engaged in heartfelt discussions about the bleak days they had endured, expressing their gratitude and excitement towards De Gua and Chen Zhi's team. Yet, recalling the near calamity they faced last time due to excessive drinking, no one dared to indulge in alcohol this time. During dinner, Chen Zhi and De Gua meticulously re-evaluated the Tang family's workers. After the previous night's unsettling event, Chen Zhi had discerned the true character of these individuals. Some courageous souls were selected to accompany them on the mountain, while others remained in the Iceflow Valley on standby. Ever since witnessing the deaths of Parrot and the others in the Celestial Fox Tomb, a newfound compulsive caution had emerged within Chen Zhi's character, compelling him to devise meticulous plans that accounted for every possible scenario and unforeseen circumstance. He understood that while having a larger number of individuals could indeed provide strength, it also imposed a considerable burden. Thus, when utilizing the abilities of these individuals, he bore the profound responsibility of safeguarding their lives. Consequently, in team operations, precision in personnel was deemed more vital than sheer numbers. And since this team had been borrowed from Ningbin, there could be no room for error. Chen Zhi meticulously evaluated all potential occurrences post-ascent, ensuring that there was no margin for mistakes. Ultimately, they selected 37 capable workers from the team, individuals who exhibited courage, composure in the face of adversity, and practical experience. Chen Zhi invited them in for in-depth discussions, after which De Gua articulated the significance of this mission to the Tang family, promising them a bright future on behalf of Ningbin. Finally, Chen Zhi instructed these workers to rest immediately after dinner, as they were to prepare to embark on their journey to the mountain at 6 o'clock the following morning. Chapter 487. Entering the Snowy Mountain the next morning. The sun in the snowy mountains cast a rare, warm, and gentle light, enveloping Chen Zhi and his companions in a comforting glow. The old village chief remarked that this was an auspicious sign, heralding the fulfillment of the desires of those who ventured into the mountains, guiding them towards what they sought. Thanks to Chen Zhi's admonitions from the previous night, the selected 37 elite male workers were well rested and appeared at the front gate, brimming with energy, ready to set forth. De Gua had reviewed the supplies within the team, and with the personnel streamlined, they could not carry excessive items, especially considering the arduous paths of the snowy mountains. Thus, traveling light was paramount. After careful selection, they brought along the most formidable weapons from their arsenal, equipping each individual with a submachine gun and a pistol, as well as 2 long-range artillery pieces, which would prove invaluable in critical moments. Simultaneously, De Gua equipped himself with wireless devices to facilitate communication with Bing Lu Go at any moment. Once everything was prepared, they commenced their ascent up the mountain. The clock striking 6 in the morning. Thanks to the previous day's guidance from the old village chief to the mountain temple, Chen Zhi was already familiar with the entrance to the mountain. Moreover, he and De Gua had requested the old chief to plan the routes within the mountains, which Chen Zhi had memorized. However, the most crucial route was the enigmatic village map sketched for him by Ning Bin, which lingered vividly in his mind. This time, Chen Zhi opted not to take the path to the mountain temple, but chose a more direct and perilous trail leading straight to the mysterious village. Though the path was rugged, it was imperative for their journey. Before entering the depths of the mountains, Chen Zhi had mentally prepared for a challenging trek, yet he had not anticipated the extent of the difficulties they would face. The previous day's journey had been relatively smooth, but by the second day, the terrain had become exceedingly treacherous. This primitive mountain trail was devoid of any previous travelers. The undulating landscape was almost indescribable, and with ice and snow solidified beneath their feet, a single misstep could send them tumbling down the snowy slopes. They traversed the snow-laden mountains, alternating between movement and rest, camping on the snow at night, which proved to be quite arduous. By the morning of the 4th day, the sky was enveloped in a flurry of snowflakes, rendering the ground and horizon a vast expanse of white, making it nearly impossible to discern whether it was snowing or merely the wind stirring up snow from the ground. The temperature in the mountains plummeted sharply, and the biting snow-laden wind felt like daggers against their skin. While Chen Zhi and Peng Wei were clad in protective work attire, the others began to feel a sense of numbness creeping in. As they pressed forward, the snow on the ground became so deep that walking was nearly impossible. Relying heavily on De Gua to forge a path ahead, De Gua, possessing extensive experience navigating the mountains, had no objections to Chen Zhi's chosen route. Wherever Chen Zhi directed, De Gua would lead the way, as if he too possessed the map in his mind. By mid-afternoon, a pure white world surrounded them, with swirling snowflakes obscuring any recognizable trees or rocks. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, scattering the group. De Gua glanced at the sky and then at the snow-laden ground. Addressing Chen Zhi, "Brother Zhi, perhaps we should halt here for today? The weather seems to suggest an impending storm. We cannot afford to rush on the snow-capped mountains, as danger lurks ahead." After Chen Zhi nodded in agreement, De Gua gestured to the others, signaling them to stop. The arduous climb had left them utterly exhausted. They discarded their snow gear onto the ground and sat atop it to rest, casually consuming the provisions they had brought along. Chen Zhi had a keen eye for talent, selecting these 37 elite companions who proved to be remarkably capable. They were well-versed in the mountain terrain, collaborating with De Gua to clear and pave the way. Their movements agile and remarkably efficient. Ultimately, they decided to establish their campsite on a gentle slope of a low mountain. Although blanketed in white snow, sparse clusters of robust snow pines could be seen, providing some shelter from the wind and snow, making it a suitable resting place for their encampment. De Gua gazed intently through his telescope, then pointed towards a sprawling patch of sparse woods ahead, addressing Chen Zhi. This area must have once been a dense forest of snow pines several centuries ago. In ancient times, unlike today, when villages were constructed in the mountains, materials were sourced locally. Observe how this vast stretch of woods is evidently diminished compared to what lies ahead. The trees become increasingly dense as one progresses. Additionally, the snow pines here are remarkably robust, indicating they have been standing for many years. This forest has undoubtedly faced significant logging centuries ago, suggesting the presence of ancient projects in the vicinity, and their scale must have been considerable. It appears our direction is correct. We are not far from that mysterious village. Upon hearing Dagwa mention the enigmatic village, Chen Zhi smiled faintly and glanced at Dagwa. It seems you are aware of the village's existence. Dagwa, momentarily taken aback by Chen Zhi's words, broke into a broad smile. I've heard Brother Bin speak of it, but my knowledge is limited. The comrades in our group are still quite unaware. Discussing it too much might frighten them. We must be cautious not to let anything slip. Nevertheless, Dagwa continued scanning the horizon through his telescope. Based on my estimation of the number of trees felled here, the scale of that village must be substantial. It may not resemble an ordinary village at all. Indeed, Chen Zhi nodded slightly in agreement. He had also pondered how a village could remain concealed in the depths of the mountains for such an extended period. Was it even possible? Even disregarding the encroachment of the outside world, it would be exceedingly difficult for such a village to evade detection by satellites. Yet, it had endured the passage of time without being discovered, indicating that this village was anything but ordinary. It might possess capabilities unseen in the modern world. Dagwa continued to survey the mountains ahead, inquiring, there are over a dozen peaks in this range. I previously scanned the summits with my telescope, and all I could see were blanketed paths of snow below, devoid of any discernible direction. Not even a shadow of the village is visible. How should we proceed? In response to Dagwa's question, Chen Zhi chuckled, unreservedly replying, Brother Ning provided me with a map. The mysterious village lies just beyond that grove. We need to cross over this mountain. If we cannot see the village with the naked eye, it signifies that it possesses some means of concealing itself. However, with an accurate map in hand, we will surely locate it. It may just require a bit more time. At this juncture, Chen Zhi turned to Dagwa, a gentle smile gracing his lips. If I am not mistaken, your relationship with Ningbin appears to be quite extraordinary. You seem to be more than just one of his capable associates. Your bond seems to be somewhat deeper. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Dagwa burst into hearty laughter. His face, reddened by the cold, displayed the unrestrained spirit characteristic of a true Northeasterner. He clapped Chen Zhi on the shoulder without hesitation and candidly remarked, Brother Xiao Zhi, your insight is commendable. In truth, I never intended to conceal anything from you. My relationship with Brother Bin is indeed extraordinary. We are true brothers in life and death. I hold considerable sway over the affairs of the Tang family. For years, while Bin has operated in the light, I have worked in the shadows. I am fully aware of all matters concerning the Tang family, including the mysterious village map passed down through generations. Ah, so you are effectively the second in command of the Tang family. I stand corrected, Chen Zhi replied with a smile, nodding politely. He then continued, but if I may be so bold, when did your relationship with Brother Bin begin? From what I know of Ningbin, he does not strike me as someone who easily trusts others. Indeed, Brother Bin is quite cautious. However, the bond between us is unbreakable, Dagwa stated, producing a cigarette from his pocket and offering one to Chen Zhi before lighting it for him. Before I enlisted, I was merely a small-time hoodlum, constantly embroiled in fights, with little to show for it. It was only after I began working for Old Master Tang, at the tender age of 16, that I found my place. Back then, I was just a scrawny kid with no standing in the Tang family. At that time, Brother Bin was still in the south, a truly gifted scholar. Yet his family faced severe hardships. In those years, Old Master Tang generously supported students in need, including Brother Bin. Later, Brother Bin excelled academically, achieving the top score in the college entrance examination in Jiangsu province. However, this joyous occasion brought calamity upon his family. That insufferable son of a bureaucrat. Damn him. Dagwa spat on the ground in anger as he continued. You are likely aware of the events that ensued. That pretentious village chief's son attempted to use Brother Bin's academic credentials to fraudulently claim a spot at university, leading to the untimely death of Brother Bin's mother from a heart attack triggered by the humiliation she suffered. At that time, Brother Bin was just a child, powerless to seek revenge, and was mercilessly beaten. In desperation, he turned to the Tang family for assistance. Old Master Tang, true to his principles, took up his sword and led us to the south to negotiate with that village chief's family. Although Brother Bin's mother had died of her own accord, the responsibility rested with the village chief. He owed us an explanation. However, the negotiations did not go smoothly. The village chief's son was unbearably arrogant, spewing profanities at Old Master Tang and belittling Brother Bin, showing utter disregard for human life, fueled by youthful passion and a sense of justice. I could not bear to see Brother Bin so mistreated. I thought to myself, what could they possibly do to me, a mere minor? I wouldn't face the death penalty for taking a life, so without consulting old Master Tang, I took a knife and confronted that despicable wretch in an alley one night. I ended him, and I have no regrets about it to this day. Reflecting upon that time, I realize how impulsive I was. The village chief was not to be trifled with, and it was indeed his southern territory. I narrowly escaped with my life. Subsequently, Old Tang made considerable sacrifices to resolve the matter. Once everything settled, Old Tang summoned both Bin and me, compelling us to incense and pledge our brotherhood in life and death before him. Bin later became a son-in-law of the Tang family, and before Old Tang passed away, he entrusted the family to us, urging me to assist Bin in navigating the intricate affairs of the Tang clan. Currently, the Tang family thrives in the northeast, flourishing more than ever before. Over the years, Bin has expertly managed the family's enterprises in the open, while I serve as Bin's eyes and arms in the shadows. I have traversed every route and dock owned by the Tang family, occasionally engaging in some unsavory tasks. Listening to Guo's account, Chen Zhi refrained from further comments, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Throughout this journey, Guo had not concealed anything. Chen Zhi had long recognized that Guo possessed a grand vision, an aura not typical of mere subordinates. He could make decisions in place of Ning Bin with unwavering confidence, a demeanor that could not be feigned, indicating his high standing before Ning Bin, where many matters were settled by his word alone. Moreover, the mysterious village is the cornerstone of the Tang family's centuries-old legacy. Given the significance of this matter, Ning Bin's meticulous nature would surely preclude him from trusting outsiders, necessitating that a highly reliable individual accompany Chen Zhi. Thus, Guo is Ning Bin's most trusted confidant, akin to his alter ego. Chen Zhi took a drag from the cigarette Guo offered, a Russian brand with a robust flavor that invigorated amidst the icy surroundings. He exhaled a smoke ring into the air and calmly inquired, "You must have memorized that map by now. You have traversed the path into the snow-capped mountains numerous times, haven't you? Your familiarity with this terrain is not something a novice could achieve." "Indeed, I have traveled this route many times," Guo replied succinctly. "This pathway to the mysterious village has existed for centuries, and it is vital to the Tang family. We cannot allow it to be severed in this generation. Since the connection between the mysterious village and the Tang family was lost, I have led expeditions here over 20 times, scouring every peak in the vicinity. Yet, each time, we returned empty-handed. According to the map, once we traverse the mountain ahead, we should reach the enigmatic village. The forest atop that mountain is densely packed, and each time we emerge from it, we are met with vast expanses of pristine snow, the drifts reaching depths of over a meter, with nothing for hundreds of miles around. I even commanded searches in the snow, digging deep, which resulted in frostbite for several men. However, not a trace of the village could be found, as if it had never existed in this secluded wilderness. At times, I truly ponder whether, as Guo spoke, he exhaled a smoke ring into the air, gazing at the snowflakes drifting down, and remarked that, in recent years, he had been present at the clandestine meetings between the enigmatic village and the Tang family. Those individuals, cloaked in black, would appear unexpectedly in the dead of night, eluding all security systems, moving like a gust of wind, slipping into the darkness without leaving a trace. I often find myself questioning whether this mysterious village, which has maintained relations with the Tang family for centuries, has long since perished, and that these shadowy figures are merely a gathering of specters. Chapter 489, A Night Stay on the Snowy Mountain. Guo continued, expelling another smoke ring, looking up at the swirling snowflakes. And I couldn't help but wonder whether the inhabitants of this village, which has engaged with the Tang family for hundreds of years, have indeed vanished, leaving only phantoms in their wake. How could such a substantial settlement remain concealed in the mountains for centuries without a whisper of its existence? In this modern age, nothing can remain hidden within the mountains, let alone a village with a population. Recently, we have employed advanced technological devices to conduct a thorough search in these mountains. Yet we uncovered absolutely no clues. The satellite imagery revealed no signs of life, as if the mysterious village had never existed, vanishing into the snowy expanse. Thus, I began to contemplate the possibility that the village head may never have existed, or perhaps once did, but has long since perished, leaving only spirits to interact with the Tang family over the years. Upon hearing Guo's musings, Chen Zhi chuckled softly, discarding his half-smoked cigarette onto the snow, rising to turn back and say, "Even if ghosts were real, they are not what we should fear. It is humanity, far more terrifying than any specter. That warrants our concern. As Chen Zhi and De Guo returned to their comrades, they found the tents already erected in the woods, the crew moving with remarkable efficiency. After setting up the tents, they ignited bonfires in the center and several corners of the encampment, a method De Guo learned in the military, ensuring that the sentinels on watch could keep a vigilant eye on the surroundings. During our trek through the snowy mountains, not a single animal was sighted, though the remains of several creatures were evident, indicating the severe impact of mutations on Changbai Mountain. With no game to hunt, they resorted to their meager rations. Each member had carried only a small amount of provisions for the sake of light travel, and the entire group possessed merely 2 large aluminum cooking pots. Once the fire was kindled, water was poured into the pots to boil, followed by the addition of compressed noodles, seasoning, and jerky. Soon, the fragrant steam wafted across the snowy landscape. Though compressed food may lack flavor, to the weary team members, it felt like a sumptuous feast. They devoured their meal voraciously. And time flew by. After they had dined, the sky gradually darkened. The nights in Changbai Mountain are exceptionally frigid, and the biting winds have become increasingly wild. The gales whirl the snow into the air, attempting to engulf everything within the mountains. Fortunately, Chen Zhi and his companions have taken refuge in the woods, where the sparse, snow-covered pines provide some shelter from the wind. Otherwise, their tent would surely be swept away by the fierce gusts. After dinner, it is still too early to retire for the night. Some of the men gather inside the tent, conversing quietly to escape the tempest outside. A few on-duty comrades sit by the outer campfire, rifles in hand, keeping watch, while Zheng is among them. Chen Zhi, De Guo, Lao Jindo, and Pang Wei huddle around the central fire in the tent, warming their hands. Throughout the journey, Pang Wei has shown a particular interest in Zheng. He has attempted to engage her in conversation on numerous occasions, but she responds sparingly and remains aloof, akin to a gentle and serene woman, her expression betraying no hint of emotion. Yet, Zheng's beauty is undeniable and conspicuous among the group. Although the men of the Tang family dare not approach her, they steal glances and whisper about her as they travel. On this stormy night, Zheng sits as usual, clutching her knife, by a distant campfire, gazing blankly at the vast expanse of whiteness before her, unperturbed by the frigid winds. At that moment, Pang Wei casts a sidelong glance at Zheng, then approaches Chen Zhi with a hot water bottle in hand, a lewd grin spreading across his face like a blooming chrysanthemum. "Hey, Orange, that girl is truly stunning. Do tell me honestly, what is the nature of your relationship?" I swear I won't breathe a word. Noticing Chen Zhi's lack of response, Pang Wei leans closer and insists, "Let me tell you, when it comes to matters like these, I, your esteemed Pang, am quite the expert. Back in Beijing's Lilikang, I was known as the Prince of the Love Market. I had a bevy of ladies under my tutelage. Listen, Orange, with beautiful women, you mustn't be overly eager. Maintain a balance of proximity and distance. Right now, you're a tad too distant. Show a bit more warmth when the moment calls for it. Go on. Look at her. She's freezing out here in this icy wilderness, while you sit by the fire. Offer her a thick coat to keep her warm. Look at how thinly she is dressed." Upon hearing Pang Wei's words, Chen Zhi simply smiles faintly and casts a glance at Zheng. Throughout the journey, she has worn her thick coat casually, appearing unconcerned by the raging winds and snow. De Guo, noticing her as well, turns to Chen Zhi after observing her for a while, and says, "Brother Zhi, I've heard from Ben Ge that the woman you brought is quite formidable. However, from what I've seen on this journey, she doesn't seem particularly extraordinary. Will she be of any use in a critical moment? Or might she become a burden instead? Generally, we do not bring women into the snowy mountains. It is troublesome. And there is a superstition that young women can attract misfortune in such desolate places. Moreover, this woman possesses an allure that is simply too striking. I would suggest that she refrain from keeping watch tonight. Otherwise, in the depths of the mountains at midnight, we might inadvertently attract unsavory entities that dwell here. She is more than capable, rest assured. With her on guard, we shall be quite safe." After listening to De Guo's remarks, Chen Zhi responded indifferently, then lifted his gaze towards Zheng, who was near the flickering campfire. Surrounded by a blanket of white snow, the night was illuminated by her presence. The dancing flames cast a warm glow upon her face, her lips a vivid crimson, her skin more radiant than snow, resembling a lotus in full bloom against the backdrop of the snowy mountain night. The fierce winds tousled her long hair, making her appear as a celestial being descended from the heavens, utterly enchanting. As Chen Zhi was momentarily captivated by her beauty, Zheng suddenly rose from her seat by the fire. She strode forward a few paces, her eyes fixed on the boundless expanse of white snow ahead. Upon observing Zheng's abrupt movement, Chen Zhi immediately sensed a disturbance. He grasped his weapon and hurried towards her, inquiring, "Did you see something?" "Indeed," Zheng replied briskly, her gaze still sharply focused ahead. "Approximately 10 kilometers out, a group is advancing towards us with remarkable speed. They will arrive here within an hour." Chapter 490. Urgent retreat, is that true? This seems rather far-fetched, exclaimed Peng Wei, who had just approached from behind. He, along with De Guo and Lao Jindo, had noted Chen Zhi's reaction and quickly followed, armed and alert. De Guo, a quintessential northeastern man with a hint of male chauvinism, harbored skepticism towards Zheng's assertion. "Just because you claim there are pursuers, does that mean there are? I have traversed these mountains for over a decade. Nothing remains concealed from me. We haven't encountered even a shadow along the way. Do you expect a troop to materialize from the sky?" "Do not dismiss her words. If this young lady senses danger." "It is indeed plausible," Lao Jindo interjected. Having completed numerous missions alongside Chen Zhi and Gui Dao, he was acutely aware of the prowess of these red-banded warriors, whose perceptive abilities bordered on the supernatural. These warriors possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to distant threats, adept at tracking and locating. Gui Dao had once detected an ambush from the tremors of the ground, even discerning the number of foes present. Thus, if Zheng claimed a hostile force was approaching, Lao Jindo had no doubt of its veracity. Zheng advanced further into the vastness of the snowy landscape, kneeling to touch the surface of the snow with her hand. Rising, she closed her eyes and stood still, her ears perked as if straining to hear the whispers of the wind from all directions. Approximately 5 minutes elapsed before Zheng opened her eyes and turned to Chen Zhi, affirmatively stating that there were likely over 100 individuals, moving with remarkable swiftness. However, they remained unaware of our presence here. If they were to discover us, they would hasten towards us, appearing before us in no time. Based on their habitual movements, it was evident that these individuals were indeed aware of our existence. Chen Zhi nodded at Zheng, signaling her to cease her elaboration. He understood precisely whom she referred to. From the moment he ascended the mountain, he recognized that the adversaries he faced were not merely mutated humans. The truly formidable opponents were the renegade Blue Ribbon Warriors. These warriors underwent rigorous training within their organization, boasting formidable capabilities. The combined strength of over 100 Blue Ribbon Warriors was unimaginable. For an organization that had survived for millennia, its management structure had become impeccably stringent, as evidenced by the unwavering loyalty displayed by the warriors towards their cause, evolving into a form of belief, an affirmation of their own values. Yet, within such a powerful organization, the occurrence of a large-scale defection among the Blue Ribbon Warriors was unfathomable. This fact alone demonstrated that the reasons compelling these warriors to betray their kin, connected to the Zhi royal lineage, must be extraordinarily potent, capable of driving them to forsake their beliefs in the royal family, an act not easily swayed by mere monetary temptations. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the thought of the traitorous warriors conjured the image of Fu Yi Wenda, who once faced Gui Dao in a duel within the Fox Denver. He was an exiled Blue Ribbon Warrior, harboring a lifetime of regret for failing to ascend to the rank of Red Ribbon. Ultimately, he met his demise at the hands of Gui Dao, and his fearless visage frequently surfaced in Chen Zhi's mind. "We must vacate this place immediately," Chen Zhi declared loudly to De Guo and the others. "We have only been here for an hour, and we must put distance between ourselves and them during this time. We need to dismantle our camp at once and proceed into the woods ahead, traversing the mountains throughout the night." Is such urgency truly warranted? De Guo expressed some resistance to Chen Zhi's command, feeling that his reaction was somewhat excessive. The Changbai Snow Mountain is no ordinary mountain. It possesses spiritual significance. Traveling through the mountains at night is considered highly taboo. Moreover, even if there are pursuers, we may not necessarily be at a disadvantage. They number over 100. Yet we are armed with a substantial array of weapons. If we conceal ourselves in the woods and ambush them, our odds of success are quite favorable. He then cast a sidelong glance at Zheng, his face tinged with disdain. Can we really trust her words? How can she possibly know what transpires 10 miles away? Is she merely indulging in theatrics? In my opinion, we ought to hide in the woods and observe the situation before making any decisions. That is unacceptable, Chen Zhi interjected, his tone resolute and devoid of room for argument. We must depart this place immediately. Those individuals are exceedingly dangerous. Encountering them would spell disaster, turning our team into a liability, including you and me. We must hastily lead the team into the woods and traverse this mountain overnight. Otherwise, survival would be utterly impossible. After Chen Zhi's proclamation, he commanded his companions to strike camp immediately. Elders, you go ahead. I shall remain here to await their arrival. Ji Ying's voice unexpectedly resonated behind Chen Zhi. Her tone remained serene and gentle, almost fragile amidst the tempest. What are you saying, sister? You want us, a group of strong men, to flee first while leaving you, a lone woman, here to be devoured by wolves? Peng Wei's pride seemed greatly wounded. His eyes wide in disbelief as he addressed Chen Zhi. Let me tell you, you may choose to run, but I, Peng Yi, will not retreat. I will stay here with my submachine gun as a rear guard. I refuse to believe that they are invincible. With my weapon, I can hold them off. Dugwa wholeheartedly agreed with Peng Wei's sentiment, expressing his desire to remain as well, while the old veteran remained silent. Chen Zhi cast another glance at Ji Ying, observing her pale visage against the storm, and felt a pang of reluctance. To be honest, although Ji Ying held the title of a red belt warrior, Chen Zhi had never truly witnessed her prowess. He had, however, heard from Gui Dao that, in terms of overall capability, Ji Ying's strength was on par with his. But while Gui Dao was renowned for his speed, Ji Ying was celebrated for her ferocity and ruthlessness. In this regard, Ji Ying should indeed surpass Gui Dao. Yet the term ferocious seemed ill-suited to describe the tranquil woman before him. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi understood that the red belt warriors within the organization were not merely for show. The moniker Lady of Hell was not a title bestowed lightly, and perhaps this woman's strength was genuinely at odds with her appearance. Can you truly stay here alone? Chen Zhi inquired, gazing at the woman whose hair danced wildly in the storm. They number over 100, and you are but one. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Ji Ying smiled softly, her crimson lips resembling a drop of blood upon the white snow. Rest assured, Chief, I can manage on my own. Chapter 491, Urgent Retreat, Part 2. Upon hearing Ji Ying's response, the others felt a wave of concern for this woman. Chen Zhi chose not to speak further. Instead, he issued his final command to the team, instructing everyone to dismantle their tents, gather all equipment and possessions, and conceal any traces of the campfire. They were to complete all preparations within 15 minutes and set off, leaving Ji Ying behind as their rear guard. The workers from the Tang family were momentarily thrown into disarray, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, especially since some had already begun to settle down for the night. Suddenly ordering them to depart into the night left them perplexed. In a flurry, they began to clear away the remnants of the campfire and cooking supplies, swiftly dismantling the newly erected tents and reorganizing their burdens. The workers moved with remarkable efficiency, and within 15 minutes, they had completed their tasks. They packed all supplies and formed two lines, with De Gua and Peng Wei leading the way, proceeding in an orderly fashion through the woods. Before stepping away from the campsite, Chen Zhi glanced back at Ji Ying, who stood alone in the snow, clutching her long knife. In the midst of the howling winds, her silhouette dwindled until it was nearly indistinguishable, evoking a sense of abandonment akin to leaving her in darkness, a notion tinged with cruelty. Meanwhile, Peng Wei scoffed disdainfully at the group's decision to forsake Ji Ying, his tirade of sarcasm punctuating the air as he derided the men for their cowardice, himself included, for leaving a vulnerable woman behind to guard their rear while they hastily retreated with their automatic rifles. De Gua also found their actions somewhat disgraceful, yet he felt powerless to contest Chen Zhi's resolute command. They soon traversed into the dense forest, moving swiftly among the trees. The party comprised robust young men, save for the elder Jin Do, who, having exhausted himself climbing the snow-laden mountains all day, displayed signs of fatigue as they hurried along. Chen Zhi had contemplated leaving him in the village to await their return, but Jin Do, deeply concerned for the perilous situation, insisted on accompanying them. His calm demeanor and meticulous thought process often provided valuable insights during critical moments, which ultimately swayed Chen Zhi to allow him to join. The snow-laden cedars in the woods stood thickly, their frost-bitten branches resembling grasping claws, stinging against their faces like a blade. The group pressed forward through the night, some suffering cuts as they stumbled into snowdrifts. De Gua promptly organized efforts to haul them back up with ropes, repeating this arduous task several times. Fortunately, the chosen companions proved highly capable. Had they been the original contingent, many might not have survived. After approximately half an hour of frantic running through the shadowy woods, the wind's howl intensified. Perhaps due to his unease for Zheng, Chen Zhi began to experience auditory hallucinations, perceiving anguished cries carried by the gusts. Shaking his head, he listened intently, only for the sounds to dissipate. Turning back, he noticed the shadows of the forest had completely vanished, and at this moment, his concern for Zheng deepened. Prior to their ascent, Chen Zhi had meticulously assessed their respective strengths. He had analyzed potential conflicts with the rebellious warriors. Given the organization's dwindling numbers and imminent collapse, alongside the grievous injuries sustained by Gui Dao, thus, Zheng was dispatched to lend her martial prowess. Chen Zhi had previously inquired multiple times if Zheng felt capable of confronting this formidable group, to which her unwavering response had always been, no problem. Yet now, faced with the reality, Chen Zhi harbored doubts. Could even the most formidable red band warrior contend alone against 100 blue band warriors? However, contemplating such matters has become futile. Chen Zhi must lead this group out, lest they become his greatest burden. They sprinted through the forest with great urgency, and Pang Wei closely followed De Gua. Just as the group was disoriented in the darkness, Pang Wei suddenly gestured for them to halt, shouting stop. Instantly, he came to a standstill, which triggered a cascade of collisions as the others, moving at an excessive pace, crashed into one another like a row of dominoes falling onto the snow-covered ground. What are you doing? De Gua complained loudly, pulling up the fallen comrades from the snow, while everyone brushed off the snow with visible frustration directed at Pang Wei. Why did you stop so abruptly? Have you lost your mind? De Gua questioned, bewildered. Shoo! Pang Wei signaled for silence, straining to hear the sounds within the forest, much like Zheng had done moments ago. After 2 or 3 minutes, De Gua's patience wore thin. What is the matter with you all? Do you all possess extraordinary hearing like that woman? Let me tell you, I've hunted beasts and chased rabbits in these mountains since childhood. My ears are far more attuned than yours. Every one of us knows this mountain better than you do. If we haven't heard anything, what makes you think you can hear something? There is nothing in this mountain except for the howling wind. Stop pretending to be so perceptive, and let us keep moving. We still have a long way to go over this mountain. No, there is a sound. There is definitely a sound, Pang Wei insisted, turning to Chen Zhi. Orange, you should understand. This sound is all too familiar to us. Listen to how it resonates within the wind. Upon hearing Pang Wei's words, Chen Zhi sensed something amiss. He commanded the group to remain still and closed his eyes, focusing intently on the sounds of the wind surrounding him. At first, the wind appeared unremarkable, but amidst its whispers, there was a distinct whooshing sound, as if something were swiftly traversing the air. This sound was indeed alarmingly familiar. The whooshing grew closer at an alarming speed, approaching them rapidly. Chen Zhi turned around just in time to see a figure leap through the dense foliage like a gust of wind, landing directly before him. The figure was unmistakably familiar. It was Ghostblade. Ghostblade, what brings you here? Pang Wei exclaimed in astonishment, rushing toward him. Wait, Chen Zhi called out sharply, releasing a multitude of delicate energy flows that encircled Ghostblade in a protective manner, then directing the energy to enhance his vision, scanning the aura behind Ghostblade. Even the most convincing imposter cannot disguise their aura. When Chen Zhi beheld the sudden descent of the Ghostblade, he instinctively heightened his vigilance, scrutinizing the aura to ascertain the identity of the figure before him. The aura of the Ghostblade remained consistent with his previous presence, albeit slightly diminished, indicating that his spectral injuries were still severe and in the process of recovery. Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly the genuine Ghostblade. How is your injury? Chen Zhi inquired as he retracted all his energy and took several steps forward. During their encounter in the tomb of the drought god, the Ghostblade's left arm had been entirely consumed by the raging flames spewed forth by the deity, leaving his right arm charred to the bone. In the face of modern medicine, such a limb would undoubtedly be deemed irreparable, likely condemning him to a life of disability. However, the organization's shamanic physicians were exceptionally skilled, employing ancient medical techniques to rejuvenate flesh and restore vitality. Throughout his time in the organization, the shamans had utilized arcane practices in a concealed chamber to mend the flesh of the Ghostblade's left arm, reconstructing muscular tissue and regenerating new adipose layers. This arduous and protracted process meant that during Chen Zhi's stay in the royal city of Shiqi, while he was aware that the Ghostblade was recuperating within a hidden chamber, he had never laid eyes upon him. He had previously inquired about the duration of the Ghost Blade's recovery, and by all accounts, the Ghost Blade should still be undergoing intensive treatment, rendering his appearance here improbable. I am fine now, and I have come to assist you. The Ghost Blade's voice remained cold and unperturbed, betraying no sign of the grave injuries he bore. Yet, Chen Zhi sensed a certain frailty in his aura. Observing the injured left arm of the Ghost Blade, Chen Zhi quickly noted that, although it was concealed beneath clothing, it appeared considerably thinner than usual. A frown creased Chen Zhi's brow. He understood that the flesh on the Ghost Blade's arm had not fully healed, and his presence here must have a significant purpose. You finally decided to join us. I thought you were hiding away while recuperating. Fat Wei exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the Ghost Blade, slapping him on the left arm. The Ghost Blade flinched slightly, stepping back 2 paces. His expression unwavering as he calmly replied, I will accompany you for the remainder of the journey. Excellent. Chen Zhi nodded silently, then turned to the others, including De Gua, who were watching them, and commanded, let us proceed. At Chen Zhi's directive, the group resumed their advance. The Tang family members, unfamiliar with the Ghost Blade, were awestruck by his aerial prowess. However, given Chen Zhi and Fat Wei's demeanor towards him, they recognized him as a trustworthy ally, and thus no suspicions arose. Everyone continued to move forward with purpose. Chen Zhi, alongside the Ghost Blade and Fat Wei, positioned themselves at the edge of the formation. As they observed the group hastening onward, with no one paying heed to them, Chen Zhi lowered his voice to inquire of the Ghost Blade, what transpired? Why did you come here in such a compromised state? Indeed, your arm has yet to fully recover. Just now, when I touched you, you flinched in pain. In your current condition, you are utterly unfit for battle. Why force yourself to come here? Fat Wei, standing nearby, also inquired about Gui Dao. This man is far more astute than he appears. From the outset, he sensed Gui Dao's physical state based on his reactions. Could it be that something has transpired in the Shiqi royal city? Noticing Gui Dao's silence, Chen Zhi furrowed his brow and pressed further. No, Gui Dao replied cautiously, glancing around before lowering his voice to confide in Chen Zhi and Fat Wei. I left the organization without the leader's consent. What? Chen Zhi was taken aback by Gui Dao's revelation, hardly believing that such words could come from him. Gui Dao's most defining trait is his unwavering faith in the organization. Chen Zhi understood that the management of warriors by the Ji clan within the organization is exceedingly strict. Without the leader's command, warriors are forbidden to leave, a fact that Gui Dao is acutely aware of. Moreover, during times of crisis, such an act is uncharacteristic of him. Let us speak privately, Chen Zhi suggested, pulling Gui Dao and Fat Wei to the rear of the group. He then turned into the woods to prevent their conversation from being overheard. What has transpired? How could you leave Shiqi Royal City at such a time? Could it be? Chen Zhi paused, as if coming to a realization, and continued, Are you involved with the traitorous warriors? Yes, Gui Dao responded without hesitation, revealing his intentions to Chen Zhi and Fat Wei. These traitorous Blue Band warriors are among the most skilled in our organization. They were trained alongside me from a young age. Their departure from the organization violates its rules, but their crime is not punishable by death. However, should they dare to attack the Ji clan leader, their actions would become treasonous, and the organization's punishment for traitors is unequivocal. All traitors must be executed without mercy. I have come to prevent them from committing this heinous act. Once they strike, there will be no turning back. Why would they betray? Chen Zhi pondered aloud, recalling Fu Yi Wanda, whose reason for betrayal was both simple and brutal. The mindset of these warriors is truly incomprehensible. Indeed, Gui Dao frowned, covering his left arm as he replied, The pursuit of supreme honor is beyond your understanding. Ascending to the rank of Red Band warrior is the ultimate aspiration for every warrior. Yet, this honor is not granted by anyone. I have told you before that all armbands change color automatically, a phenomenon I have witnessed firsthand. However, many warriors pass away without attaining this honor, and some talented Blue Band warriors never break through the final barrier of martial arts. In despair, they begin to doubt the organization, questioning its emphasis on lineage and the perceived injustice in awarding the Red Band honor solely to warriors of the Ji surname. Under the secret allure of the Dark Division, several distinguished blue-ribboned warriors began to defect. Veteran warriors, like Fu Yi Wanda, also betrayed the organization, and in the process, they were cast out, stripped of their honor. Although the Dark Division had long been covertly recruiting warriors, It never dared to openly manifest its presence or initiate attacks against the organization. Yet, it now seemed to have amassed sufficient strength, suddenly launching an assault and secretly inciting a pivotal blue-ribbon warrior. Under this warrior's leadership, over 100 exceptional blue-ribbon warriors collectively rebelled. Most of these individuals had grown up alongside me, sharing life and death as my comrades. I must prevent their defection and lead them back, ensuring they do not perish without dignity. Chapter 493, Fallen Warriors. The promotion system of your organization is utterly preposterous. Fat Wei, overhearing Gui Dao's remarks, could not contain his indignation and exclaimed, "They merely aspire to elevate their rank. Why not grant them that? You have pushed them to this extent. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. It is merely a worthless armband, available for a mere 10 yuan in bulk. To incite rebellion over such trivial matters is utterly absurd. In my view, you warriors are simply obstinate and thick-headed, as stubborn as a wooden plank. This matter pertains to us warriors. You do not comprehend it, so refrain from speaking out of turn," Gui Dao responded, seemingly displeased by Fat Wei's words, shaking his head and falling silent. At that moment, Chen Zhi had grasped the situation and continued to inquire of Gui Dao. "The warriors are currently pursuing us from behind. Zheng is holding them off. Did you encounter Zheng on your way here?" "No, but Zheng might have missed her mark," Gui Dao replied, glancing back into the darkness. "I have been following your trail and have seen signs of the defecting warriors, but I noticed that they have changed significantly. They appear to be under the influence of some malevolent force. Their movements are exceedingly strange, their humanity diminished. Yet their bodies have become more rapid and agile. These warriors are well-versed in our organization's tracking techniques and have deliberately created a false trail for Zheng to discover, leading her away from the true target, an assault on the clan leader of the Zheng family. And what of Zheng? Is she safe where she remains?" Chen Zhi expressed regret for leaving Zheng behind, now unable to contact her. "She is fine. There is no need for concern," Gui Dao stated with confidence in Zheng's abilities, pausing momentarily before continuing. "Moreover, Zheng is unlike me. She is quite ruthless and will show no mercy to traitors. We must leave this forest immediately. Otherwise, those defecting warriors may appear at any moment, and if we encounter them, it could be perilous." "Understood," Chen Zhi replied crisply, recognizing that further discussion was unnecessary given the urgency of their situation. Their immediate priority was to depart from this place post-haste. Chen Zhi, Gui Dao, and Pang Wei swiftly caught up with the group, notifying De Gua to quicken their pace and advance at full speed. All of them exerted themselves to escape the forest, racing towards the outside. It was unclear whether it was merely a psychological effect or the whispering winds playing tricks. But Chen Zhi could distinctly hear the mournful wails mingling with the gusts, as if vengeful spirits were relentlessly pursuing them through the mountains. They ran tirelessly through the woods for 5 or 6 hours, and when they finally emerged from the dense thicket, they beheld the sky outside, where the sun had just begun to peek over the horizon, the east faintly brightening as dawn approached. "Damn it, I'm completely spent. I've been toiling like a beast in this mountain all night, not even afforded a moment to catch my breath. This is truly inhumane," Pang Wei bellowed as he stumbled out of the forest, but just as he cursed, he lost his footing and tumbled into a snowbank, erupting into a fit of expletives. De Gua and the attendants from the Tang family had also exhausted their strength, particularly Lao Jindo, who had been pushing himself beyond his limits. Now leaning against a tree, his face pale, he gasped for air, his gaze unfocused, clearly unable to run another step. The wind howled through the forest, shrouded in darkness, revealing no sign of pursuers. "I say, Brother Zhi, how reliable is this intelligence?" De Gua gasped, his expression grim. "We've been running like madmen through this forest all night. This isn't hide and seek. Where are the supposed pursuers that girl mentioned? To be blunt, she isn't playing us for fools, is she? This vast mountain is desolate and icy. Where would any pursuers come from? Are they celestial soldiers or something?" "Celestial soldiers?" Pang Wei, struggling to climb out of the snowbank, echoed De Gua's sentiments. "If only they were celestial soldiers. What I fear most are those vengeful spirits. We've been darting through these woods like rabbits, without a clue whom we're evading. It might be better to arm ourselves and confront them head-on. Let us take a moment to rest, everyone. Stay calm," Chen Zhi instructed the group. The recent marathon had been taxing, and he leaned against a tree to catch his breath before gazing ahead. Indeed, as De Gua had said, beyond the forest lay an expanse of pristine white snow. It was an endless stretch of white, devoid of any trees or rocks. Resembling a vast white canvas spread across the ground, reflecting the brightness of the sky. The sheer scale of the snowy terrain was immense, offering an unobstructed view, stretching ahead. There was nothing but boundless whiteness, confirming that the mysterious village was indeed out of sight. Yet, amidst this emptiness, Chen Zhi inexplicably felt an overwhelming force, an intangible pressure weighing upon him. Gui Dao had been standing behind Chen Zhi when he reached out to pull Fat Wei from the snow cave. After taking a few steps forward, he leaped into the snowy expanse, his gaze fixed intently ahead, as if observing something. Suddenly, Gui Dao's brows furrowed tightly together. After listening attentively to the sound of the wind, he turned around and shouted, "There's an ambush. Retreat." Upon uttering these words, he darted like lightning in front of Chen Zhi and called out to everyone, "Back into the woods." What on earth is happening? Why are they coming and going like this? Are they seeking thrills? Fat Wei, just emerging from the snow cave, was momentarily at a loss upon hearing Gui Dao's words and scrambled to retrieve his gun. The others, too, became flustered at Gui Dao's warning, hastily rising from the ground, grabbing their gear, unsure of where to go, while the older fellow struggled to stand, leaning against a tree. At that moment, a glimmering silver thread shot through the air at an astonishing speed towards Chen Zhi's face, so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, before it could reach within 10 meters of Chen Zhi, the silver thread was deflected back by Gui Dao's knife, landing on the ground where it became clear that it was a silver needle. Gui Dao then lifted his long knife, leaping into the air and landing lightly in the snow, shouting towards the vast expanse of white, "Fu Yilai, I know it's you. Show yourself." His voice echoed across the snowy landscape, but there was not a single sound in return. After several tense seconds, the snow on the ground began to tremble slightly, parting to reveal waves of snow rolling forward. Numerous white figures sprang forth from the ground like springs, instantly filling the snowy terrain. At the forefront of these figures stood a man wearing a shattered mask, wielding a crimson gold long knife. The bloodied wristband on his arm had turned from deep blue to a vivid red. Chapter 494. The Fallen Warrior, Part 2. There were over 100 figures in the snow, resembling a gathering of phantoms, each exuding a formidable aura that ordinary humans could scarcely fathom. Their mental and physical prowess had reached its zenith, akin to seasoned warriors who feared neither life nor death. The leader, obscured by a broken mask, was indistinguishable in appearance, yet he seemed only a few years older than Gui Dao. Clad in the sharp military trousers typical of warriors, he emanated a chilling presence, and the long knife in his hand appeared slightly larger than Gui Dao's, glimmering brilliantly in the snow. "We have been ordered to retrieve the head of the Zheng clan leader." The voice from behind the mask was chilling, reminiscent of a specter addressing the living. Likewise, the 100 figures behind him displayed an icy demeanor, as if they were soulless corpses. Besides the leader, no one is permitted to give you orders. "Fu Yilai, have you forgotten your oath?" The ghost blade, wielding a long sword, addressed Fu Yili with a calm countenance, though it seemed to harbor a tinge of emotion. "Fu Yili, I have come here today to implore you to abandon your delusions and return with me and the warriors. Your family has achieved great renown within the organization, held in esteem for generations. You will regret the path you are currently treading." The ghost blade's voice drifted ethereally through the snow-laden expanse, meandering among the 100 or so individuals present, yet they appeared oblivious, unresponsive to his words. In that moment, the ghost blade exhibited an unfamiliar demeanor. His tone, imbued with an undercurrent of tension, softened as he continued, "As warriors, our choices shape our destiny. Most of you have grown alongside me, sharing both joys and hardships, facing life and death together. I cannot bear to witness you tread a path leading to ruin, devoid of dignity and death. Fu Yili, you are not like your father. You are still young and destined for greatness. You are well aware that attacking the patriarch of the Zheng clan now would amount to treason, punishable by death. Before you commit such an irreversible act, return with me." "Enough." The masked figure finally spoke, his voice resonating like thunder across the desolate snowfield, sending tremors through the earth. Coldness enveloped his words, yet they were laced with palpable fury. "Do not mention my father again. He devoted his life to the organization, enduring countless scars, only to be exiled by the leader, reduced to naught." "That is sufficient," Fu Yili declared, raising his sword toward the ghost blade with a chill in his tone. The fate of a warrior is a path from which there is no retreat. I shall soon reach its end. Come, let me witness if your title of Red Belt Warrior is truly deserved. Fu Yili, I challenge the great warrior. With that, Fu Yili lifted his golden long sword with one hand and advanced toward the ghost blade. Very well, the ghost blade acknowledged with a silent nod. His right hand sweeping through the air. His formidable weapon, the white shallow divine sword, traced a beautiful arc. Its scabbard flying off to reveal a blade as cold as ice, shimmering with ethereal light as he readied himself for combat. However, upon reaching a distance of 20 meters from the ghost blade, Fu Yili suddenly halted. He glanced at the ghost blade's left arm, but did not launch an attack. After a few seconds of contemplation, he lowered his golden long sword. Your left arm bears a grave injury. I cannot claim victory through unfair means. You should leave. Begone. Fu Yili suddenly bellowed, tossing his long sword into the air and leaping upward, his arms unfurling like an eagle in flight. Simultaneously, thousands of silver needles streaked like meteors toward Chen Zhi's squad, their breadth and density overwhelming, threatening instant demise for all beneath their reign. Too fast. Chen Zhi thought in alarm, realizing the prowess of these blue belt warriors was indeed formidable. He pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, swiftly channeling energy to conjure a barrier, as the silver needles descended upon him like a torrential downpour. A crisp and melodious sound resonated, as the gleam of blades danced through the air. The phantom blade, swift as a shadow, deftly severed the multitude of silver needles, all of which cascaded onto the snowy ground. Simultaneously, the phantom blade collapsed onto the snow, clutching his left arm as crimson blood seeped forth. Gritting his teeth, he exhibited an unprecedented fervor, proclaiming loudly, Fu Yili, we have trained in martial arts together since childhood. I regard your father with the utmost respect. I beseech you, you can no longer turn back. Spare those warriors behind you. Spare whom? Ha ha. Fu Yili suddenly erupted in maniacal laughter, followed by a furious roar. Jiling, your noble lineage, how could you fathom our humiliation? These warriors follow me of their own volition. I have never coerced them. The organization treats us, the foreign warriors, as mere weeds. From ancient times to the present, your Ji clan has monopolized the honor of the red sash. My father, 30 years your senior, has fought valiantly on the battlefield, renowned for his virtue, earning great accolades for the organization. Yet he died without ever witnessing the color of his sash change, while you, in your youth, ascend to the red sash. Can you even begin to imagine such humiliation? This is all a grand deception. Cease your lies. Suddenly, Fu Yili seemed to lose his sanity, raising his arms as tens of thousands of silver needles shot forth from them. Behind him, over 100 warriors surged forward, propelled by the momentum of the silver needles, akin to a tempest rushing towards Chen Zhi. The injured phantom blade, desperately clutching his left arm, fought to deflect the silver needles, but the incoming warriors overwhelmed him, pinning him against the snow. The remaining dozens of blue-sashed warriors, like a fierce gale, brandished their long blades towards Chen Zhi. Block. Chen Zhi summoned all his energy, fortifying the barrier to protect everyone within its confines. However, as the warriors charged, he felt an unprecedented sense of oppressive force. It was only today that Chen Zhi truly understood the ferocity of the Ji clan warriors. They were akin to celestial soldiers. The barrier erupted with a thunderous sound, the earth trembling as if it were shattering. The fierce barrier was cleaved by the long blades, creating fissures, yet it also sent dozens of warriors flying. The comrades within the barrier were struck with terror. Just moments ago, De Gua had picked up a submachine gun, eager to display his prowess, but now he retreated, realizing this battle was beyond their capabilities. As Chen Zhi bit down on his bloodied tongue, attempting to mend the barrier with his energy, a chilling aura of death emanated from the forest behind him. Everyone turned to look, and there stood Zheng, her long blade in hand, quietly observing the battle from the woods, having been there for quite some time. Chapter 495, The Fallen Warriors, Part 3, Conspiring against the clan leader and committing treason is punishable by death without mercy. Zheng's voice, cold and chilling, echoed from the forest as she slowly advanced, exuding an icy aura. The azure-silver long blade in her hand emitted a hissing sound as it scraped against the ground, gliding past Chen Zhi's barrier towards Fu Yili. Fu Yili, as you just mentioned, our Ji clan warriors have earned the honor of the Red Belt through despicable means. Do you believe the organization has wronged you? Zheng spoke as she continued her steady advance, her voice akin to the icy waters of winter, smooth yet chilling, evoking a sense of foreboding even in the stoic Fu Yilai. Zheng's voice rang out once more. Fu Yilai, you speak too much. We warriors rely solely on strength to validate everything. As Zheng approached the wounded ghost blade, the blue-belted warriors who had previously restrained him recoiled like arrows shot from a bow, swiftly drawing their swords in response, as if confronted by a formidable foe. When Zheng halted less than 20 meters from Fu Yilai, she cast aside her heavy cotton coat, revealing a somewhat worn military vest beneath. Her pale skin remained unshaken by the biting wind, and though her countenance bore no tumult, one could sense the surge of her blood, a fierce azure dragon manifesting upon her left breast. At that moment, Zheng pressed her right hand against the dragon on her chest and declared, I, Zheng, pledge with the bloodline of the Zhi royal family. If you, Fu Yilai, defeat me today, I shall sever this arm and present my red belt to you. From henceforth, you shall be the great red belt warrior. However, should you fall to my hand, harbor no resentment, embrace your fate willingly. Come forth, I invite you. Upon finishing her proclamation, Zheng flicked her longsword, which spun gracefully in the air before embedding itself into the snow like a streak of lightning. In the howling wind, Zheng strode towards Fu Yilai, unarmed and resolute. Fu Yilai's bloodied wrist trembled in indignation against the fierce gusts, a wave of humiliation washing over him as he retreated 2 steps. Facing the advancing Zheng, he suddenly brandished his golden longsword horizontally before his eyes, drawing it with a swift motion that sent forth a radiant light, illuminating the surrounding snow with a golden hue. The sword of Fu Yilai, parallel to the ground, radiated an aura of lethal intent, its malevolence seemingly igniting the very air around them. He scrutinized the approaching Zheng, her form steady and unmoving. Just as she was about to close the distance, Fu Yilai unleashed a thunderous cry and leapt into the air, raising his longsword high above his head, striking down towards Zheng's head like a bolt of lightning. The force was immense, even from a distance. One could see the snow beneath Zheng parting as if a gust of wind had swept through. Yet, Zheng's body flickered like a shadow, evading to the side as Fu Yilai's blade met only air. However, this was merely a feint. He swiftly redirected his sword, sweeping it horizontally towards Zheng. At such proximity and speed, evasion was impossible for her. With a resounding clang, the golden blade came to a halt, its lethal energy suspended in the air. Zheng grasped the long sword with her wrist-guarded hand, her arm enveloped in layers of qi, an ethereal flow unique to those of profound martial prowess, though blood still trickled from her wrist. In that fleeting moment of suspension, the outcome was already determined. In the span of less than a fraction of a second, Zheng suddenly leaped into the air, twisting gracefully above, her right arm raised and clenched into a fist. In an instant, her right fist ignited with golden flames, enveloped by an abundance of qi, exuding a formidable aura akin to the sun plummeting or a volcano erupting. With breathtaking speed, her fist collided with Fu Yilai's head. A resounding thud echoed as Fu Yilai's skull shattered instantaneously, causing his body to lose all support, staggering and collapsing before Zheng. The splattered brain matter and blood painted the surrounding white snow crimson, and the world fell eerily silent. This brutal scene unfolded with such rapidity that it left onlookers in shock. Just moments ago, Fu Yilai had been vibrant. Now reduced to a lifeless form in the snow, his head now a mere mist of blood. Zheng stood there, her face spattered with blood and brain matter, gazing at the corpse for a moment before striding towards the group of treacherous warriors. All the blue-banded warriors instinctively took a step back, visibly shaken by the presence of this female reaper. Zheng, do not do this. Gui Dao suddenly rose from behind, calling out loudly to her. Give them another chance. Take them back to the organization for the leader to deal with. Upon hearing Gui Dao's voice, Zheng halted, turning to glance at him with a somewhat rigid expression, one never before seen on her visage. The leader has already issued a clear decree. All traitors are to be executed on the spot. At this moment, Chen Zhi, who had been observing from the sidelines, retracted the barrier and stepped forward, surveying the blood-soaked snow. He wished to speak on behalf of Gui Dao, but ultimately remained silent, aware that this was an internal matter of the Zhi clan. The customs of this warrior world were foreign to him, and he feared that his intervention might yield adverse consequences. Thus, silence was his wisest course. At that moment, Ji Ying approached the traitorous warriors and proclaimed loudly against the howling wind, "My father once imparted to me a profound truth. As warriors, we are unafraid of life and death, enduring the elements and embracing our fates. Each one of you descends from the illustrious houses of Huaxia. We do not fear death, nor do we beg for life. By the leader's stern command, those who rebel are free to embrace death and return to their homeland, joining the ranks of the warriors. Fu Yilai is dead. You have no regrets left. End your own lives. I shall carry your remains back. You are true warriors, dying with honor." Upon concluding her speech, Ji Ying swung her arm, causing her long blade to soar through the air. She unsheathed the chilling, azure silver blade, standing resolutely against the biting wind, akin to a general awaiting the warrior's response. They remained locked in this tense standoff for several minutes, the duration stretching like an eternity. Suddenly, a portion of the blue-banded warriors discarded their long blades, casting them into the snow. They rolled up their sleeves, revealing deep blue wristbands, and half-kneeled, drawing daggers aimed squarely at their own hearts. Ji Ying, Gui Dao leapt forward, attempting to intervene, only to be sharply halted by Ji Ying's fierce command. "The leader's orders are absolute. Ji Ling, do you dare defy them?" Suddenly, Ji Ying's expression transformed into one of extreme coldness and ruthlessness. With a swift motion of her blade, she shouted, "Attack!" The ensuing scene was one of bloodshed and brutality. Within a mere 2 seconds, dozens of blue-robed warriors committed suicide. Vivid crimson blood splattered across the pristine snow, staining the earth in a horrific display. The bodies of those warriors remained kneeling in the snow, unmoving, even after their demise. Meanwhile, the remaining blue-robed warriors, unwilling to meet the same fate, fled into the air like the wind, attempting to escape amidst the howling tempest. Yet, before they could reach safety, Ji Ying descended upon them like a bolt of lightning, her blade emanating a chilling light. Without a trace of hesitation, she severed the heads of all the fleeing warriors in a matter of seconds, their traitorous bodies plummeting from the sky to land lifelessly in the snow. All witnesses to this scene, including Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, and the members of the Tang family, were left utterly speechless, struck by the horror of it all. Chen Zhi stood frozen, his eyes fixated on the blood-soaked ground and the figure of Ji Ying standing amidst the pool of crimson. In that instant, the beautiful and gentle woman he once perceived was replaced by a chilling presence that sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 496. Entering the mysterious village after all had concluded, the snowfield resembled a giant red flower in full bloom, drenched in blood. The fierce wind continued to howl through the mountains, lifting the blood-stained snowflakes into the air, scattering them upon the 100 or so corpses. The ghost blade remained rooted in the snow, gazing at the fallen warriors, motionless and unyielding, lost in contemplation. After a moment of stunned silence, De Gua and Fat Wei exchanged glances. Fat Wei approached Chen Zhi and nudged him, pointing ahead. "Hey, Orange, let us go take a look. It's all over now. You lead the way. That Ji Ying seems to fancy you. If you take the lead, we'll feel more secure. For some reason, I feel a bit uneasy seeing her muscles twitch. I hope she doesn't accidentally take us down with her." "All right," Chen Zhi replied, chuckling lightly as he considered the situation. He grasped the god-slaying blade and led the group forward. The air ahead was thick with the scent of blood, and most of the Tang family members were reluctant to advance. However, urged on by De Gua, they cautiously followed him, armed with machine guns, as if entering a village of enemies. As Chen Zhi stepped onto the snow-covered ground, he felt the biting cold penetrate deeply, his legs seemingly frozen and unable to move. Strangely, he sensed that the chill enveloping him was more intense than any he had experienced during his days atop Changbai Mountain. This cold was heart-wrenching, freezing him to his core. As he traversed the snow, he noticed Ji Ying's cotton coat discarded on the ground. He bent down to retrieve it and slowly approached her. When he reached Ji Ying, she turned to face him, her visage marred by blood, rendering her once beautiful features nearly unrecognizable. The warm blood had frozen, saturating her entirely in a vivid crimson hue. "Put this on." Chen Zhi initially wished to drape the coat over Ji Ying himself, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. Instead, he extended the garment to Ji Ying, offering a gentle smile as he remarked, "It seems you truly can stir up a tempest of blood." "Ah, let us not dwell on such matters," Fat Wei interjected, sensing the awkward tension in the air. "Regardless, we have emerged victorious, and that in itself warrants celebration." Who would have thought our sister Zheng would wield such prowess? Swift and decisive. Oh, how splendid. It is indeed far better that others meet their demise than our comrades. A cause for jubilation, indeed. Haha. As for the remaining tasks, let us take it upon ourselves to manage the bodies. Sister Zheng, shall we bury them here or proceed differently? Do not disturb these corpses, Zheng replied, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Zhi's face. She turned to Fat Wei and quietly said, the fallen warriors who chose to end their lives must be returned home, while those who have lost their heads are no longer our kin. Remove their wristbands and bury them here. After speaking, Zheng touched the blood on her face and offered Chen Zhi a delicate smile as she donned the coat he had handed her. Very well, whatever you decide. We shall follow your lead. Fat Wei responded, nudging the wide-eyed De Gua, who was fixated on Zheng. Hey, buddy, do you still want your eyes? Stop staring and let us move. De Gua, snapping back to reality, joined Fat Wei in organizing their companions to tend to the bodies strewn across the snowy ground. Hold on, Ghost Blade suddenly shouted, his voice booming like thunder, causing everyone to freeze in place. They remained motionless in the snow for an extended moment, unsure of what to do, until Ghost Blade softly stated, Zheng, we will handle this ourselves. Understood. Zheng, sensing Ghost Blade's intent, stepped forward alongside him into the snow. In the ensuing time, Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, Lao Jindo, De Gua, and the others stood by as onlookers. They observed Ghost Blade, wounded and straining, as he and Zheng painstakingly restored the decapitated bodies, aligning the heads with their respective torsos and burying them one by one in the woods. The bodies of the self-sacrificing warriors were gathered, their long swords retrieved and placed alongside the corpses in the snow, preparing for transport back to their organization. This was a laborious task, yet Chen Zhi and the others did not rush them. Only after the bodies were meticulously handled did Chen Zhi approach. Ghost Blade's complexion had turned ashen, his left arm soaked in blood. Chen Zhi assessed him and said, your injury is severe, you cannot continue fighting. There is no need for you to accompany us further. Go to Ice Stream Valley and seek assistance from Ningbin to transport your comrades' bodies back to the organization. Then tend to your wounds. We will need you when we venture to the underworld. Zheng will accompany us on the journey ahead. Understood, Ghost Blade nodded silently, his expression a complex blend of indifference and sorrow. Cough, my young brother Zhi. Allow me to share an account with you. Just a moment ago, De Gua, who had been anxiously shifting his feet nearby, quickly approached Chen Zhi and said with a smile, look, we have returned to our initial dilemma. How shall we proceed from here? According to the map, we are at the mysterious village, but where lies the path? Aside from the endless expanse of white snow, there is nothing around us. Where shall we seek this enigmatic village? That village has always been beneath our feet, Chen Zhi suddenly exclaimed with astonishing clarity. What we are currently treading upon is the very gateway to that village. What? De Gua, momentarily taken aback by Chen Zhi's words, cast a puzzled glance at the ground beneath him. At that moment, Chen Zhi stepped forward a few paces, positioning himself in the center of the snowy expanse. With the tip of his tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth and his hands clasped together raised upwards, he silently recited a powerful incantation. Instantly, a torrent of energy surged from his arms, enveloping the surrounding snow-covered ground within a protective barrier spanning nearly 100 meters. Chen Zhi then drew forth a small dagger, the legendary blade of Genghis Khan, and with a swift motion, he sliced open his palm, blood gushing forth. Using the energy, he directed the blood from his wound into the barrier. In an instant, a tempest raged within the confines of the barrier, swirling layers of energy that scattered his blood into the air, painting the atmosphere a delicate shade of crimson. At that moment, Chen Zhi uttered a segment of incantation and, tilting his head towards the sky, shouted, "Break!" Upon the utterance of his command, the barrier erupted, sending forth a vibrant red mist that mingled with the swirling snow. The accumulated snow on the ground was swept away, revealing a colossal circular seal, densely inscribed with ancient Jurchen characters, its vivid red hue mirroring that of the seal found at the village chief's home, yet vastly more immense. Chen Zhi had once perused texts in the archive, recognizing that this vivid crimson circular seal was a legendary sorcery of the shamanic faith, believed to conceal cities and islands within its magical barrier. In the special New Year's Eve episode of 2017, as the dawn of the new year approached, Pang Wei donned an apron and rolled out dough at the table, while Chen Zhi sat alongside his father, preparing dumplings. Pang Wei had initially been eager to partake in the dumpling making, but was promptly rebuffed by Chen Zhi's father, who declared that such an intricate task, demanding high intelligence, was reserved solely for the Chen father-son duo. As this was the first New Year's celebration for the tomb of the phantom god, everyone pondered how to commemorate the occasion. Eventually, Qin Yang proposed a gathering at Chen Zhi's home, inviting all, whether friend or foe, to come together. Before they had managed to form many dumplings, the doorbell rang. Pang Wei hastened to answer it, revealing Qin Yang, an old bao at the entrance. Qin Yang, carrying a bag filled with an assortment of ingredients, called out to Pang Wei, "Where's Ghost Knife? Quickly, have him help wash the vegetables. You should find him in the kitchen. His knife skills are exceptional. And he is currently slicing potatoes." After exchanging a smile with old bao, Pang Wei welcomed him inside. Just as Chen Zhi and his father completed a table filled with dumplings that resembled exquisite crafts, the doorbell rang once more, startling them with its suddenness. To their astonishment, the ones who entered were Lao Jingdou and the stiff-faced Chen Zhi. "Chen Zhi," Pang Wei stammered, "are you out scaring people again today?" "Ah." The voice of Chen Zhi replied stiffly, "I am not busy downstairs. I will come up to see you whenever I have the time." "No, no, no." Pang Wei hastily waved his hand and inquired, "By the way, Chen Zhi, who did you see before you died?" "I cannot say." Chen Zhi shook his head rigidly. "If I reveal it now, I won't be able to write the subsequent chapters." Soon, everyone gathered, including the previously less prominent figures such as Go Shifei and Lu Xiaoong. Among them were 4 red warriors from the organization. Although they had been strictly commanded never to leave the organization, they made an exception today for New Year's Eve. The leader, shrouded in mystery, even wore a sack over his head. The organization's shamans set off colorful fireworks downstairs, inciting the ire of the neighborhood committee's matron, Ningbin. His wife, and De Guo brought a large box of Budweiser cans. Bing Si and Sha Sha also emerged from the underground. The two exchanged no words. According to Bing Si, their time together in the underworld had been quite unpleasant, as Sha Sha held a grudge against him for having used the life exchange stone to cause her demise. Their meeting was awkward. After the dumplings were served, Gui Dao presented a grand dish, a large plate of super spicy shredded potatoes, the potato strips sliced thinner than needles. As the clock struck midnight in 2017, Bao Yu was the first to raise his glass, toasting to every genuine reader of the mysterious God's Tomb in that year. Just then, Lao Jingdou suddenly spoke with gravity. "Wait a moment, there is something I wish to ask. It is 2017 now. Who is the traitor among us?" At this, everyone fell silent. "Ah, old Jin too. Let me say, you will never understand the intricacies of the game." Pang Wei raised his glass and declared, "Who is the traitor? The traitor is among us." "Indeed, indeed." Everyone laughed, including the traitor, as they raised their glasses in celebration, wishing all readers of the mysterious God's Tomb smooth sailing, soaring dragons, auspicious sheep, peace through the 4 seasons. Blessings at the door, smooth success, stars shining brightly, wealth from all directions, unity in heart, perfection in all endeavors, and a happy new year. Chapter 497. Entering the Mysterious Village, Part 2. After the massive circular seal appeared on the ground, a multitude of ancient Jurchen characters arranged intricately, their colors shimmering as if saturated with blood. The crimson incantations seemed to dye the sky red, enveloping everyone in an otherworldly atmosphere where everything felt surreal. All of Tang's companions, including De Guo, were awestruck by the enormous seal, expressing their astonishment with gasps of wonder. De Guo had previously dealt with many confidential matters and had encountered strange occurrences in the mountains, yet he had never truly encountered something so mysterious. The entire land was suffused with a vivid red under the weight of the enormous seal, ancient and eerie, evoking a sensation of connecting with another realm. Chen Zhi continued to silently chant the incantations. The currents that had previously roamed within the barrier now transformed into threads, weaving into the seal on the ground, enveloping the ancient Jurchen characters. At that moment, the vivid crimson Jurchen characters inscribed on the seal began to shift, one by one, as the entire seal transformed. It resembled an exquisitely crafted, immense circular compass, with rings interlocking, gradually unfolding. As all the incantations shifted, the blood-red center of the seal began to dissipate, and the colossal seal slowly sank into the earth, gradually vanishing. At this juncture, the onlookers beheld an entrance that opened downward in the center of the seal, leading deep underground. A long, brass ladder was affixed above it, extending into an abyssal darkness below, as if the ladder floated in midair. The handrails of the brass ladder were adorned with intricate carvings of birds and beasts, skillfully wrought and remarkably lifelike. Yet these creatures were not native to the Changbai Mountain. The brass ladder continued its descent into the obscurity beneath. "Let us descend," Chen Zhi declared upon witnessing the entrance, retracting all currents of air and gesturing to those behind him, signaling that they could proceed. After witnessing the events unfold, the members of the Tang family felt an inexplicable thrill, having come to a clear realization of the formidable strength within their ranks. With Chen Zhi and Ji Ying in their midst, they felt invincible in this mountainous terrain, instilling in them an indescribable sense of pride and a combative spirit, fostering a belief in their safety. With Chen Zhi, even divine beings could be vanquished, and they felt no fear in following him into the heavens or the depths. The group, armed with their submachine guns, naturally formed a line, ready to advance, with Fat Wei once again taking the lead, as was customary. Throughout his life, Fat Wei had plunged into countless unknown, dark tombs, and he no longer felt trepidation towards the obscurity ahead. As before, he retrieved a glowing, transparent rope from his bosom. This rope, akin to a light strip, illuminated brilliantly after a few twists, capable of revealing the surroundings in the darkness. A prized possession of Fat Wei, he carefully lowered the rope into the darkness below. Chen Zhi and the others gathered around to peer downward, quickly discovering that the rope traversed the brass steps through the darkness, yet the gloom remained unilluminated. Once the glowing rope was inserted, it seemed to be instantly consumed by the shadows. "It appears this place is beyond the realm of mere mortals," Lao Jindo remarked, gazing into the abyss. "Down there, it could very well be the celestial domain spoken of by the mountain folk." Chen Zhi recalled having heard of such celestial realms before. They were ancient legends among the mountain dwellers of northeast China. Since antiquity, the Chinese have believed that every mountain, regardless of its size, possesses spiritual energy, inhabited by immortals or mountain deities. The celestial realm is thus the dwelling place of these divine beings. In the annals of Chinese history, Changbai Mountain is imbued with a profound spirituality, brimming with the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of the sun and moon. According to the elder legends of Changbai Mountain, there exists a secluded realm within the depths of the mountain that is forbidden to enter, a sanctuary inhabited by immortal beings who reside beyond the realms of heaven, earth, and the underworld, known as the celestial immortal domain. The tales spun by the mountain dwellers about this domain are myriad, recounting how many immortals have attained celestial prowess, granting them the gift of eternal life, the ability to ride upon clouds, and a magnetic allure that has drawn numerous seekers of immortality throughout the ages. Yet, tragically, these seekers often met their demise upon the snowy peaks, never catching a glimpse of the immortals. There are also the most primitive legends of mountain spirits, suggesting that the celestial immortal domain is not the abode of divine beings, but rather the dwelling place of savage mountain demons, further deepening the aura of terror and mystery surrounding the domain. Let us proceed. Regardless of the mountain spirits or demons, we must eventually descend. Fat Wei scoffed at Lao Jindo's words. After peering downwards, he tightened his clothing and weapons, gripped the brass handrail, and began his descent. "Fat Wei, are you sure you can manage? You look like a plump pig, sluggish in movement." "Allow me to go first," De Guo exclaimed, casting a sidelong glance at Ji Ying before calling out to Fat Wei. "I traverse these mountains daily, hunting wild beasts. I could navigate this terrain with my eyes closed. If a mountain demon were to take a liking to your rotund figure, who knows what might happen? Perhaps you should ascend while I descend." Fat Wei glanced at De Guo's boastful demeanor and found it somewhat amusing. "Enough of your bravado, De Guo. Do you really think you can perish from such bluster? I, Fat Wei, have spent years navigating treacherous depths, encountering more graves than you have ever seen. I have subdued even the most formidable of foes. Why should I fear a mere mountain demon? My belly is grumbling, and if there truly is a demon below, we might well see who ends up devouring whom." With that, he grasped the brass handrail and continued his descent. The brass ladder was robust and resplendent, infused with high copper content, producing a resounding thud with each step Fat Wei took. As he traversed the nearly 10-meter-long ladder, he eventually reached the bottom, where the shadowy abyss swiftly enveloped his feet. "By the heavens!" Fat Wei exclaimed, his voice trailing off as his brow furrowed in surprise, revealing a look of astonishment. "It seems, Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Fat Wei let out a blood-curdling scream, as if seized by some unseen force, and was pulled into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 498. Entering the Mysterious Village, 3. Thus, Fat Wei's figure disappeared into the darkness, without a single forewarning, leaving only a startled cry that caught everyone off guard. Upon hearing the sound, everyone hurriedly gathered around, supporting themselves against the brass ladder and peering down into the abyss below. In the darkness that led to the depths, the figure of Fat Wei had long since vanished. The crowd, encircling the ladder, called out for him, their voices echoing in the silence below, yet the shadows offered no response. It was then that the members of the Tang family began to panic, an unsettling fear creeping into their hearts. The suddenness of the event was overwhelming, leaving them in disbelief. Fat Wei was a source of comfort, a man whose sharp wit and keen insight were legendary. It was inconceivable that he, the famed Tomb Raider, could be so easily pulled into the abyss without a trace of struggle. Now, his fate hung in the balance, and apprehensions arose regarding the treacherous terrain below, conjuring tales of the fearsome mountain spirits. What had transpired? What had ensnared Fat Wei? Was he alive? Had he perished? Had he been consumed by the mountain spirits? What sinister entities lurked within the darkness? Were they all destined to meet their demise down there? Panic ensued as the sensitivity to life-threatening danger heightened. The crew began to murmur among themselves, many contemplating retreat. "Calm down, everyone, stop with the absurdities," shouted De Gua, turning to face them. He drew his firearm and fired a shot into the air, silencing the group immediately. "Look at your frightened faces. What is all this fuss about? Fat Wei probably just slipped and fell. What mountain spirits? Even if they exist, they would be crushed by his bulk. What is there to fear?" After asserting his confidence, De Gua stepped forward, gripping the brass railing and swallowing hard, ready to descend, but he was halted by Ji Ying's arm. "What are you planning to do?" she asked, her arm brushing against him, causing De Gua to flush crimson. He awkwardly glanced around before responding. "Are you not reassured with me going down? Rest assured, I have a handle on the matters of this mountain." Yet Ji Ying ignored him, turning instead to Chen Zhi. "Clan leader, there may be danger below. I should go and investigate." "Wait." Chen Zhi raised his hand, signaling Ji Ying and De Gua to cease their chatter. He then took the earpiece from his work uniform, listening intently. Since entering the mountains, both he and Fat Wei had been equipped with wireless suits, and they had tested the communication several times along the way. Chen Zhi called out into the earpiece, attempting to reach Fat Wei, but the static crackled ominously. It was evident that the connection had been severed, and Fat Wei was now completely uncontactable, his fate uncertain. At that moment, Chen Zhi rose and addressed Ji Ying beside him. "I shall descend myself. You all wait for my news." "No, it's too dangerous." Ji Ying immediately protested, her concern evident. Chen Zhi gently cleared his throat, having bitten his tongue in haste while casting the barrier, causing a significant flow of blood. His mouth now reeked of iron. He spat the blood onto the snow and glanced back at Ji Ying, chuckling softly. "The darkness below seems rather ominous. If it can ensnare Fat Wei, it is likely to trap you as well, for there may be sorcery at work. I am more adept at handling such matters than you." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Ji Ying ceased her protests and merely nodded, a hint of concern clouding her expression. At that moment, Chen Zhi summoned a wisp of shimmering energy from his palm, letting it fall into Ji Ying's hand. "This is my essence. Should I descend and find myself safe, I shall draw you in with this energy, and you can lead the group down to find me. Conversely, if I perish, this essence will dissipate in your grasp, and you must not take any further risks. Return to the organization and report our situation to the leader. Do you understand?" "Understood," Ji Ying replied, clutching the energy tightly, her expression a mixture of emotions. "Chief, please be careful. Haha, fret not. I am not so fragile." Chen Zhi smiled at Ji Ying, then turned to glance at De Gua, Lao Jindo, and the other companions, finally resting his gaze on Gui Dao, who stood at a distance, guarding the heaps of corpses. Gui Dao had not followed them, having heard Fat Wei's cries, and was now watching intently. Chen Zhi nodded at him from afar, and Gui Dao acknowledged him in return. "I am going down," Chen Zhi declared, turning away to grasp the handrail of the brass ladder, swiftly descending. The sound of his feet on the ladder echoed like a melodious instrument, each step resonating as he reached the depths of the darkness. Upon encountering the looming shadow ahead, he immediately discerned that it was not a mere area of darkness, nor a mass of black gas, but rather an entrance conjured by magic, akin to the organization's tunnel leading to an imperceptible realm. Chen Zhi extended his foot cautiously towards the abyss, discovering that the temperature within was exceptionally low, reminiscent of icy mist, yet devoid of any currents or danger. He raised his god-slaying blade horizontally, steadying himself against the handrail, and began to venture slowly into the darkness. As he stepped further, he felt the frigid air begin to envelop him, chilling his very essence. When his calves had completely submerged into the shadow, he realized that the stairs had vanished beneath him. Suddenly, a powerful force enveloped his body, yanking him from the staircase. Boom! An overwhelming sensation engulfed Chen Zhi, as if the world were in tumult. His body plummeted from the air, crashing heavily onto the hard ground, sending snow dust swirling around him. Every bone in his body felt as though it had shattered, a piercing pain coursing through him, while his mind buzzed with a cacophony of 100 tiny insects. In that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. "Oh dear! Oh my!" The sheer force of the fall nearly took my breath away. I exclaimed, "Orange, are you truly foolish? Did you have to tumble down upon seeing me? Could you not have shown a bit more awareness? Perhaps lower a rope?" Upon hearing this, a weight had finally been lifted from Chen Zhi's heart. "Damn it! How on earth did you not perish?" He silently cursed as he opened his eyes to see, indeed, the plump visage of Fat Wei lying beside him, grimacing and groaning. The dark vortex that had drawn Chen Zhi in loomed ominously above, suspended 6 or 7 meters high, revealing a section of brass staircase, with air currents whirling rapidly, resembling a spin dryer, creating an immense force that pulled everything within its grasp inward. Chapter 499. Entering the Mysterious Village, Part 4. Having fallen from such a height was not a first for Chen Zhi. However, this descent had been precipitated by the vortex at the entrance, catching him completely off guard. The ground beneath was frozen hard, akin to a steel plate, and the impact was no trifling matter. Both Chen Zhi and Fat Wei lay on the ground for some time, recovering their strength before rising. Once Chen Zhi regained his footing, his first instinct was to survey his surroundings. He quickly noticed the peculiar nature of this space. An oppressive darkness enveloped them, devoid of any light save for the illumination streaming from the entrance above, reminiscent of focus stage lighting. He touched the snow-covered ground, feeling its biting cold. Yet the snow was remarkably pure, untouched by pollution. The coloration of the earth mirrored that of the Changbai mountain above. The wind here was gentle, carrying a hint of sweetness that invigorated the spirit, a quality of air seldom found in the mundane world. Fat Wei, having also risen, incessantly lamented the treachery of this entrance, questioning the rationale behind such a forceful pull, complaining that it nearly fractured his coccyx. He then mused on his age, reflecting that had this been 5 or 6 years prior, during his prime, even a greater height would not have resulted in such a fall. As Fat Wei regaled tales of his former prowess, Chen Zhi traversed the illuminated area, taking a thorough look around to ascertain the terrain. It appeared they were situated on a mountainside, with the surrounding darkness revealing sparse trees in the distance. Ahead lay a mountain path winding downwards, but beyond that, the abyss of darkness obscured all clarity. Chen Zhi retrieved a compact telescope from his treasure pouch. Though a simple apparatus crafted by Indian hands, it was made of pure titanium steel, lightweight and versatile, a genuine high-quality infrared telescope that offered exceptional visibility in the dark. Ascending the slope, he positioned the telescope to his eyes and gazed into the obscurity ahead. To his astonishment, he discerned that they were indeed still part of the Changbai mountain range. But here lay a vast valley, cradled like a colossal bowl deep within the mountains. The entrance above the valley was completely sealed, rendering the entire area hidden from view. To the naked eye, it appeared to be nothing more than a vast expanse of pristine snow, while beneath the surface lay a wondrous realm. This valley was also home to waterfalls, skies, rivers, and undulating mountains, and even in darkness, the inherent beauty of the landscape was discernible. However, an inexplicable lethargy enveloped the place, as if everything were submerged in a slumbering darkness. Alas, this truly resembled a paradise untouched by the world. At some point, Pang Wei had joined Chen Zhi, brandishing binoculars and excitedly pointing in another direction, exclaiming, "Look between those 2 mountains ahead. There lies a village, surrounded by fields of wheat. That must be the mysterious village we are searching for." Upon hearing Pang Wei's words, Chen Zhi quickly turned his gaze in that direction. Indeed, at the foot of a mountain, there stood a vast village, seemingly once home to many residents. The houses were tightly clustered together, yet in the darkness, they appeared indistinct, with no signs of life. Surrounding the village were a few sprawling wheat fields, which possessed an unusual quality, emitting a faint glow in the dark. The limited number of these fields resembled luminous rectangular ribbons from afar, exuding a breathtaking beauty that evoked a sense of an idyllic paradise. Yet, the surrounding area remained shrouded in darkness, entirely obscured unless viewed through an infrared telescope. That must be the village we seek. It seems we have arrived at the right place. But why is it so dark here? Chen Zhi pondered as he lowered the binoculars. Well, finding the right place is half the battle. Now we must figure out how to establish contact with those above, to have them lower a rope for us. Lest we foolishly tumble like two clumsy fools, Peng Wei said, glancing up at the swirling black mist above. Should anyone step into that vortex, they would be instantly pulled in and crash to the ground. Yet, in this realm, all networks were rendered ineffectual. Even their earpieces failed to connect, making communication with the above impossible. Only Chen Zhi's chi could reach them, but it could not convey complex messages. There's no time, Chen Zhi remarked, gazing at the swirling black mist overhead. Let them have a tumble. After saying this, Chen Zhi focused his internal energy, directing the stream of chi he had left with Ji Ying above. Soon, the black mist above quivered violently, and Ji Ying was the first to be drawn down. But as she lost weightlessness, she deftly turned midair and landed firmly on her feet. Almost immediately, a cacophony of thuds followed. Thump, 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 accompanied by cries of ouch, ouch, ouch. As De Gua, Lao Jindo, and the members of the Tang family fell one after another like discarded sacks, crashing heavily to the ground, some even tumbling into a heap. Chen Zhi and Peng Wei swiftly dragged the fallen individuals to the outskirts, preventing subsequent casualties from crushing those below. Before long, everyone had tumbled down, lying on the ground and groaning in a somewhat humorous manner. Among them, Lao Jindo had sustained the severest impact. His advanced age rendered his bones brittle, and he struggled to rise. After a brief period of collective groaning, they helped each other up. At this juncture, the entire team had entered the concealed valley. Once De Gua had organized the group, he, along with Chen Zhi, Lao Jindo, and Peng Wei, convened to deliberate on their route. The mountain terrain was clearly observable through the telescope. There was but one path leading down, directly towards the village. This location undoubtedly resembled the legendary realm of celestial beings. Yet they remained ignorant of the intricacies of this land, making it susceptible to unforeseen occurrences. Thus, they could not afford to be complacent. After careful consideration, they resolved to consolidate their forces and descend the mountain path towards the enigmatic village. Due to the pervasive darkness, scattering their ranks was inadvisable. They needed to unite their strength into a cohesive unit, poised to confront any imminent danger. Upon finalizing their descent strategy, De Gua arranged the team into two rows, leading with himself and Peng Wei, while Ji Ying brought up the rear. With submachine guns raised, they proceeded cautiously towards the village. Chapter 500. The Celestial Realm. If this indeed was the fabled Celestial Realm, it bore a striking resemblance to the Changbai Mountains, save for the absence of sunlight. However, the oppressive darkness here was profoundly stifling, evoking a sense of despair. To lose one's way or become separated from comrades in such an environment would yield unimaginable consequences. Chen Zhi and Peng Wei's work uniforms were equipped with searchlights, while the others activated their powerful flashlights, German-made, energy-intensive, yet emitting a brilliant beam with considerable range. To prevent anyone from lagging behind, Chen Zhi organized everyone into an arrowhead formation, directing their flashlights forward to create a unified luminous front. Should anyone stray or encounter misfortune, they could be swiftly identified. Thus, they continued their descent, soon plunging into complete darkness, surrounded by an unending void. The beams of their flashlights flickered erratically, illuminating their frightened faces in the shadows. The darkness instilled an unknown terror, conjuring dreadful illusions of what lay ahead. The members of the Tang family were exceedingly tense, huddling closely together as they trudged through the obscurity, fearful of losing their place within the group. Before long, they noticed that the vegetation on the mountain flourished abundantly, featuring many rare species seldom seen in the real world. The trees grew robustly, some so large that it would take 5 or 6 individuals to encircle them. Yet their trunks were encased in ice and adorned with icicles. The entire forest was devoid of any living creature. No mountain deer, no hares, Nothing at all. The surroundings were eerily silent, an oppressive stillness that was unsettling. Later, amidst the thick carpet of fallen leaves, they stumbled upon the remnants of animal bones, long forgotten. Devoid of any signs of life, as if all vitality had been extinguished, the group continued their descent, navigating through the damp soil of the mountains, where the temperature was notably low. The ground was slick with frost, and compounded by the insufficiency of light and an overwhelming fear of darkness. Many team members lost their footing, some even tumbling into the leaf-strewn underbrush, rendering their progress exceedingly arduous. Yet, the mountains were adorned with numerous rocky outcrops. When their flashlight beams illuminated the stone surfaces, they were met with a dazzling display of glimmering light, some rocks even emanating a kaleidoscope of colors, breathtakingly vibrant. Chen Zhi reached out to touch the stones, recognizing them as high-quality gemstone ores, remarkably rare in the modern world, suggesting an abundant and untouched wealth of gems within these mountains. After approximately 3 hours of laborious trekking, they finally descended and arrived at the wheat fields in front of the village. As they approached the fields, the true nature of this land revealed itself. The wheat was interspersed with peculiar plants. These plants boasted large leaves and tall stems, resembling gigantic cornstalks from a distance. Yet they were scarce. Only 4 or 5 of these plants graced each plot of wheat. The plants emitted a soft, greenish luminescence, akin to fireflies in flight. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the crowns of these plants bore a pale green hue, with the glowing points emanating from there. However, the plants appeared withered and yellowed, their crowns shriveled beyond recognition. Despite their state, the care with which the villagers cultivated these plants was evident. Each flower crown was protected by a finely crafted little shelter, shielding it from the elements. The soil around the roots was meticulously tended, and the traces left in the wheat fields were orderly, indicating the high regard in which these plants were held by the villagers. What on earth are these? Why do they treat them like royalty? Fatway remarked with a chuckle upon seeing the large plants. In contrast, De Gua halted immediately upon sighting them, observing intently before turning to Chen Zhi with keen interest. Brother Xiao Zhi, these towering cornstalks seem strangely familiar. Brother Ben and I once perused many hand-painted illustrations passed down from the Tang family, depicting the mysterious village's centennial offerings to the Tang family's Tai Sui. I can't help but feel a resemblance between those illustrations of Tai Sui and these grand cornstalks, though the former were far more exquisite. Could it be that their current desiccation is the reason for the disparity? Tai Sui. Doug's words piqued Chen Zhi's curiosity. He recalled Ning been mentioning this extraordinary medicinal herb, known as the Lingji of life extension, with legends surrounding it deeply woven into the tapestry of Chinese history. The earliest records trace back to Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica. It is said that the Tai Shui takes a century to bloom and bear fruit, with only 1 fruit yielded from 10 plants. Consuming it purportedly shields one from harm, extends life, and cures ailments deemed incurable by mankind. Making it exceedingly rare, ordinary mortals are seldom privileged to encounter it. To behold its true form is indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Whether it is the Tai Shui can be discerned at a glance. After Chen Zhi spoke, he ventured into the wheat field, illuminating his surroundings with a flashlight. Ensuring there was no danger, he instructed the team to conceal themselves among the wheat. He then silently recited an incantation, channeling a stream of luminous energy into the withered plant. This spell is a temporary illusion that restores a plant to its former glory, a rejuvenation incantation. Chen Zhi had previously employed this once in the back mountains of Shiqi to elicit a smile from Zheng. This marked its second use. As the energy flowed into the desiccated stems and leaves before him, the entire colossal plant suddenly came to life, emanating clusters of vibrant green light. All the withered leaves gradually regained their verdancy, stretching and reviving, standing tall once more. The flower crown burst forth with vitality, revealing a delicate pink core, blooming and unfolding in splendid hues, surrounded by the expansive leaves. Ultimately, it bore a soft pink fruit, shaped remarkably like a curled infant, heavy and resplendent, with a luminous aura radiating from its center, an indescribably magnificent and enchanting sight. Goodness, is this truly the fabled ginseng fruit? The one that Zhu Beiji devoured several times in Journey to the West? Exclaimed Pang Wei, utterly exhilarated by the dazzling spectacle of the plant blooming like fireworks, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. What ginseng fruit? You've clearly never seen anything like this, This is called Tai Shui, replied De Gua, equally enthralled, marveling at the enchanting scene before them. All present were captivated by the sight, gathering around the Tai Shui in awe. Chen Zhi approached closely to scrutinize the plant structure, recognizing it as an extraordinary botanical marvel. Though not well versed in botany, he discerned that the roots, stems, and leaves of this Tai Shui exhibited an exceptionally long lifespan, capable of thriving for hundreds, even thousands of years, and contained immense spiritual energy, truly a rarity. As the crowd was entranced by the plant, a gentle breeze swept through. Upon catching a whiff of the scent carried by the wind, Chen Zhi's heart raced. He swiftly retracted the illusion, and the Tai Shui reverted to its original withered state, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. What is the matter? The others turned to Chen Zhi with puzzled expressions. He, however, wore a grave countenance, his eyes scanning the darkness. Whispering to Pang Wei, "Fatty, do you remember this scent?" At that moment, I recall seeing Fat Wei's eyes darting about, cautiously glancing left and right as he spoke. This is the fragrance emitted by the corpses of those pretentious deities after their demise. Divine Bone Aroma. Chapter 501. The Valley of Immortals. The divine bone aroma emanates from the divine bones, arising from the death of gods or demigods and the scent released from their remains. The essence of demigods, being of impure bloodlines, produces a faint fragrance, whereas the scent from true deities is remarkably potent. Previously, when Chen Zhi was searching for the tomb of the celestial fox, he had encountered the formidable power of divine bones multiple times, becoming intimately familiar with this divine fragrance. Within several miles surrounding the divine bones, insects are absent, and all things remain uncorrupted. Both food and items retain their freshness for millennia. In the divine city of the celestial fox's tomb, even well-preserved meat, after 1,000 years, still exuded a delightful aroma, reliant on the divine power of the bones. However, the fragrance carried by the wind was unlike any divine bone aroma Chen Zhi had previously encountered. It was chaotic and reminiscent of divine bone scent, yet not entirely so, akin to the distinction between agarwood and ordinary incense. Furthermore, this aroma in the air felt somewhat restless. After the illusion Chen Zhi cast dissipated, everyone quickly pressed their flashlights to the ground, extinguishing the light to maintain silence, enveloped in an oppressive darkness, utterly still. Chen Zhi quietly instructed Zheng to investigate the situation carried by the wind. Zheng stood in the breeze, straining to listen for a long time, ultimately shaking his head at Chen Zhi, indicating that there was no movement within a 10-mile radius, nor any living creature breathing. After a moment of silence in the darkness, Chen Zhi raised the spotlight once more and softly addressed the team. "Let us proceed. We must be cautious. There may be mutated entities ahead." Following the earlier occurrence, tension once again gripped the group as they exited the Tai Shui wheat fields, continuing along the mountain path. Not long after, a paved stone path began to emerge before them. The rectangular stones on the path were polished to a smooth finish, arranged in an orderly manner, extending ahead in geometric patterns. Each stone bore carvings of auspicious, interlocking patterns, favored decorations among the Manchu people. The aesthetics of the Jurchens differed from those of the Han. They eschewed the refined arts of music and painting in favor of opulence, preferring elaborate and resplendent designs that conveyed a sense of festivity. As they trod upon the pathway, a wondrous phenomenon occurred. These stones produced a melodious sound with each step, akin to playing a piano. Although the sound was soft, it resonated clearly in the tranquil night. "What the hell? Are we walking on a piano? How can it provide its own accompaniment?" Fat Wei exclaimed, immediately leaping off the path. Crouching down, he touched the stone slabs beneath him. "Goodness! The villagers here must be extraordinarily wealthy. They live in such extravagance. Every stone tile is made of exquisite Kunlun jade, worth millions outside." This exquisite Kunlun jade was once utilized by ancient emperors to craft a musical instrument known as the qing, essentially a tool for producing harmonious melodies that resonate with the sound of metal and stone, rendering it exceedingly precious. When I find the time, I shall endeavor to acquire all this Kunlun jade, for even a mere effort in its exchange could yield substantial fortune. Upon hearing Fat Wei's words, everyone descended from the corridor. To prevent the stone slabs from producing further sound, Chen Zhi instructed the group to tread upon the earthen sides of the corridor, thereby avoiding any disturbances to the lurking dangers in the shadows. They continued along the passageway, and after a brief while, They discovered exquisitely crafted wooden lantern pedestals lining the path, adorned with extinguished lanterns, each encased in oiled paper and embellished with intricate depictions of flora and fauna, radiating elegance. As Chen Zhi approached one of the lanterns, he noticed numerous connecting wires arranged between the wooden stand and the lanterns. Although uncertain of their function, he surmised that these lanterns likely operated on natural combustion, potentially rivaling the efficacy of modern streetlights. Following the line of guiding lanterns, they finally reached the village entrance, where they were met by interconnected stone walls rising majestically like a grand stone gate, embellished with intricate relief carvings. Shining their flashlights upon the stone facade, they meticulously examined the reliefs that depicted various life scenes: hunting and fishing, agricultural toil in the fields, jubilant celebrations of bountiful harvests under the sun, and communal worship of the mountain deities. Despite the wear and tear of the elements obscuring some details, the essence of the village's spiritual beliefs remained palpable. This was a community harmoniously centered around agriculture and hunting, revering abundance and labor, while honoring the mountain spirits, a stark contrast to the current desolate darkness enveloping the area. It seems that after suffering from mutations, even the heavens above this village have been altered. Chen Zhi pondered silently as he gazed at the stone walls. They passed through the center of the stone barrier and continued onward. Suddenly, a towering black stele emerged from the darkness, its imposing figure standing at over 100 meters high, resembling a celestial stone that had descended from the heavens, dominating the entrance to the village. The stele was inscribed with a profusion of ancient Jurchen characters, most of which Chen Zhi could not decipher, yet he distinctly recognized several monumental divine inscriptions at its center. The phrase "Decree of the Immortal Valley" appeared prominently. However, the character for immortal is rarely mentioned in divine texts and often confounded with deity. Throughout Chinese history, the concepts of immortals and deities have been muddled, leading some to believe that immortals are deities and vice versa, collectively referred to as divine beings. Nevertheless, a fundamental distinction exists between the two. In the archives of the Zheng family, there are clear records delineating the differences between deities and immortals. The most significant divergence lies in the nature of their being. Deities are inherently divine, their powers derived from noble lineage, an aspect that cannot be altered through mere effort. The concept of immortals refers to those possessing extraordinary abilities. Many of these immortals were once ordinary humans, animals, or even supernatural beings. They acquired transcendent powers through various means and cultivated themselves into immortals, capable of soaring through the clouds and wielding spells. However, they also have the potential to wreak havoc upon the world and bring suffering to living beings. Despite their formidable powers, these immortals will never attain the status of deities, for their strength is not derived from lineage but from acquired cultivation, rendering them a group forever beneath the realm of true divinity. Nonetheless, there are exceptions throughout Chinese history. Some powerful immortals have been granted the title of eternal deities due to their indelible contributions, with the executor of such honors being Zheng Zhi, an ancestor of Chen Zhi. Chapter 502, The Valley of Immortals, Part 2. Chen Zhi meticulously scanned the black stone tablet with a spotlight, ultimately discovering a section of intricately carved divine script in the upper left corner, nestled among dense Jurchen characters. This script was inscribed with a spell, deeply etched into the stone and emanating a potent aura. The content of the divine script is as follows: in the land of Changbai Mountain, the demon Wulong, having aligned with the will of heaven and aided our Lord in battle, is hereby enshrined as the deity of Changbai Mountain, bestowed the name Chao Hajan Yi, and granted residence in the Valley of Immortals. The former goddess Hizimiying, having aided in tyranny, is now stripped of her divine status and given to Chao Hajan Yi as his consort. Although this passage is concise, it bears significant weight within the tablet, as the immense aura emanating from it is derived entirely from these few carved words. Zheng Zi's legendary tale from 5,000 years ago is well known throughout Chinese history. Yet his most renowned anecdote remains the consecration of new deities during the grand ceremony following his successful uprising. According to legend, after aiding King Wu of Zhou in overthrowing the tyrannical Shang dynasty and the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, Zheng Zi wielded his power to grant titles to the generals and immortal spirits who had supported him during the rebellion, establishing monuments to commemorate their grand achievements and elevating them to the pantheon of Chinese deities. This has become the celebrated list of deities passed down over 5 millennia. However, history often recounts only the most glorious and just aspects, neglecting the darker sides of power and influence. The archives of the Zheng family also reference Zheng Zi's act of consecration from 5 millennia ago. Deities are deities. Their noble lineage is innate, and such an exalted status cannot be altered by a mere edict nor bestowed by royal decree. Yet, reality demonstrates that Zheng Zhi indeed employed a unique divine method to enshrine certain lowly demigods and immortals who had shown valor in battle as deities. Among these immortals were not a few ferocious mountain spirits and demonic beasts, perhaps even malevolent entities that had caused suffering. Yet, in a moment of enlightenment, they donned the sacred radiance and became deities, receiving human worship. Thus, it is evident that, under specific consecration rituals and spells, demigods and immortals can be transformed into deities. Though the precise methods remain unrecorded in the archives, in the records of the library, there exists a scarcity of documentation regarding the newly conferred deities post-war, and no accounts of their subsequent fates. Furthermore, since Zheng Zhi, no chief of the Zheng clan has possessed the ability to confer deities. It appears that Zheng Zhi himself was reluctant to have this matter recorded, resulting in the destruction of most of the accounts. Consequently, the precise number of new deities conferred during the grand ceremony 5,000 years ago, along with their later endeavors, remains a mystery to this day. In the legends of the Zheng clan, only the Fengxian Jia, transcribed by Zheng Zhi, contains such records. However, this sacred text has long since vanished from the annals of Zheng history. Chen Zhi's hand grazed the profoundly awe-inspiring black stone tablet. As he attuned himself to the subtle energies emanating from it, fragments of shattered scenes began to materialize in his mind, as if they were beckoning him to recall something significant. Pensive, Chen Zhi stood before the tablet, yet others had already been captivated by the village shrouded in darkness ahead, and had ventured into its depths. "Hurry up, Orange. Why do you always linger around that broken stone?" chided Fat Wei, nudging Chen Zhi. Under Fat Wei's urging, Chen Zhi finally caressed the black stone tablet once more, before turning to follow the others into the village. The village ahead exuded an exquisite beauty, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Though cloaked in shadow, the orderly streets and remnants of past splendor were still discernible. The beam of the flashlight illuminated a series of charming 2- and 3-story buildings, constructed of stone, their windows framed with solid wood, adorned with intricate carvings. On the verdant tiles, jade sculptures of birds and beasts were displayed, with colorful eaves, while each building was entwined with layers of vegetation. Regrettably, these plants had all withered, overtaken by wild grass, imparting a sense of bygone prosperity. Leading the way, Fat Wei and Dugwa held their lights aloft, as the group traversed the main road towards the village center. Although referred to as a village, its scale was akin to that of a small town, indicating that it once housed a substantial population. They passed through the streets, navigating a marketplace, where colorful lanterns still hung, suggesting a festive celebration that had been abruptly interrupted by unforeseen events. Yet, the amenities within this village remained highly desirable. The streets were alive with handcrafted public facilities. Even the benches along the roadside were exquisitely carved. The concept of private property seemed weak here. As they walked, they observed that most homes lacked bolts and locks, indicating an absence of theft. Among the public amenities, Chen Zhi even encountered a well that could draw its own water. At first glance, this well appeared unremarkable, akin to ordinary water wells, yet a mere touch at its spout revealed a stream of water, leaving him curious about its internal design. Chen Zhi felt an uncanny sense that this entire village was well-versed in the application of modern technology, while simultaneously venerating nature. A harmonious blend of technological advancement and the natural world, creating a modern town of unparalleled charm. Everything around Chen Zhi exuded a refreshing aura, reminiscent of the human world, yet distinctly different from it. They continued their journey for quite some time, observing an unending row of houses on either side, until they finally arrived at a vast square. The center of the square was adorned with translucent Kunlun jade, and at its heart stood a majestic stone statue of deities, intricately carved in an exaggerated style. The statue depicted the mountain god in all his formidable glory, brandishing a long spear, clad in armor, with a greenish face and prominent fangs. Beneath the mountain god were 3 statues of goddesses, each graceful and ethereal, their flowing garments billowing around them. One of the goddesses bore an astonishing resemblance to the lifelike statue hidden beneath the mountain god temple, representing the origins of this mysterious village and the ancestor of the Aizen clan, the goddess Fokurin. Behind the statue, an imposing structure loomed, prompting Chen Zhi to illuminate the area with a spotlight. He then retrieved a folding telescope and peered forward using infrared vision. The darkness unveiled itself under the infrared glow, revealing a towering temple behind the deity statue, its architectural style ancient and far older than any structure within the village. If the village's buildings had existed for no more than a millennium, this temple had undoubtedly withstood the test of at least 10,000 years. Chapter 503, Valley of Immortals, Part 3. The temple was steeped in the rich tapestry of shamanistic traditions, its design possessing an eerie antiquity, perhaps predating the human understanding of shamanism itself, imbued with primitive essence. Shamanism, a primordial faith among the ancient nomadic tribes of northern China, flourished during the prosperous era of matriarchal clan societies. Tribes such as the Susen, Wujia, Mo, Jurchen, Xiongnu, and Khitan all adhered to shamanistic beliefs, venerating nature, living a nomadic existence, and calling the vast grasslands their home. Visually, the temple appeared rugged and grand, taking on a semicircular form akin to a colossal tent. Atop the structure lay a massive animal skull, resembling that of a bison but significantly larger, adorned with colorful ribbons and encrusted with gemstones. The ceiling was draped in vibrant felt and large animal hides, and though obscured by darkness, it seemed to be lavishly embellished with thick gold leaf, with strings of pearls cascading down like curtains, swaying gently in the breeze. Goodness, what opulence! I realized the villagers were all ostentatiously wealthy. No wonder they fell victim to the perils of mutation. The love for flaunting wealth can lead to swift demise, Fat Wei murmured beside me, peering through his telescope. At that moment, Chen Zhi spoke softly, instructing, "You all stay here and be cautious not to make a sound. Fat Wei and I will venture inside." He then turned to Zheng, "You remain here to protect everyone." Although Zheng felt a twinge of concern upon hearing Chen Zhi's command, she lowered her head and responded, "Understood." After Chen Zhi finished speaking, he patted the stout Wei beside him. The two of them relinquished their burdens to others, each taking only a knife as they leapt onto the plaza's surface and swiftly dashed towards the temple. As they sprinted across the square, the Kunlun jade tiles beneath their feet began to emit a melodious chime, reminiscent of a series of harmonious musical notes. Their pace was remarkably swift, and before long, they arrived at the entrance of the temple. Upon reaching the temple's doorway, they were greeted by an overwhelming scent of rich agar wood, indicating the temple's long-standing and fervent incense offerings. The intoxicating aroma enveloped them, causing a slight dizziness. Chen Zhi noted that this fragrance was intermingled with a faint hint of a scent akin to divine bone incense, subtle yet disconcertingly restless. With the naked eye, the temple's form was obscured by darkness. However, under the illumination of their searchlights, they beheld colorful drapes dancing before the temple's entrance, inscribed with vibrant red incantations in the Jurchen script, adorned with pure gold bells that jingled in the wind. The temple door stood ajar, as if someone had just entered, yet the interior was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, evoking a sense of trepidation. "Let us go," Chen Zhi whispered to Wei. The two moved in tandem, slipping swiftly through the entrance, their familiarity from prolonged collaboration allowing them to communicate with minimal words. The interior of the temple revealed an unusual structure, with layers upon layers of rooms, resembling an expansive multi-story suite. Chen Zhi and Wei directed their searchlights around the temple, discovering numerous towering wooden racks and sacrificial items, all adorned with ancient shamanic artifacts. Shamanism, originally a primitive polytheistic belief, venerates the forces of nature, such as wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Shamanic practitioners traditionally conducted grand rituals to honor the deities, employing dance as a means of communication with the divine. Contemporary folk practices, such as the jumping of the gods, are a continuation of these ancient shamanic dances. The artifacts used by shamans are diverse and profoundly sacred, including altars, waist bells, bronze mirrors, hand drums, and drumsticks, each regarded as inviolable relics. Throughout Chinese history, the Manchu people's reverence for shamanism has endured, yet genuine shamanic artifacts, being religious items, are typically preserved solely by shamans. In modern times, authentic shamanic instruments are exceedingly rare, What remains are often mere tricks designed to deceive and profit. In this temple, the shamanic artifacts displayed were indeed rare treasures. Chen Zhi illuminated several pieces with his light, revealing intricate micro-carvings depicting divine figures. Notably, on a palm-sized hand drum, there was a vividly colored portrayal of a divine dance, with thousands of figures intricately carved into its surface, showcasing craftsmanship that left one in awe. Each of these artifacts, whether in terms of artistic or academic value, represents a treasure beyond monetary comparison. In certain chambers, ceremonial garments adorned with an array of colorful feathers hung alongside exaggerated shaman masks, suggesting a dedicated space for the attire used in divine worship. They cautiously traversed through one suite after another, hardly making a sound. Each room was of similar dimensions, with all furnishings exquisitely handcrafted. Some rooms even contained half-eaten meals left on tables, indicating that the villagers had been caught utterly unawares during the unexpected incident, including the priests of this temple. Thus, they proceeded through the chambers and entered the innermost sanctum of the temple, a circular hall shrouded in mist. The spacious hall was festooned with incense burners, and a rich aroma wafted continuously throughout the space. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei illuminated their surroundings with a spotlight, discovering that this hall was a shrine. At its center stood a towering statue of the mountain deity, Keohazhan, crafted from pure gold and adorned with an abundance of jewels, exuding a resplendent brilliance. Beneath the mountain god statue were three smaller statues of goddesses, similarly draped in gold and silver. In front of each statue lay a tablet inscribed in the Manchu script, detailing the names and sacrificial phrases of each deity. Among them, the goddess Faculin occupied the foremost position, her figure sculpted in pristine white, exhibiting lifelike features. Beside the statue of the goddess Faculin stood a lifelike stone effigy of an elderly man, life-sized and seemingly at rest. This elder bore a gentle expression. Dressed in ancient attire and wearing an official cap, positioned at a considerable distance from the imposing deity, as if representing an ordinary human figure. In front of this stone statue also rested a spirit tablet, indicating the elder's esteemed status, worthy of veneration alongside the other deities. Chen Zhi whispered as he and Pang Wei approached the statue, lifting the spirit tablet to examine it under the spotlight. To their astonishment, the tablet bore 2 lines of gilded small script, distinctly written in Han characters, unlike the others. The inscription read, "The spirit tablet of adoptive father Tang Zuda." The signature concluded with, "Unfilial son, Pulajitaitai Tangjen." Pulajitaitai Tangjen? Chen Zhi repeated the name in his mind, a realization dawning upon him as he turned to Pang Wei. Could it be that this was Jinhua? The mention of Jinhua recalled the tale recounted by Ning Bin about the ancestor of the Tang family adopting a son from the mountains. Chapter 504. The Valley of Immortals. 4. Pulajitetai Tangjen, a most peculiar name, with Pulajitetai being a distinctly Manchu surname, while Tangjen was a Han name. This combination of surnames seemed rather incongruous. Chen Zhi pondered the name, turning in surprise to Pang Wei and inquired, "Could this Pulajitetai Tangjen be Jinhua? Jinhua? The child saved by the ancestor of the Tang family?" Pang Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon mentioning Jinhua, Chen Zhi could not help but recall the tale recounted by Ning Bin regarding the legendary ancestor of the Tang family, who adopted a child of destiny from the mountains. In this fable, a resplendently dressed woman sought refuge, cradling an infant in her arms. The ancestor of the Tang family, known as Tang Laozu, miraculously revived the child and subsequently raised him. As the child grew, he yearned to wander into the mountains. In response, Tang Laozu fashioned a red cord, dyed with his own blood, and placed it upon the child for a period of 49 days before tying it to the boy's head, after which he no longer wished to enter the mountains. However, ultimately, the child returned to the mountains with his biological mother, bidding a tearful farewell to Tang Laozu, pledging to serve the Tang family by offering rare treasures from the mountains for generations to come. This tale serves as the foundation for the mysterious connection between the village and the Tang family. The ancestor, in that moment, bestowed upon the child a humble name, Jinhua. Recent investigations suggest that the elegantly attired woman may very well have been the daughter of the mountain deity, known as Keohazhen, specifically the goddess Faculin, one of the 3 divine daughters. If this legend holds true, then the child Jinhua, saved by the Tang ancestor, is indeed the very same individual. The stone statue enshrined in the temple represents Tang Laozu, whose true name is Tang Zuda. Goodness, how remarkable! It is no wonder that the Tang family commands such influence in the northeast, thriving while others falter within 3 generations. Their ancestral ties to the divine are profound. Their lineage is undeniably formidable. At this moment, Peng Wei, filled with emotion, weighed the gold-embedded spirit tablet in his hand and remarked to Chen Zhi, "What if I were to return this tablet? The villagers have all perished, and there is no one left to honor it. Returning it to Ningbin would restore it to its rightful place. That lad is wealthy. Surely he would reward me handsomely." "Do not jest," Chen Zhi interjected hastily, reclaiming the spirit tablet from Peng Wei and placing it back in its rightful position. He then bowed respectfully to the statue. "Peng, I wish to discuss something with you," Chen Zhi said, glancing around the encompassing darkness. "Before leaving, Ningbin informed me that Lord Bao is waiting for us here. Yet, as we traverse this village, we have seen no sign of any group. If Lord Bao and his companions are concealed here, why have they not revealed themselves? Moreover, do you not find it peculiar? This village should be the epicenter of the most severe mutations, yet we have encountered not a single mutated human along our path. It is as if they have vanished entirely." Of course, Peng Wei, now seemingly unperturbed by the mutated humans, raised his voice intentionally in response. "What do you still have to fear from mutated beings? When you made your move in the Ice Flow Gorge, you turned many of them into mere pulp. Even if a few managed to escape, they would be scurrying away in fright, too terrified to emerge and confront their doom." Yet, as Peng Wei reached this point, he sighed deeply. As you mentioned, this village is utterly devoid of life, and the villagers have suffered greatly. It is likely that Lord Leopard and his companions have also perished. Our journey here appears to have been in vain, as we have not even discovered a corpse. Alas, I shall be at a loss to face Qinkai when we return." After expressing this, Peng Wei shook his head in resignation. "I have a lingering suspicion that the mutated humans are not as simplistic as we presume," Chen Zhi suddenly remarked in the darkness. "Some of their kinds, such as the second sister, possess considerable intelligence. I cannot shake the feeling that they will not easily meet their demise. It seems to me that while I ponder them, they are simultaneously contemplating me." "Haha." Peng Wei found Chen Zhi's words amusing, laughing as he replied, "Are you perhaps overthinking this? You envision mutated humans as if they were transformers. They are not that formidable. Besides, has he discovered anything amiss?" "No," Chen Zhi shook his head. "It is merely an intuition." "Intuition?" Peng Wei chuckled at Chen Zhi's assertion. "What value does intuition hold? We have roamed this village for half a day, and yet we have not encountered a single mutated rat. You are overly anxious. This is a case of persecution complex. Stop fantasizing. Rest assured, the mutated humans are all dead. Intuition is not mere fantasy," Chen Zhi murmured. "To be precise, intuition arises when the human eye perceives certain details, and due to the accelerated processing speed of the brain's data, conclusions are drawn prematurely, even before consciousness can comprehend them. Sometimes, intuition is reality." Peng Wei, somewhat befuddled, shook his head and said, "Enough, enough. Please do not lead me in circles. I cannot grasp such complexity. If you assert that the mutated humans are not all dead, then why on earth are they hiding? Why do they not leap out to attack us?" At this juncture, Peng Wei abruptly turned and raised his voice, calling into the darkness, "You mutated wretches, your fat grandfather is here. Come forth and spar with me." After Peng Wei's shout echoed through the temple, reverberating and gradually fading, silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any sound. "Do you see, Chen Zhi? The mutated humans are all dead. Stop your wild imaginings. Let us hasten to tidy up." Just then, a sudden creaking sound emanated from the darkness behind them. Both men were startled, swiftly turning around and gripping their knives, gazing warily in the direction of the noise. Creak, creak, creak. The sound continued from the depths behind the temple, resembling footsteps upon the floor. Chen Zhi and Peng Wei promptly illuminated the darkness with their spotlight, revealing a narrow passageway. Creak, creak, creak. The sound persisted, drawing nearer and closer. Suddenly, from the dark passage emerged a shadowy figure, shoulders slumped and limping, making its way toward them with a noticeable gait. Chapter 505, The Valley of Immortals, Part 5. Chen Zhi and Peng Wei felt a surge of dread within their hearts. During their extensive tenure of undertaking missions, they had gleaned an invaluable lesson. That which lurks in the shadows is invariably more perilous than that which is exposed to the light. Their eyes were fixated on the approaching silhouette emerging from the darkness. The figure appeared diminutive, with slumped shoulders, and its right foot seemed to be broken, dragging along the ground as it limped towards them. A repugnant odor of decay wafted through the air, a scent that was all too familiar to Chen Zhi and Peng Wei, the stench of a rotting corpse. Ugh, that's a wretched creature, Peng Wei lamented, regretting his earlier impulsive outburst. He muttered under his breath and turned to Chen Zhi, saying, "Let us wait and see its face. If it's a grotesque, hairy corpse, I can handle it alone. But if it turns out to be a mutated human, I'll strike first, and you can prepare your spells or barriers from behind. I'll lead the charge." "Understood," Chen Zhi replied succinctly. The two had developed an unspoken understanding over time, and now they were merely tense and alert, ready to engage in combat at any moment. The sound of footsteps grew increasingly audible, a creaking that echoed ominously as an immense pressure bore down upon them. Chen Zhi felt an instinctual foreboding. A fierce battle was imminent. As the shadowy figure halted, coming to a standstill less than 10 meters away, it remained eerily motionless in the darkness, seemingly devoid of life. Yet, it was now within the beam of the spotlight. "Hey, are you a god or a ghost? If you're a human, speak. If you're a spirit, come forth and bite. Stop lurking in the shadows. Reveal your true self," Peng Wei shouted, taking a bold step forward and illuminating the figure with the spotlight. In an instant, the shadow was cast into the glaring light. What they beheld sent shivers down their spines. The face revealed was that of a ghastly, pallid woman. Her skin, long since decayed, had taken on a ghastly gray hue. Most horrifying of all, her eye sockets were devoid of eyeballs, revealing only two gaping black voids, the visage of a grotesque, eyeless corpse. "Goodness, even as a spirit, you are frightfully unsettling," Peng Wei exclaimed, a surge of adrenaline propelling him to draw his machete and charge at the mutated being. With a resounding clash, the mutated figure swiftly seized Peng Wei's wrist, its reflexes astonishingly rapid. Peng Wei's blade was momentarily thwarted, but he was not one to be easily subdued. Utilizing the force of the grip, he leapt, delivering a powerful kick to the creature's head, distorting its face. He followed up with several more kicks, each strike infused with tremendous force, until the creature relinquished its hold on him. In that fleeting moment, a startling realization crystallized in Chen Zhi's mind. This mutated being possessed intelligence. Since this is an intelligent being, what could its sudden appearance before them possibly signify? Wouldn't it be more advantageous to launch a surprise attack from the shadows? Such a scenario typically arises from one of two possibilities. Firstly, it might possess sufficient power to no longer conceal itself, confident of victory regardless of the circumstances, which is evidently not the case here. Secondly, it could be a strategic diversion. As this thought crossed Chen Zhi's mind, he instinctively gathered his remaining energy, attempting to conjure a protective barrier to shield both himself and Peng Wei. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that most of his energy was already depleted, leaving him capable of creating only a meager barrier insufficient to encompass more than 2 cubic meters. Oh no, these mutated humans have indeed been plotting all along, Chen Zhi realized. Desperately, he summoned the scant energy he had left to envelop his entire being in a protective shield. At that moment, countless strands of hair, resembling steel wires, surged from the ceiling, aiming for Chen Zhi's throat, only to be thwarted by the barrier he had just established. "Peng Wei, run. It's a trap," Chen Zhi shouted, urging the recently risen Peng Wei to flee with him towards the exit. At that very moment, a multitude of ghastly pale faces emerged from the ceiling. The hair of these mutated humans cascaded down, swirling in clumps like black serpents, rapidly lunging towards Chen Zhi and Peng Wei. As Chen Zhi had previously suspected, ever since their ascent, while he studied the mutated humans, they had been observing him in turn. Following their encounter at the ice flow gorge, most of the lesser mutated humans had been eradicated. However, those dwelling in the Immortal Valley appeared to be far more cunning. They were originally the valley's inhabitants, well-versed in shamanic spells. Having witnessed the aftermath of the ice flow gorge battle, they discerned that the true, overwhelming force within this group was Chen Zhi's fiery barrier. Consequently, they employed some form of spell to diminish his magical power, laying it throughout the village. From the moment the team entered the village, Chen Zhi's abilities had been significantly weakened, and then they concealed themselves in the darkness, intent on taking his life. If Chen Zhi were to perish, the entire team would be rendered vulnerable. Desperately, Chen Zhi and Peng Wei raced towards the main door, but the mutated humans on the ceiling were far too swift. A cluster of hair ensnared Peng Wei's neck, swiftly wrapping him up and pulling him upwards. Chen Zhi looked up to see Pang Wei encased like a cocoon, thrashing about within, surrounded by a group of pale-faced mutated women, resembling a dark spider's lair. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Zhi immediately redirected his protective energy towards Pang Wei, attempting to sever the hair that had ensnared him. Just then, he felt a constriction around his ankle as a strand of hair coiled around his leg, while numerous others slithered toward him, aiming for his mouth. In a frantic attempt to fend them off, he noticed Pang Wei lunging forward, wielding a knife that severed the encroaching strands. Pang Wei grasped Chen Zhi's arm, and together they dashed towards the exit. Just as they crossed the threshold of the temple, a massive wave of hair surged behind them, accompanied by a throng of mutated humans, cascading down like a vast net upon Chen Zhi and Pang Wei. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind howled through the air, and Zheng had already leapt in front of Chen Zhi and Fat Wei. Several flashes of cold light severed the mutated beings into multiple segments. "Run!" Zheng shouted. Suddenly, a remarkably exquisite metallic net sprang forth from behind the dismembered mutants, enveloping Zheng within its grasp. The intricate design of the net was clearly not fashioned from any earthly metal. The more Zheng struggled, the tighter it constricted around her, causing her evident distress. "By your family's ancestors, this was all premeditated, wasn't it?" Fat Wei, witnessing Zheng ensnared in the metallic web, erupted with fury. He sprang forward, attempting to pull the net away, but cried out in agony as he was forcefully repelled, blood now staining his palms. Chen Zhi quietly focused his energy, channeling the remaining flow towards Zheng, widening the gap between her and the metallic net, allowing her some leeway to wield her blade. Indeed, Zheng managed to rise, her blade flashing like lightning as she freed herself from the net. Though her body was drenched in blood, her face marred beyond recognition. At that moment, De Guo charged in with a group of comrades, wielding submachine guns and shouting as they approached. The darkness surrounding the square surged with pale faces, all of them mutated beings pressing forward. "Damn it!" Fat Wei bellowed, standing resolutely in the center of the square with his blade raised. "Brothers, these bastards have sealed off the Orange's power. We must rely on our own weapons. It's either them or us. Let us fight." In Chapter 506, The Valley of Immortals, Part 6, Fat Wei leapt into the center of the square, brandishing his hefty blade, and called out to everyone. "Brothers, these scoundrels have bound the Orange's power. We must fight with our own might. It's either they perish or we survive. We shall confront them." His brief yet impassioned words ignited a remarkable response. The members of the Tang family, selected for their prowess, were young and fervent, unafraid of risking their lives in the heat of battle. Now, faced with life and death, each one of them appeared invigorated, their eyes ablaze with determination. They charged forward, brandishing their submachine guns, first discarding their flashlights to maintain illumination, then forming a protective circle under Da Gui's command, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards the lurking mutants in the darkness. The sound of gunfire echoed, rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, as bullets flew chaotically across the square, filling the air with a cacophony of violence. Meanwhile, the mutated beings revealed their grotesque visages, clawing their way forward. Though they possessed great strength, they were not impervious to bullets. Many had their skulls shattered by the relentless fire, brain matter splattering onto the ground, while those who escaped headshots continued to lunge forward, still intent on the attack. "Target their heads for a quick kill," Chen Zhi shouted amidst the chaos, joining forces with Fat Wei and Zheng to sever the throngs of hair that came flying towards them. "Strike their heads! Strike their heads!" The comrades shouted to one another as they formed a tight circle, their weapons aimed squarely at the skulls of the mutated humans. The relentless rattle of gunfire echoed through the air, and those struck in the head collapsed, unable to rise again, waves of them being repelled by the barrage of submachine gunfire. Yet, the mutated humans in this valley were overwhelming, surging forth in unending waves, as if they could never be exterminated. Soon, the ammunition for the submachine guns ran dry, and the crazed mutated humans continued to advance like a relentless tide. The fighters discarded their firearms and drew their long knives, engaging in a brutal melee with the advancing monsters. This was a battle steeped in bloodshed and cruelty. Where only blades and blood remained, the earth stained crimson. The dim light from the flashlights cast shadows on the battlefield, making the close-quarters combat exceedingly treacherous. Chen Zhi wielded his Godslayer knife, its crimson gleam slicing through the air, cleaving the skulls of the mutated humans one after another. The splatter of brain matter already beyond count. Yet, illuminated by the flashlight's glow, he witnessed one comrade after another being brought down, pinned and bitten by the mutated fiends. At that moment, Zheng summoned her utmost strength, leaping into the densest throng of mutated humans, methodically severing their heads. She was the linchpin of the battlefield, and within mere seconds, her body transformed from drenched in blood to a hue reminiscent of brain matter. The corpses she felled piling high beneath her feet. The square had devolved into a slaughterhouse, with De Guo displaying remarkable valor. He was indeed a true warrior, even after losing a substantial chunk of his arm to bites. He pressed on through the pain, fighting fiercely. By the end, not a single unscathed patch remained on his body, yet he stood resolute, a frenzied lion thrashing wildly. The comrades who had been torn into began to wail in misery, their cries echoing hauntingly through the valley, a sound of profound despair. The anguished cries of his companions ignited a fire in Chen Zhi's eyes. He saw Fat Wei and De Guo, bloodied and battered, alongside the fallen members of the Tang family, and an uncontrollable rage surged within him, threatening to erupt from his very core. At that moment, he discovered something astonishing. The force that had suppressed his energy seemed to coalesce within these mutated beings. The more he cleaved through them, the weaker that suppressive force became, and now, the power within Chen Zhi yearned to break free. Suddenly, a shift occurred within him. A desire for slaughter overtook his senses, compelling him to annihilate these foul, repugnant mutated humans, to rend them asunder and turn their remains to dust. With a thunderous roar, streams of energy erupted from Chen Zhi like a dragon unleashed. In that instant, every pore on his body burst open, an electric surge coursing through him as he threw his head back and howled at the heavens. His strength surged, his magical prowess stronger than ever before. A howling torrent of fierce curses, intermingled with the tempest of thunderous incantations, surged skyward, transforming into myriad bolts of lightning that illuminated the heavens. Subsequently, like falling meteors, they descended upon the earth, ensnaring the mutated humans below and dragging them aloft, turning the sky into a crimson mist of blood. The scarlet droplets cascaded upon Chen Zhi, drenching him in a vivid hue akin to that of a bloodied specter. Yet, in this moment, Chen Zhi reveled in the experience. An indescribable ecstasy enveloped every fiber of his being. The exhilaration derived from the bloodshed and slaughter. The thrill of vanquishing all dissenters led him to believe that this was indeed the apex of joy in existence. "Are you enjoying the slaughter?" A voice, soft and melodious, suddenly wafted from behind him. Chen Zhi, startled, swiftly turned around. In an instant, the world around him transformed. All that had been present, the chaotic struggle with the burly Wei and De Guo, the cries of those fallen, had vanished. The village and valley were no more, replaced by an expanse of pristine white. Drenched in blood, Chen Zhi stood in this immaculate realm, devoid of anything but a singular figure before him, a woman adorned in resplendent ancient attire. Her features were delicate, her skin flawless, and her eyes resembled tranquil pools of crystal-clear water, exuding an aura of sacred inviolability. Clad in the traditional golden embroidered garments of the Jurchen, crowned magnificently, and with a large, radiant red pearl embedded upon her forehead, she adorned herself with exquisite jewelry, exuding an opulent grace. Chen Zhi instantly recognized her. She was the daughter of the mountain deity Chao Hajianyi, one of the three goddesses of Changbai Mountain, Booth Kirin. You are, he gasped, his breath quickening, eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden manifestation of the goddess before him, momentarily at a loss for words. The immaculate goddess glanced at the blood-soaked Chen Zhi with a disdainful smirk, a trickle of crimson from her forehead streaming into her eye, glistening starkly against her alabaster skin. As she parted her ruby lips, her voice resonated like celestial music. "What? Have you, like Jiang Shang of yore, succumbed to the allure of slaughter?" Chapter 507, Booth Kirin. The pristine goddess regarded the blood-drenched Chen Zhi with a scornful smile, as blood trickled from her forehead into her eye, shimmering brilliantly against her unblemished complexion. "What? Have you, like Jiang Shang of old, become enamored with carnage? Carnage? Me?" Chen Zhi found himself engulfed in a haze of confusion, rendered speechless by the goddess's inquiry. Once upon a time, he believed the term slaughter had no bearing upon him, yet now, as the goddess employed it to describe him, the blood staining his hands and the long knife he wielded rendered any defense utterly futile. He found it peculiar, reflecting on the moment he had become so bloodthirsty. Akin to a thoughtless butcher, deriving pleasure from the rivers of blood, and most terrifying of all, he felt no guilt, perceiving everything as entirely justified. The resplendent goddess still stood amidst a realm of purest white, devoid of anything but the pristine color, while crimson blood flowed incessantly from her brow. "Are you hurt?" At that moment, Chen Zhi could think of nothing else to utter. Indeed, the goddess replied in a voice as melodious as celestial harmonies. "They are all my children, having lost their human essence, yet it is not their fault. You slaughter them, and thus I bleed." "Slaughter? I have not," Chen Zhi stammered, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt rise within him as he retorted, "They have mutated, no longer human. They must be eliminated, for they are all demons." "Demons?" The goddess's tone turned icy, her gaze piercing through Chen Zhi. "Is the difference from humanity the essence of a demon? In their eyes, are you not also a demon?" At that moment, Chen Zhi felt his throat dry, words becoming a struggle, his lips quivering slightly as he murmured, "But if I do not kill them, they will kill me." "Indeed, you act for survival." The goddess's dulcet voice lingered in the air. "Yet they have transformed into a different breed, preying upon humanity. Also for survival. You may argue that killing them is an act of self-preservation, but you cannot assert that they, no longer human, are demons." As these words reached his ears, Chen Zhi's body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if his soul were sensing terror. He loathed this feeling, for deep within, he understood that they had long succumbed to a horrific logic, believing that lives differing from humanity held no value, thus justifying their massacre, all while draping themselves in the cloak of righteousness. "Let us not dwell on these meaningless matters." Chen Zhi suddenly raised his gaze to the goddess before him. "You are the goddess Fulkin, are you not? You summoned us here for a purpose. I am willing to serve you, but in return, please utilize your foresight to dispel my doubts." After uttering these words, Chen Zhi looked toward the goddess, awaiting her response. The goddess's visage remained cold, her lake-like eyes quietly fixed upon him. Gradually, her countenance began to dissipate, her arm waving gracefully in the air, and in an instant, the world spun around him. Chen Zhi felt as if he had soared into the heavens, riding upon clouds, surrounded by erratic currents of air. At that moment, he beheld the goddess's form drifting toward him like a blossoming cloud, brushing against his face, her sacred features shimmering with ethereal light, dreamlike and elusive, now appearing, now vanishing. "Zheng's illegitimate son, I am willing to unravel your doubts, but I can answer but one question, the one you most wish to ask. Please, proceed." Indeed. In such circumstances, Chen Zhi's resolute will surged, refusing to let his consciousness waver. He understood that this was a pivotal moment, and he must pose the most pressing question within the fleeting time available. "Pray tell, can you predict whether there exists fire spirit stone in the netherworld city of Yingdu? If not, where might it be found?" To his surprise, the ethereal goddess, who appeared as transient as a drifting cloud, chuckled softly. "Zheng's illegitimate son, you are not being forthright. That is not your true inquiry." "Of course, I am honest," Chen Zhi retorted loudly amidst the swirling clouds. "We have fought valiantly, risking life and limb, solely to ask this question." The goddess offered no further reply, yet her visage, veiled within the white clouds, remained adorned with a smile. After a prolonged silence, her voice resonated once more. "Zheng's illegitimate son, if you wish to pose a question, you must be sincere with me. Such is the rule of our clan. Your ancestor, Jiang Shang, adhered to this principle when inquiring of my father. Speak. Reveal to me the question that truly resides in your heart, the deepest secrets you have harbored, the doubts, the fears that plague you. Only then shall I be able to assist you." In this surreal atmosphere, Chen Zhi felt as though his heart were being laid bare. His subconscious gradually unveiled itself, peeling away the layers to reveal the secrets he had long concealed. After a prolonged silence, he finally closed his eyes and, with great deliberation, posed the question, "I wish to know, is the barrier established by Jiangxia indeed correct?" The goddess burst into laughter, the clouds swirling tumultuously around Chen Zhi. "You have indeed asked the very same question as Jiang Shang. It appears he believed he was aiding humanity in altering their fate, yet in the end, he questioned whether he had committed a true sin. In an instant, the winds howled, and layers of clouds enveloped Chen Zhi, causing his awareness to blur. The goddess, as gentle as a breeze in a valley, drifted through the sky, her form gradually dissipating. At that moment, her voice echoed once more. I cannot answer a question that even my father does not know. It is too complex, and the answer lies within your own quest. However, I can address your previous inquiry. Within Ingdu City, indeed there exists what you seek, yet all there is has long perished, marking the end of all things. My children are now trapped within my father's divine tomb, and your friends are there as well. Zheng's illegitimate son, I have answered one of your questions. Now, I ask you to fulfill your promise and rescue them. With that, the clouds transformed in a myriad of ways, and a scene suddenly materialized amidst the tumultuous sky. Chen Zhi beheld a narrow passage emerging from behind the earlier temple, leading into darkness, accompanied by the chilling sounds of weeping emanating from the shadows. Chapter 508. After the victory. Orange, are you all right? Wake up. Chen Zhi awoke to the persistent calls of Pang Wei, feeling as though his eyelids were weighted like mountains. With great effort, he pried open his eyes, and through the haze, he discerned the faces of Pang Wei and the others. The Orange, you startle me to death. How did you faint here all of a sudden? We thought you had perished heroically. Fat Wei was in a frenzy, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, blood trickling down his head in rhythmic droplets. Beside him, Degua, Jiying, and several others bore expressions of deep concern. Degwa's body had already succumbed to disfigurement, drenched in blood from numerous bites, his face marred with scratches, leaving no unscathed flesh. It's all right. Chen Zhi attempted to rise, but suddenly, excruciating pain surged through his body as if every bone had shattered. His muscles felt utterly limp and powerless, and he collapsed heavily back onto the ground, closing his eyes, devoid of even the strength to move a finger. Goodness, what happened to you? This is far too frightening. I'll tell Ao, you must not abandon me to seek the King of Hell alone. Fat Wei exclaimed in a panic, flailing his arms, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, Degua spoke, do not panic. Young Zhi has sustained grave injuries. Let us carry him to the temple for a while to rest. Perhaps he can recover a bit with some water. After saying this, Degua led a few companions into the temple for a quick inspection. The mutated beings that had previously occupied the temple had all fled, leaving it devoid of danger. Thus, the group lifted Chen Zhi and carried him into the temple. Inside, they found a clean room adorned with numerous animal pelts and a hearth. They laid thick pelts together and placed Chen Zhi on the furs, then ignited the hearth beside his feet. With his eyes shut, Chen Zhi felt the agonizing ache of shattered bones coursing through every nerve, yet he lacked the strength to cry out, enveloped instead by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. He almost forgot that ever since he began studying various spells in the library, each tome had imparted a clear message. In this world, no power manifests without a corresponding price. Just as he had felt utterly drained after his first use of the fierce spell barrier at Zheng's home, which demanded a toll on his stamina and energy, multiplied several times over. From Ice Flow Valley to this moment, he had invoked large-scale fierce spell flows to create barriers twice, and even incorporated advanced spells like the Wind and Thunder incantation. This combination of offense and defense appeared immensely powerful, annihilating all mutated beings. However, such formidable spells exacted a tremendous cost. His body had been completely drained at the moment of unleashing the full force of the spell. Now, he resembled a lifeless shell, unable to resist even a kitten's nibble. Chen Zhi lay beside the hearth, slowly recuperating, as Fat Wei had just offered him a sip of water. He lacked the strength to consume anything, barely able to swallow. And too much water would choke him. The battle had concluded in total victory thanks to Chen Zhi's final strike. All mutated beings in the valley had been eradicated. Numerous injured comrades were carried in one after another, following the fierce battle with the mutated humans, leaving nearly all the Tang family members severely wounded. Had it not been for Chen Zhi's timely release of the fierce curse, they would all have perished. Regrettably, many of the injuries were concentrated around the joints, with some suffering from excessive blood loss and shattered bones, likely destined for disability even after treatment. Pang Wei and Chen Zhi carried special medicinal supplies in their pouches. Pang Wei hurriedly distributed the limited quantities of these medicines to the injured, momentarily staunching the bleeding and averting life-threatening situations. Chen Zhi closed his eyes, feeling a swirl of confusion. If these injured comrades were to become disabled, he would be at a loss on how to face Ning Bin after emerging from this ordeal. Though surviving in such circumstances was already a stroke of fortune. However, this was not the time for such thoughts, for more pressing matters awaited their attention. Pang Wei, gather everyone around. Chen Zhi murmured weakly, leaning against the animal hide as he called for Pang Wei, Degua, old Zheng and Zheng. Old Zheng, being a wise man, had refrained from recklessly joining the fray. Instead, he had sheltered himself in the heart of the group, sustaining minimal attacks and avoiding fatal injuries. Now, he leaned in close to Chen Zhi, relaying his faint words to the others. When I lost consciousness earlier, I encountered the goddess who delivered dreams to the village chief. And I learned something significant. Chen Zhi did not recount all his conversations with the goddess of Fakulin, but conveyed the essential message entrusted to him. In the vision he had seen, behind the grand hall of the temple, there was a narrow passage leading into a great mountain, home to the tomb of the mountain deity, Kyohazhan, who is the father of the goddess Fakulin. According to her words in the dream, some villagers from Xianren Valley had survived and were currently hiding within the divine tomb, alongside the team of Lord Leopard, who needed their rescue. Upon hearing news of Lord Leopard, old Zheng was overjoyed. He had struggled to keep up with them on the ascent, all for this moment. And now he was eager to rush in and rescue them. Uncle Zheng, don't be hasty. If there are indeed survivors in that valley, we must go in and save them, Degua comforted old Zheng. However, I find it somewhat strange. Indeed, I also find it exceedingly odd, Pang Wei interjected, taking over Degua's thoughts. If these survivors and Lord Leopard are hiding within that divine tomb out of fear of the mutated humans outside, then after the massive commotion we just caused, with gunfire echoing through the air, it is evident that reinforcements have arrived. Why haven't they emerged? Furthermore, Lord Leopard's team is not composed of weaklings. How could they remain trapped inside for so long without emerging? Surely they must be starving by now. Could it be? Yes, you share the same thoughts as I do, don't you? Degua turned his head in agreement and said to Pang Wei, I suspect there might be a more formidable being trapped inside this divine tomb, preventing them from escaping. Perhaps that goddess, Luan, sought help through a dream. If that is indeed the case, we should not enter lightly. Chen Zhi, upon hearing their words, nodded blandly, indicating his concurrence. What is that on your clothing, orange? It's glowing. With Pang Wei's exclamation, all eyes turned to Chen Zhi, who was astonished to find a radiant light emanating from his chest, resembling a small patch of luminescence. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that the talisman, which Qin Yang had given him to track the whereabouts of the Leopard Lord, had suddenly begun to shine. Chapter 509. Pre-battle planning before Chen Zhi departed. Qin Yang had bestowed upon him a tracking talisman, crafted with the blood of the Leopard Lord, rendering it extremely sensitive. Qin Yang had previously stated that if this talisman came within 5 kilometers of the Leopard Lord's presence, it would automatically emit a glow, unaffected by any wireless interference, thus accurately pinpointing the Leopard Lord's location. Now that the talisman was aglow, it indicated one crucial fact: the Leopard Lord, or perhaps his remains, lay within 5 kilometers of their vicinity. Pang Wei, you and Zheng must immediately take this talisman to the passage behind the temple and observe any changes. Return and inform me, but be cautious, Chen Zhi urged, handing the talisman to Pang Wei with urgency. Understood. Although Pang Wei was unsure of the circumstances, he recognized the gravity of the situation from Chen Zhi's demeanor. He swiftly took the talisman and, accompanied by Zheng, raced toward the temple. Before long, Pang Wei returned with Zheng, panting heavily, the talisman in his hand now devoid of any light. I found the entrance. It's right behind the statue. There is indeed a passageway. However, this talisman is exceedingly peculiar, Pang Wei reported, wiping sweat from his brow. As we approached the temple, the talisman grew increasingly bright, but as we searched for the passage, it gradually dimmed until it was entirely dark. I have no idea why. Excellent news. Chen Zhi turned to Lao Jindo, expressing his delight. Uncle Zheng, it seems the Leopard Lord is truly alive. The fluctuating light of the talisman indicates that he was moving within the bounds of its detection, likely attempting to escape. However, for some reason, he failed and exited the detection range, causing the talisman to darken. Nevertheless, this confirms that the Leopard Lord is indeed alive, which is undoubtedly splendid news for us. Oh, how wonderful. Lao Jindo's tears streamed down his face, and a myriad of wrinkles smoothed out as uncontainable joy illuminated his expression. He had been deeply troubled throughout their journey, struggling to conceal his concerns. Everyone, please gather around. I have something to convey. At that moment, Chen Zhi attempted to slowly raise his head, leaning against the wall with the support of Pang Wei. He summoned all the significant individuals before him and addressed the assembly. I wish to outline our forthcoming plans. In 35 hours, we shall enter the tomb of the gods. As you may have surmised, the perils within the tomb are likely to be far graver than the threats we have just encountered from the mutants, so formidable that even Master Leopard and the survivors remain ensnared within. However, given our current condition, launching ourselves into the tomb immediately would be utterly futile, and we lack the means to seek reinforcements. Therefore, if we wish to rescue those trapped inside without incurring casualties, we must devise a meticulous strategy. Any slight miscalculation could lead to our demise here. Our injuries are too numerous. Hence, during the next 35 hours, everyone must rest, replenish food and water, and tend to the wounded. Do not underestimate this interval. The extent of our recovery will dictate our ultimate success or failure. Once we are revitalized, we need to search within this valley to create a special device capable of sealing the entrance to the tomb. When we emerge from the depths of the tomb, we must swiftly seal the entrance, allowing us a chance to escape. This special device is. Chen Zhi then elaborated on the detailed plan and allocated tasks among the group. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's strategy, De Gua and the others expressed unanimous agreement and set about organizing their comrades, some to tend to the injured, others to procure the items Chen Zhi required, while the remainder prepared hot water and cooked compressed food within the temple to replenish their sustenance. The atmosphere in the room grew lively as they discovered the temple's amenities were quite convenient, with oil lamps of various sizes adorning the space. After lighting the lamps, the temple was illuminated. Though the ambience was somewhat eerie, exhaustion overshadowed any concerns, and many were gravely injured, groaning in pain, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Noticing everyone engrossed in their tasks, Pang Wei quietly approached Chen Zhi and whispered, "Orange, I must say, you need not have painted such a dire picture of our situation. A more optimistic outlook would bolster morale. Moreover, even if there are terrifying entities within the tomb, with your formidable spells, you could easily vanquish them. We are akin to divine warriors, invincible. You must not think that way. You underestimate the nature of magic," Chen Zhi replied weakly, his eyes heavy with fatigue. True magic is not akin to the trivial incantations portrayed on television. At its essence, every spell is a form of exchange. I trade my physical strength and spiritual energy to cast spells for offense, yet I must bear the corresponding cost. Just now, I unleashed a spell beyond my capabilities. Now, my physical energy has been utterly drained. I cannot even stand, let alone cast another spell. I now find myself in dire need of a restorative slumber, one that would allow my body to revert to a state of normalcy, enabling me to walk and run alongside you all. However, I must disclose a grim reality. Even if I regain my strength, it is improbable that I will be able to conjure any spells in the near future. Without the protection of a barrier, our current predicament is exceedingly perilous. I refrained from mentioning this to them earlier, fearing it would incite panic. After sharing this, Chen Zhi cast a weary glance at Pang Wei, emphasizing that we have entered the divine tomb not to engage in battle, but rather to rescue others. We must swiftly resolve our issues while avoiding direct confrontation. A head-on clash would lead us to certain doom. We have already been fortunate thus far, but luck is not a perpetual companion. If I manage to regain even a modicum of strength after resting, it must be reserved for the final moments. Upon finishing his discourse, Chen Zhi seemed to expend his last ounce of energy, his head falling against the fur, drifting into a semi-conscious state. "I understand, rest assured. I shall keep watch over you," Pang Wei solemnly nodded. After a moment, he muttered to himself, "The problem is, we are still unaware of what lies within, leaving us in a state of uncertainty, akin to carrying a rabbit in our bosom." Indeed, Chen Zhi whispered in a half-dream, if we can escape his grasp this time, it would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Chapter 510. The Enchanted Wall. Chen Zhi was roused from his slumber by Pang Wei's insistence. The warmth of the fur made for a cozy sleep, and being awakened in the depths of such tranquility was an excruciating ordeal. As he heard Pang Wei repeatedly calling his name, a part of him wished to silence him forever, yet the persistent reminders of his memory urged him towards consciousness. Prior to his sleep, Chen Zhi had instructed Pang Wei to awaken him if he slept beyond 4 hours, yet when he finally opened his eyes, he realized nearly 5 hours had passed. The first sight that greeted him was Pang Wei's round visage, followed by the gentle smile of Zheng. The room was filled with others, their spirits having calmed during Chen Zhi's rest. The injured had taken sedatives and were now peacefully nestled in their sleeping bags. After rising from the fur, Chen Zhi stretched his limbs. Though his slumber was brief, he felt rejuvenated, the emptiness he had previously endured dissipating. He tested his joints and muscles, finding them agile. It seemed his physical condition had stabilized. Closing his eyes, he cautiously attempted to channel the energy within him. Yet the backlash of the spell surged forth immediately, scattering the energy that had just begun to coalesce in his chest. Chen Zhi realized that his remaining capabilities were indeed limited. Upon seeing Chen Zhi awake, the others expressed great relief. De Guo and Lao Jindo had been anxiously pacing like ants on a hot stove for the past 2 hours. The first piece of news they shared with Chen Zhi was that during his slumber, they had successfully retrieved the items he required. They were meticulously polished rectangular stone bricks, slightly larger than ordinary ones, currently stacked in a corner beside a substantial bundle of a rare type of grass. This grass, known as bitter honey grass, belonged to a long-extinct plant species. When Chen Zhi descended from the mountains, he observed that the wheat fields in the valley were overgrown with this grass. Bitter honey grass appeared rather unremarkable, akin to wild weeds. However, in ancient times, it was an essential item for all sorcerers. Although the grass itself possessed no magical properties, it served a binding function, capable of adhering spells to any object with enduring strength, functioning much like a glue for incantations. Finding these items proved far easier than anticipated. De Guo pointed to the materials and said to Chen Zhi, "The grass is quite easy to procure. I initially thought it would be challenging to find square stone bricks of the exact dimensions you requested. To my surprise, this village resembles a small city. With orderly urban planning and all public amenities having reserves, we discovered an array of stone materials in a warehouse. The stone bricks were readily available, and even the clay was prepared, simply needing water to be mixed into mud." After De Guo spoke, he summoned 2 young men from the back of the group and said to Chen Zhi, "These brothers have experience working as masons at home. Not only can they build a wall, but they could also construct a house without issue." "Excellent." Chen Zhi admired De Guo's decisive manner and nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to the 2 young men and stated, "In a moment, I will draw a blueprint for you. You will need to mix the grass into the yellow clay and use these stone bricks to construct a wall according to the design. The blueprint is somewhat intricate, incorporating certain esoteric principles, so precision is crucial. Can you manage this?" "Absolutely. Don't worry, Brother Zhi." The 2 young men replied with confidence. "Great. We are counting on you," Chen Zhi said, patting their shoulders appreciatively before turning his gaze to Lao Jindo. "Uncle Jin, I will rely on you for the coordination of the next steps. Once we enter through the entrance, organize the team to build up the surrounding walls. After we go in, everyone remaining will be under your management. Divide the group into 2 teams, one to assist these young brothers with the wall construction and the other to inspect for any errors. Ensure that we leave one exit. And once we are out, seal it off as swiftly as possible. Remember, our lives depend on this wall. We cannot afford a single mislaid brick, or none of us will survive." "Understood. You can count on me." Lao Jindo responded with the meticulousness and composure of a seasoned steward. "What are you so anxious about?" Chen Zhi, Pang Wei asked, bewildered by the conversation. "I am constructing a spellbound wall," Chen Zhi replied softly. "Our lives hinge upon it." Thus, for the next half hour, Chen Zhi meticulously sketched an exceedingly complex design for the wall on a sheet of white paper. At first glance, this image appears to be a mere ordinary rectangular stone wall, with the stones in the center arranged into a myriad of intricate patterns. However, upon closer inspection, one realizes that the positioning of each stone is remarkably complex, interlacing both horizontally and vertically, resembling a game of Tetris, yet far more intricate. Each stone's location has been meticulously calculated, akin to a sophisticated web of data. After completing such a complex blueprint, Chen Zhi found beads of sweat forming at his temples as he solemnly handed the drawing to Lao Jindo, his eyes filled with earnest expectation. Upon receiving the blueprint, Lao Jindo scrutinized it carefully, attempting to memorize the patterns etched upon it before promptly organizing a team to transport bricks and mortar, preparing to commence work. The traditional method of constructing walls with yellow mud mixed with grass is a time-honored technique in rural house building, requiring a certain period for preparation. With fervor, Lao Jindo and his crew busily transported the stones, while Chen Zhi took this time to organize the team entering the tomb. De Guo, Pang Wei, and Ji Ying were fixed members of the expedition, while he selected an additional 5 agile and clever companions. Chen Zhi instructed everyone to travel light, advising them to bring only essential items. Except for a personal knife, Each individual was allowed to carry only one handgun. Heavier firearms such as submachine guns were to be left outside. However, Ningbin's long-range cannon was also taken along for unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, Chen Zhi encouraged the team to carry extra water and chocolate, as those trapped within the tomb might be suffering from extreme hunger and dehydration. Once everything was prepared, the injured remained behind to rest while the rest of the group proceeded toward the temple. During Chen Zhi's brief respite, De Gua had already dispatched several teams to inspect the temple, and they had gained a rudimentary understanding of its internal structure. The temple, nestled against a grand mountain, had the sanctuary situated at its rear, serving as the junction between the temple and the mountain. The architecture of the temple was deceptively modern on the outside, yet the inner sanctum grew increasingly ancient, culminating in a sanctuary that was a relic of a bygone era. At the back wall of the sanctuary lay the entrance to the rear mountain, a threshold taller than a person, discreetly concealed in the shadows, yet discernible under light. This entrance was robustly constructed, its stone walls made from Kunlun jade, the age of which is nearly impossible to ascertain. The jade was intricately engraved with minuscule Jurchen incantations, so tiny that they were nearly indecipherable. As Chen Zhi and his companions arrived at the entrance, Lao Jindo and his crew had already mixed the yellow mud with bitter honey grass, ready to commence construction. "Let us go swiftly and return promptly," Chen Zhi declared to the group, leading them into the passageway. The moment he stepped into the entrance, an icy chill surged from the darkness, and an indescribable sense of oppression emanated from the shadowy depths ahead, creating an illusion that the path forward led only to death. Once entered, there would be no return. Chapter 511. The Tomb of the Mountain God. They advanced along the passage, which was scarcely wider than a single person. The floor paved with ordinary stone slabs, while the walls were constructed from meticulously arranged Kunlun jade. This presented a significant challenge to their progress. Chen Zhi cautioned them sternly against touching the jade walls, lest they inadvertently make a noise that might disturb whatever lay within. The passage was narrow and interminable in the darkness, and they proceeded with utmost care, scarcely allowing their heels to touch the ground. After approximately half an hour, they finally reached the end of the passage, where a grand stone tomb path emerged from the obscurity ahead. The tomb path stretched forward into the boundless darkness. Upon entering this place, they had immediately noticed the frigid temperature, akin to that of a freezer, with their breath visible in the air. It was difficult to fathom how the survivors and Lord Leopard had managed to endure such conditions for an extended period. Once inside the passage, Chen Zhi exhibited extreme caution, instructing everyone in the team to extinguish their lights, leaving only his searchlight aglow. They proceeded in a line, each person resting a hand on the shoulder of the one in front, striving to minimize their presence and blend into the shadows. They continued onward for another half hour, and on either side of them, the stone walls bore intricate relief sculptures. These depictions were profoundly abstract. From a distance, they resembled colossal dragons soaring through the clouds or undulating mountain ranges. Yet, upon closer inspection, the images were densely inscribed with Jurchen characters. As they progressed further, the reliefs came to an end, giving way to a floor of resonant stone tiles crafted from Kunlun jade, which inevitably produced sound with each step. "Goodness! These people must possess an abundance of wealth," exclaimed Fat Wei, his voice echoing as he gazed at the resonant stone ahead. "Why is the ground paved with such noise-making tiles? I suspect they're hollow beneath, making it sound as if one is playing the piano with every step. What are we doing here, robbing a tomb? We might as well perform a symphony. What should we do? Shall we continue?" De Gua inquired softly, wiping the sweat from his brow. De Gua, a rugged man, had worked up quite a sweat from their cautious passage through the tunnel and felt dizzy at the sight of the noise-making jade. "This situation cannot allow us to proceed," Chen Zhi remarked, taking a few steps forward. Before them, the walls of the tomb path were orderly, the Kunlun jade polished to a smooth sheen, reminiscent of an exquisitely crafted grand piano case. Chen Zhi listened intently, and the silence within was palpable. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but he thought he could hear a faint sound of weeping amidst the quiet. At that moment, Fat Wei, suddenly breaking the silence, exclaimed, "Look at the ground." Everyone was startled by his abrupt voice and lowered their gaze to find the ground scattered with chaotic footprints. "Someone has definitely passed through here, most likely those survivors," Fat Wei stated, then followed the footprints further ahead. "The footprints here are quite chaotic, varying in size, as everyone follows them forward in search. Soon, they arrive at a stone wall, where the footprints abruptly cease. This is indeed peculiar. Could they have leapt from within the wall? De Guo stroked his chin, gazing at the stone barrier with a look of confusion, while Fat Wei pressed his face against the wall, meticulously observing its details, running his fingers over each pattern with great care. De Guo found Fat Wei's actions baffling and exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing, Fatty? Trying to walk through the wall? Surely, you don't possess the ability to phase through solid matter?" "You wouldn't understand," Fat Wei replied, pressing his ear to the stone wall. "The ancestors of the immortals interred in this tomb possess a greater understanding of it than we do. The footprints vanish here, indicating the presence of a mechanism. This could very well be the true passageway in and out of the tomb. Look closely. While the surface of this wall appears unremarkable, the inscriptions are shallower than those on the other walls, and the alignment is inconsistent. Most importantly, the temperature of this stone wall is different from the rest, suggesting that there may be a void behind it. Just wait and see, De Guo." After finishing his observation, Fat Wei gestured for everyone to remain quiet before he continued to explore every inch of the wall, as if he were cracking a safe, repeating the process several times. "The mechanism is here, De Guo. Orange, come help me." Fat Wei beckoned, responding to his call. Chen Zhi and De Guo hurried over to assist Fat Wei in pressing against the wall. The three of them, their 6 hands positioned at 6 points on the stone surface, pushed upward in unison at Fat Wei's command. With a creak and a groan, the wall suddenly fractured into thousands of small squares that began to shift slowly. Ultimately, a gap appeared in the center of the wall, wide enough for a person to pass sideways, revealing a vertical shaft leading downwards, equipped with an iron ladder for climbing. "Well done, you hefty Wang. That bulk of yours has proven useful," De Guo remarked, filled with admiration for Fat Wei's performance, giving him a pat on the shoulder, seeing him in a new light. The group, carrying minimal belongings, found traversing and leaping quite convenient. They carefully sidled onto the iron ladder and began to descend the passage. Once everyone had emerged from the tunnel, Chen Zhi illuminated the area with a flashlight, revealing they had entered a stone chamber, which, based on its architectural style, appeared to be the forefront of the underground palace. "We found it. From here begins the tomb of the mountain deity." Fat Wei nodded affirmatively to the others. Just as they were reveling in their discovery, Fat Wei sniffed the air and remarked, "This place reeks. The odor is too pungent. It seems the one interred here is no ordinary entity." "What exactly do you mean?" "Stop beating around the bush," Chen Zhi urged, impatient with Fat Wei's cryptic remarks. Hee. Fat Wei rubbed his nose, smiling softly at the group. "I mentioned, don't be afraid. There is a scent in the air that I suspect is predominantly from fire sour powder. If I am not mistaken, this tomb is undoubtedly filled with numerous traps. Upon contact, a noxious powder would be released. This powder is particularly insidious, for once it touches the skin, it ignites a searing pain, causing the flesh to slough off in ghastly patches, resulting in a horrific demise. However, such lethal mechanisms are rarely employed by tomb owners, as they would also obliterate the accompanying burial treasures. Yet, it is said that some notorious murderers from ancient times would install such fiery powders in their tombs, intending to lure their enemies to a mutual demise. Those of us who delve into tomb raiding never engage in such perilous endeavors. The moment we catch a whiff of that odor, we turn and flee. However, there is no turning back now." After finishing his words, Fat Wei donned his gloves, flashed a smile at everyone, and declared, "Let me take the lead from here on out. We must exercise utmost caution, for one misstep could lead to our utter annihilation." Chapter 512. The Tomb of the Mountain God, Part 2. The only exit from this stone chamber was a stone door firmly shut. However, traces of recent disturbance were evident in the gap of the door. Fat Wei attempted to push it open, but soon discovered that something was blocking it from behind, rendering it immovable. Seeing this, De Guo grew anxious and gathered several companions to push with all their might. Yet despite their efforts, not even a sliver of light emerged from the door. At that moment, Fat Wei approached and peered through the door's crack, then gestured for De Guo and the others to remain still, whispering, "Do not move. That is a self-closing stone." The concept of a self-closing stone is renowned, frequently mentioned in various adventure novels, yet this was the first time Chen Zhi witnessed such a remarkable mechanism. Legend has it that during the excavation of the Dingling tomb, an archaeological team encountered this formidable stone, renowned for its impenetrability. Consequently, the entire excavation was halted until a highly esteemed local expert was consulted to unlock it. The marvel of the self-closing stone lies in its ability to cause the door to close autonomously, possessing immense force behind it. To forcefully intrude would be an arduous task, and should one manage to enter without understanding its mechanism, the door would close behind them, locking them in as if by an automatic lock, hence the name self-closing stone. What do you intend to do to open this door, Master Tomb Raider? Degua, now drenched in sweat, clearly found himself at a loss and turned to Fat Wei for assistance. Fat Wei's expression then became gravely serious, as if he had transformed into a different person, shedding his playful demeanor. He crouched by the door's crack, shining a flashlight inside for an extended period. After returning to his original position, he retrieved 3 cigarettes from his pocket, lit them, and bowed respectfully, murmuring incantations. Great Ancestor, I, a wayward disciple of the Northern School, humbly offer my respect. This venture into the perilous ancient tomb is for the purpose of saving lives, not for the pursuit of wealth. I beseech you to grant me safe passage home. After completing this lengthy invocation, Fat Wei produced a small, oiled cloth pouch from his bag. He carefully unwrapped the pouch, revealing a peculiar little silver hook within. Attaching the hook to a rope, he slowly maneuvered it through the door's gap and cast it into the darkness beyond. Upon witnessing the series of actions by the portly Wei, the others remained silent, fearful of disturbing him. In the darkness, Wei swung something repeatedly until a sharp crack resonated, causing the door behind him to loosen. With a gentle push, the door finally opened a narrow gap. Let us proceed. The leopard and the others are waiting for us inside, Wei declared, and as he quietly pushed open the stone door, a wave of murky air rushed forth, carrying with it a scent reminiscent of sulfur. Perhaps the tales of the fiery sour powder that Wei had recounted were too daunting. As everyone felt a tingling warmth in their noses, their heads spinning slightly, before them appeared a spacious stone passage, engulfed in darkness. Wei activated a searchlight and peered inside. This tomb passage starkly contrasted with the previous one, devoid of any adornments. The craftsmanship of the stone walls suggested a primitive style. However, all the diamonds were polished to a brilliant shine, reflecting light like mirrors. From this point onward, Wei took the lead, demonstrating his seasoned expertise as a digger. His steps were methodical, not a single misstep made, as he scanned the surroundings with meticulous diligence, making it exceedingly difficult for any traps to ensnare him. After traversing over 100 meters, the passage began to curve, revealing numerous rudimentary stone platforms on either side. Upon these platforms rested small stone coffins, containing skeletal remains that appeared diminutive, adorned in colorful ceremonial attire, seemingly intended for accompanying burial rites of young boys and girls. The atmosphere within the passage turned immediately eerie, as the companions, witnessing such sights for the first time, felt a chill creep over them. Yet, they continued onward for an extended duration, discovering that the tomb passage stretched interminably, devoid of any features or traps, while the acrid scent intensified. Wei, what you mentioned earlier, is it credible? Chen Zhi whispered into Wei's ear. Is there truly fiery sour powder in this air? We have been cautious thus far, yet we have encountered no traps. Whence does this peculiar odor emanate? I find it perplexing as well. Wei mumbled, logically, I have been sufficiently careful along this route. Yet it truly does not appear to be a place laden with traps. Moreover, this scent bears an uncanny resemblance to fiery sour powder, albeit slightly different. The fiery sour powder should be concocted with sulfur, yet this aroma seems far more natural. Alas, I cannot articulate it precisely. After all, I do not encounter such substances daily. At that moment, Wei's words were overheard by the irascible Degua, who suddenly erupted in anger. You corpulent fool! What pretense is this? You spoke of fiery sour powder in the air that nearly terrified us, and now you assert there is none. Do you possess any credibility? As Degua spoke, his brows flushed with indignation. I see you are merely putting on a show, as if others are unaware of your grave-digging exploits. What nonsense is this? The companions behind Degua chimed in, voicing their agreement. As Degua uttered these words, a surge of fury ignited within Chen Zhi. In the depths of darkness, Chen Zhi's greatest fear was the sound of disturbances. It was undeniably foolish for Degua to utter such inflammatory words, particularly in such a precarious situation. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi suppressed his anger and contemplated turning back to reason with Degua. At that moment, however, he witnessed Fat Wei rushing forward, pushing Degua with a forceful shove. What the hell? You know nothing about being in a grave. Keep your voice down. If you trigger the mechanism, we'll all perish here. The atmosphere felt palpably strange. Something was amiss in this place. Chen Zhi's mind registered immediately. At that instant, Dugwa's fist came crashing down upon Fat Wei's face. Damn it. I've been wanting to deal with you for a long time. Stop your theatrics. Dugwa was completely oblivious to his surroundings, losing control and roaring like a furious lion. His companions, caught up in the frenzy, began to roll up their sleeves, ready to engage. Fat Wei, having suffered from such confrontations before, realized that a brawl was imminent. Suddenly, Zheng leaped into the fray like a gust of wind, grasping both of their necks with a firm grip, pulling them close. In a low voice, she commanded, "Silence. There's an extra person in our group." Upon hearing Zheng's words, Chen Zhi felt a jolt run through him and promptly swung the spotlight behind him. Together with the 5 companions who had joined earlier, there were a total of 9 individuals, yet at the very rear of the group stood an additional figure, silently observing them from the shadows. Chapter 513, The Tomb of the Mountain God, Part 3. Zheng's eyes were now bloodshot, and her arms trembled slightly as she held onto Fat Wei and Dugwa's necks, emanating an undeniable aura of intimidation. Chen Zhi understood that Zheng was exerting tremendous effort to suppress her fury, her emotions visibly influenced by the situation. No talking. There is an extra person in our group. Zheng's voice was icy, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Chen Zhi immediately directed the spotlight towards the back of the group, but the further he looked, the darker and more indistinct it became. At the very end of the line, there indeed stood a figure, appearing like a shadow, elusive in the darkness. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi felt as though the figure was watching him with a sinister smile. "Everyone, do not speak," Chen Zhi commanded in a serious tone, drawing out his blade and cautiously proceeding towards the rear of the group. The earlier excitement among the group suddenly dissipated into a tense calm. Fat Wei and Dugwa quickly regained their senses, turning to focus on the dark silhouette behind them. The few companions at the very back recognized that something was amiss. Frozen in fear, they dared not turn around, as if they believed that doing so would reveal the most terrifying sight imaginable. At that moment, with his right hand gripping the knife and his left holding the spotlight, Chen Zhi began to scrutinize the faces of his companions one by one as he slowly made his way backward. When he reached the end of the line, the shadowy figure that had previously been there suddenly vanished, as if it had never existed. Chen Zhi's actions, however, sent a wave of panic through the companions at the rear. "What just happened? Xiaozhi, please do not frighten me. Was there something behind me just now?" The young man clearly exhibited a degree of trepidation. Their emotions were running high, a volatile blend of anger and fear exacerbated in the confined, shadowy underground space, easily amplifying to its utmost. Chen Zhi observed the dilation of his companion's pupils, understanding that further discourse was unwarranted. In such an atmosphere, confronting reality too directly might lead them to the brink of collapse due to their heightened psychological state. After all, who could ascertain whether what they had just witnessed was indeed reality? "It's nothing. Perhaps I merely misperceived," Chen Zhi remarked, his fingers grazing the polished stone walls around him. The stones glimmered like mirrors. Perhaps he had merely glimpsed a shadow. As he returned to the forefront of the group, Fat Wei and Dugwa had regained their composure. They both felt a twinge of embarrassment over their earlier foolish altercation. Noticing Fat Wei's unease and the palpable fear of the individual who had been trailing at the rear, Dugwa volunteered to take the rear guard. Chen Zhi inhaled deeply. The air was indeed pungent, and an unnamed fury simmered within him, threatening to erupt if not diligently restrained. "From this moment forth, let us refrain from unnecessary conversation and temper our emotions to avoid superfluous conflict," he commanded with an authoritative tone, prompting Fat Wei to lead the way forward. The procession resumed, yet an acute tension gripped the group, as if the very air around them was taut, ready to snap. Zheng had remained close to Chen Zhi throughout this ordeal. He bent down to inquire, "Zheng, have you noticed when that shadow began to follow us?" "Approximately 2 minutes ago," she replied softly. "It has been trailing our group silently. I attempted to listen for its heartbeat, but there was none. I can assure you, it is certainly not a living being." "Understood." Chen Zhi bit his lip tightly, recognizing the complexity of their situation, which was particularly disadvantageous for him as he had yet to wield any spells. They could ill afford to overthink. Their primary objective was to rescue others, and deep contemplation would only become a burden. Moreover, they all comprehended the implications of a shadow devoid of a heartbeat. Fat Wei, who had been walking ahead in silence, was no fool. He had already discerned the intensification of emotions amongst them. With his keen ears, he overheard Chen Zhi and Zheng's conversation and took a step back to address Chen Zhi. Orange, there is something I'm unsure about whether to voice. Speak plainly. No need for preamble, Chen Zhi responded, his own agitation palpable. I must tell you, do not speak to me with such an attitude. I am currently in a state of agitation. After being momentarily silenced by Chen Zhi's remark, Pang Wei felt an urge to erupt in anger. Yet he swiftly suppressed his emotions and continued in a hushed tone. Let me tell you something serious. This tomb is exceedingly sinister. Its malevolent aura is overwhelming. Ever since we entered this passage, I have sensed that we are being watched by something nefarious. What is it? Chen Zhi inquired, his calm demeanor unshaken as he continued to walk forward. I cannot say what it is, but the food we consume down here is akin to offerings for the dead. We can feel the presence of something ominous around us. It simply remains concealed for the time being. Pang Wei, allow me to ask you something. Chen Zhi said softly after absorbing Pang Wei's words. In all your years of exploring ancient tombs, have you ever encountered a true ghost? Chen Zhi's question rendered Pang Wei momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he replied, to be honest, there are countless bizarre occurrences within ancient tombs, all rather eerie. I have witnessed many corpses and even the grotesque forms of reanimated zombies, yet I have never truly seen a ghost in the conventional sense. However, Pang Wei paused slightly. After all these years of sifting through sand, despite never having encountered a ghost, I have always harbored a belief that such entities do exist in this world. Just then, Zheng suddenly grasped Chen Zhi's shoulder, her unexpected action causing him to tense up and halt immediately, prompting the rest of their group to stop as well. Zheng leaned closer, whispering into Chen Zhi's ear, be cautious, there is something ahead. What is it? Chen Zhi quickly countered. I do not know, Zheng replied softly, but it has no heartbeat. Chapter 514, The Tomb of the Mountain God, Part 4. Zheng's words sent a shiver down Chen Zhi's spine. He was not particularly afraid of ghosts. His recent experiences had dulled his sense of terror. Yet, he maintained a steadfast worldview, believing that even gods, zombies, or mutated humans are material entities. But does something ethereal like a ghost truly exist? Nevertheless, the path ahead instilled in Chen Zhi a profoundly unsettling intuition. Stemming from his long-standing anxieties, he felt that whatever lay ahead was the very embodiment of his deepest fears, the dread he had subconsciously evaded, a terror that penetrated to his very core. You all stay here. Pang Wei and I shall investigate, Chen Zhi whispered to the group behind him. He then gave Pang Wei a gentle pat. Pang Wei had already drawn his formidable weapon, the great mountain cutter, and together, they cautiously advanced forward. The stone walls of the tomb passage before them were exceedingly smooth, resembling polished black mirrors, gleaming brilliantly. As Chen Zhi glanced at the wall beside him, his reflection appeared starkly. He noticed that his visage seemed somewhat grotesque, and it appeared as though he was grinning. Chen Zhi immediately diverted his gaze from the wall, focusing solely on the path ahead. For reasons unknown, the temperature seemed to plummet further as they advanced, a bone-chilling cold enveloping them, to the extent that they felt as though the frigid air would freeze their teeth. At that moment, amidst the darkness ahead, they beheld the entity that Zheng had mentioned. Before a stone wall stood a child, motionless, with their back turned to them. An eerie sensation that defied description permeating the air. The child appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old, clad in vibrant traditional attire of the Jurchen people, resembling ceremonial garb, and bore a striking resemblance to the youthful corpses they had encountered in the small stone coffins along their journey. Orange, do you think that thing ahead could be? Pang Wei's voice trembled slightly, as he inclined his head and whispered to Chen Zhi. Could it be the ghost of a sacrificial child? Those little ones who met their end here, unable to rest, forever bound to this tomb. Ultimately transforming into he hesitated momentarily, then lowered his voice further, confiding in Chen Zhi. I'm telling you, that thing ahead is definitely not a zombie, nor a human. Look closely, its feet aren't even touching the ground. Pang Wei's words struck a nerve within Chen Zhi, prompting him to glance at the child's feet. Indeed, the child appeared to be hovering in midair, the tips of their toes barely grazing the ground, while their heels were elevated impossibly high. From a gravitational standpoint, such a phenomenon was utterly impossible unless the child possessed no weight at all. Just then, an intensely frigid aura swept over them, an overwhelming chill that penetrated deeply, nearly freezing Chen Zhi's heart. What should we do? Should we confront it directly, or take a detour? Pang Wei gestured toward another passageway, inquiring about Chen Zhi's thoughts. It was then that Chen Zhi realized the tomb path had bifurcated at this point, with the other route leading in a different direction. At such a moment, opting for the alternate path seemed the wiser choice. Suddenly, the talisman in Chen Zhi's pocket began to glow once more. Noticing the illumination, he cautiously retrieved the talisman and took a few careful steps forward, attempting to probe ahead with it. To his astonishment, the talisman reacted keenly to the direction before them, radiating light, confirming one crucial fact. Master Leopard was indeed in that direction and drawing ever closer. Chen Zhi placed the talisman back into his pocket, then glanced once more at the enigmatic child, gritting his teeth and whispering, "We shall take this path. Master Leopard should be just ahead. Are we truly proceeding down this route? We won't be walking into the gates of hell, will we?" Pang Wei expressed his astonishment at Chen Zhi's decision, clearly unsettled by the sight before them. Nevertheless, he adjusted his grip on the long knife, steeling himself as he said, "What about that thing ahead? Should I go confront it? If things go awry, you must flee." "No," Chen Zhi immediately declared. "Let us walk along the other side of the wall, keeping our distance from that entity. Do not touch it, nor disturb it. We shall tread our own path while it traverses its lonely bridge." "All right. I shall heed your words." Fat Wei nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei swiftly returned to the group, guiding everyone along. As the scene unfolded before them, many were gripped by sheer terror. The members of the Tang family were truly frightened. A wave of regret washed over them for having ventured into this place. Yet, such sentiments bore no significance now, as their hopes rested entirely on Chen Zhi, whom they had come to depend upon deeply, believing that he could lead them out of this haunted locale. Following Chen Zhi's command, the group formed a long line, pressing closely against the other side of the stone wall, with Fat Wei at the helm. They held their breath, moving cautiously forward, careful not to make a sound. The chilling atmosphere had begun to erode their spirits, and as they passed by the child, the distance between them was less than a meter. The terror was indescribable. Yet the child remained motionless, never turning its head. What they did not anticipate was that the journey ahead would prove even more harrowing. From this point onward, at intervals, a child stood before the stone wall, facing away from them, clad in ceremonial garb, their heels suspended above the ground, utterly still. The eerie, frigid ambience threatened to drive them into madness. The stones of the wall gleamed brightly, and if one glanced across, they would see the reflections of those children's faces upon it. However, Chen Zhi had issued a strict decree. All were to look ahead and not at the wall, lest the sights they beheld induce panic. They continued onward, perspiration beading on their brows in the oppressive cold. Yet, amidst the darkness, the talisman in Chen Zhi's possession grew ever brighter, piercing the gloom. Suddenly, a spine-chilling scene unfolded before them. In the shadows ahead, a grown man stood facing the stone wall, his heels suspended, utterly motionless. The silhouette was all too familiar. It was Lord Leopard. Chapter 515. The Tomb of the Mountain God, Part 5. Lord Leopard stood there silently, his body suspended, facing the mirror-like smoothness of the stone wall, unmoving. An air of mortality emanated from him, and at that moment, the talisman in Chen Zhi's hand seemed to have found its purpose, shining with blinding intensity. The sight before them instilled an unparalleled dread, instantly freezing the nerves of all present. Most in the group recognized Lord Leopard, and confronted with this surreal tableau, many could no longer contain themselves. Feelings of fear and panic spread like wildfire. Witnessing the unraveling of their composure, Fat Wei could endure it no longer. He drew his long knife and shouted, "No wonder the talisman has grown so bright. Lord Leopard has been dead all along. What was his intent in leading us here? Did he wish to call us and to keep him company?" Before Fat Wei could finish his words, a trembling attendant pointed frantically at the stone wall opposite them, exclaiming in terror, his face. The attendant was indicating the wall, which mirrored the visage of Lord Leopard. Despite the reflection being merely a semblance, an ominous premonition surged within Chen Zhi, prompting him to shout a warning. However, it was too late. The attendant, seemingly driven mad by fear, continued to point at the spectral image on the wall, crying out in a frenzied manner, "Quick, look at his face. He is a ghost." This piercing cry reverberated through the quiet tomb passage like a thunderclap. At that moment, Lord Leopard's body began to slowly turn, illuminated by the spotlight, revealing his countenance. It was a horrifying visage, grotesquely difficult to describe. His ashen, rigid face bore no trace of color, and his eyes had rolled upward, exposing the whites beneath. Fresh cadaveric spots marred his skin, unmistakably indicating a corpse that had been deceased for about 10 days. Yet, his mouth was twisted into a smile. An unsettling sight that sent chills down one's spine. Lord Leopard. Chen Zhi found the scene before him utterly incredulous, yet he clung to a shred of rationality. Attempting to call out to the figure ahead, Lord Leopard, what has happened to you? Are you truly dead, or is there something you wish to convey? However, the figure of Lord Leopard offered no response, gliding weightlessly toward them, exuding an ethereal chill that unmistakably marked him as a specter. Run, Chen Zhi shouted, commanding his team to retreat towards the direction they had come. Yet, they soon discovered this was futile, for behind them, the children they had encountered earlier were now slowly advancing from the depths of the tomb. Their faces, too, were rigid and pallid, eyes rolling upward, with sinister smiles curling at their lips, resembling malevolent spirits emerging from the depths of hell. At that moment, Chen Zhi and his team found themselves trapped, besieged on both sides. The horrifying tableau rendered the members of the team paralyzed with fear. The workers from the Tang family, unaccustomed to such supernatural phenomena, were succumbing to sheer terror, many losing their sanity in the face of overwhelming dread. In the throes of panic, instinct propelled their voices into frantic screams. Amidst the cacophony of shrieks, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei struggled to maintain control over their companions, as the encroaching phantoms drew ever nearer, the specter of death threatening to engulf their reason entirely. At that critical juncture, a series of chaotic footsteps echoed from the depths of the tomb, resembling a throng of individuals rushing toward them. Chen Zhi immediately turned his gaze in that direction, and from the darkness emerged a group. With the leader's upper body bound in bandages, his left arm marred by ghastly wounds, wielding a submachine gun with a calm, resolute expression on his face. It was none other than Lord Leopard, alive and in the flesh. It seemed he had come in response to their cries, waving to them as he called out. What has happened to you? Lord Leopard, truly, you are quite the enigma. Just moments ago, we encountered another version of you, transformed into a specter. Upon seeing that Lord Leopard still drew breath, Fat Wei was instantly filled with exuberance, rushing forward to speak and gesturing towards the phantoms in the tomb passage. Ghosts. Where are they? Lord Leopard, however, did not take the time to scrutinize the apparitions. Without hesitation, he seized his submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the elusive shadows. The tomb passage erupted in chaos, shell casings flying in every direction, while the stone walls were pelted with countless fragments. As the smoke began to clear, it became evident that the earlier phantoms had vanished completely, rendering the previous events akin to a fleeting dream. What transpired? Lord Leopard, did you see those entities? At this moment, Chen Zhi found himself unable to discern the reality of what he had just witnessed. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, he confirmed that the shadows had indeed disappeared. This is no place for conversation. We must depart swiftly. With that, Lord Leopard gestured for Chen Zhi and the others to follow him, retreating rapidly into the darkness. It was truly Lord Leopard, still alive. A surge of joy coursed through Chen Zhi's heart as he turned to reorganize the team. Some of their companions, overwhelmed by fear, were unable to rise. They supported one another, hastening to join Lord Leopard's ranks, moving quickly through the shadows. During their hurried journey, Chen Zhi realized that, at some point, the smooth, mirror-like stone walls had vanished, replaced by a labyrinthine natural cavern. The structure of this cave was remarkably three-dimensional, with numerous intersecting passages ascending and descending in a complex maze-like formation. Traversing this cavern felt akin to navigating a three-dimensional labyrinth. Lord Leopard and his group moved with remarkable speed, as though they were intimately familiar with the path, having traversed it countless times before. After approximately half an hour of swift movement through the darkness, Lord Leopard turned into an exceedingly narrow passage, leading them to a dead end where a wall of Kunlun jade loomed ahead. He tapped on the stone wall, producing a melodic chime of 3 short notes followed by 2 long ones. Moments later, the center of the wall suddenly cracked open, the fissure widening until it formed an entrance wide enough for a single person. The group followed Lord Leopard through the opening, only to discover a vast stone chamber bustling with people of all ages, men, women, and children, even many tiny infants. Among the throng, a young man in his 20s stood and approached them with a smile. Upon seeing Lord Leopard accompanied by Chen Zhi and the others, he addressed Chen Zhi, saying, "You must be Mr. Chen. I knew our ancestors would lead you here. My name is 诡6Tomb Xianlin. 诡6Tomb Jin was my great-grandfather, a foster son of the Tang clan's progenitor. We are all descendants of the goddess Buddha Kirin. Chapter 516, The Tomb of the Mountain God, Part 6. Before me stands a remarkably amiable young man, his visage fair and unblemished, akin to a piece of polished jade. His brow carries a natural brilliance, and his eyes shimmer like the rippling waters of a deep autumn lake, bearing a resemblance to the goddess Falurin. Chen Zhi possesses an innate understanding of these demigods, who embody divine lineage. Their eyes often exhibit an enchanting luster, reminiscent of Qin Yang, whose most striking feature lies within her captivating gaze. However, in contrast to this foreign deity's bloodline, the young man before me appears more human. When you mention your ancestor, you are referring to the goddess Falurin, correct? I have indeed encountered her, Chen Zhi stated, feeling an instinctive fondness for the young man, nodding with a smile. Might I inquire where the goddess Falurin currently resides? How do you communicate with her? She is just behind us. I shall take you to meet her shortly, replied the young man, known as 诡6Tomb Xianlin, with an air of calmness, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Ah, splendid. Xuanlin's response caught Chen Zhi by surprise, yet after a brief moment of hesitation, he chose not to press further. At that moment, the entire team entered the chamber, and the stone room instantly came alive with activity. This expansive stone chamber, spanning over 200 square meters, appeared to serve as a dedicated space for interment offerings within the tomb. The walls, constructed from Kunlun stone, were adorned with peculiar wooden masks and an array of large eastern pearls. Inside, over 200 surviving villagers could be found, predominantly children, with some infants not yet a few months old, crying incessantly. The adult villagers sat languidly upon the ground, their faces pale and sallow, suggesting a prolonged state of malnutrition from lack of sustenance, many also exhibiting signs of dehydration. Upon witnessing Chen Zhi's group enter, the villagers first exhibited signs of trepidation, with the children retreating into the embrace of their guardians. However, upon hearing the words of the young man Xianlin addressing Chen Zhi, their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, gazing at Chen Zhi and his companions as if they were saviors. Before departing, Chen Zhi had instructed the team to carry ample supplies of chocolate, fresh water, and nutrient tablets. In hindsight, this decision proved exceedingly prudent. He promptly commanded everyone to distribute the provisions among the survivors. These simple offerings of food and water served as a lifeline in this extraordinary moment. Initially, the pallid children hesitated, yet soon they raised their small hands high, imploring Chen Zhi and his companions for nourishment. The surviving villagers appeared remarkably innocent, and as they received hydration and caloric replenishment, they soon became animated. Some women began dissolving the nutrient tablets in fresh water, feeding the weeping infants, who quickly ceased their cries. The stone chamber soon resonated with laughter, as hope for survival blossomed among the villagers, who were profoundly grateful to Chen Zhi's team. Earlier, some members of the group had been mentally unsettled by the experience in the tomb. Chen Zhi advised them to sit and gather their spirits. The surviving villagers displayed remarkable warmth towards the outsiders, with exuberant children darting about, eagerly vying for chocolate. Beside Lord Leopard, only a couple dozen individuals remained, the majority being blue-ribbon warriors, all bearing severe wounds, presumably from a fierce battle against the treacherous band of warriors. Ever since entering the stone chamber, Lord Leopard had grown increasingly weary, quietly sinking into a corner, coughing incessantly, his physical condition seemingly on the brink of collapse. Chen Zhi instructed the others to continue distributing food while he approached Lord Leopard and seated himself before him. He retrieved his pack of cigarettes, giving it a gentle shake, and upon discovering only 2 remained, he offered one to Lord Leopard. "Are you feeling all right?" Chen Zhi inquired softly, lighting one for himself. "I'm fine," Lord Leopard responded, seemingly reluctant to delve into the subject. After a fit of harsh coughing, he waved his hand dismissively. Noticing his demeanor, Chen Zhi refrained from further questioning. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a hushed tone. "Lord Leopard, what were those apparitions we encountered in the tomb? Why was there one that looked just like you? They are nothing but figments of your imagination. What you beheld were manifestations of your deepest fears. The fact that you could perceive my likeness indicates that you have long harbored doubts about my demise," Lord Leopard said, drawing silently on his cigarette, his voice devoid of emotion. "This place is permeated by a naturally occurring gas, pungent and acrid. It is highly toxic. When the concentration is low, it can induce vivid hallucinations, but when dense, it becomes blinding, eroding the body into a mere pulp. The hallucinations conjured by this gas are materializations of thought. Even protective charms against illusions cannot withstand it. As you traversed the tomb, some among you were gripped by overwhelming fear, which took form. Hence what you saw was not real, but the embodiment of your terrors. Is that so? No wonder Fat Wei mentioned a scent reminiscent of sulfur upon entering. It truly exists, Chen Zhi mused, then suddenly felt a sense of unease, pressing on with his inquiries. Such a perilous gas. Where does it originate? Could the ancients have set traps here? Yet, we have not encountered any mechanisms along our journey. This gas is not artificially placed here. Lord Leopard exhaled a puff of smoke, weariness etched across his face. These toxic vapors emanate from it. Who is it? Chen Zhi asked, perplexed. It is the master of this tomb. A gentle voice floated from behind Chen Zhi. He turned to find the fair-faced Xian Lin approaching, settling beside him. His voice was calm and measured, his speech fluent, yet punctuated with a certain stiffness, revealing that Chinese was not his native tongue. Our village underwent a sudden transformation several months ago. A young man named Perjitai Tang. Xianlin glanced back at the villagers in the stone chamber, his expression grave. The events unfolded with startling abruptness. We were in the midst of a deity worship ceremony when, without warning, the moon changed its hue, and the sky darkened ominously. Most villagers descended into madness, attacking and tearing apart their companions. They slaughtered their kin, ravenously consuming their entrails. Though they retained some memories, their moral compass was obliterated by insatiable hunger. Yet, the power of maternal love proved immensely formidable. Some of the mutated women, suppressing their own cravings, entrusted their infants to my care, imploring me to safeguard these children. The tragic scene was beyond your imagination. In a final act of defiance, these transformed mothers banded together to resist the frenzied assaults of the mutated humans, granting me the opportunity to escape into the temple, seeking refuge in the tomb of our ancestors. After finishing his account, Xianlin gently caressed the surrounding Kunlun jadestone walls. This is the resting place of my forebears. My ancestor, the mountain deity Changbai Mountain Shin Chao Hajan, has a lineage through her third daughter, the goddess Fokarin, who bestowed upon our clan this bloodline. The goddess Fokarin named our family Perjitai, signifying a wish for our eternal peace, and in gratitude for the Tang family's kindness, she appended the character Tang to our surname. This sacred tomb has been venerated by our generations, a hallowed site for our people. However, I never anticipated that upon entering this tomb, I would encounter such a sight. Xianlin sighed softly, stating that the toxic gas you mentioned earlier emanated from our ancestor, the mountain deity Changbai Mountain Shin Chao Hajan. Chapter 517. The Mountain Deity's Tomb. 7. Did you just imply that the toxic gas is indeed from the mountain deity Changbai Mountain Shin Chao Hajan? Chen Zhi felt perplexed by Perjitai Tang Xuanlin's words, a foreboding sensation creeping into his heart. Are you suggesting that Changbai Mountain Shin Chao Hajan is still alive? Or that he? You are correct, Xianlin calmly replied to Chen Zhi. Our ancestor, Changbai Mountain Shin Chao Hajan, passed away 817 years ago. His body, regarded as the most sacred relic of our clan, has remained within this tomb, untouched by any of us until now. However, upon my arrival, I discovered that his remains had undergone a transformation. My goodness, is that not the legendary divine Zheng? Peng Wei, true to his nickname of eavesdropper, had been stealthily listening for an unknown duration. Upon hearing about the mutated mountain deity, he hurried over, plopping down beside Leopard Yi with a grin, eager to partake in the conversation. At this moment, De Gua had finished distributing food, and Xianlin seemed to hold a favorable impression of him, kindly inviting him to sit beside him. Ji Ying refrained from joining the discussion, instead standing a short distance from Chen Zhi, expressionless as she observed the frolicking children. At this moment, the exuberant Peng Wei exclaimed to Xianlin, "Little brother, in my lifetime, I have encountered red-haired and white-haired beings, as well as zombie rice dumplings. But I have yet to witness a rice dumpling transformed by a deity. It appears that even deities can undergo such a transformation. This is truly a remarkable tale. If I manage to capture this divine rice dumpling, I shall have much to boast about, and I will be recognized as the foremost figure in the realm of tomb raiding, leaving an indelible mark in history." After finishing his proclamation, Peng Wei confidently patted his chest and added, "Now, don't think I, Peng Yi, am merely boasting. Fear not, for when it comes to dealing with these transformations, I am an expert. Regardless of its appearance, I shall surely subdue it with a single strike. It is not a transformation. Qianlin replied with a slight smile directed at Peng Wei. He continued, we, the celestial beings, are fundamentally different from you humans. Our bodies shall never undergo such transformations nor become zombies. The body of our ancestor, Chao Hajianyi, underwent a mutation, meaning it was revived. Yet this altered form became far more savage and devoid of reason. After speaking, Qianlin gazed into the distance, his eyes brimming with complex emotions. We are uncertain about the origins of the calamity that has befallen our village, but it poses an existential threat to us. This valley of immortals has been passed down through 4 generations from my great-grandfather to me. Due to the precious herbs and the spiritual essence within this valley, our lifespans are quite prolonged. However, I have never witnessed the historical events of Changbai Mountain with my own eyes, as I was born and raised in this valley. All history was conveyed to me by my father. In contrast, I find myself more attuned to modern human society, regarding the ancient history of Changbai Mountain as akin to myth. Nevertheless, I am aware that these events indeed transpired. Our ancestor, Chao Hajianyi, was once a notoriously brutal deity. It is said he was not born a god, but was later granted divinity. In ancient times, Chao Hajianyi held a lowly status as a demon immortal in the Changbai Mountain region, deriving pleasure from consuming young boys and girls, reviled by humanity. However, during the campaign of King Wu against Zhou, he distinguished himself in battle and was subsequently appointed as the deity of Changbai Mountain. Chao Hajianyi's third daughter, the goddess Fokerin, harbored a deep affection for humanity. She secretly bore 2 children with members of the royal family. The first child took the surname Aizenjoro and was sent to the mortal realm, eventually becoming a notable figure in human royalty. However, when she bore her second child, Chao Hajianyi discovered the truth and was filled with wrath, vowing to devour the child. Yet, Fokerin fiercely protected her offspring, even opposing her father, the deity of Changbai Mountain, ultimately entrusting the child to a man of the Tang surname for upbringing. This child grew up to be known as Zhenhua, the first of our Pulejitai lineage. Pulejitai Tang general, the individual who adopted Zhenhua was indeed the ancestor of the Tang family, correct? De Guo inquired upon hearing Qianlin mention the Tang family. Indeed, his full name is Tang Zuda, and he is now revered as the righteous ancestor by all the villagers. You may address me as Qianlin, or refer to me as Tang Qianlin. Qianlin gazed at De Guo as if he were his own brother, and then continued to recount the history of their family. Subsequently, the mountain god Keohazhan passed away under mysterious circumstances, and the events surrounding that time remain unknown. However, from that moment onward, Tang Jin returned to the mountains, allowing our bloodline to endure within the hills. From then on, our clan has borne a solemn mission through the generations, to annually offer the treasures of the Tang family's mountains, exquisite ginseng, and even life-prolonging reishi mushrooms, as a means of repaying the life-saving grace bestowed upon us by the Tang family in the past. For centuries, the Tang family has thrived, and we have contributed our modest strength to this legacy. I possess a profound understanding of the Tang clan, including the late old Tang, his daughter Ning Bin, and you. You are aware of me, aren't you? De Guo was astonished upon hearing Xuanlin's words. Of course I know, Qianlin replied with a warm smile, looking at De Guo as one would gaze upon a beloved kin. The connection between our immortal valley and the Tang family runs deeper than you might imagine. Throughout these centuries, we have mutually supported one another and have shared numerous experiences. In ancient times, our families often intermarried. During a tumultuous period several decades ago, I personally escorted old Tang's father to our village for refuge. The bond between our families has always been unbreakable. When our village was threatened by mutations, I beseeched my ancestral deity, the goddess Fokerin, to seek your assistance. Even then, I was certain you would come. Of course, that is imperative, De Guo exclaimed, suddenly overcome with emotion, grasping Xuanlin's hand tightly and shaking it fervently. Before departing, Brother Bin specifically instructed me to find you, stating that our Tang family must assist, regardless of the cost. If this village faced peril, our bond is as close as blood. Rest assured, with us, you shall certainly remain safe. Whenever you find yourselves in need, whether in the mountains or facing the blaze below, De Guo shall be there. All right, De Guo, do calm yourself. I'm nearly covered in goosebumps, Peng Wei interjected, unable to bear De Guo's exaggerated display. He then scrutinized Qianlin and remarked, young brother, from your tone, You certainly appear to be of considerable age. Would you dare to reveal your age to us? Haha. Xianlin chuckled softly, his demeanor exuding the tranquility of an elder. Due to the life-prolonging racier in our valley, our clan enjoys extended lifespans. Indeed, I have lived for quite some time, older than your grandfathers. I have a question. Chen Zhi, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up, directing his gaze towards Xianlin. Forgive my boldness, but you have mentioned communicating with the goddess Fokren several times. Yet, to my knowledge, there are no living deities remaining, correct? Is it true that the goddess Fokren still exists? Yes. She has always been here, continually safeguarding us. Xianlin smiled gently, then stood up and said to Chen Zhi, "Come with me. I shall take you to meet her."